Chapter 1, Joyful Red Book. Mr. Chao Ning, would you like this woman to be your wife and enter into a marriage contract with her? In sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth. Chao Ning bristled and rolled his eyes. Do I dare to be unwilling? The corners of the priest's mouth twitched in embarrassment. Otherwise, I'll leave. Ms. Xia Shihan, do you take this man to be your husband and enter into a marriage contract with him? In sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth. Xia Shihan clasped her hands on her puffy breasts, her small mouth pouting. Anyway, my father is willing. The corners of the priest's mouth twitched +2 in embarrassment. Let you mouth cheap. Ah, Lord Almighty, in the name of God, I declare that Mr. Chao Ning and Ms. Xia Shihan are officially married and will be together until old age. The priest opened his arms and tilted his face towards the sky to make the solemn announcement. The corners of Chao Ning and Xia Shihan's mouth twitched +3. This old man doesn't seem like a good person. Out of the marriage division, Chao Ning cried out, pulling out the red book covered with a steel fork from his pocket and looking at it again and again. I'm so easily gotten by you? You shouldn't just not cherish it, right, Chao Ning? Xia Shihan muttered her pink lips and stomped her feet in anger. Humph, you think I'm willing to marry you? If it wasn't for my father. Chao Ning's cynical appearance really made her angry. She also didn't know what her father saw in him that he had to use death to coerce herself into marrying him. Chao Ning, it's necessary for me to remind you that I have an agreement with you. Our marriage is limited to half a year. After half a year, we'll be divorced. And during that time, you're not allowed to talk to anyone about the fact that we're already married. And, you must sleep in separate rooms. No touching without permission. Within the agreement, you can't hinder each other's right to pursue happiness. It's not just legal cuckolding. I know all the rules. Chao Ning shrugged his shoulders and laughed bitterly. This was the first time he had seen such excessive requirements. Chao Ning and Xia Shihan were both college students at Jianghai University. Xia Shihan was a sophomore this year, and Chao Ning was a freshman. These two people, who hadn't had any previous interactions, had gotten a license and become a legal couple with the interference of their elders. Xia Shihan is the school flower of Jianghai University, the goddess of dreams in the eyes of geeks. Her family not only has over $10 billion in assets, and it's also a leading company in Jiangning City. She's a real rich girl. Chao Ning, who lost his father at the age of 8 and mother at the age of 9, lives at No. 8 Wangfujing Hudong in Jiangning City, and is a senior 5 guarantee household. She has no money. He has no face value. But in addition to being a freshman at Jiangnan University, there is another layer of unknown identity. Great Bay Area Underworld contracted to attract Ferry Messenger, commonly known as Ghost Messenger, or Ferryman for short. Chao's family has been ferrymen for generations, specializing in guiding the dead to and from the underworld, as well as maintaining the spiritual security in the district. Chao's father and old man are both ferrymen. Ever since Chao's father's misfortune, Chao Ning, who was only 8 years old, took up the job of ferryman in the Bay Area. This job has lasted for over 10 years. Before going to college, Chao Ning was pressed by the old man, and it was not easy for him to survive until he graduated from high school, when the old man suddenly took out a piece of paper for him to fulfill his engagement. At first, Chao Ning was not willing to, in case the other party is fat and flowing, such as flowers, ugly monster, they are not in vain. But the old man's attitude this time was very strong. If he doesn't get married, he will be sent to the 18th hell for eternity, forcing him to agree to it. Chao Ning had no choice but to compromise. I thought that the other side of the rich and powerful will not look at their own small family, but I didn't expect the other party to see the marriage contract, but immediately agreed, and immediately want to do. Chao Ning didn't want to be sent to the 18th floor of hell because Xia Shihan didn't like him, so the two signed a prenuptial agreement privately. Alright, I've finished all the things I promised Dad. I'll leave first. Contact me by phone if anything happens. After saying that, Xia Shihan twisted her head and was about to leave. Where are you going? Of course it's back to school. Where else? Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. Today was the day when Jianghai University started. As the vice president of the school's student council, Xia Shihan had a lot of things on her hands. It just so happens that I'm going back to school as well. Why don't you give me a ride? Chao Ning said as he glanced at the pink masha on the side of the road. That way. Good ACA. Xia Shihan smiled faintly. Alas, sinning. Watching the pink horse whizzing away, Chao Ning sighed and turned around to ride his beloved motorcycle. He didn't know what sins he had committed in his previous life, but in this life, he had gotten himself into such an unreliable wife. On the day of the license, she left her legitimate husband on the road. What if someone else picked him up? Ding! The host is married. The system is automatically upgraded, and the mission is refreshed. Just as Chao Ning was about to leave, the underworld system that the ferryman was bound to suddenly refreshed the list of tasks. the ferryman could earn rewards based on the tasks on the system, but for more than a decade, all Chao Ning had ever earned was plutonium. There was no way to spend this stuff. Ugh, another day of being exploited by 007. Wait, this is... Chao Ning tapped on the system interface. However, he realized that the system had been upgraded at some point, and not only was the screen much clearer than before, but it was also much more functional. In the past, the interface only had the location of the guide and the payment. Now, not only was there a brief biography of the deceased, but there was also a community exchange platform on the homepage, as well as a user mall. Chao Ning clicked on the mission profile. No. 167. Li Jiahadong, Dawan District. Character Li Chen. Died year. Month. Hour. Life and death thin. Task. Receiving a guide to report to hell. Mission reward 1 million red gold coins. Chao Ning took a rough look at it. It belonged to the normal category. No evil things were involved. It belonged to a low-level task. Following that, he clicked on the system mall, which was filled with a wide array of goods that made his eyes glaze over. Communication column Apple 20 in Young dual-use model. Ultra-long standby. Charge for 1 second to talk for 365 days. Priced at 6 million red gold coins. Daily use column Hummer H2 priced at 20 million red gold coins. Rolls-Royce Phantom at 100 million red gold coins. Boutique luxury villa priced at 500 million red gold coins. In addition, such as Yin Yuan Dan, Long Yen Gun, Soul Regeneration Bag, Qian Koan Instrument. There should be everything. However, the prices were hundreds of times higher than the luxury cars and mansions. Wait, just as Chao Ning was desperately adding to the shopping cart, he suddenly realized that this would be embarrassing if he didn't have any money. So he hurriedly opened his personal homepage. Detailed personal information was immediately presented on the interface. Name, Chao Ning. Sex, male. Length of service, 14 years. Position Jiangning City Dawan District Ferryman. Low-level title. Personal account balance, 300 billion red gold coins. I have 300 billion red gold coins. And a villa is only 500 million? Wouldn't I be rich then? Ha ha ha. Chao Ning shouted in excitement. He didn't expect that he had worked hard for over 10 years, but he had unknowingly saved up such a large fortune. Chao Ning tried to submit his purchase intent in the Hummer column. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the payment. Happy to receive a Hummer H2. Sure enough, the very next second after the system tone had just appeared, a black Hummer came from not far away and stopped directly beside Chao Ning. A man in a suit came down from the car. Hello Mr. Chao, I'm Xiao Jia, the sales manager of the Hummer Jiangning 4S store. This is your favorite car that you ordered half a month ago. Now just sign your name on the pickup sheet and you can drive the car away. Let me see. Let me see. Chao Ning was a little confused. He took the bill of lading and looked at the purchase contract in passing. It clearly stated that half a month ago, Chao Ning had already ordered this car, and he paid in full on the spot. Good lord, this is really seamless. All the formalities were reasonable and legal. Chao Ning subconsciously opened his mouth wide. How did 007's good fortune come so quickly? Then Xia Shihan wouldn't come back on her knees to beg for a reunion? Chapter 2, Soul Detention. New Student Enrollment. Li's Alley, Great Bay District. When Chao Ning appeared at the entrance of the alley in his Hummer, Chao Ning's Hummer attracted a lot of attention. The Li family Hudong, like the Wangfujing Hudong, was a house in the old district of Jiangning City. Most of the people living here are old people. Most of the young people have moved away. Li Jia Hudong No. 167. The alleys in the old city center were relatively narrow, and vehicles couldn't drive in. Chao Ning had to get out of the car and look for them one by one. Luckily, he had been to this alley a few times before. It didn't take much effort to find the family. Before entering the door, Chao Ning first took a Yin Yuan Dan, which could temporarily conceal the yang qi on his body. It was also known as invisibility in the common sense. To his peers, it was no different from an out-of-body soul. Upon entering the door, there was a coffin in the hall, and inside lay the target of this time, Li Chen. As usual, Chao Ning walked up to the coffin and waved his hand. A virtual shadow was then peeled off from the flesh. Upon closer inspection, the shadow was Li Chen lying in the coffin. Only the Li Chen in the coffin had his eyes closed, while the Li Chen in front of him was alive. Li Chen, go on your way. Chao Ning took out the soul regeneration bag and directly inhaled the silhouette into it. This was the daily work of a ferryman. There was never any delay or tardiness. Just as he was about to leave, a girl in morning clothes under the hall kept staring at himself. That girl's fair melon face was delicate and small, with cherry lips and an agaric nose, and a pair of watery almond eyes could overflow with 3 charming points by slightly drawing a slightly curved eyeliner. Although it was not as stunning as Xia Shihan, it was also a small beauty that was extremely rare to encounter. Being suddenly looked at by a girl like this. At first, Chao Ning thought it was just a coincidence. However, when he left the door, he realized that the girl had actually been following him. Chao Ning revealed his vicious judge face, like a ferocious god in purgatory, the moment he jerked his head back. Ah! The girl was so frightened that she directly sat down on the ground. You can see me? Chao Ning walked forward to gaze at the girl. Only after determining that the other party was not possessed did she return to her original appearance. The girl nodded her head. The eyes were filled with fear. What are you following me for? Aren't you afraid that I'll take you away with me? Chao Ning chided. He had been a ferryman for so many years, and it was the first time he had encountered someone who could see the Ghostbusters. Afraid. The girl uttered a single word shakily, her eyes filled with endless fear. But I want to see my grandpa again. He's the one who brought me up from a young age. Your grandfather? Chao Ning frowned slightly. This wasn't just another self. It didn't matter if she saw him once. She could see him herself, so it didn't take much. Seeing one side isn't impossible. But you have to tell me what's going on with your yin and yang eyes first? Chao Ning said indifferently. When she had just been examined, Chao Ning had already seen that she was yin-yang eyes, able to see things that normal people couldn't see. I don't know. It's just that I had a serious illness when I was very young. Grandpa gave me a medicine, and after I got well I could see some unclean things. The girl said weakly. Medicine? Chao Ning thought about it. Normally mortals have yin and yang eyes. Either they are born with them or they are dense afterward. Just like the Xia person in the next city. That was given to him by Zhao Li. If a potion can change a person, then there is only the return to Yang Dan. It seems that if you want to solve the mystery, you still have to ask the person in question. Chao Ning opened the soul regeneration bag, and in the meantime, he placed a boundary in the alley to avoid the soul from being burned by the sunlight. Li Chen's soul immediately appeared in front of him. Grandpa! The girl excitedly tried to hug Li Chen, but she flopped. Wei, my good boy. Li Chen was so excited that he was about to cry. For so many years the grandparents and grandchildren had depended on each other. Where was it possible to say that they could part with each other? Grandpa, I can't let you go. Li Weiwei sobbed and looked at her aged grandfather, turning her eyes and crying like a tearful person. Silly child, Grandpa is old and can't take care of you anymore. You must be good after younger and the others. Grandpa, Li Weiwei cried more and more sadly, and soon everyone in the small courtyard followed and ran out. Only what they saw was only Li Weiwei crying alone in the alley, but they couldn't see Chao Ning or Li Chen. Weiwei, why are you here? The one who spoke was Li Weiwei's father Li Yong. He worked with Li Weiwei's mother in Magic City all year round and rarely came back once. Dad, Grandpa is leaving. When Li Weiwei said this, Li Yong followed suit and sobbed. Puff. Li Yong directly knelt on the ground. He knew that Li Weiwei could see ghosts, so he didn't doubt it. Dad, it's me who's sorry for making you suffer for so many years. When Chao Ning saw this scene, he really didn't know if he was right to release Li Chen. Alright, it's almost time. Li Chen, you should be on your way. The sound of Brahma echoed, as vast as the heavens. After saying that, Chao Ning directly reclaimed Li Chen back into the soul regeneration bag. Li Weiwei looked at Chao Ning dumbfounded. That Chu Chu's appearance really made people a little heartbroken. However, this was the cycle of the heavenly Tao, and no one could change it. After sending Li Chen's soul, when Chao Ning returned to Jianghai University, it was already afternoon. The school was still full of people, and there were students carrying large bags everywhere. All of them were wearing ultra-short skirts, hot shorts, and some of them had the guts to directly wrap a piece of cloth tightly around their breasts and wear black stockings to show off. The moment the black Hummer appeared, everyone's eyes were attracted at this moment. Again, it seemed like they were not surprised. Look, there's another rich son of a in our school. That's not true. I think 80% of them are here for Xia Shihan as well. That's true. Look at our school's flower standing there. It's more effective than the enrollment brochures, and the number of likes in Douyin has broken 1 million. But then again, Xia Shihan has rejected no less than 1,000 or 800 guys, right? So many people. Surprisingly, there's not a single one that she can look at. Otherwise, how can it be called a high and cold school flower? If I can chase after her, I would like to live 20 years less. You've only gotten so far. I can live the rest of my life as if it were half a day. Look, the one who just got off the car is also going after our Xia University school beauty. A few onlookers looked over in the direction of the bystanders' fingers. Sure enough, Chao Ning, who had just gotten out of the car, was directly heading towards Xia Shihan's tent. This further confirmed the guesses of the crowd. Why is this stupid girl here too? When Chao Ning saw Xia Shihan, the corners of her mouth were slightly skewed, but she was a bit unhappy, throwing away her husband on the first day of their wedding. I'm afraid she's the only one in the world who can do that. Today is the day for new students to report to school. Most of the members of the student council hadn't returned to school yet, and there was a shortage of volunteers on site. Therefore, as the vice president of the student council, Xia Shihan rightfully took the role of the big head soldier. What a coincidence! The archaeology department that Chao Ning was going to enroll in was where Xia Shihan was helping out. A white and flawless casual shirt, with azure-colored tight jeans, plump and full figure, curves tempting, willow leaf eyebrows, melon face, skin like cream, bright eyes and white teeth, the high ponytail that was bundled up, dynamic and through a few points of elegance and innocence. Xia Shihan had also noticed Chao Ning a long time ago, but she had always treated him as if she hadn't seen him. Who knew that he would take the initiative to walk up to him and sit down? This student, we are in the archaeology department here, and the tent next to us is the finance and computer department. Chapter 3 The man of the moment, school flower Xia Shihan. Without waiting for Xia Shihan to open her mouth, Su Lan, the head of the outreach department beside him, opened her mouth first. The archaeology department was a cold major at Jianghai University, and not many people applied for it every year. But today, because of Xia Shihan, there were already quite a few people pretending to be coming over to report. In reality, it was to strike up a conversation with her. Su Lan saw that Chao Ning was dressed quite formally, a white shirt with a black suit, and didn't look like he was here to report in any way. It was only natural to label him as a pickup artist. I'm not from the finance department. I'm applying for the Toon rating. Shucks, archaeology major, Chao Ning explained. Su Lan was a bit surprised when she heard this. Chao Ning didn't seem like a person who couldn't think straight. What's the point of enrolling in the archaeology program? Inherit the ancestral craft? Su Lan was a bit embarrassed. Cough cough cough. What? Classmate, please show me your acceptance letter. Here, it's in her bag. Chao Ning bristled and looked at Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan froze along with her. When she went to register her marriage, Chao Ning seemed to have shoved something into her bag. At the time, she was angry and didn't look. Xia Shihan turned sideways and flipped through her shoulder bag. Sure enough, the acceptance letter with the arch printed on it was lying in her bag. Su Lan's eyes went straight. Her intuition told her that the relationship between these two people must be extraordinary. Shihan, you guys, this is? Su Lan was surprised. Xia Shihan didn't pay any attention and just picked up a form to fill it out. Freshman reporting. You need to pay a deposit of $50 for the dormitory key, and you can get a refund with the key after graduation. Xia Shihan said indifferently. I don't have cash. Weixin and Zifubo are fine. The cell phone is out of battery. Xia Shihan was completely speechless. After she blankly glanced at Chao Ning, she huffed and pulled out $50 bills from her money clip. Deposit received. Building is 644. There's nothing to do, so you can go back to your dormitory first. There will be a notice for the freshman rally in the evening. After saying that, Xia Shihan directly handed a key to Chao Ning. This scene didn't just freeze Su Lan in her tracks. Even the boys beside her who had been snooping around looked equally bewildered. This is definitely a relative of Xia Shihan and her family. That's right, I think so too. I don't believe that Xia Shihan can fall for this kid. What's the point? It's just sadness? Our family Shihan is so beautiful. Even the action of pulling out money is so charming. Shihan, I love you. Dormitory 644. 3 of the 4 people in the dormitory had already arrived. One of them, a large man with a small flat head, was holding 2 portable dumbbells in his hands, embroidering his muscles over and over again. At first glance, he was the type that was more resistant to beatings. The other 2 were much thinner. One looked civilized, holding a flat plate in his hand over and over again in the spitting novel's persona. There was also one wearing a full Audi King, with a pair of the latest Nike on his feet, moving to pontificate about the superiority of the people of the capital. It's already afternoon. How come there's still a brother in our dormitory who hasn't come? The big man from earlier said in a depressed manner. What's the hurry? I see that there are still a few people in the next dormitory who haven't come. The small man reading the novel said without lifting his head. Where are the brothers? Why do you want to come up to our school? The big man somewhat excitedly pulled the other 2 to nag. That goes without saying. Of course it's to find the child's mother to come. Otherwise who would have nothing to do to fill out the archaeology major? The small man from the capital said in high spirits. You guys don't know. Ever since I saw Xia Shihan in Douyin a year ago, I swore that I would definitely take the exam to Jianghai University. This is not it. I have chosen several cold majors of the school, for fear of being left behind. So you're from the capital. I'm a local from Jiangning. Coincidentally, I also came here because I saw Xia Shihan's Douyin, the big man said excitedly. Such a coincidence. I also came for Xia Shihan. The book-reading little lord looked up and said, last year, there was a short promotional video of a school organizing a cultural performance on top of Douyin. It just so happened that the one wearing a Chinese dress and playing the guzheng on it was Xia Shihan. Overnight, this Douyin short video was reproduced tens of thousands of times. The number of likes for a single video broke 1 million. As a result, everyone knew that Jianghai University's school flower was named Xia Shihan. All the major mainstream media had reproduced it. Even the computer screen was plastered with Xia Shihan's dynamic wallpaper by wickedly funny netizens. As the news spread, suitors came from far and wide. In the circle of friends, the words to find Xia Shihan at Jianghai University were everywhere. The most interesting thing is, regardless of whether it's a scum school bully, rich and handsome, official second generation, anyone who pursues Xia Shihan, without exception, they were all rejected by her. As always, Xia Shihan remained single. Her image as an ice-cold goddess was thus established. For a while, Jianghai University became the holy land that all male compatriots aspire to. As a result, Jianghai University did not have the time to send an enrollment team the next year. The students and parents who called to consult had already blown up the phone of the admissions office. And all of this was because of Xia Shihan. ********. Brothers, our school posting bar has blown up. You guys quickly look at Reading little Langju Lu Hao was busy greeting the other two over. Being stumped by this, the big man Zhao Hai was the first to come over. Even the capitalist Sun Liang, who was looking in the mirror on the side, was dragged over. The two looked at the bucket-sized headline written on the tablet in Lu Hao's hand. Surprise! School flower encounters mysterious male leader. The truth behind it is shocking. This was a post from the Jianghai University campus posting bar. In addition to the title, there were also quite a few photos taken secretly from various angles. In just 10 minutes of work, the number of messages had already exceeded 100. And looking at the trend, it was still growing. The old king who loves to eat melon, according to informed sources. This freshman's acceptance letter is actually in the school flowers carry-on backpack. Top. Hoi just love to play wild. You, this counts. What the news? I just received accurate information. The school flower not only for this newborn advance deposit, and according to their own words, each other do not know each other. Top. Asterisk. What's this? How can they not know each other? They all searched the acceptance letter from their bags. Zhao Hai was depressed again. Something's not right. There's definitely something going on here, Lu Hao said indignantly. If you ask me, maybe the two of them took the wrong bag? Sun Liang comforted. As soon as the words fell, the other two people brushed over Sun Liang in unison and threw a contemptuous look at him. The look seemed to be saying, "Are you treating the two of us as cuties?" However, while a few people guessed at each other, they also didn't forget to savor the sneak peek of Xia Shihan's photo on the post. In the end, it was Jiang Da's little dragon girl, and her looks were just beautiful. The three people were like opening a box of words, over and over again emptying their hearts of vocabulary to praise Xia Shihan. The photo was released by the boss, and the three people were like discovering a new continent, from various angles to sing praises. Praise! Just then, after a few knocks on the door, Ning walked into the dormitory, carrying the bedding issued by the school. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately warmly walked over to greet him. Bro, you're finally here. Our dormitory is finally full. Ha, brother, have we met somewhere before? Why do I look so familiar with you? Chapter 4, Worship from the Roommate. You. Aren't you the boy who had a relationship with Xia Shihan in the posting? Zhao Hai opened his mouth wide. Asterisk. This is damn too bloody. Xia Shihan's rumored boyfriend is actually my roommate. It's even more outrageous than the novels written by the pouncing authors. Lu Hao was at a loss. Let me see. Can't be. This is not as handsome as me. There is no reason why Xia Shihan looks at him and can't look at me. Sun Liang's sentence directly chatted the sky to death. Only after feeling the grudging eyes from Lu Hao and Zhao Hai did Sun Liang collect himself. Gossip boyfriend? What are you guys talking about? Ning was dumbfounded. He walked to bed number 3 to unload the bedding on his own. Up until this point, the three of them were still gazing at him like he was a bull. Bro, look, you're all over the headlines. Zhao Hai excitedly held over the tablet. On the headlines? Could it be that my identity as a ferryman has been exposed? It can't be. I've obviously hidden it very well. Ning probed his head in bewilderment. This is it? So it's been secretly photographed. Ning was relieved. Not to mention, it's a pretty good shot. Brother, do you know the school beauty? How come you're so close to the schoolgirl so soon after the start of the school year? Is there a secret to it? Why don't you teach us a lesson? Zhao Hai smiled and got close. Those who didn't know would have thought that he was Ning's new little brother. Right. We also want to know. Hearing this, the other two also became interested. They came forward one after another and perked up their ears. School flower? What school flower? It's my first day at school. Where do I know any school flowers? Ning looked at a few people's contemptuous eyes as an afterthought. Oh, you guys are talking about Xia Shihan, right? Zhao Hai nodded. Of course. Among the several schoolgirls of Jianghai University, she's the most beautiful. That's my goddess. Speaking of Xia Shihan, Zhao Hai's mouth was like it was hanging open, gushing. He couldn't wait to praise her to the sky. Ning understood in his heart. No wonder when they first met, the few of them all looked as if they had met their love rivals. It turned out that the problem was here. You guys really want to know? The three nodded in unison. Boss. Don't sell me short. My heart is scratching like a cat's claw. Ning let out a bitter smile. It's not impossible to tell you guys, but you have to promise not to spread it out. Don't worry. I'm the most trustworthy person. If I say I won't tell anyone, I won't tell anyone. Jianghai patted his chest and guaranteed. That's right. I also promise not to tell anyone else. Me too. After the three of them made their stance, they immediately eagerly put up their ears and rooted over. That look was even more excited than checking their college entrance exam results. Ning smiled faintly. He also didn't expect that Xia Shihan would be so popular in school. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for him. Hopefully, the green won't be too hard on him. Alright then, I'll only talk to you three. Ning deliberately lowered his voice, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Actually, Xia Shihan is my wife. Jianghai, Lu Hao, Sun Liang. The three brothers looked at me and I looked at you, thinking who is this treating as a cutie? And, after freezing for a long while, the three of them dispersed in unison. Brother, this move of yours is outdated. If you said that the two of you have a doll's marriage, maybe we could still believe it. You're blowing it out of proportion. Jianghai sighed. He was the only one who could blow it at home on weekdays. He didn't expect to just start school. I didn't expect to meet someone who could boast even more than myself. Ning shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, I told the truth, so I can't help it if you guys don't believe me. Ta-da! Just as Ning turned around and was about to pack his things, a small red notebook fell out of his pocket. At first glance it looked a bit familiar. Jianghai was quick to pick up the red book and stared at it with his eyes dropping out. I'm going, brother, you're bloodthirsty. You forged a marriage license? When Lu Hao and Sun Liang heard this, they immediately became interested. The two touched the texture. They also identified whether there were any anti-counterfeiting markings. After tossing and turning for half a day, they finally came to a conclusion. The texture is good. The steel fork is also realistically made. If it wasn't for the fact that the two people in the photo have bitter faces, I would have almost believed it. No, brother, where did you PS this photo from? Turn around and share the contact information with us. Mainly because I have a friend who also wants one. No problem. I'll customize one for each of you. It's definitely fake. Ning drew back the marriage license and smiled bitterly. Encountering these three honest iron beaners, he had no choice. No one would believe them when they spoke the truth. But when they blew up, they could be fooled. The other side of the girls' dormitory. After Xia Shihan returned to the dormitory, she was immediately surrounded by her three roommates carrying small stools. The melon seeds in her hands suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Shihan, quickly tell us, what is your relationship with that handsome guy? How far have you two progressed? Have you gone to the hotel yet? The one who spoke was bed number 1, Zhao Mena. She was a local of Jiangning City, 1.75 meters, not bad looking, liked to wear JK the most, and had a class of boyfriends she had talked about in her freshman year. Xia Shihan looked at Su Lan beside her with a sly grudge. Humph, stinky Lan Lan, is it you who told them? I didn't say anything. Su Lan immediately hurriedly explained. I assure Han, just your little things still need others. Su Lan to say you look at the school posting bar, those boys are noisy. Zhao Mena said, post it? Is this another scandal? Xia Shihan slowed down. She immediately pulled out her cell phone and opened the school posting bar. Sure enough, it was filled with pictures of her and Ning being secretly photographed. The eye-catching captions were even more thunderous. Shocked. Schoolgirl alone with a mysterious man, suspected to be a rumored boyfriend. Big revelation. Big breaking news. According to informed sources, the schoolgirl is pregnant. The schoolgirl was tragically cheated on, and her boyfriend sought his wife for thousands of miles to get back together. A post that was topped occupied half of the homepage, and the messages on it were almost bursting at the seams. What's all this? There's simply too much. Xia Shihan casually clicked on a post, which was basically filled with boys spouting off and venting their dissatisfaction. Shihan's #1 fan. Oh my god, is the world unable to give you warmth anymore? Is my goddess just going to feed the pigs? Flower whined brothers shaking people. Human flesh out this grandson. Just he is also worthy of my goddess? Next door to the old green at Flower Wine. Look at the tent location. Should be the archaeology department of the freshmen. Jiangda first handsome, too damn angry. I for sure Han's sister even Qingbei did not go. I did not expect to still be one in the starting line. Single row of gods at Zhongbei first handsome. Who said not? I also gave up the Yale olive branch to come. This guy looks so ugly. Where is worthy of Han's sister? Seeing this comment, Xia Shihan said she also agreed with it, so she casually clicked a like, looking at a few other comments. But whenever she came across a comment that scolded Ning for not being worthy of herself, Xia Shihan couldn't help but click a like. But after continuously brushing through several posts, she found a strange person. As long as there was a post where someone was yelling at Chao Ning for being ugly, there would always be a netizen named so handsome that he was chopped up at the bottom, retorting below. Chapter 5, The School Flower Who Was Pissed Off. The more Xia Shihan reads, the angrier she gets. See the end. That person even dared to spit on himself. Now how can she endure? Immediately moved her little finger to reply under the comments. No. Xia Shihan finished typing a large pile of words and instantly felt much happier, although she used to peek at the screen a lot before. The times when she came out with watery posts were almost non-existent. If it wasn't for this netizen belittling herself so much, she wouldn't have been in a hurry to come out and retort. Once she thought that she had actually received a license with Big Dog Bear, her heart felt aggrieved. Just when Xia Shihan felt she could breathe a sigh of relief. Under the message bar, there were several unread messages. I clicked on it and took a look. Good guy. Even the other party's message was returned in seconds. Handsome to be chopped that today also want to be beautiful, long have not long eyes. So handsome you did not see it. Even dare to denigrate my god. Angry dead me. Even if you talk about the big day today, that is the male lead is the most handsome. The first handsome in the whole universe. Xia Shihan just can't match the male lead. Oh my god. You are playing with fire. Xia Shihan's anger, which had hardly calmed down, was ignited all of a sudden again. Today must also be beautiful, and handsome to the point of being cut down. The male lead is a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He just doesn't deserve it, and he won't be able to deserve it for another 10,000 years. Handsome to the point of being chopped. Xia Shihan's pretty face is a big deal. She's still not a spinster. As soon as this sentence was sent out, all the people in the secret water group all came out like a pot exploding. The number of likes surprisingly broke 300 within a minute. Flower wine at handsome enough to be chopped up. Brother, although your words are a bit hard to hear, but I like this sentence. I must give it a like. The netizen world's bearer at handsome to be cut. You say this I can't even refute. Praise a. The old king next door at handsome to the point of being cut down. Although the male lead is really ugly, but I like your sentence. Must support it. Dragon King returns at I read half a day. You can't be the male lead, right? I'm not sure if you're the main guy, but I'm sure you're the main guy. Chow Thieves rest away at Dragon King returns. I also think that this man is the male lead. No problem. Hoi at Dragon King returns. Agree. Demesha at handsome enough to be chopped. Requesting a photo. The chorus in the comment section about so handsome that he was chopped being Chao Ning was getting higher and higher, and even had a hidden tendency to overshadow Xia Shihan. In just a moment's time, the number of likes for his comment had already exceeded 1,000, and there was still a growing trend. In the end, handsome to the point of being chopped was forced to send a comment due to pressure. Handsome to the point of being cut, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely not that handsome to the point of being slagged off male lead. The male lead is a jade-like, suave. People love him, flowers bloom. How could I possibly be him? I'm just an obscure little fan of his. Now, the clamor about the so handsome that he was chopped up netizen being the male lead got even higher, and everyone was saying that he was Chao Ning, and Xia Shihan in front of the screen watched as the number of likes on Chao Ning's comments denigrating himself climbed step by step. In the end, it was even directly topped by the administrators. She was so angry that her entire body was about to collapse. Damn it, Chao Ning, it's all because of you. On the other side, Chao Ning, looking at the post that he had stirred into a mess, he almost laughed out a pig squeal. Old Chao, that's so handsome that he was chopped they're talking about. It can't really be you. Jianghai looked woodenly at Chao Ning who was laughing so hard that he was almost cramping up. He'd been watering down the posts, too. When he saw that so many people were saying that Chao Ning was that netizen, he also followed the suspicion. Now looking at Chao Ning's beaten up look again, needless to say, stone hammer, I'll go. Old Chao, is it really good for you to praise yourself like that? Lu Hao couldn't stop laughing. This person praising himself is really shameless. Who says it's not? I've never really seen anyone praising themselves so playfully. Old Chao, I won't even hold up the wall. I'll serve you. Sun Liang laughed awkwardly. LOL. Chao Ning himself laughed too much. I'm innocent too. Just then, Chao Ning's phone rang. Hold on. I'll take a call first. Chao Ning had just picked up the phone and heard the other party's overwhelming roar of rage that it almost didn't rupture his eardrums. After listening for a while, Chao Ning heard it. The opposite party was his legal wife, Xia Shihan. She seemed to be very angry. Chao Ning, you bastard. You're shameless. Chao Ning didn't bother and directly hung up the phone. Right now, he was in a great mood. He didn't want to let anyone disturb his good mood. Turning his eyes to look at the posting bar, the clamor has become unbearable. The call for Chao Ning's photo has only risen. Xiao Ning did not bother. Then look at the personal homepage column. There are dozens of friend applications. Xiao Ning clicked to see. Basically are male. Of course, there are also a very small number of girls. Among them was the netizen named Be Beautiful Today. Xiao Ning thought about it and only passed her friend request. Before he could react, the other party actually crackled with a tirade of abuse. Xiao Ning was also speechless when he saw such a brainless fan, and directly did the deletion process. On the other hand, Xia Shihan, it's hard to finish typing a pile of words and send it over, surprisingly was rejected. The guy was so angry that her plump breasts were undulating. Stubborn little mouth, pouting high. Sure, Han, you calm down. The crowd of roommates looked dumbfounded. After a year in the same dormitory, I've never seen Xia Shihan so angry. If her suitors saw this, they would probably quarrel again. Xia Shihan calmed down for a while, so she changed her tone of voice to send a friend request, from serious to humble. After sending 4 or 5 in a row, the other party unexpectedly did not answer. Xia Shihan was so angry that she almost ran to the boys' dormitory to find Xiao Ning to settle the score. In fact, Xia Shihan also saw that the other party was Xiao Ning a long time ago, plus she had just called and heard the other party's piggish grunts. It's even more certain. Chapter 6, Not a Licensed Husband. It was close to 6 o'clock. Xiao Ning and his 3 roommates went out for dinner. The scenery in college is different. Compared to the girls in high school wearing lazy uniforms, the scenery now is much more eye-catching. Along the way, there were girls wearing short skirts and long legs everywhere. Of course, there are also a lot of schoolgirls wearing light makeup and big waves, a pair of long legs with black stockings. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance. The quality of the stockings was definitely not good, although the eyes were full of childish looks, but it's really eye-catching. No wonder in high school, the class teacher repeatedly emphasized, even if it's an ordinary undergraduate program, you should go for it. It turns out to be really different. Now that I think about it, the class teacher's words were really right. Old Zhao, pay attention to your image. Your harumph is coming out. Lu Hao patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and reminded him, you don't talk about me either. You're no better. You're walking out onto the lawn. Now you know that girls are much better looking than novels. Zhao Hai said indignantly. I say, can you guys be a little outgoing? In the eyes of our capital city people, then there is no girl that you can't pick up and horse that you can't ride. Sun Liang leisurely said, is that horse of yours decent? Zhao Hai came to be interested. Look at you. Thinking crookedly, isn't it? I'm talking about a proper grassland Hummer. You think everyone is like you. Hey, but speaking of horses, I seem to have just seen a Hummer parked under our dormitory building. I saw it too, and there are a lot of beautiful women taking selfies there. Lu Hao echoed. It's not just a car. Why make such a fuss about it? When I graduate I'll get one to drive too. Zhao Hai said with his chin held high. Old Zhao, do you know how much that car costs? You say it so lightly? Sun Liang raised a finger in contempt. Over $1 million. What? More than $1 million for that broken car? How much rice would it take to replace this one car? Zhao Hai subconsciously opened his mouth wide. He was an authentic rural child who grew up dealing with tractors. Where did he recognize this level of luxury car? Not to mention seeing it, he hadn't even heard of it. I'll go. Is there such a powerful person in our school? If you drive a Hummer to school, your family might have a mine, right? Sun Liang shook his head. Not necessarily. In case someone deliberately drove it to show off, maybe we go back to the car is not there. This kind of car has to be maintained. What do you say? Lao Chao. Xiao Ning was tempted to say that the cheapest thing in the system mall was a Hummer. Driving a Rolls Royce out for fear of giving you guys a fright. It's nothing rare. When one of you organizes one in the future, the 4 of us will drive out together. It's absolutely racy. Right. At that time those schoolgirls, wouldn't they still take the initiative to throw themselves at us? Zhao Hai chased after him. On the other side, Xia Shihan was depressed for a long time, and it took Su Lan's persuasive words to persuade her to go to the cafeteria to eat together. Okay Han, people are iron and food is steel. We don't need to be angry with those smelly boys. It's not just a rumored boyfriend. What's the big deal? It's not a licensed husband. It's okay not to say this. After saying this, Xia Shihan's little heart crunched a few more points. That person is really her husband. The licensed kind. Shihan, look, there's a Hummer over there. Su Lan's eyes were sharp. At a glance, she saw $1 million luxury car parked downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Shihan, this car is comparable to your pink horse. It's not coming at you again, right? Su Lan smiled and joked. There were too many rich second-generation people who drove luxury cars to confess their love to Xia Shihan. Su Lan had also gotten used to seeing them a long time ago. However, the one who drove $1 million level luxury car was the first one. Humph, it's just a Hummer. What's so great about it? I still don't see it. Others didn't know, but Xia Shihan did. When Xiao Ning came to report for duty, he drove this car. Humph, big liar paper. Still said let me piggyback him. Turns out he has his own car. Men really don't have a good thing. Xia Shihan muttered in a small voice. Shihan, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything. I'm saying that I'm hungry. Let's hurry to the cafeteria to dry rice, or else it'll all be eaten up by the stinky schoolmates. Xia Shihan smiled and pulled Su Lan in the direction of the cafeteria. Cafeteria. Chao Ning went to line up to recharge his meal card first, and when they arrived at the cafeteria, it was already filled with people. In addition to a few snack windows, other places are basically overcrowded. Lu Hao and Sun Liang weren't used to eating rice and went to line up for steamed buns together. Zhao Hai liked to eat stir-fried vegetables, so he chose to line up for vegetables. Chao Ning wasn't too particular about what he ate, but the line was too long, he was too lazy to queue up again, so he chose a window that sold spicy hot pot. Hello, I'll take that one with lots of vegetables. How much? Chao Ning said as he pointed to an already loaded plate. Drip. After swiping the card, it showed that there were still $160 of meal money left. The meal card was $30 and could be refunded when it was time to graduate. This spicy hot pot was mostly vegetables, but there were also quite a few meatballs and such. $10 was a good deal. Chao Ning put away his meal card with satisfaction. The first meal in college, although it was a bit shabby, but the food was not bad at all. While he was waiting for his meal to come out, two figures hurriedly ran over, immediately squeezing Chao Ning to the side. Master, I want crispy bone sausage, and that squid, some diced chicken too. Lettuce. At first glance, Chao Ning's back of the person in front of him seemed a bit familiar. Upon closer inspection, who else would it be if not Xia Shihan? Xia Shihan wore a halter floral long skirt, just over the knee, exposing the slender calves white and smooth. Even a little bit of flab is not there, like a waterfall of hair directly draped over the shoulders. When approaching, there is a wisp of faint body odor, skin like curdled fat, bright eyes and white teeth. Look at the heart of the people. Compared to the sexy shirt she wore during registration, the current her could be called immortal. It was no wonder that after she came, the business at the window was obviously much better. There were quite a few boys surrounding the neighborhood one after another. Xia Shihan also noticed at this time that the person standing beside her was actually Chao Ning. However, she merely rolled her eyes and didn't mean to bother with him. She pulled her good roommate Su Lan to choose a number of dishes. Waiting for the selling ant to enter the numbers on the machine, Xia Shihan only then reacted. She had unexpectedly forgotten to bring her meal card. Lan, did you bring your meal card? My cell phone and meal card are in my bag. I forgot to bring it. Su Lan laughed. You little sloppy. See, it's fortunate that there's me. Right, otherwise you'd be embarrassed. Yeah, I just changed my clothes. I forgot to bring them too. Chapter 7 Schoolgirls' Revenge Tactics. Glasses girl Su Lan touched her jeans pockets and felt empty at once. When she came, her focus was on Xia Shihan, and she actually forgot that she had changed her clothes. Then what to do? Or else I'll go back and get it now? Xia Shihan anxiously said. School sister, why don't you still swipe mine? School sister, swipe mine. I also have. The surrounding crowd of boys heard the conversation between the two and volunteered. This left the always strong Xia Shihan at a loss for words. She looked at the enthusiastic classmates around her and was at a loss as to what to do. At this time, she noticed that Chao Ning, who was standing behind the people, was actually watching the fun, with no intention of saving the day. This made her furious, only to see her huffing and puffing as she walked over to Chao Ning, flattened her mouth, and stretched out her hand. Meal card. Chao Ning froze. Instead, he honestly pulled out his meal card and handed it to her. This scene similarly confused the boys present. However, there were some who were sharp-eyed and recognized Chao Ning at a glance. Holy, isn't this the school beauty's rumored boyfriend? That's true. So the two of them are together? No way. Is my goddess just going to be arched by a pig? No. If they are together, they shouldn't have this attitude just now. Is it possible that they broke up again? Just when a crowd of people were secretly speculating about it, Xia Shihan had already finished swiping her card and went back to the window selling milk tea to dawdle for a long time. When she came back again, there were already 3 more milk teas in her hands. When she returned her meal card to Chao Ning, she handed over a cup of milk tea on the way. Don't say I'm bullying you. Here, I'll treat you to milk tea, Xia Shihan said with a smile. You treat me to milk tea? It seems like it's still my card that was swiped, right? Chao Ning spat in his heart. Could this be the legendary, you treat me? I'll pay? Then I thank you. Chao Ning awkwardly took it. By the time he found a seat, the others had returned. I'll go. Old Chao, what's your situation there? We're just having a meal. How did you hook up with the schoolgirl again? Zhao Hai was living like a curious baby. He had just watched that scene for real. That's right. I just saw that the schoolgirl took the initiative to greet you and bought you milk tea. Geez, what the hell happened? Lu Hao also followed and asked. Chao Ning let out a bitter smile and followed by slapping his meal card on the table. Here, swiped my card. I'll go. It's okay. Old Chow, you're sharing a meal card with the schoolgirl so soon? You still dare to say that you don't have a relationship with the schoolgirl? Jianghai smothered a mouthful of rice. At this moment it seems like the rice has become tasteless. Look, the school beauty is looking at me. Hey, she's even smiling at me. Hearing Sun Liang say this, several other people looked up. Sure enough, Xia Shihan was not far away staring this way. Jianghai patted Sun Liang's shoulder. Wake up, brother. Cootie, you can all see that the school beauty is looking at old Chow. Thinking about beautiful things all day long is nothing. That's right. Have you ever heard of the school beauty being so close to any boy? Only old Chow. Lu Hao followed and echoed. He. I'm just looking for a sense of fulfillment. I didn't say that the school beauty must be looking at me. Sun Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Jianghai and Lu Hao rolled their eyes and followed by lowering their heads and eating to themselves. Xia Shihan's unusual behavior had attracted Chao Ning's attention. Not far away, Xia Shihan and Su Lan had been talking and laughing, and their eyes were still glancing this way from time to time. Intuition told him that it was not good. Chao Ning sighed and took a sip of milk tea in his hand. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse to have such a wife. Put. Asterisk. Why is this milk tea so sweet? Is this killing the sugar seller? Chao Ning didn't hold back a mouthful and directly sprayed it out. He raised his head and then looked at Xia Shihan, who was not far away. The latter was laughing so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back. Good lord, so the school beauty has been looking this way, just waiting for now. Jianghai sucked in a breath of cool air. If he hadn't ducked fast enough just now, he would definitely have to suffer along with her. I say, old Chow, did you offend the school beauty? Lu Hao was also startled. How big of a grudge does this have to be? It couldn't be that you're stealing food behind the back of the schoolgirl and she knows about it, right? Sun Liang laughed and joked. If I say I didn't do anything, do you guys believe me? Chao Ning laughed bitterly. The three people shook their heads in unison. Don't believe it. The first day of class meetings for new students were mostly extremely boring. Chao Ning's homeroom teacher was an old professor in his 50s. He was said to have worked in the province before. He has a lot of experience in archaeology. After arriving at the classroom designated by the class group, it was just as expected. There were 28 people in the class, all boys without exception. Jianghai and the three of them were lying on the table breathlessly. When they passed by the entrance of the finance department's classroom just now, they realized that the classroom was full of girls. There were only a handful of boys. Looking at their own class, it was simply the difference between heaven and hell. It's boring. I should have listened to my dad and enrolled in the next teacher training university. Originally I was aiming for the school flower. Who knew I was one at the starting line? And now I'm staying in this monk's temple. When will I be able to fulfill our old Zhao family's heavy responsibility of inheriting the flame? Not to mention you. I also regret it. Alas. Lu Hao sighed after him. What do you say about our class? How come there isn't even a girl in it? It's so boring. Even Sun Liang was so depressed that he was doubting life. Looking at Chao Ning again, Bai Gongbi was sitting there listening to the old professor, completely as if nothing was wrong. Old Chow, why are you acting like nothing? Don't you think that this monk temple of ours is too lonely? Sun Liang said in a listless voice, followed by Zhao Hai bouncing his head. You're silly. Other people. Lao Chow has a schoolgirl to pat him out. Can he be the same as us? Sun Liang rolled his eyes. It's not a done deal. It might be on someone's account book. In Sun Liang's opinion, as long as there is no license, everything is possible. Chao Ning didn't give a damn about his roommate's inability to spit. He was a family man after all. Could he be the same as these single dogs? Right now, he was busy picking out his spirit hunting equipment. Should I pick the Dragon Flame Gun or the Soul Breaker? The Dragon Flame Gun is priced at 50 billion red gold coins. The Soul Breaker sword is priced at 10 billion red gold coins. The two together will cost 60 billion. This is too expensive. With so much money, wouldn't it smell good to use it all to buy a villa? Chapter 8 Red-Clothed Sister in Area B. Just as Chao Ning was secretly grieving, an alert box suddenly popped up on the system interface. Ding! System tip, Article 262 of Volume 6 of the Underworld Civil Servant Operations Manual states that a ferryman can only own one residence and one automobile within their purview. What? System, you didn't say that earlier. If you had said it earlier, I would have just bought the Rolls-Royce Limited Edition. System, the ferryman can participate in the end-of-the-year PR exam. Qualified civil servants can get promotion opportunities. Please continue to work hard for the host. Exam? There is also this operation? Chao Ning really had lived a long time. He had been a ferryman for so many years, and it was still the first time he had heard that civil servants in hell had to take a public relations exam. But since the system had said so, he could also try it out then. in case he passes the exam. It would be a life of an office, a newspaper, and a cup of tea. In the end, Chao Ning clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, directly buying both the Dragon Flame Gun and the Soul Breaker. With these two things, with his current strength, dealing with the Ghost King below the minions is not easy. In the end, he spent another 180 billion or so to purchase the Body Tempering Pill, as well as the Soul Gathering Pill. These two items were very beneficial to Ferrymen, and could boost their strength in a short period of time. Chao Ning's current strength was that of the most inferior Ghost Ferryman. If he could completely absorb the 1,000 Body Tempering Pills, and the 300 Soul Gathering Pills that he had just acquired, he would be able to break through at least one rank, reaching the level of Ghost Official. Inside classroom A0322, the old professor was busy preaching about military training, and Chao Ning wasn't idle either. He directly refined all 300 pills and continuously absorbed them, and the system beeps in his ears did not stop. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 6th rank of Ghost Differential. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th rank of Ghost Differential. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 1st rank of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 5th rank of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 7th rank of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th rank of Ghost Official. Half an hour later, Chao Ning had successfully refined and absorbed all 300-odd pills. Surprisingly, his strength level had risen to the 9th rank of Ghost Official without him even realizing it. He was one step away from being a judge. After ascending to Ghost Official, Chao Ning clearly felt a lot of relief in his body. The most crucial thing was that having risen to the rank of Ghost Official allowed him to recruit his own ghost detachment. There was absolutely no need to toil yourself to fetch the undead every time. Ding! System mission refreshed. Mission details: go to the 3 teaching buildings in Area B of Jianghai University and extradite the undead. Danger level: General. Mission reward: 100 million red gold coins. Chao Ning had just finished upgrading when he received the notification that the system had refreshed the mission. However, compared to the ordinary quests that he had encountered before, the general level of the quest he received at the moment was still rare. Chao Ning had been working as a ferryman for over 10 years. The only time he had received a general level mission was when he was 16 years old. At that time, he was asked to guide an evil spirit that had already completed its advancement. He almost didn't die in the line of duty on that mission. It was only because the old man appeared in time that the crisis was resolved. The undead in the underworld are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. At the lowest level, they are just ordinary undead. Because of the influence of the grievances in life, it is very likely that they will evolve into the 5 levels of grieving spirit: Li spirit, evil spirit, fierce spirit, and ghost king. And this time, the quest hint, it showed a late-stage Li spirit undead. The grudge was very huge and had been wandering around the region for a long time. If it wasn't for Chao Ning's sudden advancement, the system wouldn't have been able to perceive her existence at all. Area B, Building 3? Chao Ning had just enrolled in school and had no idea where the Area B school building was. But there was one greedy person who definitely knew. Fatty, do you know the 3rd building in Area B? Chao Ning patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder and asked. ********. Old Chao, can you not always call me Fatty? I'm muscular. Muscular, alright. Zhao Hai tried his best to show off his biceps, but he still couldn't hide the fat flowing across his abdomen. Fine. Muscle, then do you know where Area B is? Chao Ning nodded caterwaulingly. Of course I know that Area B is in law. When I was there for Xia Shihan, I had researched Jiangdu City thoroughly, but if you want to go to that place, I advise you not to go. Zhao Hai spoke about that place, so nervous that even his crow's feet came out. Why? Chao Ning asked doubtfully. Because that place is unclean. Zhao Hai whispered. I checked out the gossip about Area B before. I heard that Area B used to be the main teaching area of the school, and then I don't know why, a female student suddenly hanged herself in the classroom. The most terrifying thing is that the girl was wearing a red dress when she died. Since her death, that teaching area is often haunted, and it is said that some people have seen that girl appear there. The death was old and horrible, and everyone said that it was the red-clothed schoolgirl wandering around there. A few years earlier, several students had already died there. At that time, the school administration even invited a magician to perform a ritual. But who knows? That magician jumped to his death on that day, and because of that, that teaching area was deserted. You're talking about that large piece of deserted land to the west of the school? Chao Ning had noticed it there when he entered the school. At the time, he was curious as to why the school was leaving such a large piece of land unused. Dare he say it was because of this? That's where it is. This matter has long been suppressed by the school administration. Not many people know about it now, but I advise you not to go there, lest you get into trouble. Zhao Hai persuaded. Fatty, you should stop. It gives me goosebumps. Lu Hao jerked his arms. the coolness swishing behind him. See how scared you are. Don't worry, with me here, the red-clothed school sister won't come looking for you guys. After saying that, Jianghai started bragging. Chao Ning was pondering, looking at it now. The system notification of the Li spirit should be referring to this red-clothed school sister. The first day's class meeting ended quickly, roughly having everyone introduce themselves. Then the homeroom teacher would introduce the attention matters of the military training. On the way back to the dormitory, Chao Ning pretended to have a stomachache and quietly slipped out. He was also trying to avoid the other three from following him and affecting his performance. Chao Ning followed the forest path behind the teaching building in Area A and quietly headed west. At this exact moment, this scene happened to be discovered by Xia Shihan, who had just come out of the library. Chapter 9, The Undead of District B. What does this guy want to do sneaking around? Can't it be that he's hooked up with someone so quickly? Xia Shihan muttered in a low voice, although Xia Shihan didn't have any feelings for Chao Ning. But in the end, he was now her licensed legal husband. If he really had an underling, she would be able to mentally prepare herself. Thinking of this, Xia Shihan decided to quietly follow her over to take a look. Chao Ning walked through the grove, and in front of him was an iron net surrounded by wire. It was thought that it should be to prevent any unknowing students from sneaking in quietly. However, this could not stop Chao Ning. He took out the soul-breaker sword directly from his system backpack. With a light stroke, the barbed wire fence broke through a large opening. After walking in not too far, the teaching building in Area B, which was not far away, appeared in front of his eyes. This was a teaching area consisting of 3 connected teaching buildings. However, it was impossible to tell which building was the third one now. The ferryman's telepathy had to be within 50 meters at the very least in order to sense the exact location of the undead. Chao Ning walked all the way down the path filled with weeds. It looked like no one had been here for a long time. The weeds in the clearing grew taller than a person in some places. At this point, Xia Shihan, who had been following behind, followed along and unexpectedly lost Chao Ning. Looking again at the road he had just come from, it became more and more eerie under the dark moonlight. Xia Shihan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Where had a girl like her ever come to such a scary place? But being naturally strong, she didn't want to disturb Chao Ning, lest she let him look at her as a joke. So she had no choice but to follow the path and keep walking, clutching the anti-wolf spray in her hand, only expecting to see Chao Ning around a certain corner. The surrounding school buildings were in such disrepair that even the windows were covered with a thick layer of dust. The long corridor was silent, not even a little light. One could only walk slowly by the light of the moon. Chao Ning, why don't you guys show up? Xia Shihan nervously walked up to the second floor and, looking through the long corridor, where could one see Chao Ning's figure? There was only endless fear and eeriness. Xia Shihan wandered alone in the long corridor, when suddenly a gust of gloomy wind blew by. A piece of glass suddenly fell from the age-old window. It smashed to pieces. Ah! The sudden scene scared Xia Shihan so much that she lost her voice and screamed. The scream echoed in the long corridor. Listening around again, there was still no sound of footsteps at all, only the sound of the wind blowing through the long corridor. Being in such an environment, the fear in Xia Shihan's heart increased a few more points. She regretted it. Xia Shihan was now complaining about herself in her heart. Why did she follow her here? Looking for a mistress is looking for a mistress. The big deal was to get a divorce. She now couldn't care less about why Chao Ning had come to this place. Right now she only wanted to get out of here. Xia Shihan walked all the way up the stairs, hoping to see the way she came. Just as she walked to the third floor, a red shadow suddenly floated past behind her. There wasn't a single sound. On the third floor's long corridor, there were some old flashlights, and some copper-like things. The classroom doors on the long corridor had been locked, but the window had a big hole broken in it, as if something had knocked it out. The opposite guardrail was also missing a corner. Xia Shihan slowly walked up. Suddenly, it was like something behind her made a noise. She jerked her head back. There was nothing. When she looked back again, in front of her, she didn't know when, there was a woman wearing a red gauze skirt and hair. The woman's feet were dangling in the air. Her face was as white as snow, and there was a deep red mark on her neck. A pair of eyes was staring at herself in death. It was the red-clothed schoolmate. Ah! Xia Shihan was so scared that she scrambled for the road and fled. She had heard about the red-clothed schoolmate, but had never believed it to be true. Not to mention where the incident was. Xia Shihan fled in a panic, just as she hid behind a trash can on one side. Outside the guardrail next to it, a head slowly floated out. Ha ha ha! It's been 15 years. Finally someone has come again. Stay and be my companion. The red-clothed schoolmate's voice echoed in the long corridor. Xia Shihan yelled and continued to run away from the road. Just as she ran to the 5th floor, the aisle in front of her was unexpectedly filled with several more resentful spirits dressed in white. There were men and women among them, as well as Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes. All of them were bloodied and miserable. with bright red blood constantly overflowing from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they should have all fallen to their deaths from a high altitude. Slowly, all the spirits surrounded her. She was blocked in the center of the long corridor. Xia Shihan retreated step by step to the parapet. Seeing that the undead were about to come over, Xia Shihan's nervous heart was about to jump out. Don't come over, don't come over. There was a click, perhaps because of the age and disrepair. The guardrail broke. Ah! Xia Shihan didn't stand still for a moment and directly fell out of the break. Just in the nick of time, a dark shadow flashed by, accurately catching Xia Shihan and holding her tightly in his arms. Chao Ning! Xia Shihan's face turned white with fear. Still, she recognized the man in front of her at a glance. Silly girl, who let you come here? Chao Ning coldly grunted. Just now, if he hadn't heard Xia Shihan's shouts, he wouldn't have known that she had even come here. I thought you. Xia Shihan's voice was as small as it could be when she spoke this time. It completely lacked the high spirits it had during the daytime. Who are you? How dare you trespass my place? At this time, the red-clothed senior sister also chased after her, with 7 or 8 resentful spirits following behind her. Stand behind me. Let's talk about this later. Chao Ning changed from his usual cheeky appearance. At this moment, he was like a judge standing between heaven and earth. It made one's heart feel in awe. When Xia Shihan heard Chao Ning's words, she didn't dare to disobey and immediately hid behind Chao Ning in a very well-behaved manner. You're the red-clothed school sister? Chao Ning coldly grunted. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be someone who remembers me. The red-clothed school sister sneered. Since you're already dead, why don't you go to hell to report? Instead you're here to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid that you'll be sent to Abi Hell and never be able to transcend your life? Abi Hell? If I was afraid of being sent to hell, I wouldn't have waited here for so many years. She's the red-clothed senior sister? Chapter 10, Female Ghost in Red. Xia Shihan poked her little head out and looked at Chao Ning. Compared to just now, after Chao Ning appeared by her side, it did put Xia Shihan at ease quite a bit. For some reason, there was always an indescribable sense of security when she was with him. Chao Ning nodded and turned to look at the red-clothed schoolmate in front of him. We are all classmates. Why do you have to insist on making things difficult for the students of this school? Before coming here, Chao Ning had tried to check the Book of Life and Death, but he had found very little. All that was known was that her real name was Lu Hongying, and that she hung herself in the classroom 15 years ago. The death was exceptionally horrible. Nothing else was known. Classmates? They all deserve to die. Hearing the word classmates, Lu Hongying was obviously much more agitated. After I was raped by surname Zhou back then, they mocked me behind my back all the time, denigrating me. I hate them. I hate everyone in this school. I'm going to make them all stay and bury me with them. I remember. When Xia Shihan heard Lu Hongying say this, she suddenly remembered something she had heard before. Back then, Sister Hongying was a junior in college, and I heard that she was later raped by a teacher who locked her up in the office. After the incident, that teacher was arrested by the police and was said to have been sentenced to several years, but not long after that, the girl was forced to hang herself because of the gossip. Ever since then, Jianghai University has been haunted. Everyone said it was the red-clothed schoolgirl coming back for revenge. In the middle of the night, there were often students who jumped to their deaths in the school building where Sister in Red was located. I didn't expect all these things to be true. School sister, the teacher who harmed you has already been expelled from the school, and he has received his due retribution. You shouldn't hurt your classmates anymore. Xia Shihan gathered enough courage to shout. Lu Hongying was unmoved. Surname Zhou is just locked up for a few more years. After he comes out he can just as well be a new person. But what about me? Everyone is talking about me behind my back. Her, Lu Hongying said, pointing at a dull-eyed female ghost behind her. She told all my friends that I'm dirty goods, and she peeked into my notebook and made all my secrets public. Doesn't she deserve to die? Him, Lu Hongying pointed to another boy. He ravished me in private, and if he wasn't allowed to, he was going to let everyone know that I had been raped. Doesn't he deserve to die? Him, her, and him. Lu Hongying pointed out all the resentful spirits behind her in a row. They all deserve to die. No, as long as they are from this school, they all deserve to die. If it wasn't for the abominable boundary here suppressing me, I would have turned this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As the words came to this point, monstrous resentment erupted from Lu Hongying's body. Boom! A flash of red light flashed by. Lu Hongying's face became hideous. The eyes, nose, corners of the mouth, and ears were all bleeding. Evil spirit. Chao Ning was surprised. Unexpectedly, just now, Lu Hongying was recalling all the karma of her past, and had inadvertently gathered a powerful grievance. Instantly, she had broken the mirror from a stern spirit to an evil spirit. The strength had increased by several times. It seems that God wants you all to stay with me today, so it's not my fault. Lu Hongying hung in mid-air, his eyes already dyed red with blood. do you really think that you can deal with me? Chao Ning sneered. Originally, you still had a chance to reincarnate, but now that you've turned into an evil spirit, there's no way for you to cause mischief anymore. Is that so? Lu Hongying showed her fangs and casually waved her hand. The spiteful spirits that had originally stood behind her unleashed their attacks on Chao Ning. Sculptural tricks, how dare you show off in front of me? Chao Ning didn't know when, but in his hand, he already had an extra dragon-shaped cannon, only to hear bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out. The dragon flame roared out. Those resentful spirits all flew away in an instant. Ghost officials. Lu Hongying didn't see through Chao Ning's identity until now. Chao Ning raised his gun and aimed directly at Lu Hongying. Now I'll give you two paths. Either submit to me, or I'll immediately let your souls fly apart. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. The sound of Brahma echoed, as vast as the heavens. The majestic power of the underworld pressured her and she couldn't catch her breath. Lu Hongying's eyes were filled with fear. Her first reaction was that she was being counted. Unlike the ghost broker, unlike the ghost guard, a ghost official possesses supreme spiritual cultivation, and even a third-order ghost king would not dare to easily disobey the will of a ghost official. What's more, she was only an evil spirit that had just succeeded in her journey. A hard confrontation would only lead to death. However, she was not willing to submit just like that. Kill me if you want to. If you want me to submit to you, don't even think about it. 1. Just do it. I'm definitely not afraid of you. 2. You. What exactly do you want me to do for you? Lu Hongying began to panic. 3. You. Lu Hongying was already too nervous to speak. 4. Greetings, Master. Lu Hongying dropped to one knee and bowed her hand. She eventually drove away from the intimidation and chose to submit. If you had been like this earlier, it wouldn't have worked. Chao Ning smiled faintly, putting away the dragon flame gun. He tossed her a Qi Dan in the process. The Chevalier's pill was a common means used by the pendulum to sign up the undead, and it was also a way to control the undead. Whenever an undead spirit wanted to betray the ferryman could make her soul fall apart with just a thought. Of course, taking the Chevalier's elixir is also beneficial to the spirit master. It can help her wash away the grudges on her body to a great extent. It wouldn't be swayed by resentment anymore. Think about it, after taking the deity spirit pill, you will no longer have a way back. Lu Hongying froze for a moment, and finally chose to take the deity spirit pill. Right after Lu Hongying took the Qi spirit pill, most of the resentment in her body dissipated in an instant. The original hideous and bleeding face also followed suit and restored her pre-birth appearance. Upon closer inspection, her appearance now was no different from a normal person at all. She was even quite pretty, so it was no wonder that she had been envied in her lifetime. Greetings, Master. Chao Ning nodded. He was still quite satisfied to have such an evil spirit-level henchman. Don't worry, as long as you receive 999 undead spirits for me, I will release the contract on you and send you to reincarnation. Hearing this, Lu Hongying was clearly moved. Previously, she hadn't gone to reincarnation partly because of the boundary restrictions here. The other part of the reason was because her grievances were too heavy and she simply couldn't cross the bridge of Naiha. That was why she chose to sink completely. Now that she heard that she still had a chance, how could she not be overjoyed? Many thanks, Master. Hongying is willing to serve as an ox for her master. Chao Ning nodded with satisfaction and, followed by putting her into the soul regeneration pouch himself. When there was an opportunity afterward, he would go back to arranging for her to do the work of receiving. Xia Shihan, who was behind her, had long been dumbfounded. Chao Ning, what exactly are you? It was only after Lu Hongying disappeared in place that Xia Shihan, who had been in a daze, came to her senses. Little cutie, could all tell. Chao Ning was definitely not an ordinary person. Chao Ning smiled and followed by placing his hand on her head. Eliminate memory. Chapter 11, drag him out. Shihan, wake up, Lan, why am I here? In her sleep, Xia Shihan heard someone calling her, and only after opening her eyes did she realize that it was Su Lan. Looking at her side again, the lights are bright, the windows are clear, there are bookshelves arranged neatly everywhere. Why am I in the library? Xia Shihan rubbed her head and tried to keep herself awake. I still have to ask you, if you left without saying a word and didn't tell me. If it wasn't for Chao Ning sending you back, I was afraid you'd lost yourself. Hey, tell me, did you secretly go on a date with Chao Ning? Su Lan asked as she smiled and put her arm around Xia Shihan's shoulder. Go, what are you talking nonsense about? Xia Shihan shoved Su Lan and then looked around. Where's Chao Ning? Where did he go? Yo, how long has it been since we've seen each other and you miss him? You two must have something going on. Su Lan seemed like she had discovered a great secret, and she couldn't stop smiling. Xia Shihan held her mouth back and said in a bad mood, Lan, if you don't say anything, I'll ignore you from now on. Giggle. Sulan covered her mouth and snickered. Okay, I'll say it. Your family Chao Ning gave me a call and said that you fell asleep and asked me to take you back. I said I was in the library and he sent you over and went back. Hey, tell me, where did you two go? Did you drill the grove? Sulan was possessed by a curious baby. Gossiping was a joy. Screw you. I didn't. Xia Shihan was embarrassed. Blushing. Sulan laughed so hard she could barely straighten her back, still saying you didn't. When Chao Ning sent you back, there were clearly dead leaves on your body. I saw it all. Say, did you two roll together? He. Tell me. Sulan said while cackling at Xia Shihan. The commotion that she made attracted a lot of blank stares from the surrounding people. Stop. Let me think about it. Xia Shihan rubbed her head in thought. Where did I go? Oops, my head hurts. Why can't I remember anything? Ah, Shihan. You couldn't have been drugged by that bad boy Chao Ning and given that, right? Sulan covered her mouth, her face full of shock. Xia Shihan's small face blushed and rolled her eyes. What nonsense. I'm on my period. It's not like you don't know. Xia Shihan's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, so small that she could barely hear herself. Okay, I won't ask. Let's go back then. Sulan stood up and put on her backpack, then turned to look at Xia Shihan and said with a smile, Shihan, go back and know what to say. We are going shopping, not coming to the library to memorize teaching materials, right? Xia Shihan pulled Sulan's arm and smiled awkwardly. Right, we're going shopping. It doesn't stop you from going to the inner volume. Humph, who let Xiao Meina always lure me into scoring and sneak around memorizing the teaching materials herself? I just want to internalize her. Sulan's small mouth pouted. After saying that, she still didn't forget to smile and pull Xia Shihan, intending to go buy some more delicious treats for herself later. Xia Shihan sighed and shook her head. A cool breeze blew through the window. She turned her face sideways to look out the window at the long deserted area B school building, with a slight hint of fear in her eyes. Shihan, let's go. Okay, I'm coming. Xia Shihan answered and followed, picking up her school bag to follow. Early the next morning, a powerful piece of news exploded on the entire Jiangning City news media platform. Viewers and friends in front of the TV. Right now we are in the teaching building of Jianghai University's B district. As you can see, this side has been set up with a cordon, and provincial archaeologists have rushed over overnight. According to unknown netizens broke the news. In this teaching area foundation below the depth of 100 meters, there is an ancient tomb thousands of years ago. It is reported that the staff present at the scene has found a robber's hole, and found a number of porcelain fragments. The relevant archaeological work is being excavated. Jianghai University Boys Dormitory. Extraordinary news. Zhao Hai ran back to the dormitory with his pants that weren't completely pulled up. It's just that an ancient tomb was found in Area B. What's the big deal? The bar has already exploded. Sun Liang methodically organized his military uniform, not even bothering to look at him. Fatty, you're already behind the times. Lu Hao followed suit and chimed in. What? You all know it. Zhao Hai was like a deflated balloon. Originally, he wanted to show off, but he didn't realize that he had become a clown. Hey, Fatty, what are you doing? We're about to gather. Sun Liang asked eagerly. There are still a few minutes left. I can still pull again. Zhao Hai ran out without looking back. The crowd was speechless for 3 seconds. After a moment of sullenness, Sun Liang looked at Chao Ning who was combing his small flat hair. Old Chao, whose grave do you think would be buried 100 meters underground? How afraid is this of being robbed by others? I'm not sure. We have to wait for the experts to give us an answer on the specific results. But the one who can be buried this deep must be a big shot. Chao Ning stroked her hair, which was less than a centimeter long, and said indifferently. In fact, the whistleblower was him. Lu Hongying told Chao Ning that there was an ancient tomb 100 meters underground. There was a large formation in the tomb, and it was for this reason that the undead who died here would be imprisoned here forever. And that old Taoist priest is actually a grave robber. He dug a robber's hole and didn't want to be devoured by the yin qi, which led to a disturbed mind, and finally jumped to his death in a delirious state. According to Lu Hongying's guidance, Chao Ning found the robber's hole, casually took a few photos, and emailed them to the Provincial Cultural Relics Protection Unit. Only after that did the scene that happened the next morning occur. That's true. The school didn't even find it when they hit the foundation. How do you think those grave robbers found it? These guys are pretty damn good. This you do not know it. Now the grave robbers, people that are well equipped, all have a special detection instrument, can be surveyed to the underground 100 meters of metal. Lu Hao lifted the frame and said seriously. Really? How do you know? Sun Liang was surprised. Lu Hao held his chin proudly and said, haven't you read Di Xiao's Toon rating novels? It's all in there. I told you guys a long time ago to read more and expand your knowledge. Okay, Just you can. Okay. Sun Liang rolled his eyes. Okay, it's almost time. We're going to gather. Late on the first day. This is not waiting to be lectured by the instructor. Chao Ning stepped forward to round up the situation. What about Fatty? This one is still pulling it? Sun Liang awkwardly said. Chao Ning spread his hands. What else can I do? Go drag him out. Chapter 12, Rise and Shine. Senior Sisters. 7 o'clock in the morning. Chao Ning took a few of his roommates, casually bought a few buns from the convenience store downstairs, and hurriedly rushed to the basketball court to gather. There weren't many people from the archaeology department, so they were arranged to gather at the basketball court together with the freshmen from the music department. 7 or 8 neat squares were arranged on the basketball court. 4 people, 1 person with a meat bag in his mouth to arrive. The instructor has already arrived. The team is also good to find. The girls more squads, that is the Department of Music. Clear color Hanjia Army. That must be the archaeology department's square. Finished. Fat man, let you don't pull. You see we are late on the first day, waiting to be trained. Some conscientiousness alarmed. This I don't want to my stomach doesn't compete. What can I do? Zhao Hai muttered. Alright, let's all talk less. Let's hurry over and do what we need to do. Chao Ning said helplessly. Having been in the presence of such a few unreliable roommates, he had long been prepared to be lectured. What's wrong with you four? Late on your first day? Push-ups at the ready. The one who spoke was an instructor in his 20s, with a height of 1 meter 7, topped with a big flat head, and a full body of tendon meat. He looked very spirited. Reporting to the instructor, we didn't mean to be late. My stomach wasn't up to it. That's not a reason for you to be late. 20 push-ups at the ready. Zhao Hai was directly interrupted by the instructor before he could finish his sentence. Instructor, Thunderbolt, execute the order immediately. Reporting to the instructor, I'm done. Just as Zhao Hai was arguing with the instructor, Chao Ning had already finished 20 push-ups directly in one breath. Wolfu is so handsome. The surrounding girls from the Conservatory of Music all noticed Chao Ning's performance of doing push-ups just now, and exclamations of surprise followed. The instructor also looked stunned. Don't look at Chao Ning's small body. He didn't realize that he could do push-ups quite fast. In the past, some of the college students he had brought along, not to mention 20 push-ups, couldn't even do 10. Old Chao, you're not enough. You do it so fast. How can you let your brothers live? Zhao Hai muttered in a small voice. Small meaning, don't say 20, even if it's 200. It's not a problem. Chao Ning said smugly. Who told you guys to talk? The instructor's ears were sharp, and he had just heard Chao Ning's words for real. 200 push-ups are no problem. Fine, then 300 push-ups at the ready. Instructor, Zhao Hai's face turned green. 300 push-ups? After doing that it wouldn't be a straight-up cock-up. Call out a report before you speak. The instructor chided. Report. Okay, instructor. Chao Ning didn't wait for Zhao Hai to plead for himself and directly obliged. He also hadn't exercised for a long time, so he just took the opportunity to move his muscles. No, old Chao, don't be a hard hero. Zhao Hai was anxious. Originally, he was the one who caused the incident, so if he practiced and wasted Chao Ning again, he would be guilty of a great sin. However, the next scene directly made him look dumbfounded. Chao Ning's push-up posture was not only standard, but also fast. 101, 102, 103, 158, 200. Lu Hao, who was counting, became louder and louder the further back he went. The attention of the girls in the surrounding conservatory was all attracted over. Even the seniors who happened to be passing by in the surrounding area couldn't help but pull out their cell phones to record videos. 218, 219, 202, wah. The surrounding girls who were watching all shrieked in shock. Even the instructors from the surrounding squares couldn't help but gather over. This kid can do it. He did more than 200 in one breath. Not bad. A good recruit for the army. Rarely. I've been leading college students for 4 or 5 years, and it's the first time I've seen a boy with such great physical fitness. Chao Ning, who was doing push-ups on one side, did not turn red in the face or gasp for breath. To him, this amount of training was nothing more than a child's game. Doing it for fun. It was worth mentioning that after Chao Ning had advanced to the rank of ghost official, not only had his physical quality been greatly improved, but even his face value was constantly transforming. When he looked in the mirror in the morning, his complexion was significantly whiter. If his face value was only 70 points before, now it was at least 85 points. 298, 299, 300. As Lu Hao finished counting, the girls on the field were like crazy. Whoa, that handsome guy is so awesome. If my ex-boyfriend was that good, I would definitely not break up with him. Boys nowadays can't even do 300 push-ups. They deserve not to find a girlfriend. Do any of you guys know that handsome guy? I want to add his Weibo. The instructor nodded with satisfaction, followed by a wave of his hand. Get into line. Thank you, instructor. Chao Ning proudly squeezed his eyes towards Jianghai. Jianghai understood the situation. However, he was stopped by the instructor before he could run into the line. You three haven't finished your push-ups yet. The instructor pointed at Lu Hao and Sun Liang and said, You too, 20 push-ups. You, push-ups 30. Pooh. Lu Hao and Sun Liang almost one could not hold back their laughter. On what grounds? Jianghai was dumbfounded. Why is it that the two of them do 20 and it's 30 for me? The instructor squinted coldly. The two of them don't talk as much as you do. The last one who talked a lot did 300. If you have a problem with it, I can treat them equally. Girls' dormitory. Xia Shihan was wearing an ice silk halter nightgown, beautifully nestled in a small nest asleep beauty sleep. A pair of slender big white legs were folded and pressed on the quilt, and the hollowed-out snow scene in front of her breasts was white and round. The delicate features were as beautiful as if they were in a fairy tale. The sleeping beauty. The little brown bear in her arms was held tightly by her. After returning to the dormitory last night, Xia Shihan thought about it for a long time, and the horrible haze in her mind about the red-clothed schoolmates always lingered, and she couldn't sleep until very late at night. Plus, in the posting bar, she sent a dozen or so friend requests to Chao Ning, only to be rejected by him. Angry, she almost ran to the boys' dormitory to hammer him. It was the same for the other three people in the dormitory. During the time when the sophomore and junior years hadn't started, they all had to sleep until noon before getting up. Wake up, seniors, wake up a minute early. Be happy all day. Wake up. Outside the dormitory came the sound of screaming beds one after another. Thousands of freshmen are shouting at the top of their lungs. The voices were loud and neat, more effective than a loudspeaker. Who's this? Who's yelling outside so early in the morning, letting people sleep? Zhao Mena put a pillow over her head, but it still didn't help. Shihan, is it who confessed to you downstairs again? Su Lan spoke in a daze. Xia Shihan raised her head. Ugh. Lowering her head, she continued to sleep. Elder sister, wake up. I'll go. It's like the freshmen are shouting slogans. Zhao Mena sat up violently. Wearing a cartoon nightgown showing off her long legs, she bumbled over to the balcony. You guys, come see. It's really the freshmen shouting slogans. Chapter 13, Wei Wei's smile is dumpy. Next to the dormitory building where Xia Shihan was, there happened to be the basketball court. Standing on the balcony, one could see 7 or 8 neat squares arrayed there. In previous years, the most the military trainees would do was to sing at the passing seniors. This year this was playing a new trick. You guys come and see. You guys come and see. There's a new hotspot in the posting bar. Lu Ting, the wide-eyed cute girl, held a tablet in her hand and shouted excitedly. The few people who were still watching from the balcony originally followed and gathered over again. Shihan, it couldn't be any handsome guy playing a new trick again, right? Lu Lan snickered. Go. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes and ignored it. In the flat screen, it was a picture of a man in military uniform doing push-ups. There were quite a few girls in the surrounding area screaming madly. Doing push-ups in military training was a common occurrence, but the most important thing was the number of them that the boy was doing. Oh my god, 300! He actually did 300 push-ups in one breath. How strong does he have to be in that place? Zhao Mena subconsciously opened her mouth wide, her lips quirking, her eyes filled with a complicated look. Shihan, that man. No? Lu Lan subconsciously looked at Xia Shihan. Don't know. Xia Shihan smiled awkwardly. No. There must be something going on here. Shihan, big baby, do you know that handsome guy? Seeing Xia Shihan's embarrassed appearance, Zhao Mena suddenly became interested. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Xia Shihan's thin waist, reaching out to pick up her chin. Shihan, big baby, are you having a little tit outside behind my back? Although Zhao Mena wasn't as pretty as Xia Shihan, but she was also an uncompromisingly beautiful girl. There were not a few boys who chased after her. The two of them were so charming together right now, but there were really a few moments of Yuri flavor. Go, what are you talking about? I don't know that big dog bear. Xia Shihan pushed Zhao Mena away and said angrily. The reason why she said big dog bear, that was solely because of Chao Ning's posting account, which used the Bear 2 avatar. Still saying you don't recognize it? Don't beat yourself up. Zhao Mena was as excited as if she had discovered a new continent. Quickly tell me, how far did you get with him? Did you kiss? Did you go to a hotel? Is he alive or not? Being said so by Zhao Mena, Xia Shihan's small face brushed red. Zhao Mena was the leader of the flowers. What hadn't she seen before? But Xia Shihan was different. She hadn't even held a boy's hand until now. You? What are you talking about? I'm not familiar with him at all. Indeed not familiar. Just met yesterday, but it's just getting a license. Really? Zhao Mena had a playful look on her face. since you don't know him well, I'll get down to it. He. I love little puppies the most. It's gentle, thoughtful, and knows how to take care of people. Considerate? Gentle? Where did you get all that from? In a dream? Xia Shihan smiled without saying anything. If she were to experience the nightmare of last night, I wonder if she would still say that. On the other side, Ning stood in military posture for 45 minutes. Just after he was dismissed, Sun Liang next to him couldn't do it anymore. No. Military training is just too tiring. Are there any ways for the brothers to help me avoid it? Turn around and I'll treat you to a big meal. Sun Liang was a mom's boy. He had never suffered since he was a child, and exercising was even less of a thing. 45 minutes of military posture was going to take half of his life. There is a way. Just don't know if you can do it. Ning smiled and joked. When Sun Liang heard this, he immediately became energized. Quickly, as long as it can help me avoid military training, no matter how difficult it is, I will overcome it. Ning smiled, pointing to the green belt next to him and said, look, see, there are so many ready-made templates underneath the shade of the trees over there. Just copy them. Ning, you big man. Sun Liang gave him a glance, followed by a grudge. The body structure is different. Anti-came? You can try pretending first. Jianghai concurred. I'll be damned. Sun Liang didn't even bother to pay attention to these two guys anymore. All the ideas that came out were bad ideas. Geez, how great would this be if I could suddenly have a beautiful woman bring me a cup of milk tea? Ha, you're dreaming of fart eating. Jianghai teased. Fatty, can you talk? If you can't talk, shut your mouth. In case I'm too charismatic, there really is. I'll go. There's really one. Sun Liang didn't finish his sentence. He saw a girl with long hair, wearing a long flowery dress and white canvas shoes walking towards the side. In her hand, she was carrying a cup of milk tea. Several people followed and looked over. Sure enough, the girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and her looks were sweet and lovely. Although she didn't have the noble temperament unique to a goddess like Xia Shihan, she also had the elegant beauty of a small family. Gosh, isn't that the civilian school flower Li Weiwei? Didn't she take a break from school? Why is she back again? In the group, there were boys who had inquired about the beauty resources of Jianghai University beforehand. For Li Weiwei, who came from a poor family, she was naturally more than familiar with her. I heard that she took a break from school because she had to take care of her paralyzed grandfather? Yeah, I heard that too, but it seems like her grandfather passed away 2 days ago. Oh, that's no wonder. Is the schoolgirl coming towards our team? Is she going to bring me milk tea? Don't dream about it, brother. It's clearly for me. Li Weiwei's appearance made the already boring military training steeply more bright spots. 1.68 m Li Weiwei. Not only is her body slender and delicate, but her complexion is even more white and greasy. Not only did the boys love to look at it, even the girls envied it. It's her? Ning recognized Li Weiwei. She was the girl with the yin and yang eyes, and her family had a bit of a connection with Ling. Look, the school beauty is coming our way. Jianghai was so excited. His restless little hands kept running through his clothes, his body straight. Lu Hao and Sun Liang did the same. Ciao Ning? Hello, I'm Li Weiwei. We meet again. Li Weiwei squirmed and walked up to Ning, with a slight smile that was better than a spring breeze. As soon as she opened her mouth, her sweet voice had already mesmerized the boys around her. Ning smiled, 2 small dimples piling up on her face. Hello, I didn't expect to meet you here either. Have you arranged everything at home? Aha! Li Weiwei nodded. I didn't have time to say thank you last time. Please be sure to accept this cup of milk tea. Li Weiwei held the milk tea in both hands and handed it to Ning. The faint smile that surfaced on her face was so sincere and sweet. Woohoo! Right at this moment, the boys and girls gathered around the perimeter all followed and screamed. The breeze whipped through Li Weiwei's skirt and hair, stirring up a charming atmosphere, making the calm basketball court once again set off a ripple. Thank you, but I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Ning really couldn't bear to refuse. However, considering his own identity, he still whispered an admonition. Li Weiwei nodded her pretty forehead. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between the two of us. Li Weiwei smiled even sweeter. Chapter 14. Xia Shihan is jealous. With the fermentation of time, on the bar of Jianghai University. A second ago, Ning's video of doing push-ups was still on the top of the bar. The next second, a photo of commoner schoolgirl Li Weiwei giving milk tea to freshmen instantly swept the entire list of heat. The amount of comments and likes below instantly exploded. Su Bei no. One handsome, love. Our little Weiwei finally came back. I want to report back to school immediately. Zhengda a needle, wow. My wife a few days do not see and become beautiful. Transportation sector bearer at Zhengda a needle. Upstairs brother. Your focus is not right you should not say you are green again? Next door old green at transportation sector bearer. He has long had a green grass on his head, right? Jonda a needle at transportation sector to carry the sun at next door old green. I'm happy not to The first fan of Shihan said there is no one think the dude looks familiar? The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Zhangbei a needle at Shihan #1 fan. Brother what your eyes, you do not recognize, that is Xia Shihan's rumored boyfriend? Hoi love to play wild, I go really, how come there is this grandson everywhere? Not only robbed Xia Shihan, now also hit on Li Weiwei. Still let us the right hand party live. Shihan #1 fan, beg for human flesh. Yenzu said unconvinced. Zhangda a needle at Shihan #1 fan. Do not serve still what can be done. You do not see. Dry 300 push-ups is this buddy? Shihan's #1 fan, sweat. JPG sweat. JPG, Shihan. Something big is wrong. Girls' dormitory. Lu Lan ran back from outside in a hurry, grabbing Xia Shihan's arm tightly. Xia Shihan was nestled in a hanging chair brushing her drama, not knowing what was happening outside. Slow down. The sky won't collapse. Look. June Envy is about to confess to the female lead. Wow. So romantic. Xia Shihan crossed her arms and kept her eyes on the tablet. Aya Shihan. Lu Lan reached out and covered the tablet over. What's so romantic? If you keep on being romantic, your family's big dog bear will be pried away by someone. Xia Shihan froze for 2 seconds, followed by picking up the tablet again to swipe the drama as if nothing had happened. I thought it was something heavenly. It doesn't matter. Xia Shihan didn't care at all. For one thing, Xiao Ning had a high vision, and he couldn't even look at ordinary people. Secondly, the two of them were already licensed. Where else could they pry? The big deal was divorce. Aya Shihan, do you know who the other person is? Lu Lan covered the tablet again. Li Weiwei. It's her? This time Xia Shihan was not calm. She knew Li Weiwei. She was also very pretty and was the second-ranked school flower of Jianghai University. Her exposure rate was not high, so apart from the students of this school, basically very few people knew about her. When did she get involved with Chao Ning? Xia Shihan was puzzled. Lu Lan shook her head. I don't know either. But when she just went to the basketball court to deliver milk tea to Chao Ning, she was photographed. And this will be all over the school bar with pictures of the two of them together. There's this? Xia Shihan forked off the small window and opened the school bar homepage. Sure enough, Chao Ning and Li Weiwei's photo had already been put on top, and everyone was commenting below. In just 1 hour, the comments were already 999 plus. Lu Lan casually flipped through a few messages. Shihan, look at what's written underneath this. What? Wow, the two of them go so well together. They're more eye-catching than brother Jia and sister Na. Hee, I'm getting goosebumps. This strip, best CP of the year. I hope little brother and sister will have a cute little baby sooner. And this one. I told you that little brother and Xia Shihan don't appear to be a couple. But finally, a lover is a lover. Xia Shihan's face instantly clouded over, although she couldn't talk about liking Chao Ning yet. But since that incident last night, at the very least, she no longer resented it. At the end of the day, Chao Ning was her licensed legal husband. How could she bear to have such a big green hat put on her head for no reason? How could she endure it? Humph, Chao Ning, you wait for me. Xia Shihan silently clenched her small fists and beamed in a way that was simply adorable. 1 hour later, Xia Shihan changed her clothes and put on a light makeup by the way. This stunned everyone else in the dormitory. Xia Shihan had been in the same dormitory for a year. Apart from performances, they hadn't seen Xia Shihan putting on makeup and dressing up so seriously. Even if she were to run for Miss Asia, she'd be in the top 3. That is also a proper top 3. Xia Shihan walked to the door of the dormitory, turned around magnificently, and threw a wink on the way. Sisters, see how I'm going to get back. Lu Lan, Zhao Meina, Lu Ting, all 3 of them had an ominous feeling. Enemy forces will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please get ready. At this time, a very appropriate warning tone came from the game. It was a pity that Chao Ning couldn't hear it. On the basketball court, Chao Ning was leisurely drinking the milk tea sent over by Li Weiwei, which made the single dog beside him envious. Old Chao, if you drink milk tea you drink milk tea. It's your fault if you laugh out loud. Zhao Hai glared and despised. That's right, you still zip. Afraid that others won't know you're drinking milk tea? Lu Hao chimed in. Damn, how is it that every beautiful woman is related to you? When are you going to let Fatty renew the flame for the Zhao family like this? Asterisk. Old son, you're talking about it. What are you bringing me into it for? Zhao Hai squinted his eyes in depression. Hiccup. Chao Ning burped and exhaled. It tastes good. It's just that the amount is a little less. Hee, what are you all looking at me for? Aren't you thirsty? Is the school not able to give you guys warmth anymore? Or did the commissary run out of drinks? Don't hold out if you're thirsty, or else I'll treat you, Chao Ning said tentatively. The three looked at each other and followed suit. That's more like it. Count on you having some conscience. Jianghai rolled his eyes. Let's go. I want to drink Red Bull. I want Guinness. I'll take whatever, but I don't have any money with me. How about one of you guys help me advance it first? As soon as Chao Ning's words left his mouth, he could clearly feel a thick murderous aura. The three men looked at each other and nodded to each other. Brothers, beat him up. Jianghai ran over with a bad smile. 1 second he was able to grab Chao Ning's arm, and the next he was down. Before he could even see what was going on, Chao Ning was sitting on his ass. Stain. Fatty has long told you to practice and you didn't listen. Now you've planted it. Engaging in a sneak attack. Fatty, you are also too unkind. Lu Hao and Sun Liang took a look and hurriedly cleared the air with themselves. That's right. Rat is right. We are all in the same dormitory. We should love each other. Brother Ning, don't you think so? You too. Facing the sudden betrayal of his two allies, Jianghai's heart broke. Brother Ning, I was wrong. I won't drink Red Bull anymore, okay? Brother Ning, look, there's a beauty there, Jianghai exclaimed. Chapter 15 Xia Shihan declares sovereignty. Beauty? Chao Ning hemmed and hawed. Fatty, don't struggle. Even if it's Xia Shihan coming, it won't work. Ning, it's Xia Shihan who's here. Look quickly, Jianghai hurriedly explained. Pa! Chao Ning gently slapped Jianghai's big plump butt muscles. Still trying to lie to me even now? I think you're begging for a beating. No, Brother Ning, it's really Xia Shihan who's here. Lu Hao pointed not far away, his entire body's eyes looking straight. Chao Ning realized that it didn't seem like a joke, and followed with a half-hearted stand-up to look to the side and back. Asterisk. It's really her, Chao Ning exclaimed. It wasn't just the few of them. The gazes of everyone present who was involved in the training were all drawn over. No one spoke. It was just such a demented look. Not far away, Xia Shihan was wearing a light yellow gauze dress, a pair of light brown heeled high heels. Her fluffy hair was casually resting on her shoulders, and she was only lightly made up, but she had outlined an absolutely beautiful archon figure, a face of the city and the country. The eyebrow was curved, the nose is quite beautiful, down is the delicate lips, the white skin was as smooth as a baby's. That pure and sweet temperament instantly made Chao Ning unable to move his eyes. Xia Shihan had just approached. The surrounding air was filled with a unique scent of gardenia, extremely special, not like a perfume flavor, more like a natural woman's fragrance. I heard that you are in military training, so I specially brought milk tea for you. Xia Shihan's red lips were slightly open, maintaining an elegant and dignified manner since the beginning. Here, don't be silly, hurry up and take it. Xia Shihan smiled as she handed over a cup of milk tea. The surrounding onlookers all screamed like crazy. Chao thief, you bully people too much, too damn infuriating. Just now it was Li Weiwei, now it's Xia Shihan, still not letting the dog live. Say good high cold it. School flower, your high cold where is gone? Mom, I've fallen out of love again. I don't even know what I came to this school for. This dog food. One meal is not enough and then another one. Let me die. Wow, I'm so envious. I'm willing to use my roommate to be single for 10 years in exchange for a cup of milk tea from the schoolgirl. And if that's not enough, a lifetime will do. Although everyone present showed great envy, Chao Ning was a bit nervous at the moment. While others weren't clear about Xia Shihan, Chao Ning had learned the hard way. To be able to ruthlessly throw her husband on the main road on the day of the license, she was definitely the first in the universe. On the night of the wedding day, not only did she empty her meal card, the only cup of milk tea, but she also almost snoozed to death. With such a hard lesson in front of him, how could he not be more cautious? This cup doesn't have sugar in it again, does it? Chao Ning asked with palpitations. LOL. Xia Shihan covered her mouth and snickered. Don't worry, this cup of milk tea, I purposely instructed the young lady not to add sugar. You don't believe me? Xia Shihan saw through Chao Ning's mind. Then I'll drink it for you to watch. After saying this, Xia Shihan skillfully inserted a straw and took a small sip. How about it? You can drink it now. Xia Shihan smiled lightly and smoothly handed the milk tea to Chao Ning. My goodness, the schoolgirl actually gave him the milk tea she drank. I'm not willing to do that. This is really too much. Aren't they indirectly kissing? My goddess, can't you be more reserved? The crowd exploded once again. The wails were endless. You've already drank it. It has your saliva on it. I'm not drinking it. Chao Ning thought about it. It was better to just reject it. You really don't want to drink it? Xia Shihan was not shy or annoyed. No drink. Chao Ning was resolute. Alright, if you don't drink it, forget it. I also didn't expect that a dignified ghost official lord would still be afraid of the saliva of a little woman like me. I'm afraid I'll laugh my ass off when I say it. Xia Shihan stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Chao Ning's ear. Chao Ning was instantly as if he had been electrocuted and, standing dumbfounded in place. It took a while before he came back to his senses. You didn't I already? Chao Ning looked at Xia Shihan in disbelief. He had clearly used the Yin method to erase Xia Shihan's memories, so why would she still remember the events of that night? Unfortunately, it seems like you weren't able to erase my memory. Xia Shihan was instantly a little bit smug. How about it? Do you still want to drink now? Chao Ning gave her a blank look. Was there still a choice for him now? Count yourself ruthless. Chao Ning snorted coldly and opened his mouth to take a big gulp down the straw. Well, so sour. Chao Ning didn't hold back for a moment and directly sprayed Xia Shihan's face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't know this cup of milk tea was so sour. Chao Ning was busy wiping for Xia Shihan. The onlookers all looked dumbfounded. The first reaction was that Chao Ning was too incapable of being compassionate, daring to spray the schoolgirl in the face. Well, Xia Shihan was furious and didn't want to listen to his explanation. Directly stepped on Chao Ning's foot so hard that it hurt so much that Chao Ning held his face red on the spot. Bastard! Big bad egg! I don't want to care about you anymore. After saying that, Xia Shihan directly ran back to the dormitory in a huff. I didn't do it on purpose either. Chao Ning over here was also full of grievances. He didn't know that the outer packaging of the seemingly milk tea was actually lemon juice that hadn't been watered down. However, seeing Xia Shihan's small mouthful that didn't change its color, it looked like she was really determined to take revenge on herself. It was completely the behavior of losing 1,000 of one's own and killing 800 of one's enemies. I go. Brother Ning, you dare to spray Xia big school flower. Aren't you afraid of being blocked in the dormitory at night? Jianghai looked at Xia Shihan's running away figure and said with admiration. Fatty, this is why Ning can have the favor of the school flower. And you can't even add the girl next door's prestige. This woman just can't be too spoiled. Sometimes you just have to knock it out. Right, brother Ning? Lu Hao belittled Jianghai while not forgetting to slap a wave of rainbow farts along the way. Something's up. Nothing's up, all piss and play with mud on one side. Chao Ning blankly glanced at the duo with a grudge. Who had he gotten himself into trouble with? He had been counted again for no reason at all. However, after this incident, it was also a wake-up call for Chao Ning. Xia Shihan's memories couldn't be erased. Obviously, there must be a problem here. As for what the problem was, this point was feared to be related to the old man wanting him to marry Xia Shihan. Forget it, just go back and ask the old man when you're on vacation. Chao Ning looked at the lemon juice that still had most of the bottle in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. He also figured it out. It was designated that the matter of Li Weiwei sending him milk tea had come to the east. She was declaring her sovereignty, and at the same time expressing her dissatisfaction. Assemble! Assemble! At this time, the instructor also blew the whistle for assembly. Chao Ning wrapped the lemon juice and put it aside. Just as he was about to go back to the assembly, the system followed suit and refreshed the mission. Ding! Urgent notice. 1,000-year-old zombies have been found at Jianghai University in Jiangning City's Ocean District, and since the ferryman of this district, Ning Shui, has not returned from his vacation, it has been decided by the underworld that the task will be transferred to the ferryman of the Great Bay District, Chao Ning, to take over. Underworld announcement No. 1, 338, 979, Chapter 16 Passing the Friend Application. 1,000-year-old zombie? When was this? Why don't I know? Ning Shui, this girl seems to have gone on vacation for more than half a month. Right, not yet back? No. When did this zombie thing come under the control of the ferryman? Can I refuse? A series of question marks surfaced in Chao Ning's mind. Ever since the day he entered Jianghai University, there hadn't been a single day of peace. Now he even had to clean up the zombies himself. Chao Ning could also see that. Chao Ning could see that he was in bad luck with Jianghai University. On the basketball court, Chao Ning stood in a straight military stance and didn't move a muscle. He was actually looking up information about this zombie system. Great. Which grandson arranged this order for me? Does he have a problem with me? The two black and white invincible brothers? Or Zhong Kuei? Or maybe the 10 halls of hell? It can't be the king of Hades, can it? The first three are possible. They just like to dislike me. And the big Yama king isn't so big that he dislikes a little person like me. Hades king? That's even more impossible. She's been in seclusion for so long. How could she possibly come out of seclusion for a ferryman? Chao Ning felt that this matter must be someone deliberately screwing him over behind his back. Otherwise, for a case of this magnitude, at the very least, they would have to arrange for a Yin soldier to handle it. How could he possibly arrange for himself, a tiny ferryman, to handle it? Ding! System tip. The system has no right to reveal the identity of the upper echelon decision-makers of the Netherworld. Host, please complete the mission as soon as possible. Sure enough, these guys must be doing this on purpose. The more Chao Ning thought about it, the angrier he became. But right now, Since the mission had already been assigned to him, it was obviously useless to bother about it anymore. System Day. Tell me about this zombie. Ding. Host, please pay attention. This is a 2,000-year-old zombie with strong strength, currently in the underground tomb of Jianghai University's teaching building in Area B. It has already mutilated several archaeologists one after another. It has already maimed several archaeologists one after another. The underworld demands that it be dealt with as soon as possible. Reward for this mission, 1 million yuan Chinese currency reward. 1 million? Chao Ning almost thought he had heard wrong. He had been a ferryman for more than 10 years, and the system had never given any money to the Yin division. Every time, it was red gold coins that couldn't be cashed in. This had led to him living in poverty for these 10 years or so. If he could get this 1 million Chinese coins, it would be a drastic change to his quality of life. That's more or less the same. You can't want the horse to run and not give it grass. Right in the midst of Chao Ning's cursing and spitting, the first day of boring military training finally got over. After dinner, Chao Ning returned to the dormitory and opened the school bar in his boredom. He wanted to see what the headlines were today. I didn't expect the hot spot to be myself. Several eye-catching top headlines were so close to typing his name on them. Surprise! Freshman singles out military training instructor. 300 push-ups out of the wind. Surprise! The commoner school flower returned from her journey. She even took the initiative to accost her elementary school brother. Is this a loss of humanity, or a moral degeneration? Headline. Xia Shihan's scandalous boyfriend wants to commit an act of misdemeanor. The schoolgirl staged a wet body seduction. Chao Ning really admired these people when he saw these breathless headlines. After all, without graduating, they had already grasped the traffic code. Regardless of the content, a bluff headline was written first. Chao Ning was also too lazy to bother with these eye candy guys. After casually disliking a few face controllers with his so handsome that he was chopped up account, his mood was then much better. Just as he was about to turn off the school bar and go up to the King's Canyon to show off his strength, again, he saw a dozen or so friend requests in the new friends section. I'll go. Who is this who is so enamored with brother? After all, brother is a legend. Chao Ning clicked to take a look, and his face instantly pulled a long face. Be beautiful today as well. Applying to add you as a friend. Please pay attention to checking. +1, +2, +3, +18. Sick. Chao Ning was originally prepared to just ignore it, but thinking that Xia Shihan was so wary of herself, it wouldn't hurt to interact more with her little fan. Maybe he could find a solution to the problem. Cough. You've passed the other party's friend request. Now we can start chatting. Chao Ning clicked on Xiongda's avatar and realized that the other party was surprisingly just like himself, with a basically blank profile page. There wasn't a single bit of useful information. Chao Ning wordlessly skimmed his mouth and quickly typed a line into the dialog bar. Click send. Bear 2, avatar pretty boy. You so obsessed with brother appropriate not. Free to find a small girlfriend does not smell? Bear 2, avatar why don't you say something? If you don't say it then delete it? After sending, Chao Ning tossed his cell phone aside, turned around and slipped over to Sun Liang's side. Older brother, you're too much of a rookie. You've been given another tower theft. Can you still get on the rankings? Can you blame me for this? Sun Liang piled on his bitter melon face, shouting that he was wronged. I've done my best. It's mainly because my teammates are too naive. Playing the field can let others steal heads. The moment he said this, Zhao Hai next to him didn't agree. I say old son, why don't you just name me? Living to play Sable Cicada as an assassin. You're really good too. Still talking about me? If you didn't send output and heads to others, could I lose so badly? I wasn't paying attention for a moment. Okay. Zhao Hai drooped his face and pretended to explain. Shay, just pretend. Chao Ning touched the mouse and suddenly became interested. Alright, you two better take a good look at how I scored. A day of net bickering is nothing. Take a good look at how brother shows off his maneuvers. Online. Although Chao Ning had never played this game, but he has often heard the two of them bickering over it. All in all, it doesn't sound too difficult. It's a great way to pass the time and teach them how to behave. What's not to like? Tick-tock. Just then, the cell phone beeped. Chao Ning was about to sit down, but now he had to go back to check it. The message was from Xiongda's avatar. There was only one picture in the message. Xiongdae, avatar picture. JPG, what the hell? This is. Chao Ning's eyes went straight when he clicked on it. Ning, we've started here. Are you still coming or not? Lu Hao urged. You guys first. I'll wait for the next round. Chao Ning waved his hand without lifting his head. Whose leg is this? At least can play for more than 10 years. It's actually black silk. Stains. It's really killing me. After Chao Ning zoomed in, he looked at it again and again, although he couldn't see her face in the photo, but he was sure. This was definitely no less than Xia Shihan's great beauty. Just as he was about to type a reply, the other party's message followed. Xiongdae, Avatar brother. What do you think of the photo? Isn't it very eye-catching? Xiongdae, Avatar, this is a photo that I entrusted many people to get from Xia Shihan's roommate. Xiongdae, Avatar, Xia Shihan wearing black silk photos have not seen it. This meat gift like it ah? Chapter 17 The Identity of the Netizen. Girls' Dormitory. Xia Shihan red-faced took off the black silk on her legs. This was an extra gift from the mall when they were doing an event. It was originally intended to be a gift. I didn't expect to use it to curry favor with Chao Ning. She took advantage of her roommate's absence. Otherwise she wouldn't dare to try it. Shihan, let's go hit the hot water. You, what are you doing? Sulan had just returned to the dormitory after washing her hair when she saw Xia Shihan taking off her stockings. Gosh, it was even black silk. Sulan rubbed her eyes and almost thought she had misread it. Our high and mighty schoolgirl is actually wearing black silk that men love. Is this planning to sacrifice her color to seduce someone? Lan, you quickly close the door. Don't let others see. Xia Shihan said with a red face. Right now she hated to find a crack in the ground. This damn social death scene. It's really embarrassing. Shihan, quickly tell me, who did you just go to see? Is there a headline in the school bar? Sulan smiled and sat next to Xia Shihan. Her uneasy little hand went straight up and touched her twice. Aha, not bad. Not worthy of being our schoolgirl's legs. Just nice and comfortable. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. You still say that, or else you also wear it and try it. It's fine for me to wear it, only I don't have anyone to look at. He. Quickly tell me, did you plan to wear it out to show Chao Ning? I've heard that Chao Ning sprayed your face during the day. You shouldn't be. Sulan was surprised. Drip. Xia Shihan was just about to explain when her cell phone rang. Picking up her cell phone, she looked at it. It was Chao Ning who messaged back. Xiong'er, Avatar, the photo is good. It's just that the angle isn't great. Brother, do you still have any treasures? Otherwise, tell me a place. I'll go look for you, okay? Yeah, Shihan. Who are you chatting privately with? Let's see. Handsome enough to be chopped up? Isn't this Chao Ning? Lulan's mouth opened wide in surprise. Lan, how did you know? Xia Shihan was surprised. Su Lan rolled her eyes. Is there any need to guess? Ask the others. Who doesn't know who this so handsome that he was chopped is? Besides him, who else could be so shameless as to brag about Chao Ning looking like a flower in the school bar? That's true. Giggle. It seems like no one but him is so self-absorbed. Xia Shihan laughed. Shihan, you're really showing him. You two aren't really friends, are you? Sulan seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Her ears perked up in excitement. Xia Shihan skimmed her lips. Lan, I've said it many times. Chao Ning and I really aren't being friends. No, unless you swear. I'll believe you only if you dare to swear. Otherwise you're not treating as a good sister. Sulan pouted and was unforgiving. Okay, I'll swear. Okay. Xia Shihan was forced to cry and laugh. It was true that she and Chao Ning were not boyfriend and girlfriend. Rather, they were a legitimate and legal husband and wife relationship. So to put it mildly, there was no such thing as cheating. That's more like it. Sulan nodded contentedly. No. Since you guys aren't together, then why did you show him black silk? Now Xia Shihan didn't know how to explain herself. She simply stopped explaining. Okay. Lan, why are you so nosy today? You first take the water bottle to help me take a place. I will go over right away. Sulan did not get an answer. Pouting her little mouth, there is so a throw of unhappiness. Whoops. Alright, then I'll go over first. You have to come over quickly, otherwise I won't be able to hold it. Xia Shihan nodded. I know. You hurry over. After saying that, she slapped Sulan's buttocks on the way. Yeah, Shihan, you even took advantage of me. I left it for my boyfriend to shoot. Sulan covered her buttocks and looked at Xia Shihan with a grudge. No, I want to try yours too. He. After saying that, she smiled and stretched out her evil little hand. Xia Shihan hurriedly covered the mouth of her collar with one hand and protected her arse with the other. Ha. Lan, I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. He. Not bad. The schoolgirl's hand really does feel different. After Chao Ning sent the message over here, he followed it up with a series of several more questions about her identity. But no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like the kind of thing to make friends with. And at this moment in the boys' dormitory, Chao Ning was racking his brain like he was mad, trying to think of ways to swindle the other party's identity as a netizen. Labor's woman wears black silk. That can only be seen by myself. It's a big loss. You mustn't let me know who you are, or I'll definitely beat you into a pig's head. This tigress Xia Shihan is also really. How can you let this kind of photo circulate? You're not determined to make me wear a hat. Chao Ning waited for a while but didn't see any reply from the other party. she got even more anxious. If he sent it to someone else, he'd lose a lot of money. Brother Ning, what are you talking to yourself about? Or else you can come and play ranked for me. Lu Hao sighed and said, just now, in this short period of time, he had given away 3 more heads in a row. The tower was about to be stolen by someone. No rush, you guys carry on for a while, I'll come over after I'm done. Chao Ning waved his hand without looking back. Right now, he didn't have the heart to score points. Right now, the color of the hat was still the most important. System, is there any way to locate the netizen's position? Ding, the host can pay for the service through the online mall. Network precise positioning, each positioning consumes 10 billion red gold coins. So expensive. Chao Ning clicked on the mall, and sure enough, in the column of the Book of Life and Death, he found the People Finder service. It's really 10 billion red gold coins. Is there a cheaper one? Chao Ning asked tentatively. Since the last time he purchased spirit hunting equipment, his account balance only had 60 billion red gold coins left. If it was to buy things from the Yang world, it would be enough to spend. But to buy equipment from the Netherworld, it was simply not enough. Ding! This service is not a regular service. Minimum spending of 10 billion red gold coins. Chao Ning bristled. The system was so bad sometimes, it didn't even give a chance to bargain. However, thinking about the fact that Xia Shihan was his legal wife in the end, spending 10 billion red gold coins for her was reasonable. Activate network positioning. After Pingon Chen entered the school bar account of Be Beautiful Today 2 in the bulletin board, a dialog box immediately popped up on the system interface. Ding! Name, Be Beautiful Today 2. Last speech, 8 minutes ago. Network location, Dormitory Building C of Jianghai University. Building C? Isn't that the girls' dormitory? Chao Ning was surprised. Could that person be? While Chao Ning was surprised, he immediately dialed Xia Shihan's phone. Hey, Xia Shihan, there's a secret agent in your dormitory. Right. She just took a picture of you wearing stockings to curry favor with me, begging to death to be her boyfriend, but let me strictly refuse. Let's see if you want to reward me with a set of black silk portraits. What? A bathing suit? That's not out of the question. Something with lace would do. Before Chao Ning finished speaking, Xia Shihan directly hung up the phone. What a person. I haven't finished talking yet. Chao Ning spat out in frustration. Following that, he quickly typed a line and sent it over. Big sister, is there a photo of Xia Shihan in a bathing suit? Urgent request. Waiting online. Knowing that the other party was a girl, naturally there was no need to be shy. Utilizing it well might even be a surprise. Chapter 18, Tombstone Dryad General. 1 o'clock in the morning. Chao Ning stood on the roof of the 3 school buildings in Area B. The wasteland that was originally full of weeds downstairs had now been replaced by a dark green military tent. There are even more guard posts around the area. All kinds of large-scale exploration equipment had arrived. Inside the center tent, an old man in his 60s with a white beard was scrutinizing the broken fragments retrieved from the entrance of the cave. Inside the tent, there was also a young scholar dressed as a young man. Professor, Li Gong and the others have been down there for a whole day. They can't be contacted until now. Something couldn't have happened, right? The young man was lying on the marching bed, unable to sleep. His name was Chen Feng. He was a senior student from Jianghai University. As soon as he graduated, he entered the Cultural Relics Unit in the northern province of Jiangsu to work, and the old man in front of him was the double-degree professor of the Archaeology Department of Jianghai University, Wang Guodong. This time he happened to be working in the North Jiangsu Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau for research purposes. He heard that a 2,000-year-old tomb had been unearthed in Jiangning City, so he followed it over, because he is relatively old. So during the day, Deputy Director of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Li Changbao, didn't bother to take him down to the tomb, and he escaped with his life. One put down the magnifying glass in his hand inside. Old Li is still too impatient, rushing down to the tomb when the situation is unknown. I think they should be in trouble. Then what should we do? Professor, should we immediately organize manpower to descend the tomb again? Chen Feng sat up excitedly. One shook his head. From the video that came back during the day, there should be some sort of unknown creature present inside. If we rashly go down again now, I'm afraid we'll only end up with the same result as Old Li and the others. I've already contacted the troops and they will send someone over to assist. Now I just hope that Old Li and the others can hold on. Professor, could it be a necrophilia? Chen Feng whispered. The corners of Wan's eyebrows frowned slightly, wanting to scold Chen Feng, but he still held back. Little Chen, we are all cultural relic workers, and we are staunch atheists. We can't put words of ghosts and gods on our lips. I think it could probably be something derived from a corpse turtle or something like that. Chen Feng lowered his head. I know, Professor. I will never say such things again. Go to bed early. The troopers will be here tomorrow morning, and we'll have to rely on them for help then. Okay, Professor. On the other side, Chao Ning had been observing the movements in the tent. After the lights of the tent went out, Chao Ning took out his soul regeneration bag and released Lu Hongying inside it. Master! Lu Hongying transformed into a red mist and floated in midair. Then at a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly condensed into a human form. Compared to the previous appearance of a lonely ghost, the current Lu Hongying was obviously much more spiritual. Not only had the grievances on her face dissipated, even her strength and cultivation had been refined. She changed into a red dress and wore her hair in a high bun. She was just like an ancient beauty in ancient colors. Chao Ning nodded. Calling you out. I want to ask if you know about that dry corpse down there? Dry corpse? Lu Hongying thought for a moment and shook her head again. Master, that ancient tomb underground is guarded by a large formation. I have tried several times to explore it, but I couldn't get in. However, I heard that old Taoist priest say that underneath the robbing hole is a martyrdom pit. The yin qi is extremely heavy. An ordinary person would be mesmerized by the yin qi in less than 5 seconds of going down there. It was said that the dry corpse was dressed as a general, wearing armor and holding a bronze sword, guarding the entrance of the tomb passage. She heard all these from the old Taoist priests. With her strength, she wasn't strong enough to break through the big formation. General? Somewhat interesting, Chao Ning muttered, then looked at Lu Hongying. Do you have the guts to come down with me? Lu Hongying looked embarrassed, but she still answered with an arch. She was now one with Chao Ning, and if Chao Ning met with misfortune, if anything happened to Chao Ning, she would also be scattered with him. Hongying is willing to go with master. Chao Ning smiled with satisfaction. Good, grab my arm so that you won't be blocked by the grand formation. Lu Hongying nodded, following with her hands tightly holding Chao Ning's arm in her arms. Cough cough cough. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Comfortable is quite comfortable, but it's also quite cold. Chao Ning said awkwardly. Master is cold? Lu Hongying did not react. Instead, she thought that Chao Ning was a bit cold, so the arm was buried even deeper. Forget it, let's go. Chao Ning shook his head helplessly. He leapt forward and transformed into a laser that shot raw into that robber's hole. It was only a few seconds of effort. Chao Ning arrived at the martyrdom pit that Lu Hongying had just mentioned. Unlike the messy mass graves on TV, this place was more like a palace gate. This was more like a square in front of a palace gate. In the open space in front of the palace, there was a dark black bronze cauldron. Inside the cauldron, there are several corpses of modern people, different degrees of severity. Some have turned into white bones, some don't even have spots on their bodies. By the looks of it, they should be the archaeologists who went down to the pit during the day. As Juan said, only now there were no vital signs on them anymore. Chao Ning carefully felt the surrounding area, and did not detect the souls of the deceased. It was thought that they should have been forcibly dispersed for some reason. Who are you people? How dare you trespass on my great Jing Kingdom's royal tomb? Chao Ning frowned slightly, alerting his surroundings. Master, it's him who's talking. Lu Hongying pointed at the coffin in front of the hall and said, it was a stone coffin. There were strange and bizarre patterns carved on it. Ivory-shaped characters were carved into the coffin lid like runes. Boom! The lid of the coffin, which weighed thousands of pounds, suddenly flipped up in the air, immediately followed by a figure inside the coffin, wearing exquisite armor, sat up from inside. What's going on these past few years? Why is someone always coming down to disturb His Highness? Hee, how does this person look so familiar? Alas, eyes don't work after 1,000 years, the dryad sighed in his heart. Good, then stay. The dry corpse leapt up. The black yin qi on its body instantly dispersed in all directions. Inside the tomb, it was soon filled up. Only his dry iron hands were seen bending into a bow shape. The bronze plain sword in the hands of the stone statue not far away flew directly into his hands. It was only at this point that Chao Ning was able to fully see the dry corpse's appearance. It was a completely dry corpse, 2 meters tall and tiger-backed. Under the dark red armor, the dry skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old elm tree. Ordinary blades couldn't hurt it at all. The tyrannical yin qi could not dissipate for a long time. The face under the helmet was already covered by the black yin qi. Who did I think it was? But it turns out to be just a brat and an undead spirit. How dare you trespass on my Jing Kingdom's royal tomb with such little ability? In that case, then stay. The dry corpse's voice was hoarse and thick, coupled with the eerie environment. One could hear the creeps straight away. Outrageous! How dare you mock my master? Lu Hongying was furious and just wanted to go up and teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Chao Ning. Chao Ning could tell. This dry corpse had an extremely heavy yin qi. His strength was definitely not inferior to that of a ghost king. A single Lu Hongying would never be a match for him. Chapter 19 Mausoleum Gate opens. Army appears. Little doll, since you were able to bring an undead down here, you seem to have some ability. I'll give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, I can consider not dispelling your soul. The dry corpse said grimly. Really? But I only want to transcend you. The corners of Chao Ning's mouth rose, and in his hand, he had already added a tang blade that glowed with blue light at an unknown time. This was the soul breaker blade that he had spent 10 billion red gold coins to exchange from the system. It was different from the dragon flame gun. The dragon flame gun could only inflict damage on souls. However, this dry corpse at the moment was obviously just an obsession clinging to his flesh, so the dragon flame gun could not work on him at all. The soul blade is different. The prana soul blade was forged from Shen iron and soaked in the yellow spring for 100 years. Not only could it split the soul, even the flesh could cause fatal damage. Obviously right now it couldn't be more appropriate to use it to deal with dry corpses. Kid, what exactly are you? And why do you have this blade? The dry corpse was surprised. Underworld ghost official, Ning. So it's someone from the underworld. No wonder you have this blade. The dryad came to a realization, and his attitude towards Ning became much more cautious. I don't interfere with your underworld's well, so why did you come to find trouble with me? The dry corpse wasn't afraid of Ning, but Ning didn't just represent him alone anymore. Behind him was the entire underworld. If the underworld is overwhelmed by warriors, then the mausoleum he had guarded for thousands of years would cease to exist. You are no longer a person in the young world, and your soul entering the underworld is the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. So how can you go against the heavenly laws? Not to mention that you have already violated the heavenly laws by mutilating mortals. Ning's face was grim, completely devoid of his playful demeanor during the day. Right now, he was like a ghost from hell. Frightening, ha ha ha. Little doll, I saw that you are from the underworld division and wanted to give you a step down, but I didn't expect you to be so insensitive, so you can't blame me for that. The simple sword in the dry corpse's hand tightened its grip a few more points. This tomb must be guarded by him, until that person returns. Anyone who dares to threaten the tomb, no matter what the cost, must be killed on the spot. It seems like you don't intend to dissipate on your own, so there's no need to say more. Do it. Ning's face showed murderous intent. Although he wasn't sure he could beat the dryad, he wanted to try. Good, you really do have the guts, so you can try this blade of mine. The dry corpse jumped up in the air, grabbed the hilt of the blade with both hands, and chopped down into the air. Boom! In a flash, the blade split, like a vicious wolf pouncing directly towards Ning. Ning raised his sword to block the full force of the dry corpse's blade. The dry corpse's strength was truly extraordinary. This blade alone forced Ning to slide back a few meters. Master, don't come over. Lu Hongying wanted to come and help, but was still rebuked by Ning. Ning's face was clearly somewhat strained, had become hideous. The little doll's strength is not bad, surprisingly able to carry this blade of mine hard. The dryad sneered. Cut the crap. I can still take it again. Ah, Ning shouted, using his entire body's strength to send the dry corpse flying back against him. Boom! Ning held his blade with one hand, the tip of the blade standing directly on the ground, supporting his body. Just a single slash had already left him in a sorry state. Master, are you alright? Lu Hongying immediately ran over to support Ning. Ning gasped for air as his eyes kept gazing at the dry corpse. Looking at the dry corpse again, it was still no different from before. Not the slightest bit of this move caused him to panic. You're nothing more than that. This slash is still not letting me carry it off. If you have the ability to continue. Humph. The vertical sun is arrogant to the extreme. The dry corpse took 2 steps forward, each step swirling up dust. With 2,000 years of cultivation, it certainly wasn't that easy to deal with. Originally, I was planning to leave you with a small life, but now it seems that it's better to leave you behind. As soon as the words fell, the dryad swung out another 7 or 8 blades in a row. Ning did not show any weakness either, and with his knife in hand, he fought soundly with the dry corpse. The blades of the knives stirred up, leaving several deep knife marks on the surrounding stone walls. After 10 moves, Ning was gradually outmatched. The situation was becoming more and more passive. Heaven-splitting flame slash. The dryad swung out a deadly blade. The blade cut out flames. Ning gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block. Boom! The air force shook Lu Hongying back several meters in a row. Ka-ching! After the 2 knives collided, the psionic soul knife in Ning's hand unexpectedly broke in response. However, the knife in the dryad's hand did not have the slightest intention of stopping, and directly slashed at Ning. Master! Lu Hongying shouted. Bang! Just in the nick of time, the bronze tripod in front of the temple suddenly exploded. A bronze sword engraved with a dragon pattern broke out of the cauldron. It took the fatal slash for Ning. Ning's mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were wide open. The dryad was blocked from this slash, and was actually forced to take several steps back. Breaker, what is your intention? Why are you blocking me? The dry corpse stared at that bronze sword, shock in his voice. That bronze sword ignored the dry corpse and instead flew directly in front of Ning. Ning also stood still, not moving at all. He didn't know what was going on either. However, this feeling seemed similar to him. The bronze sword did not launch an attack. Instead, it circled around Ning several times, followed by pillars of light shooting out from the sword. That The Dryad also froze as it watched. At this moment, no one moved. It was as if they had instinctively forgotten to move. The golden pillar of light from the bronze sword illuminated the entire chamber as if it were daytime. At that moment, the bronze door behind the sarcophagus, which was about 5 to 6 meters high, slowly opened. Ah, the door is open. The door is open. It's been 500 years. The door has finally opened. Bam! The precious sword in the Dryad's hand slipped. He turned back around and stared incredulously inside the great hall. Chao Ning was even more dumbfounded, only to see that the main hall was like a heavenly palace with a sea of clouds. There were terracotta warriors and horses everywhere. War horses, cavalry, bows and crossbows, chariots, swords and shields, and halberds were all present. Hundreds of military formations are neatly arranged. Looking from afar, it was the elite army of the ancient battlefield waiting for their turn. Behind them was a lofty palace, symbolizing the supreme authority of the imperial family. What is this place? Chao Ning could no longer describe it in words. This feeling was even more shocking than the visual sensation that came from going to see the terracotta warriors of Qin. Each and every one of those soldiers was lifelike, as if they were living, breathing people. Looking again at the golden light on that bronze sword, it had covered Chao Ning entirely. Just as Chao Ning was in a state of utter amazement, a figure suddenly stepped out of the golden light. When the Dryad saw that person, it unexpectedly fell to its knees with a thud. Lord! The dry corpse saluted with incomparable devotion. When Chao Ning saw the appearance of the person in the golden light, he had been so shocked that his mouth couldn't even close. This was because that person was no other than himself in his ancient battle dress and long hair. Tiger spirit, after so many years of absence, how are you? The person smiled and spoke. The dry corpse raised its head, and the yin qi on its face dissipated, revealing an exquisite man's face. Lord, I finally waited until you returned. Chapter 20, The Secret of the Bronze Sword. Lord, the dried corpse even called this man Lord, so wouldn't he be the owner of this too? A series of question marks surfaced in Chao Ning's mind. I don't know why. When he saw this man, he actually felt an inexplicable sense of affection. And why was this man so similar to himself? What exactly was he? Meng Feng? Oh no, I should call you Chao Ning now. The man turned to look at Chao Ning. There's no need to be nervous. I'm not going to hurt you. When the man smiled, and Chao Ning became even more similar, because they both had a small dimple on their faces. This was something that could not be faked. What exactly are you? And why are you hosted in a sword? Chao Ning asked suspiciously. Also, what exactly is this place? And why are there so many cloaked people being martyred here? When Chao Ning received the mission from the Netherworld, he only said that there was a dry corpse here as a scourge, but did not mention that here there were so many burial pits comparable to the Qin Emperor's tomb. What is this place? The man smiled. Isn't this question? You already have the answer in your heart. Why do you still come to ask me? Chao Ning's brows tightened. You can guess what's in my heart? The man shook his head. Not guessing, but perceiving. Playing God. Chao Ning didn't believe it at all. Whether you believe it or not, the truth is this. Because I am you and you are me. The two of us were originally one. The man said seriously. Do you think I'll believe it? Chao Ning snorted coldly. If you are me, then who am I? If you want to hoodwink me, you should at least make up a more reliable reason. Chao Ning had been in the underworld Netherworld for so many years. He had seen many undead, but he had never heard of anyone who was able to strip away their obsessions alone. Lying to you? Why would I lie to you? The man let out a bitter smile. Do you think that with your current strength, I have the need to lie to you? Since you can guess that the tiger spirit is a trace of an obsession that resides in your physical body, then why can't I be the obsession that you left behind? Ridiculous. What am I going to leave behind an obsession for? Is it hard to keep awake for myself here? No matter what the man said, Chao Ning just didn't believe it. If according to him, then wouldn't this be his own tomb? And then 500 years later, he robbed his own tomb? It was simply a panic. While Chao Ning finished speaking, the man nodded. That's right, it's awake, but it's not for yourself. The man turned to look at the palace behind the gate. There was a slight sadness in his eyes. 2,500 years ago, your original name was Meng Feng, and you were later crowned emperor. Before that, you were the marshal of the great Jing kingdom, His Majesty's son-in-law, and those soldiers in the Great Hall are all Xuanjia army generals that you personally brought out. In the 6th year of the Eastern Emperor, an enemy country invaded the boundaries of the Jing kingdom, and you were ordered to lead the troops into battle. Not long after you left the capital, a rebellion broke out in the city. The royal family was blinded, and the whole city was occupied by rebels. The rebels were afraid of the Xuanjia army. In order to force you to give in, so they hijacked Princess Lingyue and forced you to surrender. But on the same night that the rebels held Princess Lingyue hostage, she slit her wrists and committed suicide, only to not drag you down. After you found out, You endured the pain and led 100,000 Xuanzia troops to wipe out the enemy first, and then immediately swung back to the capital, although you recaptured the imperial city. But by this time, Princess Lingyue had already gone back to heaven and would never wake up. Later, you built this tomb in the fiefdom where you once lived, and placed all 30,000 odd generals killed in this battle here, and I am the obsession that you, at that time, sealed here. The man's voice shook his ears, but now Ning didn't believe it at all. Impossible, impossible. How could a mere mortal seal his obsession? This is simply impossible. The man smiled. It is indeed something impossible in the eyes of commoners, but it all stems from this divine soldier. Divine soldier? Xiao Ning stared at the bronze sword again and again. Just now, when the bronze sword broke out of the tripod, he could tell that this sword was definitely not a mortal product. It was not too much to call it a divine weapon. The man looked at the bronze sword floating in midair and said indifferently, "This sword is called Broken Army. It was forged by taking 5 mountains of refined iron, 6 alloys of alloying, and hammered for 3 months by Emperor Dongyue, who took the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. After the sword was completed, it was sealed at the top of the 5 mountains, and was obtained by you by chance. Later on, this sword traveled with you to the south and north, building countless feats. The sword's body gave birth to a sword spirit. Now the souls of the 30,000 deceased souls of the Xuanzia army are sealed inside the sword body. They have long since become one with the sword spirit. In this world, other than you, no one else can use the sword. If you don't believe me, you can try waving your hand at it. See if the sword spirit will agree with you." Although Xiao Ning was skeptical, he still extended his hand. Right at the moment he extended his hand, a miraculous scene occurred. That precious sword, in fact, actually passed the hilt into Xiao Ning's hand. It was as if it was recognizing its owner. The moment Xiao Ning gripped the hilt of the sword, the spiritual energy in his body instantly surged. In the sea of his heart, a familiar feeling surged through his mind. In fact, back when the bronze sword had broken out of the tripod, it had already recognized Xiao Ning. Now it was merely actually being handed over to him. And just at the moment when the bronze sword was held in Xiao Ning's hand, the tens of thousands of Xuanzia troops in the main hall unexpectedly dropped to one knee at the same time and bowed their heads. It was as if they were paying homage to their commander-in-chief. Xiao Ning was also stunned by the scene before him. What's going on here? Xiao Ning looked at the man with a face of disbelief. Now you should believe it. No one in this world other than the Xian Armor Army's commander-in-chief could possibly win their recognition. The man said indifferently, "If there is, then that person could only be their commander-in-chief." Meng Fong. Chapter 21. The Tomb Master who has been waiting for 1,000 years. Xiao Ning had been too surprised to speak. It took a while for him to come to his senses, then associating it with their actions. Xiao Ning's heart steeped in a sense of guilt. Why didn't they all go? Xiao Ning now believed the man's words, because this kind of recognition couldn't be faked in any way. Are you asking why they didn't go to reincarnation, but instead chose to continue waiting for you here? The man could tell what was on Xiao Ning's mind. Xiao Ning nodded. He didn't want it to be his former self who had forcibly sealed off these people. If that was the case, then he would be a sinner. Don't worry, they are all generals who willingly follow you. They believe that one day, you will come back to command them again and bring them to recreate the glory of the Xian Armor Army. The man's eyes became sharp and the expression on his face grew solemn. What you see now is just an obsession that they have deposited in their flesh. Wait for the day when you can unseal the Broken Army seal. The 30,000 spirits will show up to follow you and recreate their former glory. The Xuanzia army's blades will once again be invincible. As he spoke, the man had already led Xiao Ning to the front of the great hall. Come, accept their worship. The man lifted his hands in exhilaration. Xiao Ning walked forward with his bronze sword in hand, half-heartedly. With his right hand, he raised the bronze sword. At this very moment, the 30,000 remnants of the Xuanzia army, including the dry corpse tiger spirit, surprisingly, they all disappeared into the dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on here? Xiao Ning said in shock. The man carried his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "This is them already recognizing you. Their remaining obsessions have disappeared, and they're just waiting for the day when you unseal them and bring them back to Earth." Then how should I unseal them? Xiao Ning continued to ask. That's something you'll need to feel and explore. The man turned to look at Xiao Ning and smiled. Well, I'm leaving as well. My mission has been accomplished, and I'll be relying on you to walk the path in the future. You're leaving as well? Xiao Ning was surprised. The man nodded. Yes, the meaning of my existence is to hand them over to you, as well as to let you see that person one last time again. The man looked towards the palace not far away, his face filled with endless sorrow and bitterness. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man's body had begun to become a blur. Go, she's been waiting for you for a long time. After saying that, the man completely disappeared into nothingness. Master, this, What the hell is going on here? It wasn't until this moment that Lu Hongying came out of his trance and reacted. This feeling was as if she had been in a dream. Chao Ning did not answer Lu Hongying's words, because he didn't know how to explain it right now. Let's go in and take a look. Chao Ning stepped into the lofty palace with his bronze sword in hand. The steps in front of the palace were more than 3 dozen, symbolizing the majesty of royalty. Stepping into the cloud palace-like palace, the scene before him always had an indescribable familiarity. It was as if he had been here before. There was only one jade-colored coffin inside the large palace. The surrounding walls were carved with various patterns. It seemed to be telling a poignant love story. Chao Ning looked around. Chao Ning looked around and understood the meaning of the above. This should be the story between Meng Fong and Princess Lingyu. They met in the city. At that time, Lingyu disguised herself as a man and met Meng Fong by chance. The two of them bonded and later both entered the Jianghai Academy. In the academy, the two spent an unforgettable and happy time. In the middle of it, they comforted and encouraged each other. Eventually, they fell in love with each other. But then Lingyu's identity was revealed. Because of the gap between the two people's identities, they didn't get together. In order to be together with Lingyu, Meng Fong also. Meng Fong joined the army to build up his honor. On the day he left the capital, Lingyu saw him off and they embraced each other and cried. 3 years later, Meng Fong returned from the army. They were supposed to get married, but they were invaded by an enemy country. Meng Fong had no choice but to put on his armor and lead the army. He didn't realize that this goodbye would become an eternal goodbye. After that, there was the matter of Meng Fong building a tomb for Lingyu. Master, the story above is so touching. After Lu Hongying read it, she was also moved by the story of Meng Fong and Lingyu. If it wasn't for her lack of tears, I'm afraid she would have covered her face and cried. Why can't two people who love each other be together? The heavens really play tricks on people. Chao Ning shook his head. I don't know. Probably that's why it was necessary for me to meet her again. Chao Ning sighed and walked over to the jade coffin. It was a jade coffin that appeared emerald green all over. It was much smaller than any that had been seen in the past. Just as he approached, he could feel a powerful spiritual energy. There were many unintelligible runes on top of the coffin. I think it should be specially carved by Meng Fong in order to protect Lingyu. Master, do you want me to help you? Lu Hongying asked. After all, this was a female coffin. If it was inconvenient for Chao Ning, it was possible for her to do it for him. Chao Ning waved his hand and put the bronze sword aside. She's been waiting for me here for so many years. How can I leave it to others? It's better for me to do it myself. After saying that, Chao Ning walked forward with a heavy heart. He placed his hands on the jade stone. At that very moment, a purple light enveloped Chao Ning and the jade coffin. Just as Chao Ning was puzzled, the purple shimmering light slowly disappeared. Also gone were the strange runes on the coffin. Without waiting for Chao Ning to react, the coffin unexpectedly opened on its own. This is. Chao Ning looked at the disappearing coffin lid in surprise. His entire being froze as he watched. Originally, he thought that this would have surprised him enough, but when he saw the person lying inside, his entire being was stunned. Master? Master? Lu Hongying called out twice with no response. She realized that the situation was not right, so she immediately walked up and patted Chao Ning, but the latter still had no response. What's in here? Lu Hongying curiously lowered her head to peer into the coffin. In the next second, Lu Hongying covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, and her eyes went round. Schoolmate Xia? Why is she here? Lu Hongying said in surprise. Chapter 22 Xia Shihan's Illusion. In the white jade coffin lay a woman who looked exactly like Xia Shihan. From an onlooker's perspective, that was what Xia Shihan looked like after she fell asleep. The two people were almost carved out of the same mold. The woman in front of her, however, was dressed much more exquisitely. Phoenix cape, big red palace robe, graceful and luxurious makeup, high bun, exquisite phoenix hairpin headdress. It was just like a bride dressed up. Chao Ning froze in his tracks. He subconsciously took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The Ferryman cell phones were all specially developed by old Xiao down there. Not only could they be used universally in both the yin and yang realms, but they were also not affected by signals or geography. After the phone rang a few times, followed by a lazy woman's voice came from the opposite side. Listening to the voice, it should be sleeping. Hello, who? Speak. After making sure that Xia Shihan was still in the dormitory, Chao Ning hung up the phone. Master, what's going on? Could it be that she's not a Xia schoolmate? Lu Hongying asked suspiciously. Chao Ning shook his head. Xia Shihan is still in the dormitory, but I don't think it's a coincidence that she appeared here. There should be some sort of connection between them. Chao Ning recalled how the old man had suddenly asked him to marry Xia Shihan and had an extremely forceful attitude. At that time he had felt curious. With the old man's debauched personality, he would never ask himself to do so. Then he associated it with the fact that he couldn't erase Xia Shihan's memories. Obviously, There was definitely an unknown secret here. Xiao Ning used his cell phone to take a picture of the woman's makeup, but just in the next second. Master, look, what's going on? Lu Hongying exclaimed. Xiao Ning put down his cell phone and looked at the woman in the coffin again. She was turning directly into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like the previous armorer, it was as if it had never appeared. It should be because we lifted the seal, and those runes should be what ensured that the flesh wouldn't decay. Now that the runes have disappeared, she naturally followed suit. Xiao Ning's face was grave. He now had countless doubts in his heart waiting to be explained, and the key to everything lay with the old man. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. There's no need to continue exploring here anymore. It seemed that if one wanted to solve the mystery, it was necessary to make a trip back first. Xiao Ning secretly rode his belly in his heart. After exiting the ancient tomb, Xiao Ning did not leave in a hurry, but first made a trip to the tent where the researchers were. There was no longer any possibility of repairing the underground camera equipment, and now the video images that had been sent back had to be deleted and the memories of the people involved erased. Otherwise, there would be panic in society. After doing everything, Xiao Ning then took advantage of the night to make a trip back to Wangfujing Hudong. Xiao Ning's family lived deep in Wangfujing Hudong, a small courtyard cobbled together with a few tiled rooms. The courtyard was not large, but it was big enough for him and the old man to live in. The old master lived in the West House, and usually at this time of the year, he should be sleeping, basically not going out for the night. Old man, I'm back. Xiao Ning grinned broadly and pushed open the door, but the house was empty. The furniture was neatly arranged. There was a blank note on the tabletop. This was the usual means of concealment used by ferrymen to prevent outsiders from noticing. There was only one sentence written on the note. I'm going on a trip. Your living expenses are gone. If you want money, go work by yourself or ask your daughter-in-law for it. Well, that's it. I'm going to catch a plane. Xiao Ning was speechless. The old man even wanted to use this way to force himself to eat soft rice, but unfortunately his wishful thinking was empty. Xiao Ning looked at the cell phone text message. Just arrived in the account of 1 million. The heart suddenly feel beautiful, but the next second, he was dumbfounded. Ding! Your tail number 5231 Industrial and Agricultural Bank Savings Card. 2, for 57 p.m. successfully transferred the Chinese currency 100000000 yuan. The current available amount of 208 renminbi, 22 yuan. Industrial and Agricultural Bank. I'm going. Xiao Ning ran back to his room like a madman to rummage through his wallet, but apart from his empty wallet, there was only one bus card left. Old man, you're ruthless. Xiao Ning held the wallet tightly in his hand, shaking with anger. Before the old man left, he had taken all of his bank cards. The most crucial thing was that the old man knew the password of each card. In the past, Xiao Ning didn't care too much about not having any money, and said so. However, I never thought that the other side actually played a wave of ambush in advance. I think this is the day I'm waiting for. When I returned to the school, the sky was already bright. On the road, there were already quite a few people who had finished their morning jogging and were holding big, fragrant meat buns in their hands and chewing on them. Xiao Ning walked towards the direction of the dormitory with his head hanging down. After tossing and turning all night, his stomach had long been hungry. However, he only had $200 left in his bank card, so if he didn't save it, he was afraid that he would have to come out and beg soon. Xiao Ning, why are you here? Just after walking downstairs to the girls' dormitory, Xiao Ning was stopped by a sweet voice. Did you come to apologize to me? The one who spoke was no one else but Xia Shihan, who had been preparing to help out at the academic workers' office early in the morning. Xia Shihan's face was tinged with resentment when she saw Xiao Ning. What do you want to call me in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? You don't want to apologize to me, do you? Xia Shihan was still grumbling over the fact that Xiao Ning had sprayed all over her a few days ago, and then when she saw Xiao Ning's downtrodden appearance, she subconsciously connected all the dots. Xia Shihan? Xiao Ning steeply winced at the sight of Xia Shihan. This feeling was like the reaction after seeing a fraudulent corpse. However, it quickly slowed down as well. Yeah, I thought about it for a long time last night, and I always felt guilty in my heart. I originally wanted to give you a call to apologize, but I didn't know what to say. Xiao Ning lowered his head in loss. Xia Shihan froze. Was this still the Xiao Ning she knew? The one that ghosts and gods don't approach? Why did it feel like after being hollowed out by whichever female ghost? In order to show my apology, I'll treat you to breakfast, alright? Whatever you want to eat, as long as you can accept my apology. Xiao Ning suddenly became so sincere, and Xia Shihan was still a bit unable to accept it for a moment. Things are in the past. You don't have to care too much. Xia Shihan thought about it and continued with a smile. Otherwise, it's better for me to treat you. I know there's a breakfast store nearby that has buns that taste pretty good. That's not good. How can I say I'm a boy? How can I let a girl treat me? Xiao Ning's face showed an extremely tangled look. In fact, his heart was already happy. Then otherwise, It's better to listen to you. Let's hurry up and go. I'm afraid we'll have to queue up if we go late. Chao Ning's eyes were quick, noticing that Xia Shihan was about to change her words, and hurriedly interrupted the words that came out of her mouth. Are we going to the East Gate? I also quite like the breakfast over there, so I'm really sorry to have to break your bank again. Your dress today is so pretty. Of course you look even better in person. Mainly because it matches you. Chao Ning replied to himself, completely not giving Xia Shihan a chance to open her mouth. Xia Shihan was in a state of confusion the entire time. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Chao Ning was still quite good sometimes. His mouth was quite sweet, and the words he said were also pleasing to the ear. The main thing was that he was honest and didn't have a heart. Chapter 23, Xia Shihan invites for dinner. Boss, give me 2 drawers of 3 fresh soup dumplings, 2 bowls of small wontons, 2 bowls of soybean milk, plus 3 donuts and 4 burritos. Entering the door of the breakfast store, Xia Shihan was all but stunned by Chao Ning's calamity-like demeanor. On the contrary, Chao Ning acted as if nothing was wrong, and familiarized himself by finding a seat by the door and sitting down. You ordered so much, can we finish it? Xia Shihan worried. It's fine. If you can't finish it all, just give it to me. I'm growing up so my meal size is a bit bigger. Chao Ning grinned, completely different from his earlier loss. Boss, you serve the soup dumplings first. They're all waiting. Chao Ning yelled, chopsticks in hand. Keep your voice down. So many people are watching. Xia Shihan held her forehead and blocked half of her face, afraid of being recognized by others. Chao Ning looked at Xia Shihan in confusion, then looked at the students eating breakfast around him, and finally realized that this was the schoolgirl being shy. Look, isn't that our school beauty Xia Shihan? What's that boy across from him? It can't be her boyfriend, right? It can't be. Xia Big Schoolflower has always been high and cold, never accepting boys' confessions. This can't be right? I've heard that Xia Shihan is close to a freshman. Is he the so handsome that he was chopped up guy that's all over the school bar? I think it looks a bit like him. Look, it's really him. The guy in the school bar photo is him. Oh my god, the schoolgirl has just fallen? My childhood is gone? Female lead same style, because of the close proximity. What those boys said, Xia Shihan could hear everywhere. This time, Xia Shihan directly lowered her head with a red face, not even daring to look. It was not like Chao Ning who was heartless and ate with her mouth full of oil. Boss, your family's soup dumplings taste good. What kind of base material do you use? Turn around and I'll give you publicity. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Chao Ning took a bite of the soup dumpling and looked at Xia Shihan with a pout. Xia Shihan didn't explain to him, and just kept her head down. She wore a white casual shirt with a pair of light-colored jeans today, with a high ponytail on her head, and when she occasionally raised her head, the brown ponytail would follow and sway. Sweetness in the midst of a few points of pure and lovely. Chao Ning is very fond of this feeling. The soup dumplings were delicious, and the people around them looked good, not to mention that there was only this much breakfast. Even if he had another one like this, he would still be able to eat it. It wasn't known how long this breakfast took, but most of it went into Chao Ning's stomach. Boss, check out. Chao Ning wiped his mouth and casually shouted. Upon hearing this, the owner's wife of the breakfast store immediately ran her ass over to Chao Ning. Handsome man, the total is $48. Are you paying in cash or in Jianbao? Seeing the boss's wife rushing towards him, Chao Ning's old face instantly pulled down. Boss, so what? I'm married, Chao Ning said awkwardly. Cough cough cough. Hearing this, it almost choked Xia Shihan, who was drinking soy milk. I'll do it, boss, don't mind him, I'll pay the bill. Xia Shihan took out her cell phone from her satchel and prepared to go to the counter to scan the code to check out. This scene could make the boss's wife look dumbfounded. Are all students in such a hurry nowadays? Getting married while attending school? Although the boss's wife was full of questions, she didn't ask too many questions. Just give me the money. As for who gave it, she didn't mind. Chao Ning was bored sitting there, and saw that Xia Shihan still had half a bowl of wontons left, so he casually asked, do you still want to eat the wontons? Xia Shihan immediately turned around and glared at him grudgingly. I'm full. I'm not eating. Chao Ning nodded and reached out to serve it to himself. Can't waste food. I'll eat it for you. Xia Shihan was speechless and was too lazy to bother with him. Just as she went to check out, there was suddenly a Qianli figure at the door. The girl was wearing a light green colored dress, a pair of canvas shoes brushed white as snow. She Lu high, long hair, and small eyes. When the girl saw Chao Ning, her eyes had narrowed into slits as she smiled. Chao Ning, I didn't expect you to be here too. What a coincidence. Li Weiwei smiled and walked over to Chao Ning. It's you. You came out for breakfast too? Just in time. Why don't you eat some together? Chao Ning lifted his head to look, just in time to meet Li Weiwei's eyes. The hot gaze looked at Li Weiwei's clueless heart thumping. Thank you, I've already eaten just now. I also happened to be passing by and saw you here, so I stopped by to say hello, Li Weiwei said with a smile. You're alone? Hearing Li Weiwei ask this, how Chao Ning looked around again. Where was Xia Shihan's shadow? It seemed that she had been exasperated by herself. Yeah, I came alone. Chao Ning followed the conversation down. If she said she came with Xia Shihan, she would have to explain for half a day. Oh, that's right. Li Weiwei's two small hands gripped together nervously, and her eyes dodged from side to side. That, Chao Ning, I have something I'd like to ask for your help. I don't know if you have the time? A favor. Chao Ning smiled. He was warm-hearted and never refused a request from a beautiful woman. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I'll try my best to satisfy you, but if you still want to see your grandfather then forget it. He's probably already drinking milk by now. Chao Ning thought of the first time he met Li Weiwei and subconsciously made the connection. No. Li Weiwei hastily explained with a red face. Yes, it's like this. The girls' dormitory of our humanities college is moving from building B to building C. I'd like to ask for your help. There's a bit too much stuff. Building C. Chao Ning was a bit embarrassed. Although a day trip to the girls' dormitory was every boy's dream. But Xia Shihan's dormitory is in building C. If she bumped into him, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Seeing Chao Ning in some difficulty, Li Weiwei subconsciously lowered her head. If it's inconvenient for you then forget it. I'm alone, too. It's also fine. No, you're misunderstanding me. I'm trying to say if you still need laborers in your dormitory. Everyone in our dorm is very helpful. Chao Ning truly couldn't bear to reject Li Weiwei. It was also unknown how much courage she had mustered up to say these words out loud. Although it was a bit dangerous to go to building C, it should be fine to be careful. Really? That's great. Li Weiwei jumped up happily on the spot when she heard Chao Ning agree to her request. It would be really great if you could bring your roommate along to help. The 4 girls in our dorm don't have boyfriends, and we were originally worried that there was no way to carry so many things, so if you guys are willing to help, that would be really great. Li Weiwei's smile became more and more charming. Chao Ning had been a ferryman for so many years, and it was the first time he had brought joy to others. No, I have to go back and tell them the good news now. After saying that, Li Weiwei ran out the door like a child. Chao Ning smiled without saying a word and, lowering his head, he finished the wontons in the bowl to himself. Just as he was about to go out, he was stopped by the boss's wife. Little handsome, your bill hasn't been settled yet. What? No, didn't someone already pay before? Chao Ning's eyes widened. The boss's wife glanced at Chao Ning with great disdain. That look was like a silent protest against the scum. That girl said that she didn't have her cell phone with her, so she asked you to pay. No. Chao Ning swallowed back when the words reached his mouth. Chapter 24. What the heck are these 3 becoming? Plus more. Xia Shihan must have seen Li Weiwei come, so she was jealous and ran away. Well, this has not yet gone to help. It has already been offended first. In the future, it seems that it is not easy to coax. Chao Ning helplessly skimmed his lips and took out his cell phone from his pocket. How much? The boss's wife directly slapped the bill in front of him. 48. 48? So expensive. Just that little thing and you dare to sell it for 48? Chao Ning's mouth opened wide. The price is clearly marked. If you're not convinced you can call 12315 to complain. Seeing the boss in a serious manner, with a face that was already fast running out of patience, Chao Ning didn't count too much, and his gaze instead became much softer. Hey, boss lady, discuss it. Can we get a discount? The first few days of Jianghai University's military training would be arranged for freshmen to stand in military postures, which would undoubtedly be doom and gloom for some people. After the first day of painful military training, Sun Liang also got a diagnostic certificate from the hospital from somewhere, and could intermittently participate in military training. This made everyone envious. On the military training ground, the 3 people from dormitory 644 stood side by side, and seeing Sun Liang who was playing dumb under the shade of the tree, the 3 people all rolled their eyes together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the hell did this grandson Sun Liang get the diagnosis from? This guy can't really be sick, right? Zhao Hai muttered in a low voice. If I were to look at it, it's 80% that he has hemorrhoids. Look at his fidgety look. He might have cut it. Lu Hao followed and agreed. Sun Liang's diagnosis. Chao Ning could probably guess a little. When he first came to school, Sun Liang unintentionally revealed that his uncle was the director of the Jiangning City People's Hospital. Wanting to open a certificate wasn't a matter of minutes. Do you two want him to come back to accompany you in military training? Chao Ning said indifferently. Of course I want to. Brother Ning, you have a solution? Hearing Chao Ning say that, Zhao Hai was excited. This guy had been waving all night yesterday when he got the diagnostic certificate. It hurt his teeth to be angry. Then you guys will just wait and see. We are all good brothers in the same dormitory. We said that we will share the same blessings and difficulties. How can we let him stay out of it? Don't you think so? Oh, said Chao Ning with a bad smile on his face. It was still quite fun to tease his little brother once in a while. Great brother Ning, nothing more to say, you're the boss, I've decided. Right. There's me. Jianghai and Lu Hao hurriedly took a stand. With this kind of good thing of fighting a boar, how could they too be missing? Who's talking? A few people spoke a little louder. The instructor who was originally chatting with the next class walked straight to the three. It's you two again. Out of line. Push-ups at the ready. The instructor didn't care. He directly fired at Jianghai and Lu Hao. He didn't dare to pull Chao Ning out of the column focus now. Doing less push-ups would be as ineffective as scratching an itch for him. If he did too many, the next few squads were all girls, so he would inevitably be a nymphomaniac for a while. At that time, not only would it affect the training progress of his own squad, but also the other squads would have to suffer as well. Instructor. Jianghai skimmed his lips and tried to plead for mercy. Execute the order. But the instructor's attitude was unusually resolute. This made the two of them suffer. It was obvious that all three of them had a part to play, but every time, it was the two of them who were unlucky. Who should they talk to about this? Soon the morning's military training ended in the intermittent push-ups. The team of four just disbanded and rushed to the cafeteria as if they were mad. The first floor of the cafeteria, which can accommodate thousands of people to eat at the same time, is filled with colorful camouflage uniforms. This scene, probably in every school freshman just started, will encounter it. Chao Ning squeezed into the crowd, casually played a little rice, 2 vegetables and came back. For one thing, his food expenses were in a hurry, and for another, he had eaten too much in the morning, and had planned to eat his lunch together, except that by the time it was time, his stomach was still really hungry. Brother Ning, why are you only eating so little today? Your appetite is not working. Lu Hao was holding a serving of roasted pork and rice, and his mouth was full of oil from eating it. Yes, Brother Ning, normally you're in the rhythm of hating the cafeteria. What's wrong now? You don't have an appetite when the schoolgirl isn't here? Jianghai echoed. Enjoy your meal. What are you all paying so much attention to me for? Hurry up and eat. After eating I'll take you guys to participate in voluntary labor. Chao Ning took a bite of his meal and said indifferently. The moment they heard that they were going to participate in voluntary labor, this instantly made the three of them as weak as if they had been drained of their bodies. Brother Ning, you know, I can't do this physically. Not that the hospital is letting me take a good rest. Do you think I won't have to go? Sun Liang looked blearily at Chao Ning. Asterisk. Old son, you just pretend to be a grandson. I still don't know you. I don't know who specifically blocked the entrance to the girls' dormitory on the day the school year started, picking on the single ones and carrying suitcases better than anyone else. Jianghai said indignantly. That's it. Hai Zi and I are the vulnerable ones. Okay, you see how many push-ups we both did in the morning. Just you idly chatting with the girls in the shade for half a day. Who will go if you don't? Lu Hao chimed in. I was ambushing for our dormitory. You said that if we get rid of one of them, we will be able to ask out the other 3 in their dormitory, and then we will be able to have a fellowship and increase our prestige. So it's a complete success. Sun Liang anxiously defended. You just pull back, waiting for you to give an introduction. Ning and the school flowers children can play soy sauce. Counting on you? Haozi and I would have to be bachelors. Jianghai threw a contemptuous look. Alright, since none of you want to go, I'll go myself. It's my first time going to the girls' dormitory anyway. It's rather troublesome to have too many people. Chao Ning took a bite of his meal and said indifferently. What? The girls' dormitory? When the 3 people heard this, it sort of blew up. Brother Ning, I think I can still do it. Not to mention dozens of push-ups. You just let me carry mineral water up to the 6th floor now. Jianghai excitedly stood up and patted his chest. Right. Brother Ning, I think I can do it too. It's not just push-ups. That's still warming up in advance. Lu Hao shamelessly licked. Both of you roll aside. What the hell? Just said he can't do it. Now one by one, when you hear the girls' dormitory, it's all like hormones. Shame on you. After Sun Liang chided the two, he turned his face and pulled Chao Ning's arm with a smile. He. Brother Ning, look at me. I've been idle all morning. It's better to let me follow you. Mainly because I've had a lot of rest and have a burst of strength. Chao Ning blankly glanced at the trio, not bothering to bother with them. Alright. I'll only give you guys 3 minutes to eat. We'll leave when it's time to go. And if you go hungry, that's your own business. Chao Ning finished the last bite of his meal, and took a sip of the seaweed and egg drop soup that the cafeteria provided for free on the way. Brother Ning, what else is there to eat? Shining is the most important thing. This is the time to give up oneself for others. Right. Brother Ning, I agree with Hai Zi's words. Look at the revolutionary predecessors. When they were serving the people, when did they ever think about personal gains and losses? We need to inherit this spirit of not being afraid of suffering and exhaustion. Sun Liang said with great righteousness. That makes sense. I raise my hands in favor of it. Brother Ning, let's just hurry up and go, Lu Hao said excitedly. Hearing the three of them state their positions one after the other, Chao Ning almost thought that his ears were out of order. What the hell had become of these three? For the sake of going to the girls' dormitory, they didn't even eat their meals? Chapter 25, Helping Li Weiwei move her dormitory. The agreement with Li Weiwei was that it would be 12:30 p.m., and then they would go move their dormitory for them. It was because Jianghai's three people were eager to contribute, so when the four of them arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, it was a full half hour earlier than the original plan. After Li Weiwei received a call from Chao Ning, she immediately ran downstairs to the dormitory to pick them up. The ants downstairs in the girls' dormitory were fierce, except for the beginning of the school year when boys were allowed to come in and help the girls move things. Other times, as soon as she saw a boy take half a step into the restricted area, she would immediately run out with a chicken feather duster to kick them out. Chao Ning, how did you get here so quickly? Li Weiwei gasped petulantly as she jogged all the way over. Brother Ning, the voluntary labor you're talking about is moving the dormitory for big school girlie? Jianghai was surprised. After Jianghai saw that the person coming was the civilian school beauty Li Weiwei, subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Although Li Weiwei had already delivered me LKT to Chao Ning once last time, but according to Chao Ning's explanation, it was just a small favor for her. It was also unexpected that the connection between the two of them would be so close. In fact, it wasn't just him, even Lu Hao and Sun Liang beside him were equally shocked. Probably neither understood why either Xia Shihan or Li Weiwei would fancy Chao Ning. What? You're not willing? Chao Ning laughed. No, I don't mean that. What I mean is that I'm happy to serve the schoolgirl. He. Jianghai hurriedly explained, fearing that he would be whisked back to the dormitory. Chao Ning rolled her eyes and didn't bother with him anymore, instead smiling at the well-behaved Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei was still in the same pure and lovely look. The first feeling that she gave people was always that pure. I originally intended to go to the appointment on time, but you don't know. These roommates of mine usually like to help others. This is not it. When they heard that someone needed help, they didn't even bother to eat before dragging me over. Chao Ning shrugged helplessly. Giggle. Thank you then. Li Weiwei covered her mouth and snickered. How could she not understand what was going on in the boys' hearts? I'm only afraid that if they were to be asked to clean up now, I'm afraid they would all rush to go. It's fine. It's our honor to carry things for the school flower. By the way, the hostel auntie side also needs to trouble you to say hello, or else the four of us will have to be kicked out by the auntie later. Chao Ning said with a smile. Aha, I'll go now. Chao Ning's words caused Li Weiwei's little face to blush. If someone else had complimented her like this, she would have at most laughed it off. However, if Chao Ning said this, she still enjoyed hearing it. Sure enough, Li Weiwei went to talk to her aunt. After Li Weiwei went to say a few good words to the auntie, the auntie at the hostel station merely got up and looked at the four of them before letting them in. Li Weiwei's dormitory was on the third floor of Building B. The floor wasn't too high, so it was easy to move things around. Because it was the time after lunch, there were already quite a few girls in the dormitory. Seeing a boy break into the girls' dormitory, some girls screamed, covered their white chests in a panic, and closed the door with a bang. There were also some who called up their roommates in the dormitory and stood in the doorway looking at them like they were watching the scenery. The three of them, Jianghai, followed closely behind Chao Ning. The three of them were just like Lu Laowai entering the Grand View Garden. When they passed by each floor, each dormitory entrance, they would sneak a glance at each dormitory. This was probably the instinctive curiosity of boys. In fact, the girls' dormitory is the same as the boys' dormitory. It's just that the people who live there are different. The clothes they wear are different sizes. Chao Ning and Li Weiwei were walking side by side. Next to Chao Ning's height of a meter or so, stood the tiny Li Weiwei. From a distance it really looked like the most adorable height difference. I don't know why, but when Li Weiwei and Chao Ning were walking together, I was very nervous. Her heart was very nervous, as if there was a deer bumping around. A pair of uneasy little hands, tightly grasping her skirt, lowered her head. When they came to Li Weiwei's dormitory, when she arrived at Li Weiwei's dormitory, the other three people in the dormitory were all packing up their things. Suddenly seeing Li Weiwei bring in so many boys, although they had greeted them beforehand, they were still startled. Wu Jing, Su Qian, Xiao Yu, I brought them all. Do any of you need help with your things? Entering the door, Li Weiwei smiled and greeted her roommates. Tang Xiaoyu turned around and saw Li Weiwei standing beside Chao Ning in a constrained manner. In the next second, she guessed his identity. Weiwei, this is your boyfriend, isn't it? He's so handsome. Tang Xiaoyu stepped forward and hugged Li Weiwei's arm, her eyes following Chao Ning around. Li Weiwei immediately blushed with shame when Tang Xiaoyu said so. Yeah, Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Chao Ning and I are just ordinary friends. It's not like you're talking about boyfriend and girlfriend. Yo yo yo. Blushing. Tang Xiaoyu looked like she had caught something funny and laughed happily. This scene likewise made Chao Ning a little embarrassed. If Xia Shihan found out about this, I'm afraid it'll cause a scene. So what? Is there anything we can help with? Chao Ning said awkwardly. Right. Senior sister. We have plenty of strength. Just arrange it. Zhao Hai behind him agreed. They didn't come to the girls' dormitory to eat dog food. Rather, they were looking for opportunities to produce dog food. After laughing, Tang Xiaoyu took a look at Li Weiwei, who lowered her head out of shyness and didn't bother teasing her. Alright. For the sake of your boyfriend helping us move things, I'll let you off. Tang Xiaoyu held her head high and said with a smile. Xiaoyu, you still say. I'll ignore you if you say it again. Li Weiwei's face became even redder. It was so red that it could pinch out water. Fine. It's always fine if I don't say it. Tang Xiaoyu was in a good mood after laughing, and followed by seeing Zhao Hai behind Chao Ning. Can that schoolmate help me move my stuff? Zhao Hai pointed at himself woodenly. Me? Yes, that's you. Tang Xiaoyu confirmed. She didn't dare to command Chao Ning, but the others could still do it. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately smiled and squeezed forward. What does senior sister need me for? Just command. Saying that, he even showed off his muscles in passing. Tang Xiaoyu instantly dropped her face, wondering if she had found the wrong person. Unlike Tang Xiaoyu, the remaining two girls, Wu Jing and Su Qian, both belonged to the introverted type, and they were too embarrassed to open their mouths. At this time, Chao Ning gave a look to Lu Hao and Sun Liang behind him. The two of them immediately understood. One of them chose one and directly came forward to greet them. Where are your things? Seeing that the three roommates beside him were all busy in a frenzy, it was only then that Chao Ning looked at Li Weiwei, who was still red-faced beside him. Li Weiwei was in the end a rare and beautiful girl. Even when she was shy, she had a kind of sweet school style that came with her, coupled with the accentuation of her light green-colored dress. At a closer look, she really has the soft beauty of a classical girl. Being reminded by Chao Ning, Li Weiwei immediately came to her senses and followed her to her own bed. Chapter 26, blocked by Xia Shihan in Li Weiwei's dormitory. I just have these winter bedding that I couldn't bring. Can you help me move them over? Chao Ning walked over to Li Weiwei. There were no compact pieces of intimate apparel like one would expect to see. On the tabletop in front of her, there was a quilt that had been put into a woven bag, and next to it, the household items, all of which were also packed with stuff. Compared to other roommates in the dormitory, Li Weiwei's things were considered less. It's fine, just leave these things to me. After saying that, Chao Ning walked up with the intention of moving the woven bags out first. Not to mention, the knitting bags used by girls were much more meticulous than those used by boys. Not only were all the things neatly arranged, even the pillows scattered next to them were all clean and pink in color. Seeing this, Li Weiwei immediately went over to help give a hand. When Li Weiwei was helping her, her hair was just brushing Chao Ning's cheeks. The silky smoothness of her hair made him feel shocked, accompanied by a faint fragrance. The smell was sweet, just as sweet as when she smiled. Am I getting in your way? Noticing that Chao Ning had been staring at herself, Li Weiwei immediately asked awkwardly. It's fine. I just was thinking of something and didn't react at once. Chao Ning smiled faintly. This feeling was like sleeping in the middle of the night and suddenly being pushed by someone next to you. In passing, he shouted, "You're pressing on my hair." Alright, I'll take care of this place. You lead the way in front. Chao Ning carried a woven bag in one hand with no effort at all. Aha! Li Weiwei nodded with a smile. The two charming dimples on her face were clearly visible. On the other side, Xia Shihan had been moping since she returned from the school worker's office. Not for any other reason. It was simply because Li Weiwei went to find Chao Ning in the morning. Shihan, what's wrong with you? Why have you been moping since you came back from outside? Did someone bully you again? Tell me. I'll go help you teach him a lesson. Su Lan crossed her arms like a domineering female president. Humph. Besides that big dog bear, who else could it be? Xia Shihan flattened her mouth and grunted. Chao Ning? No way, Shihan. You two can't really be having an adulterous relationship, right? Although Su Lan was very reluctant to believe that Xia Shihan would even like Chao Ning. However, from all the recent events, there was no doubt that the relationship between the two of them was definitely unusual. Xia Shihan leaned over the table, puffing out her two cheeks. I don't have a relationship with him. There are many people chasing me. Why do I have to have a relationship with him? Humph. Although Xia Shihan was very strong in her mouth, in her heart she was still thinking about the two of them. But in her heart, she was still thinking about the image of the two of them getting a license. Invisibly, it has become a shackle in her heart. Even if she gets divorced in the future, the words ex-husband Chao Ning would be written on her personal file. Thus wanting to truly not care about it was indeed difficult. Humph. I don't believe it. Su Lan was not stupid, although Xia Shihan refused to go and admit it, but she could also see that, ever since Chao Ning appeared, it was like these two people were bound together, always making some kind of commotion. You're not angry with Chao Ning because of what happened to Li Weiwei, are you? Su Lan said tentatively. You, how did you know? Xia Shihan raised her head with a bewildered expression. It's still true. Su Lan walked over to Xia Shihan's side, her small hand resting on her shoulder. My little publicist, don't you know that you are the moving hot headline in our school? The photo of you and Chao Ning appearing at the breakfast store in the morning has long been put on the school bar. The poster also attached a photo of Li Weiwei and Chao Ning when they were together. It's not hard at all to figure out why. Let me see. Let me see. Xia Shihan frowned and immediately opened her cell phone school bar. Sure enough, the front page headline inside was the photo of herself and Chao Ning eating breakfast face to face. Even the title of the post was very eye-catching. Surprise! 2 girls serving 1 husband. The mystery of the fall of Jianghai University's campus girl. The message bar below was even more breathless to the point of heartbreak. My god, this dude is too tough. 2 school girls accompanied him to breakfast. Which family's crown prince is this, brother? Old Ma's family or Wang's family? It's really infuriating. The drought is dying. The flood is dying. And it's still not letting us older single dogs live. Schoolgirl, where's your high and mighty coolness? Xia Shihan casually flipped through a few. Most of them were boys expressing their shock and dissatisfaction. There were also quite a few black fans attacking and spitting on Xia Shihan for her indiscretions and such. Lan, why are they like this? We really don't have anything. Xia Shihan pulled Su Lan's hand and looked at her blearily. Su Lan sighed. Shihan, I am willing to believe you, but everyone has seen it. It's hard to explain. But, you're really stealing a man with Li Weiwei? Su Lan suddenly became interested. This is a grade 10 gossip. As the schoolgirl's personal BFF, how could she miss the first-hand insider information? Lan, what are you babbling about? How could I possibly steal a man from someone else? Xia Shihan whitened Su Lan with a grudging glance. Besides, what's so good about Chao Ning that he's so good that I would go and snatch him from someone else? He was already his own legitimate man. Why should I go and rob him? Even if it was robbing, it would still be Li Weiwei robbing herself. Humph. Xia Shihan rode her belly in her heart. Su Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there isn't one. But this Chao Ning is too much of a bastard. He has such a great beauty like our family Shihan. Why is he still having an affair with another girl? Simply a scum. Lan, what are you talking about? I really have nothing to do with him. Xia Shihan was depressed. Why would no one believe her explanation? Okay, if it's not related, then it's not related. But I've heard that Li Weiwei and their courtyard will be moving to our floor soon. Do you want to go and take a look? Su Lan said tentatively. In the future, Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei couldn't see each other's heads. They could always bump into each other. Instead of letting the two of them bump into each other in the future, it would be better to talk to her first. It was also good to let Xia Shihan have a mental preparation. Go and see. Must go and see. I'd like to see what Li Weiwei is capable of. How dare she steal a man from me? Ah shucks, who wants to compete with her? Xia Shihan pouted and spat fiercely. Over here. Chao Ning had just helped Li Weiwei move the rest of the stuff over here. He heard familiar conversations coming from outside. Lan, have you inquired clearly? Is their dormitory really next door to us? It's not wrong. I just asked several classmates. They all said it's here. It's over. It's Xia Shihan coming. Chao Ning couldn't be more familiar with Xia Shihan's voice. It's a nice voice, but it's also memorable. But now that I've heard it, it always felt like a kind of death-defying feeling. What's wrong with you? Do you need to take a break? Seeing Chao Ning's jittery appearance, Li Weiwei mistakenly thought that he had just been exhausted. Without waiting for Chao Ning to explain, 2 sinister figures appeared at the doorway. Sorry to interrupt. We're from the student union. Chao Ning, why are you here? Xia Shihan and Chao Ning looked at each other. It's over. Barbecue. It's hard to explain. Chapter 27, going to Dongshan shooting range for target shooting. After being captured alive by Xia Shihan in Li Weiwei's dormitory, Chao Ning never saw Xia Shihan again. Even the phone calls weren't answered. Drip. Xiongde, when you girls are jealous, do you all like to hold it in? Chao Ning finished sending the message and raised his eyes to look at the basketball court. The freshmen on the basketball court had already assembled one after another. They're hiking to the shooting range in the countryside today. These days, without Xia Shihan's teasing, Chao Ning always felt that something was missing. However, Li Weiwei would show up on time next to the basketball court these days and stay to watch for a while. Every time Chao Ning was dismissed, she would hand over a bottle of water. Then with a smile, she turned around and left. Drip. The other party's message quickly returned. Chao Ning clicked on Xiongda's avatar. Xiongde, jealous? Older brother. You're not being a scumbag, are you? The scum is very nasty. Dead is to be put into the frying pan, but also both sides of the frying kind of. The girl with the bear avatar. The girl with the bear avatar is the one Chao Ning fought with in the school bar. Be beautiful today. Chao Ning always suspected that she was from Xia Shihan's dormitory, but Xia Shihan rejected her. The reasoning was that her roommates were all females. No one would use such a whiny screen name. However, since the system hinted that the other party was in Building C, it was at least certain that the other party was a girl. With this layer of mystery, so much so that when Chao Ning sometimes passed by the hostel station, would subconsciously fantasize about whether the hostel ant would be the other party. Chao Ning finished typing and clicked send. Bear 2, sweating JPG. Xiongde, honestly, have you ever been scummed by a scummy guy? I've heard that when you girls are on your period, you'll be in a bad mood. Is that true? Drip drip drip. The other party's message came back quickly. Don't talk nonsense. The boy who can slag me hasn't been born yet. There are still girls who don't have bad moods. There are also those who are pissed off by guys. Chao Ning scratched his head. After thinking about it, quickly typed a string of words. Clicked. Sent. Xiongde. I feel like I'm being crushed on, or the unrequited love kind. On the other side, Xia Shihan put down the comb in her hand. When she saw Chao Ning's words, her small hands had clenched into fists, flattening her mouth. Her wrinkled eyebrows could have caught a mosquito. Big pervert, narcissist, shameless, who has a crush on you? Xia Shihan was furious. Originally, she wanted to use this mystery to infuriate Chao Ning, but now she's being trampled on by him instead. Shihan, what's wrong with you? Why did you get up so early today? Is there another school event? Sulan grasped the parapet along the window and looked sleepily at Xia Shihan, who was grooming herself below. Xia Shihan wore a white shirt with a bow. Her lower body was a pleated skirt with white mid-calf socks. There was also a fresh and pretty ponytail on her head, coupled with her 9 face value. Didn't even need to go and deliberately dress up. It was already enough to charm a large group of boys. Oh my god, Shihan, are you going to participate in a beauty pageant today? I don't usually see you dressed up like this. Are you planning to go out for murder with your long legs exposed? Zhao Meina heard the conversation between the two and also poked her head out from the quilt. After seeing Xia Shihan's seductive JK outfit, she could already foresee the boys going crazy. I also feel that Shihan is not normal today. It can't be that she has her eyes on someone, right? Do we have this number of boys in our school? No, right? Lu Ting followed and also chimed in. A few people talked to each other, and soon the sleepiness was gone. Xia Shihan heard her roommates all gossiping and didn't bother selling out. Is it that exaggerated? Don't I usually dress like this? Xia Shihan looked down at the dress on her body and didn't feel anything different. In fact, not only was it extremely rare for her to wear a JK today, but she also wore a corset. Those high uplifted breasts were full of seductive sensation. It was as if they could be bounced up at the touch of a button kind of thing. Xia Shihan nodded in satisfaction and continued. But I do have something today. The freshmen are all going to hike to the East Mountain Range to shoot the handle today, and the school is going to arrange for volunteers to accompany them, and I happen to be fine, so I agreed to go and help out. Going to help in your dress like that? Are you sure you're going to help? Su Lan was surprised. Xia Shihan looked down. What's not to like? Isn't it pretty? Big sister, do you really not know what you're there for? How can you help out like this? Zhao Meina chimed in. Alright, it's not like I'm going to be a laborer. Of course I know what I'm doing. By the way Meina, lend me your guitar, Xia Shihan said with a smile. Guitar? Shihan, are you sure you're there to help out today? Su Lan expressed her skepticism. It was nearing 7 o'clock. The 2,000 freshmen of Jianghai University had already assembled. All the teams are grouped according to faculties. Today, they'll walk 15 kilometers to the Dongshan shooting range. Accompanying them are not only the counselors and instructors of each class, but also the volunteers arranged by each faculty. This is an annual practice of Jianghai University. It not only exercised the students' physical abilities, but also let them know that the current comfortable life was not easy to come by. Brother Ning, can I not go? I'm injured or sick. Before the team even hit the road, Sun Liang had already beaten a retreat. It was only because he had bragged about sharing his roommate's pain and suffering in order to go to the schoolgirl dormitory in the first place. Who knew that before even a few days had passed, he was already beating a retreat? Brother Ning, don't listen to this guy. The last time I went to move the dormitory for the schoolgirl, I personally saw him carry such a big suitcase alone up to the 5th floor without blushing or panting. Zhao Hai despised. Yeah, I saw it too. He was even talking and laughing with that schoolmate named Wu Jing along the way. Lu Hao added, You guys, I'll talk to the instructor myself. Although Zhao Hai and Lu Hao had uncovered his shortcomings, he still didn't want to go and suffer this offense. In his opinion, he was at least from the capital. How could he suffer here? It's fine, if you don't want to go, just don't go. When the time comes, I'll let the two of them take care of Suna, so don't worry. Chao Ning grinned. Don't. Brother Ning, I'll go, okay. Sun Liang immediately wimped out upon hearing this. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao both froze as they watched. Suna? Who is this girl? Brother Ning? Zhao Hai said in surprise. Yeah, how come I've never heard of it either? Lu Hao concurred. Oh, you guys said Suna, that's the girl old Sun just hit on. Chao Ning smiled and continued. Don't you guys see? Every time he hides under the shade of a tree, there's a pretty girl by his side. At first I didn't care. It wasn't until the last time I went to move the dormitory that I saw him sneaking off to say hello to someone. I didn't know until I asked several people. Chapter 28 Military Training Team encountered the murderous spirit in the mountains. I go. There's still this thing. Old Sun, you're being too unkind. Even eating alone and not saying you'll introduce us to one. Zhao Hai said indignantly. Sun Liang was also a bit embarrassed after hearing this. He. That's not because Nana hasn't promised me yet. I'll definitely introduce you guys when I've accomplished something. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao smiled at each other. Old Sun, I think it's better for you to go back and take a rest. You're still injured or sick anyways. It's really inconvenient to let you walk such a long way. Right. I think so too. Lu Hao followed with a playful laugh. Looking at the two people singing in unison, Sun Liang already felt a sense of full crisis. He. I can still hold on. Isn't it good to say that brothers have to share the same pain? It's really not appropriate for me to go by myself. Are you sure? I'm sure. After 4 hours of torture, the freshman team had already left downtown Jiangning, and in front of them was a mountainous forest area. The school. In order to prevent accidents, the school had set up a number of temporary medical points along the way. Chao Ning's group is at the end of the military training. Because they were all boys, they also acted as a shelter team. In front of them were the girls from the Conservatory of Music who could sing and dance well. Sun Liang was very active all the way. He personally stood guard next to the girls, not for any other reason. It's because of that girl. Suna was right in front of the line. Brother Ning, why do you think old Sun's life is so good? How did he get hitched to such a beautiful girl? But it's bitter for the three of us. We can only follow behind and eat dog food. Zhao Hai sighed. You can't say that. You should be talking about the two of us. Lu Hao fanned himself with his hat in his hand and said, Brother Ning, that's the one who was accompanied by the school's flower. It's not something we single dogs can compare to. Thinking about it, Zhao Hai also felt it made sense. That's true, and it's still too. Otherwise, Brother Ning, tell us how you took down those two schoolgirls. You really want to know? Aha! Zhao Hai and Lu Hao nodded in unison. It's probably because I'm handsome. Chao Ning smiled faintly. Zhao Hai, Lu Hao. Not long after the group went out of the city, more and more people dropped out. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao, who had complaints in the beginning, really had more complaints as well. Older brother, you're too damn vain, right? It's justifiable for girls to fall out of the line, but for you guys to follow suit and fall out of the line, what's the point? Zhao Hai opened his mouth and started spraying at those few boys who were dying. On the contrary, those few people, although they were angry enough in their hearts, they didn't dare to retort. That's it, we're all boys, hurry up and go on your own, don't let the girls despise you, said Lu Hao, also put his side to support that vain fat boy. Pushed to one side, Chao Ning was just looking at the back. He was besides helping the girls. Everyone else was thrown directly to Zhao Hai and Lu Hao. Just when a few people were cursing and swearing, a large dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon the pouring rain came down. Grandpa, does the school work reliably? Do they even come out to practice without looking at the weather forecast? Lu Hao anxiously cursed. What's the use of cursing? Hurry up and find a place to hide. Zhao Hai kicked Lu Hao, followed by a large group of people. Yuyo squeezed under the big tree. Chao Ning looked at the dark cloud in the sky. He always felt something strange. It's reasonable to say that the school organizes people to come out. Weather forecasts are sure to be watched. But why did they still encounter this kind of thing? In a moment, the downpour of rain broke up the team. Although the instructors and coaches tried their best to maintain it, it was still a mess. Just then, the system refreshed the mission. Ding! The system has detected the appearance of undead in the mountains and forests. Please have the ferryman go and extradite the undead immediately. Reward for this mission, 5 million red gold coins. When Chao Ning heard the quest prompt, he subconsciously sighed in relief. 5 million red gold coins meant that the other party was merely a wandering spirit, not something to be worried about. However, right now he couldn't get away, so he had to release Lu Hongying and let her operate. During these days of military training at school, whenever Chao Ning couldn't get away, he had arranged for her to go. She was also relatively familiar with the task. After Lu Hongying received Chao Ning's instructions, she immediately flew towards the depths of the dense forest. Soon after Lu Hongying left, the rain stopped. When the class teachers counted the number of students, they realized that some of them were missing. The instructors and trainers leading the teams were in a frenzy. If something happened to these students, all of them could not be blamed. After half an hour of counting and screening, it was finally determined that there were 24 people missing. At this time, Lu Hongying also came back, but she came back in an extremely sorry state. What happened? How did you get like this? When Xiao Ning saw Lu Hongying, her soul body was already injured. Lu Hongying was of evil spirit strength, and ordinary ghosts and monsters couldn't hurt her at all. And the system prompted that the other party was only an opponent worth only 5 million red gold coins. The strength couldn't be this strong. Master, that's not one undead spirit, but 3 stern spirits, 2 evil spirits, and 1 ferocious spirit. Lu Hongying immediately told Xiao Ning what she had just encountered. It turned out that after Lu Hongying chased into the depths of the dense forest, she did indeed find the lustful spirit according to the coordinates, and she had easily subdued him. But who knew that there were still a few more undead not far away, and they were even stronger. Among them, a female spirit was the strongest. She couldn't fight at all, and if she hadn't run fast enough, I'm afraid she would have been directly accounted for there. Fierce spirit? This was the undead with the highest cultivation level that Xiao Ning had encountered so far. Alright, I get it. You can go back to the soul regeneration pouch and recuperate first. Xiao Ning tossed Lu Hongying a soul solidifying pill and took her back into the soul regeneration bag in the process. Why are there so many undead here? It shouldn't be. Doesn't the Netherworld care? Xiao Ning muttered in his heart. Just then, all the instructors leading the team had already assembled, and they were going to search along the mountain paths. Time waited for no one. They were about to enter the mountains. Seeing this, Xiao Ning immediately took the initiative to walk up and ask to join. The situation in the mountains was unknown, so going with more people would just be giving away their heads. Instructor, I'll go with you as well. More people, more power. The counselor leading the team was a young man, and when he saw that Xiao Ning wanted to join the rescue team, he directly refused. No, you're just adding to the chaos if you go. If you really take you there, you'll only delay the rescue. Xiao Ning didn't bother with him, and instead looked at the instructor. Instructor, I've participated in a mountaineering team before. I can do it. The instructor was also hesitant. For one thing, they were really short of people. With such a large dense forest, with the people they had, they were simply not enough. But if they took Xiao Ning with them, they were afraid that he would have an accident. Let him go along. I believe he can do it. The one who spoke was the instructor who led the girls' squad in the next class. He was there when Xiao Ning did push-ups. At that time, he thought that Xiao Ning was military material. But the counselors still wanted to keep him. Teacher Lu, just don't worry. I'm sure I won't be wrong about anyone. The lead instructor smiled and nodded. The counselor looked at Xiao Ning and finally nodded. Alright, it's fine to go, but you have to pay attention to safety and never lose you again. Don't worry, Teacher Lu, I have no problem. Xiao Ning nodded seriously. Without him going on this trip, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to return. Chapter 29, Your husband is a ferryman? Deep in the dense forest, next to the dark stream grew several sky-high trees. Each of their leaves was the size of an adult. A dozen students wearing military uniforms were gathered under the trees. They had gathered here because they had run into the dense forest and lost their way due to the sudden heavy rain. There was a figure in the crowd that was very conspicuous. She wore tight jeans with a decent short-sleeved shirt, and her long, beautiful, waterfall-like hair was tied into a ponytail and pinned behind a hat. Behind her was a pink school bag. Though she appeared to be the petite schoolgirl, she was at the moment comforting others who were frightened. As they looked around, they were surrounded by dense jungle, and although the surrounding scenery was beautiful, none of them cared to enjoy it. They didn't know where this was, and there was no signal on their cell phones. Don't be nervous, the instructor will definitely send people to find us when he finds out that we are not here. Don't run around. Boys, carry forward the style and help the girls more. Xia Shihan tried to make a call while calming the girls around her, but there was no signal after several tries. Originally, she was supposed to take a car ahead of time to go to the shooting range to organize a pickup. However, when she was on her way here, there were a few sophomore volunteers who couldn't make it because something came up, so that's why she volunteered to go to the finance class as a resident volunteer. When it rained heavily, all the students ran into the woods to hide from the rain. She and some of the students, in a panic, mistakenly ran into the woods and ended up running around in circles. Sister, it's so scary here. Will there be a blind bear or something? A girl squeezed to Xia Shihan's side and tightly grabbed her arm. Xia Shihan smiled warmly. Don't worry, we don't have carnivorous wild animals here. You guys don't worry. Boys form a circle outside and surround the girls in the middle. All pay attention and see if there are any recognizable markers around. As long as we wait for the sky to clear, we can find our way back. Sure enough, just as Xia Shihan finished her words, the sun came out. The surrounding students were relieved to see the sun shining in. Xia Shihan wasn't just the school beauty, she had also learned geography well, and soon she analyzed the direction based on the position of the sun, combined with the time. Her fearlessness and calmness even shamed some of the boys in the team. Soon everyone was guided by Xia Shihan in one direction. Just a short distance away, the few boys behind suddenly had a creepy feeling and shivered straight away. I say, did you just see? Did something fly past behind us? Something? Don't be paranoid. Senior sister has said that there are no carnivorous animals here, so don't scare yourself. No, I don't mean animals. I mean that kind of thing? The kind that floats. Floating? I'll go. Don't scare people, okay? I'm most afraid of that kind of thing. Xia Shihan, who was walking in front of the team, was also nervous in her heart. She heard what the boys behind her just said. In the past, she also didn't believe that there could be such a thing in this world. Only that since she had seen the red-clothed schoolmate, her concepts had been completely subverted. However, she had to stay calm now, and definitely couldn't panic herself first. Woo-woo, ah, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and the girls in the group lost their voices in fear. Don't be nervous, it's just the sound of the wind blowing the leaves. Xia Shihan hurriedly explained. There's someone there. Suddenly a girl pointed under a large tree not far away and shouted. Everyone got a shiver of fear and looked over in the direction of the girl's finger. There was nothing there. UXIN. Don't scare people, okay? I'm scared to death by you. Yeah, UXIN? You can't joke around now. The girl called UXIN was anxious when she heard that. No, I didn't scare anyone. There really was a figure there just now. The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Xia Shihan suddenly had an ominous premonition. She had seen the undead with her own eyes, so she still had a bit of faith in what the girl had just said. Everyone, don't delay. Let's hurry up. Speed up a bit. I'm sure we'll be able to get out soon. Xia Shihan pacified the girls behind her. Just as she turned back, a man in white suddenly appeared on her face. A ghost. A group of students were so scared that they scattered and fled. It was a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, his face pale and bleeding from all 7 orifices, with an extremely lewd smile on his face. The disorganized students didn't run out a few steps before they were all forced back again, because there was more than just this one in the forest. Right now there were 4 other men dressed in white around them. Each of them had extremely lewd smiles on their faces as they surrounded them from different directions. Everyone was surrounded. How could there be something so horrible here? What to do? I don't want to die yet? I don't want to die either. I haven't had a boyfriend or slept with a man yet. 2. Why don't we rush out together? Where to rush out? This is surrounded by. What to do? The crowd of students were so scared that their hands were scrambling. No one dared to take the lead and run out first. Calm down. Let's all think of any ways to stall for time. Try to delay until the rescue team comes over. Xia Shihan tried her best to calm the students, but in reality, she had already panicked in her heart. She now only hoped that Ning would come over as soon as possible. This kind of situation was something that only he could deal with. You, don't come over, I can tell you. My husband is the ferryman. He's nearby. These words were really useful. As soon as the surrounding undead heard the words ferryman, they unexpectedly all stopped. I'll go. When did schoolteacher even have a husband? Or a ferryman? Filming a TV series? Don't worry about who schoolteacher's husband is. As long as we can get out, I'll burn incense for him every day. My God, is everything that senior sister said true? Then he hurry up and come. I really don't want to die. Yeah, your husband is the ferryman, so just let him come. Suddenly a woman with deep resentment descended from the sky. She was surrounded by black smoke up and down her body, had long hair, her eyes were covered in blood, and several bright red blood marks hung on her face. On one hand, there were fingernails that were more than a dozen centimeters long. Compared to red-clothed senior sister Lu Hongying, it was obvious that her resentment was even deeper and her strength was even stronger. Right at the moment she appeared, the 5 undead in the neighborhood subconsciously became terrified, with more or less fear on their faces. Chapter 30, Are you looking for me? Ning appeared. You, who are you? 4. Why are you making things difficult for us? Xia Shihan's voice had become trembling as she spoke. The appearance of this woman in front of her was too terrifying, so much so that she was a bit flustered. What? Are you afraid? The woman approached her heel and carefully sized up Xia Shihan. I like your skin very much. In the beginning, I also had a perfect skin just like you. If it wasn't for these damn guys. The woman squinted angrily. When she spoke, she suddenly became tyrannical, and the shadowy aura on her body became a few points heavier, scaring the men around her into trembling. It wasn't hard to hear from the woman's words. The fact that she would become the way she was today definitely had something to do with these 5 men next to her. Xia Shihan sensed the turnaround and tried to buy time by going to talk to her set. I think you must have been very beautiful when you were alive, right? But why did you become like this now? The woman suddenly came closer to Xia Shihan's face, a pair of reddish eyes staring at her in death. The straight line distance was only 10 centimeters. Frightened, Xia Shihan forgot to dodge. Your eyes tell me that you're stalling. Xia Shihan didn't say anything. She didn't know how to retort. The woman took 2 steps back, the resentment in her body becoming much softer. Just as well, whether you're stalling for time or whatever, but you've successfully piqued my interest, so there's no harm in telling you. The woman's real name was Song Huiyen. In her lifetime, she was close friends with the 5 men next to her. It was an early morning 3 years ago. The 5 of them drove to the forest to explore, and then for some reason, the sky suddenly rained heavily, and a few of them and one of the men got scattered. Song Huiyen ran under a tree to hide from the rain along with the other 4 men. That's where Xia Shihan and the others hid from the rain. Song Huiyen was as beautiful as a flower in her lifetime, and her appearance was absolutely beautiful, but when she looked at them, she couldn't look at any of them. When they were hiding from the rain, the 4 of them had a bad idea at the same time, taking advantage of the sparsely populated forest. So the 4 men raped Song Huiyen under the tree, and this scene was precisely seen by another person hiding in the bushes not far away. Song Huiyen desperately begged him for help, but the man was afraid that he would be silenced, so he chose to stand by coldly. Finally, after the 4 men had vented their animalistic nature, they drove her into the cold stream, making her struggle desperately. Finally, Song Huiyen's body became weaker and weaker and eventually froze to death next to the stream. Later, after the forensic examination, surprisingly did not find signs of violence in her life. The final determination of the result is the accidental fall into the water was frozen to death results. Song Huiyen died after the yin chi otherwise. Resentment deeper and deeper. Finally, in a late night, she took all 5 men captive to the depths of the dense forest, which also includes that sea death to save the man. In this way, the 5 of them were frozen to death by the creek by the same means. This case was a very popular one, and the police investigated it for a long time without any result. In the end, it was left unsettled. What's wrong with the world? Why did this kind of thing happen? Xia Shihan was a bit shocked. Then why don't you go to reincarnation after taking revenge, and still want to just continue to harm people here? Xia Shihan somewhat sympathized with Song Huiyen. Reincarnate? Song Huiyen let out a cold laugh, and the hearts of those who heard it trembled. Isn't that why I asked you guys to come here? Seeing Xia Shihan's face in a trance, Song Huiyen continued to explain, although I have avenged my death, my grudge is deeper because of it, and if I don't find a body to stick to, I will definitely not be able to enter the underworld. So, you now know why I want to capture you guys. What? You want us to be scapegoats? Xia Shihan's eyes widened. She didn't expect that a woman who had experienced such an encounter would become so vicious in her heart. I'm not afraid to tell you that the ferryman you were counting on has just come, but she's already been injured by me and fled, so don't have any more illusions. Song Huiyen's words were like a bolt from the blue. The last bit of faith left in everyone's hearts was just shattered. What? Chao Ning? He's injured? Xia Shihan was shocked. The man she was so proud of had been defeated just like that? So her name is Chao Ning. The name is a good name. It's just a pity that the strength is too weak. Song Huiyen said with a bad smile. I don't believe this is true. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you don't believe me, you can scream 3 times and see if he'll come to your rescue? Song Huiyen was quite confident. She had already seen Lu Hongyi's strength just now. It was only an evil spirit stage. Besides her, there were 3 other evil spirits and 2 lich spirits present. Even if she didn't have to do anything, Lu Hongyi would definitely not be able to escape. A trace of panic finally appeared on Xia Shihan's face. She looked around at the quiet dense forest. Finally holding on to her last shred of fantasy, she shouted 3 times at the surroundings. Chao Ning! Chao Ning! Chao Ning! After the 3 shouts, there was still no sound from the surroundings. How about it? I didn't lie to you. Song Huiyen had a smug smile on her face. This time the students behind Xia Shihan, all panicked. What's going on? Why didn't school sister's husband come? I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. The last glimmer of hope was dashed. Many girls were so scared that they crowed on the spot. I heard you were looking for me? Ha! The man's voice suddenly came from behind Song Huiyen. When Xia Shihan saw the man, she instantly broke into tears. Chao Ning, you really came? The person who came was none other than Chao Ning. Chao Ning had been looking along the previous coordinates ever since he entered the dense forest, but when he arrived at the place, he realized that the other party had disappeared. Just then, he happened to hear Xia Shihan calling his name, so Chao Ning immediately chased after him in the direction the voice came from. Sure enough, he bumped into Xia Shihan's group of people who were surrounded here. What are you? Song Huiyen was startled. Chao Ning suddenly appeared behind her. Surprisingly, she didn't even notice it. The corner of Chao Ning's mouth rose. Didn't you just say that I was beaten away by you? Why are you pretending not to recognize me now? You're Chao Ning? Then who was that woman in red just now? Song Huiyan was puzzled. You mean her? Chao Ning casually waved his hand, and Lu Hongying followed and appeared in front of everyone. Master, they're the ones who injured me. Lu Hongying grunted as he pointed at the women. Master? She's your contracted spirit? So you're the ferryman. Chapter 31c, Schoolmate is jealous. Damn it, why is this happening? Song Huiyan's face suddenly changed. From the original blandness, the suspense continued to deepen. Soon a cloud of black gas covered half of her face. My god, is this the school sister's husband? So handsome. Come on, is this the time to be nymphomaniacal? Ha, why is he wearing the same clothes as us? Asterisk 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 asterisk. He couldn't be a freshman like us, right? Say, did anyone just see when he appeared? Worthy of being someone who can pick up the school's flower. Even the way he appears can be so handsome. Don't you guys think this person looks familiar? Hasn't he been seen somewhere? I remembered. He's the boy who was rumored to be with 2 schoolgirls. So it's him, worthy of being the school flowers man. Seeing Chao Ning's special appearance, the students who had originally panicked were now steeped in relief. I heard that you just called me your husband? Chao Ning grinned. No, not at all. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Xia Shihan awkwardly turned her face away, just afraid that her embarrassed appearance would be seen by Chao Ning. Oh, woman. Chao Ning shook his head and let out a bitter laugh, not wanting to go and break her down. Damn it, are you guys treating me like I don't exist? Song Huiyan was inexplicably fed a wave of dog food. The black aura on her body grew thicker and thicker. 3 Li spirits, 2 evil spirits, plus 1 of your fierce spirits. The number is full, but it saves me from having to look for them again. Chao Ning said carelessly. Just after she had entered the dense forest, the system had refreshed a new quest, solving these 6 undead. As a reward, one could receive 10 billion red gold coins. This was a chance to get rich that was delivered to her door. How could it be missed for nothing? Humph, what a big mouth. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a ferryman. You few wastrels, give it to me. Song Huiyan was tyrannical. Where did those few undead around her dare to disobey? The 5 of them revealed their vicious fangs. Like a few white shadows, they directly pounced on Chao Ning. Sculptural tricks, how dare you show off in front of me? Chao Ning didn't talk nonsense with them either, directly pulling out his dragonite gun and firing away. Duh-did-day, duh-did-day, duh-did-day. The dragonite gun, which had always been single shot, was unprecedentedly treated as an AK-47 by Chao Ning today, directly outputting a burst of fire at the 5 evil spirits. It was also because the 5 evil spirits were too weak. Before they could react, they had already been exterminated with only 1 left. A bunch of scum. Pa! Chao Ning carried his dragonflame gun and casually slapped Lu Honying's plump buttocks. Here, the remaining one is for you to practice solo. Don't even say it. Ever since Lu Honying had been subdued by Chao Ning, as her cultivation was consolidated, even her body had become more and more attractive. Looking at that towering creamy peak, it could definitely have the standard of a large D. Plus, she's not bad looking. With a little bit of training, she can definitely be a first-class expert. Being suddenly sneak attacked by Chao Ning, Lu Honying also followed suit with a flirtatious and delicate look. Master hates it. Xia schoolmates are still there. If you want to play, I go back to accompany you to play, enough is it? Lu Honying entered her role quite quickly, and Chao Ning was stunned. Chao Ning! Xia Shihan puffed out her cheeks and glared at him in exasperation. Can you hurry up? So many of us are still waiting to go back to find the big troop. We don't have time to spend with you. See, this is the schoolmarm getting jealous. That's right, this buddy is really powerful. Even the ghosts dare to go on. This spirit is really admirable. I think it's because my sister didn't give me a hand. She was suffocated, so she didn't even let go of the ghosts. He. Keep your voice down. Don't let your sister hear you. Hearing the students behind her all talking, Xia Shihan was furious and stomped her feet. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a Song Huiyan in the middle, she really would have rushed over and bit Chao Ning hard. Chao Ning was also very innocent. He had just acted subconsciously. He didn't really want to molest. Who knew that in the eyes of this group of people, they would become hungry wolves who couldn't stop eating? Shut up! Song Huiyan and Xia Shihan spoke out at the same time. Song Huiyan was a little embarrassed. From the means Chao Ning had just used, it was definitely at the level of a ghost official. A ghost official at this level, even if the Ghost King came, he would have to be afraid of him for a few moments. On the other side, after Lu Honying received Chao Ning's instructions, she immediately pounced towards the evil spirit, although both of them were of the same evil spirit strength. However, after Lu Honying had received Chao Ning's Qilindan, her cultivation had refined quite a bit, and she was not only strong but also no longer needed to rely on her grudges to improve herself. A single evil spirit could not pose any threat to her at all. Soon enough, the evil spirit was subdued, torn apart, and devoured by her. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. There were quite a few students present who saw the scene, and all of them were so frightened that they bent over and vomited on the spot. Master, I'm back. Lu Hongying wiped her mouth and returned to Chao Ning's side. Chao Ning was also filled with disgust. You stay away from me. Next time can you find me a place where no one is around before you go digesting? It's making me not want to eat at night. Chao Ning was also a bit sick to his stomach. Although he had heard of quite a few evil ghosts eating people, seeing a similar image with his own eyes was still a bit disgusting. Oh, well then, I won't next time. He. Lu Hongying laughed and came forward. After Lu Hongying devoured the evil spirit, the benevolent soul immediately received a great supplement of spiritual energy, and its strength continued to climb. In the next second, she even directly broke into the fierce spirit realm. The strength is rising quite fast, but I can remind you that you can't just devour souls. If you let the Netherworld know about it, you're going to be in big trouble. Chao Ning reminded. There were rules in the underworld. No Netherworld ghost official could devour the undead, and if anyone tried to provoke the laws of the underworld, the end would be tragic. Okay, master, I will never do it again. Lu Hongying was like a child who had done something wrong, immediately lowering his head and admitting his mistake. Alright, let's forget it this time. It's just a lone ghost. It's hard to find in the Book of Life and Death, but you still have to be careful. I can tell you, you don't know how capable the black and white irregular brothers are. Where do you want to go? Halfway through Chao Ning's sentence, he saw Song Huiyen intending to quietly slip away. After Song Huiyen was droned by Chao Ning, she immediately stood still. Right now, she didn't dare to disobey Chao Ning anymore. If she slightly displeased the other party, there would only be one way out of this world. I'll give you two paths. Either be my little brother, or have your soul scattered. Choose for yourself. Chao Ning said in a domineering manner. Hated master, it's not enough for you to have me as a spirit-attuned person. Why are you still thinking of finding another sister? Lu Hongying snapped. This is not for you to find a helper. Next time you encounter something tricky, if I can't get out of the way, I'll still have a helper. In reality, what Chao Ning really thought in his heart was, if there were two Li Ling as henchmen, and also two beautiful women, and then put on two cosplay costumes, Daji and Diaochan would all be there. If we go to the underworld to participate in the Ferryman conference, it will be very honorable. Even Zhaoli can find a Xia Yicheng as a helper, as well as the heavenly maiden to help. How can I not lose in the momentum? Chapter 32 Black and White Irregulars come to visit, for shifts. How's the consideration going? If you're not willing then forget it. Saying that, Chao Ning had already raised his dragon flame gun and aimed it at Song Huiyen. Song Huiyen reacted and immediately arched her hands in a very respectful manner. I'm willing. First things first, I'm the older sister and you're the younger sister. You'll all have to listen to me in the future. Lu Hongying muttered and grunted. Xia Shihan? Where am I? Who am I? Is this no business of mine? Then I'm leaving? Cough cough cough. Chao Ning coughed dryly twice and handed over a pill of Chevalier Spirit Pill. Take the deity spirit pill, and from now on, you'll be my deity spirit man, and this seat can also promise you that as long as you receive 999 deceased spirits, I'll send you to reincarnation. Many thanks, master. Song Huiyen was much more sensible than Lu Hongying was at the beginning. Her great vengeance had been avenged, and what she wanted most now was to reincarnate and start over. There were no longer any people or things in the mortal world that were worth keeping her. Song Huiyen didn't hesitate and immediately took the Chevalier's spirit pill. I'm willing to serve as an ox for my master. I'll do whatever I want. Chao Ning nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't worried that Song Huiyen was temporarily succumbing to it. After all, Chevalier's spirit Dan itself could purify grievances. Lu Hongying was a good example. Who would have thought that the current silly white sweetie was the once terrifying red-clothed schoolmate? After Song Huiyen took the Qiling Dan, the yin qi on her body slowly disappeared, and her pair of reddened eyes slowly became clear. It quickly returned to the way it was before she was born. Bright eyes and white teeth. Skin like gelatin. Really a beauty. I'll go. Am I dreaming? Just now she was a vicious female devil. Now she has turned into a great beauty. It's still true. You don't say that this female ghost is quite pretty. Otherwise how can people see color? Love love love. If this can be my girlfriend, I'm willing to quit the game from now on. Brother, you're afraid to be crazy. That's a female ghost. What are you afraid of? What the schoolmate's husband can do. Why can't we do it? That's it. Have you seen Sinister Spirit? There is this part in it. Just when the crowd was talking, suddenly an overcast wind sprang up. The leaves of the surrounding trees were blowing and clattering. In the distance, there were two figures, one black and one white, walking quickly towards the side. White shadow, full of smiles, tall and thin, pale, mouth long tongue, its head cap written with the words a glimpse of wealth. Black shadow, fierce face, body wide body fat, a small face black. Official hat written on the world piece 4 words, Both of them are holding handcuffs and ankle chains. At a glance is not good. How did the two of them come? Xiao Ning muttered in a low voice after seeing the duo. I'll go. Are these two people cosplaying? How come they're dressed like the black and white irregulars? Brother, what are your eyes? That's just fine. Living hell. What's going on today? First I saw a ghost. Now even the black and white invincible has come out. Am I about to turn a big luck? Boing boing. I don't want to stay here. It's really too scary here. Xiao Ning heard a group of people chattering and muttering non-stop. Xiao Ning got upset right away. He simply waved his hand. Memory erasure. All of the people present, with the exception of Xia Shihan, fainted. It was just like when Xiao Ning gave Xia Shihan a memory erasure, but this time, he didn't do it to Xia Shihan, simply because it couldn't be erased. He might as well save face for himself. After the surroundings quieted down, Xiao Ning immediately smiled and walked up to greet the two of them. Hey, Big Brother Xia and Big Brother Fan, what brings the two of you here? Hee, Big Brother Xia, your recent live broadcast is doing well, huh? I'm also a fan of your live broadcast. When is the next live broadcast? Or else also bring my little brother to fire a hand? Compared to the black-faced black impermanence, Xiao Ning preferred the smiling white impermanence. It was also comfortable to look at a smiling person with his hand out. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's approach, the black and white impermanents who had passed by also scoffed. They knew Xiao Ning's character very well. He has been a troublemaker since he was a child. He's always taken advantage of the situation and never suffered. Now that he's getting close to them in such an unusual way, obviously, if you're not attentive to anything, you're either a traitor or a thief. This kid is definitely hiding something. You kid, let's come to this set. You say you are a fan of my live broadcast. How come I've never seen you brush up on your healthcare? You're just going to fool people. White impermanence coldly snorted. White impermanence since the live broadcast. The circle of countless fans, even incidentally writing novels, have followed the fire. And now it is a big name in the world of yin and yang. Suddenly being nailed through his own little mind. Xiao Ning was also a little embarrassed. This, you two big brothers know. I'm a poor man with a small family. I can't even afford to eat. So how can I still afford to have great healthcare? Xiao Ning cried poorly, but he couldn't help it. The way he begged for money. He looked like a scoundrel. Humph. Alright, we're not going to beat around the bush with you. The Book of Life and Death shows that you've had devouring evil spirits happen here. Say it. Which one did it? Black Impermanence said with a cold face. Good lord. It's really here to find trouble. I didn't see the two of you when Night Ghost was busy looking for a double. The work is done. You two are here to collect the debt. Hey, big brothers, this is all a no-brainer. What you're talking about probably happened before I came. No, I just dispersed a few residual spirits. Xiao Ning took the two of them by the shoulders and walked to the side. Lu Hongying, who was standing in place on this side, immediately drooped her face. She could guess that it should have something to do with the fact that she had just devoured an evil spirit. Whoops, I regret it. I should have known that it would be better to dispel it directly, so I wouldn't have caused trouble for my master. Song Huiyan had just defected and wasn't familiar with Lu Hongying, so she couldn't interject and could only smile awkwardly. On the contrary, Xia Shihan and Lu Hongying had contact before, but were not familiar either. If she rashly went to persuade, it seemed to be a bit abrupt. Just like that, the three people could only stand still and watch. Not far away, Xiao Ning kept gesturing with the two, as if bargaining. After a while, the three people seemed to have made a deal. Xiao Ning took the shoulders of the two people, like a good brother wearing the same pants. No one mentioned the matter of devouring evil spirits again. It was easy to whitewash a lone spirit. Few people would hold on to it. After sending off the black and white irregulars, Xiao Ning sighed. He came back covering his heart. Alright, things have been settled. Neither of you two are allowed to devour souls again in the future. These two brothers are kind of on to me. If it happens again, I'll really have to lick my daughter-in-law. Saying that, Xiao Ning smoothly put his hand on Xia Shihan's small waist and lightly pinched it. Xia Shihan slanted both her eyes, and the corners of her mouth opened slightly. Scram. Chapter 33. It feels good to carry Xia Shihan on your back. After finishing everything, Xiao Ning didn't leave in a hurry. According to what Song Huiyan said, the extreme weather here seemed to be related to a giant tree. And this tree, both she and Xia Shihan had sheltered from the rain under it before. This is the one you're talking about? Xiao Ning patted the tree's diameter trunk that was longer than a small car. The first sensation after touching it. Master, this is the right one. Master, that's right. This is the tree. Every time it rains heavily, this tree's spiritual energy will be replenished, as if the rain is meant to provide it with energy. Song Huiyan affirmed. Seeing Xiao Ning's silence, Song Huiyan continued to ask, does Master know the origin of this tree? Xiao Ning nodded and shook his head again. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an acacia tree that is at least 2,000 years old. But what puzzles me is that such a precious tree has not been protected by the Forestry Bureau. It's really a rare thing. Master, you are saying that this is a 1,000-year-old acacia tree? Song Huiyan was surprised. Chao Ning nodded. That's right. With an acacia in front of the door, 100 ghosts will walk at night. That's what it says. A behemoth with a 2,000-year-old tree is indeed extremely rare. Maybe it can even lead to the bottom. Below? Song Huiyan was very puzzled. Could it be that this tree could lead straight to hell? Alright, let's not worry about this tree for now. The two of you should go back to the soul regeneration bag first. Counting the time the instructors should be looking over. Chao Ning interrupted the conversation. He actually suspected that this tree was left behind by someone on purpose. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for it to be here and survive unharmed for 1,000 years. At least with such a large trunk, it was still quite profitable to beat up a few sets of solid wood furniture. Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying looked at each other and nodded their heads together. Yes. After collecting the two of them into the soul regeneration bag, Chao Ning walked over to Xia Shihan, who had been puffing out her cheeks. The fact that this girl was able to remain unperturbed in the face of the ferocious spirits, and was able to delay until she came over, really surprised him. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that she would have been scared to the point of hugging her head and crying. Are you jealous? Chao Ning asked tentatively. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. Humph. What a beautiful thought. How could I possibly be jealous of you? Don't forget, we'll be divorced in half a year at the most, and we'll each go our own way at that time. Although Xia Shihan was dead set against admitting it, but Chao Ning could still sense it. It's good that you're happy, but shouldn't we hurry up and get out of here? After all, the air here doesn't seem to be very good. The air isn't good, is there? Xia Shihan endeavored to take a few sniffs. The result was a lonely sniff. Chao Ning forced a smile. Don't you think the air here is a bit sour? Xia Shihan reacted, her two eyes glaring like copper bells, and she was all over Chao Ning. Fine, so you're undermining me? You, what an abomination. Humph. Chao Ning dodged in a panic. Alright, let's hurry up. It's almost time for them to wake up. Eliminating short memories could make a person fall asleep for a while, but it wouldn't last long. Seeing Xia Shihan not moving at all, Chao Ning turned around and walked to her and laughed. What's wrong with you? You're not still fighting with a ghost over jealousy, are you? You, oh. Xia Shihan raised her small fist, huffed and grunted or put it down. I twisted my foot. Xia Shihan lowered her head and said, Twisted your foot? Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Chao Ning immediately squatted in front of her and gently lifted her left foot, which was almost already dangling in the air. Is it this one? Aha! Xia Shihan flattened her mouth and nodded. It hurts. You're gentle. Luckily it didn't hurt the tendons and bones. It'll be fine if you honestly stay in the dormitory for 2 days. Chao Ning examined it and rubbed her ankle for a while. Does it still hurt now? Xia Shihan nodded her head forcefully. It's much better, but it still hurts a little. Looks like walking you won't be able to walk. Come up, I'll carry you back. After checking, Chao Ning bent down with his back to Xia Shihan. I can walk by myself. Xia Shihan was a little embarrassed. She hadn't been this close to a boy since she was a child. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that we are legal? If you don't come up here I'll leave. There might be some demons and ghosts in this forest. Chao Ning urged. Ha! Xia Shihan looked around at the eerie silence of the dense forest. Coldness suddenly rose. Don't. I'll come up. After saying this, Xia Shihan was really scared and honestly climbed onto Chao Ning's back. I can't say it enough. The schoolgirl's body was soft and cozy. The moment she leaned over, one could clearly feel the too elastic softness. You're not allowed to think nonsense. Xia Shihan seemed to have noticed Chao Ning's dissimilarity and huffed and beamed. Chao Ning simply wanted to cry. This wasn't a high and mighty schoolgirl. This was clearly a domineering female president. Big sister, are you being reasonable? It seems like you're the one writing me now, right? Is that so? Xia Shihan thought about it as if it was the case. Then you are allowed to think for a little while. No bad thoughts, or I will beat you up. Xia Shihan raised her small fists with a look that was, I don't know. It's still quite cute. She's completely different from the previous cold schoolgirl. Is a completely different person. Okay, I'll listen to you. That's more like it. Xia Shihan nodded with satisfaction. By the way, is your weekend military training coming to an end? According to the training syllabus, it ends on Friday. Why are you asking this? Military training usually lasts for 2 weeks. Counting it up, it just happens to be until Friday. It's nothing. It's just that my grandfather and my parents asked me to bring you back for dinner. Don't think too much about it. It's what they asked for. It has nothing to do with me. Xia Shihan quickly shook her hand, signaling that it had nothing to do with her. It doesn't matter if it was your idea, but as a junior, I really should pay a visit to my old husband. Chao Ning said seriously. More than a week had passed since he received his license. He hadn't been able to find the time to pay a visit either. Indeed, he shouldn't have. When they returned to the group, some of the unconscious students had woken up. Seeing a stranger carrying Xia Shihan back, everyone's first reaction was to instinctively open their mouths wide. This. He dares to carry senior sister on his back. No way. I'm pissed off. I'll go. Who is this dude? I've never seen a school sister and any boy so close. Oh my god. He can't be the schoolgirl's rumored boyfriend, right? It's true. The guy in camouflage uniform in the school bar is him. What did they just do? Going into the woods? Chapter 34. Are you guys planning to inherit my 300 Gs? Hearing the elementary school brothers and sisters around her discussing themselves in your own words, Xia Shihan's subconsciously face swished red. You guys don't talk nonsense. I twisted my foot. That's why Chao Ning. Only then did he carry me. Xia Shihan hurriedly explained. Ow. So school sister's boyfriend is named Chao Ning. Ha, why does this name sound so familiar? It seems like there was a bull in our freshman year. The freshman who did 300 push-ups in one breath was also named Chao Ning. No wonder it looks so familiar. At a glance it really does. It's true that there's no gender in gossip. Sometimes boys gossip more than girls. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. At this point he didn't know how to go about explaining. This was how people were. The better they were, the more pressure they were under. Alright, all of you don't guess blindly. The instructor is still looking for us in front. Let's hurry over. Don't let them get anxious. When the crowd heard this, they temporarily put away their gossiping curiosity. With Chao Ning leading the way, there were no delays along the way. After leaving the misty dense forest side wall, in front of them, they really saw the instructors who had come to search. There are also a lot of rescue team members wearing dark blue clothes. The school field zipper suddenly lost dozens of students. No one would dare to be careless. Seeing Chao Ning come out of the dense forest with a dozen students, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The instructor who had previously agreed to Chao Ning joining the rescue team immediately ran forward. How's it going? Are they all okay? It's fine. Other than this broken foot on me, everyone else is intact. Chao Ning smiled. After the instructor confirmed that everyone was safe and sound, he couldn't help but throw Chao Ning a big blank stare in a sly manner. You kid, as soon as you entered the forest, you disappeared. I thought something had happened to you as well. I thought to myself that this disciplinary action would be unavoidable. Who would have thought that you would have gotten everyone back for me? You're really good. He. Instructor, I did have a word first. Did I say I could get them all back? I wasn't bragging, was I? Yes. It's still you kid who is capable. The instructor nodded his head in affirmation. Talk was talk, and fooling around was fooling around. Chao Ning still had a good relationship with these instructors in private. Later on, Chao Ning also learned that, after he entered the forest, the rescue team had already found the other dozen or so students. Only he and the dozen or so students around him were unaccounted for. They searched the forest for a long time. They couldn't find any, not to mention seeing any 1,000-year-old acacia trees. Learning that Chao Ning came out with the remaining students, the medical team soon followed. Any students injured? We have a stretcher here. Chao Ning signaled Xia Shihan on his back. Do you want to go on the stretcher? Don't. It's not like I'm about to gag. I don't want it. You carry me over to the medical cart. Xia Shihan grunted. All this way, Xia Shihan had been very quietly lying on Chao Ning's back. For some reason, there was always a sense of security when she was with him. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. It looked like Xia Shihan still liked riding herself quite a bit. Excuse me, please ask where the medical cart is? Chao Ning asked the ambulance beside him. The medical cart is in. Wait, stretcher. I want to ride a stretcher. You put me down. I don't know why. Xia Shihan suddenly resisted Chao Ning. She refused to let Chao Ning carry her. She preferred to ride on a stretcher. Chao Ning was at a loss. He watched Xia Shihan get off his back. When she was carried away by the ambulance, he was dumbfounded. Wasn't she fine just now? Why did her face change at the drop of a hat? Chao Ning was in the middle of his sentence when a small person not far away was trotting towards him. When he saw that person, Chao Ning understood. It turned out that Xia Shihan was jealous again. Wei, what a coincidence. Why are you here too? Chao Ning smiled and greeted Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei trotted over to Chao Ning's side and took a closer look to see if he was injured anywhere. It's good that you're not hurt. I heard that you and a dozen of your classmates are missing, so I came over to take a look. Li Weiwei had been working as a volunteer in the Humanities Academy's team. When she heard that Chao Ning and a dozen students had gone missing, she immediately asked the students around her about the situation. But after asking many people, no one knew what had happened. Finally, a few minutes ago, she learned that Chao Ning had come out of the forest, so she immediately ran over. Seeing that Chao Ning was safe and sound, her hanging heart was released. Was that Xia Shihan just now? Why did she leave when she saw me come over? Li Weiwei queried. Chao Ning didn't know how to explain. One couldn't say that she ran away because she was jealous. She sprained her foot, so she's going over to the medical cart. Ah, is it serious? Should we send it to the hospital? Li Weiwei was surprised. The situation is okay, no injuries to the tendons and bones. It will be fine after 2 days of nourishment. That's right, that's good, that's good. Li Weiwei nodded as if she was relieved. Well, since you're fine, I'm relieved. I'll leave first, I still have things to do over there. We'll contact each other by phone later. Li Weiwei smiled faintly. Her smile was very sweet. Well, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I'm going back to the team as well. Li Weiwei nodded in response. After taking 2 steps, she looked back at Chao Ning again, as if she was torn about something in her heart. Are you free this weekend? My high school classmates have organized a party. I'd like to invite you to go with me, so everyone has company. Li Weiwei nervously lowered her head, her small hand tightly gripping the corner of her coat. It was like how much courage she had gathered. Weekend? Chao Ning now had a headache when he heard the word weekend. He had already made an appointment with Xia Shihan to meet her family on the weekend. Now Li Weiwei suddenly asked for a date. He didn't know what to choose. It won't take you long. It'll be quick. Li Weiwei looked at Chao Ning blearily. That supplicating little look. Chao Ning really couldn't bear to refuse. It's fine, but the time won't be too long. Chao Ning said with some difficulty. It's fine, it'll just take a while. At most, we can quietly slip away in the middle of the day. I don't think anyone will notice. Li Weiwei showed 2 small tiger teeth and smiled even sweeter. That's fine. We'll contact each other by phone when the time comes. Aha! Li Weiwei jumped up happily. Chao Ning stood in place and awkwardly compensated for his smile, but his heart was flooded with mutterings. This damn and nowhere charm of brothers, it always manages to bring trouble to himself. Nowadays, are all schoolgirls so proactive? Watching Li Weiwei walk away happily, Chao Ning was finally relieved. At this time, the 3 iron beans from the dormitory heard the news and rushed over. The 3 of them excitedly hugged Chao Ning and cried bitterly. Brother Ning, I thought I'd never see you again. Yeah, Brother Ning, you don't know how much I miss you. Brother Ning, you haven't told us the password to your seed yet. 1 second Chao Ning was still very touched. The next second, he felt like slapping these 3 to death. What the hell was that last sentence? Are you guys planning to inherit my 300 plus gigabytes of inheritance? P.S. Can anyone see the commercial? Why can't I see it? Is it possible that the sponsors didn't pull the plug? Chapter 35, Confession in front of the girls' dormitory. Because of the disappearance of a student on the way to the field trip, for safety reasons, the school decided to cancel the target shooting program. The school decided to cancel the target shooting program and sent buses to send all the students back to the school in batches. After that, all the freshmen spent the next few days on the training ground. In fact, Chao Ning enjoyed standing in the military posture. All he needed to do was stand there motionless and then open the second space to figure out the cultivation method himself. Now that he had reached the realm of ghost official great perfection, wanting to rely on soul pills to raise his cultivation level again was no longer feasible. For one thing, the amount needed was large and expensive. Plus, the red gold coins he had on him now were pitifully small. He only had 20 billion red coins left. Most of it was used to bribe the black and white irregulars. Otherwise, according to their code of conduct, they would have taken Lu Hongying to the abyss. At that time, not to mention reincarnation, they would have to experience all kinds of torture. It's even possible for the soul to fly away. However, cultivating now is not without a solution. The bronze sword we got in the ancient tomb has great spiritual power. The grievances of 30,000 dead souls accumulated for 1,000 years. That was a huge force that would slowly dissipate with the passage of time even if they didn't go and absorb it. Plus the 1,000-year-old acacia tree deep in the forest. It was also an inexhaustible treasure. As long as he could raise his cultivation to ghost general strength in a short period of time, he would be able to take the spiritual power outside his body and convert it into the spiritual power he needed for advancement. However, breaking the boundary right now was not easy. If one were to use a soul pill to build a foundation, one would need at least 40 billion red gold coins. Fully counting, there was still a shortfall of 20 billion. System Daddy, are there any large quests lately? Like projects that can casually earn tens of billions? Ding! After the system heard Chao Ning call out, it immediately listed out a large number of task orders, but the amounts on them were all pitifully small. The largest one was for an evil spirit, only 100 million gold coins. The smaller ones were only in the millions. Altogether, it was less than 2 billion gold coins. One must realize that when Chao Ning had saved up 300 billion red gold coins, it was the result of more than 10 years of hard work, and it also included the newcomer award of 200 billion red gold coins. Now if he wanted to earn enough tens of billions in one go, unless there were a few more fierce spirits of Song Huiyan's level, forget it, let's just take things as they come. Chao Ning sighed. It was true that you couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The queue was dismissed, and as usual, Jianghai was still pointing and flirting with Sun Liang, and a few people had just passed by the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. When they passed by the girls' dormitory, they saw a lot of people gathered there. Jianghai and the three of them loved to watch and immediately ran over to inquire. Chao Ning is not interested. He was still thinking about how to break the mirror and didn't care. After a while, Jianghai and the few others ran back like they were mad. Brother Ning, something big has happened. You've been green. No. It should be about to be green. It's pretty much the same anyway. Chao Ning was so confused that he didn't even understand what was going on. All stopped squabbling. What did you say happened? Chao Ning pointed at Jianghai and said, Brother Ning, do you know what's going on up ahead? Confession? Chao Ning said indifferently. Jianghai was a bit surprised. Do you know who the object of the confession is? Xia Shihan? Chao Ning remained calm. Hiss. Jianghai sucked in a breath of cool air. Eyes opened wide. Brother Ning, how did you know? You told me. The girls' dormitory downstairs made such a big commotion without confessing. It's hard not to sell stockings at a stall. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. Just tell me who that grandson is. Jianghai was a bit embarrassed. The student council president Lin Chen. It's rumored that he just came back from an exchange abroad and won some kind of award. And right now he's over there with 999 roses, setting up a big love heart. Lin Chen? Never heard of it. Is the student council president as powerful as me? You're just assuming that I'll definitely be green? Chao Ning looked disdainful. Brother Ning, you don't know. Sun Liang picked up the conversation and continued. I heard that grandson is also from the capital. His family has a courtyard house. And he's also handsome. The girls chasing after him are all over the place. If you say that the school flower does not agree, I think it is a bit impossible. You have no confidence in me. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. The meaning of his words was that little white boy was more handsome than me, more capable than me, and by the way, richer than me. Other than that, what else does he have? No, Brother Ning, I definitely have confidence in you, but I don't have confidence in the school flower. Sun Liang explained. Is there a difference between the two? Chao Ning was speechless. Alright, take me to see what this grandson looks like? Chao Ning happened to have no appetite. It's not bad to watch a bit of theater before dinner. In front of the C dormitory building, it was crowded with people. Most of them are girls. In the center of the crowd, there is a man wearing a white designer suit, holding a bouquet of blueberries. In front of him, there is a large circle of red roses surrounded by love. Next to a lot of men and women gathered around, followed the uproar. A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that it was the atmosphere group that Lin Chen had hired. Chao Ning hadn't even squeezed into the crowd yet, but she saw the girls in the surrounding area all showing a look of infatuation, their eyes staring at Lin Chen. The corners of their mouths were drooling with gluttony. Wow. Senior Lin is really handsome. If only he could be my boyfriend. Don't be beautiful. He came back today specifically to confess to Xia Shihan. Wow, a school flower and a school grass. The children they have in the future must be cute too. Woo, my boyfriend is going to confess to someone else. I'm so sad. Senior Lin, I love you. We all support you. Good lord. The main guy hadn't even spoken yet, and the girls in the neighborhood were going crazy first. Chao Ning wasn't a fan of men, and her first impression was that he was quite white, and then looking at his own dark and healthy complexion. Probably this is the difference. Brother Ning, if you look at this situation, it's definitely aimed at greening you. Jianghai sighed. Chao Ning didn't say anything, he just waited quietly to watch the show. He didn't believe that Xia Shihan liked these things, no matter what. She was the daughter of Jiangning's richest family. Such a small scene. It's still not enough to watch. Not a moment later, Xia Shihan came out of the dormitory. After resting for a few days in a row, her feet have recovered. Xia Shihan wore a chiffon dress today, and her fluffy, slightly curly brown hair hung casually on her shoulders. Although it was only light makeup, it couldn't hide her noble temperament. A goose-egg face of national color. Fair, smooth and exquisite features were small and beautiful. She was like a stunning beauty carved out by a 10th-grade beauty face. The next second she appeared. The onlookers outside the dormitory were all dumbfounded. I'm afraid that the actresses on TV who had been beautified would be just like this. Chapter 36, Can you afford us? Refund your ticket. My god, the goddess is so beautiful. Worthy of being the school flower of our Jianghai University. Even if you let me pour foot washing water for her, I'm willing. Brother, you have a small pattern. In my place, I can directly quit the game. How can she be so pretty? Our senior Lin is going to fall. Boing. I want to be as beautiful as her so that senior will like me. Not that I'm saying, Lin Chen is definitely high on the list. The onlookers were envious. Lin Chen even immediately walked forward with flowers the moment Xia Shihan appeared. Shihan, Lin Chen? Xia Shihan was surprised. Aren't you abroad? When did you come back? Just got back. I came as soon as I got off the plane. Lin Chen took a deep breath and smiled as he continued. Shihan, my mentor told me that if you like someone, you have to be brave to pursue her. So I came back. Today in front of so many classmates. I'm going to confess to you. Shihan, will you be my girlfriend? Said Lin Chen, kneeling down on one knee and handing the flowers in his hand to her. Shihan, promise me. Okay, promise him, promise him, promise him. The atmosphere team immediately created an atmosphere. The cries were getting higher and higher. Under the atmosphere group, more and more people in the neighborhood joined in the shouting and cheering. Xia Shihan's face, however, didn't have half a bit of joy. Instead, she was a bit embarrassed. As far as her eyes could see, she saw someone. I don't know why. When she saw that person, her teeth itched with anger. I'm sorry, Senior Lin. I already have a boyfriend. He's still waiting for me, so I'll leave first. Xia Shihan politely nodded and smiled at Lin Chen. Following, she walked in the direction of the crowd. Shihan. Lin Chen stood up sluggishly, looking at Xia Shihan's departing back. He didn't know why Xia Shihan would reject him. He wanted to see where exactly that person was superior to him. In the crowd, the 4 people from dormitory 644 were really excited when they saw Xia Shihan walking towards Ning. Brother Ning, look, the school beauty is walking over towards us. I told you, sister-in-law would never leave our brother Ning behind. That's right, that's right. We don't even look at the relationship between the schoolgirl and brother Ning, so she can't just pry her way in. Everyone present was surprised. Xia Shihan had actually rejected the courtship of the rich and handsome Lin Chen. Then who was the person she liked? Who could be so charming? What? You're here to personally supervise. Are you afraid that I'll agree to him? Xia Shihan walked up to Ning and said with a smile. Ning had his hands in his pockets, his face showing a very bland look. How could it be? I'm still very confident in my face value. Of course I trust your vision even more. Facts have proven that I'm better than him. Asterisk. Ning is so shameless. More than not being shameless. It's almost like he doesn't even want the inside face. Good lord. I've really learned. No wonder brother Ning was able to pick up the schoolgirl. Ning heard the 3 ignorant cobblers around him tearing themselves down, and without turning his head back, he directly shone a foot at the 3 of them. Ow ow ow. The 3 people made piggish grunts in pain. Seeing these 4 people in front of her so amusing, Xia Shihan almost laughed out loud when she couldn't hold back for a moment. Do you want to treat me to a meal? After all, people came to me to confess their love. I'm going along with some people's wishes. After saying that, Xia Shihan directly wrapped Ning's arm in the direction of the cafeteria. Ning nodded seriously. A treat is fine, but you have to pay. When the large group of people over here saw Xia Shihan and Ning leaving, everyone looked dumbfounded. The only thing left in the whole place was Lin Chen penciled in the wind. It was also Jianghai who was cocky enough to only feel that Lin Chen wasn't embarrassed enough, so he saw the opportunity to immediately hide in the crowd and shouted, "Can you afford us? Refund, refund, refund." When Jianghai shouted this, Lu Hao and Sun Liang beside him immediately reacted. The 2 of them followed suit and shouted, "Refund, refund, refund." I go. So there's an insider, brothers. This grandson is a real thief. Grass. Almost let him have his way. Outrageous. Refund the ticket. Today must refund the ticket. Soon, the boys who were already a little jealous followed and yelled. In the blink of an eye, everyone on the field was yelling for a refund. Lin Chen, who was standing still, as well as his atmosphere group were all mad with embarrassment at the moment. The wonderful CP performance hadn't come to fruition, and as a result, a wave of dog food had been spread, so it would be strange if they didn't follow the uproar. After leaving the confession scene, Lin Chen purposely called his humongous generals, Student Council Organization Minister Song Luan and Life Minister Lu Hu to his dormitory. Lin Chen had a taut face, and a gorgeous suit had been changed, as if that outfit represented his disgrace today, right after he returned to his dormitory. Sure enough, the headline on the school bar was how he had been humiliated today. Do you guys know what that kid really is and why Xia Shihan is with him? Song Luan had just eaten at the cafeteria, and on his way here he had already heard about what happened in front of the girls' dormitory. Brother Chen, don't be angry. I've already inquired about that kid. He's a freshman from the archaeology department named Ning, and I heard that he's also related to Vivian Li. Li Weiwei? Lin Chen was surprised. As far as he knew, Li Weiwei was no better than Xia Shihan at chasing after her, and there were not a few people who rejected her during her freshman year. He himself had only gone abroad for half a year of exchange. How come Jianghai University, the 2 most difficult to chase schoolgirls, were related to him? Aha! Lu Hu nodded his head and continued. Brother Chen, you don't know. During the time you weren't here, the kid was out of the limelight. I heard that he can do 300 push-ups in one breath. seems to be very powerful. Is there any way to mess with him a bit? Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Song Luan shook his head. Brother Chen, it doesn't seem too good to mess with him. This kid usually neither returns late nor skips military training. It's not easy to mess with him. Then just watch him embrace people left and right? I can't swallow this breath anyway. Lin Chen losing face was a small matter. The fact that Xia Shihan had rejected him was what made him harbor anger in his heart. Girls like Xia Shihan who were both beautiful and had a great body were rare nowadays. Most importantly, Xia Shihan was also the only daughter of the Xia family in Jiangning. In the future, all of the Xia family's assets would be inherited by her. And right now, business-wise, the Lin family's industries in Jiangning were also heavily dependent on the Xia family. No matter what, if he could get together with Xia Shihan, it would be beneficial but not harmful. Bang! No! We must find a way to mess with him a bit and force him to break up with Xia Shihan. Lin Chen slammed his fist heavily on the table. Song Luan and Lu Hu looked at each other. Otherwise, or the old method of going to scare him first, so that he knows what to do? Lu Hu tried to ask. Before this, they had already used a similar method privately to coerce the backbone of the student union to leave voluntarily, and it was a familiar method to use. Lin Chen nodded. Just do it, you guys go ahead and give him a warning. If he doesn't listen, I'll make it impossible for him to stay in the school. At that time, Xia Shihan will still be mine. Lin Chen was fuming to snatch Xia Shihan into his hands. Such a great beauty, he absolutely could not allow it to be cheap to Chao Ning. Chapter 37, Going home with Xia Shihan to meet her mother-in-law. Building C Girls' Dormitory. Wei, did you hear? Lin Chen confessed his love to Xia Shihan and was rejected by her. That's not unusual. Lin Chen is very good, but Xia Shihan doesn't necessarily like this type. Li Weiwei brushed a handful of hair, still reading quietly. Then you know, what happened afterward? Tang Xiaoyu said excitedly. Well, Xia Shihan said she had a boyfriend and then pointed it out in public? Li Weiwei said lightly. How did you know? Tang Xiaoyu was a million times more surprised. Isn't this the usual tactic in novels, to reject someone? Li Weiwei smiled. Oops, this is not important. Do you know who that boy is? Tang Xiaoyu was a little anxious. Li Weiwei's heart thumped, and a flash of loss passed through her eyes. Chao Ning, right? How do you know again? Tang Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide, looking at Li Weiwei with a look of disbelief. It was really him. The loss in Li Weiwei's eyes struck again, but it quickly disappeared again. I'm not stupid. It's not like I haven't seen so many exposés in the school bar. I can guess how. Then how can you still sit here and read like nothing? Isn't Chao Ning your boyfriend? Tang Xiaoyu was surprised. Xiaoyu, you misunderstood. Li Weiwei turned her face sideways and smiled at Tang Xiaoyu. First, Chao Ning and I are just good friends. It's not a relationship like you said. Second, did they announce it in public? No, right, so why should I bother? Don't you think so? He. No, Weiwei, just let out any grievances you have. You mustn't hold it in. I'm a little scared when you speak so decently. Tang Xiaoyu's 3 views were destroyed. Was this still the civilian schoolgirl Li Weiwei she knew? Alright Xiaoyu, just don't care about those lacy tidbits. Hurry up and read the book. You're not going to be inside scrolling Wu Jing and Su Qian's well. They went shopping. Now is not exactly a good opportunity. Li Weiwei was on cloud 9. Just like nothing. Right. How did I forget about this? I have to read. I want to internalize the scroll. Tang Xiaoyu came to his senses, almost delaying a major life event. Over here. Li Weiwei's beautiful eyes froze slightly as she muttered under her breath. Chao Ning, you really? Rolling her eyes, she sighed with a shallow smile and continued to bury her head in her book. On the other side, after Chao Ning returned to the dormitory, there were a few guys from the student union who gathered over immediately. The leader was the head of the life department. Lu Hu, are you Chao Ning? Lu Hu stuck his hands in his pockets and spoke arrogantly. When Chao Ning saw Lu Hu condescendingly blocking his way, even the dumbest of them could guess that this guy was here to make things happen. You're in my way. Step aside. Chao Ning was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, casually pushing it and throwing it directly to the side. How is this kid so strong? Lu Hu was taken aback to know that he was 1 meter 8, 150 pounds, just so casually pushed him to the side. Then Chao Ning's strength, that has to be how big. Chao Ning didn't pay attention to Lu Hu, and went back to his seat to sit down. Lu Hu followed closely behind with a few boys. Jianghai saw that the situation was not right and immediately ran towards the door. In no time, a dozen or so boys had gathered outside. The archaeology department had no other advantage but the number of boys running to their dormitory to cause trouble here. One could only wait to be blocked. You guys, what are you guys doing? We're from the student union. Lu Hu realized that his situation was a bit awkward and followed suit to collect himself. My great minister, it's not against the school rules for us to stand at the entrance of a dormitory of the same class, is it? you go about your business. We won't get in your way, Jianghai said with a smile. A dozen people are blocking the entrance and you're telling me it's fine? Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Hu cursed in his heart. Say it, what is it that you're looking for me for? Ning was picking at his cell phone by himself, not even bothering to raise his head. Lu Hu wanted to warn Ning to his face, but he saw this situation around him, not to mention whether or not it would be filmed and handed over to the school. If there was really a conflict, he was afraid that he would want to walk out in one piece. It was also not easy. It's nothing. I'm just here to see if you new students have any needs. If there is a need, you can talk to our student council and we can apply to the school, Lu Hu said with a smile. Finished? Finish and get lost. I don't need a dog here. Ning remained cold. Lu Hu was enraged when he heard this. If it was any other freshman, who would dare to talk to him like that? Originally, he had come to warn Ning, but he didn't expect to be humiliated by him instead. However, Lu Hu didn't dare to say anything more. Right now he was at a disadvantage. If he really started a conflict, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it at all. Don't be too complacent. I'll see which one of us can have the last laugh. Lu Hu dropped a vicious sentence and turned his head to leave. After Lu Hu's group left, the people surrounding the door of Ning's dormitory also followed and dispersed. Wimped out so quickly. How boring. Jianghai somewhat smugly came over to Ning's side. Brother Ning, I heard that Lu Hu often bullied the freshmen, but now it doesn't seem to be any good. But when it comes to us, they still honestly gave in. Brother Ning, I've heard that Lu Hu was Lin Chen's lapdog. He came to us today. Could it be related to Xia School Flower? Lu Hao was a man of understanding, and saw the problem at a glance. I'll go. Stolen Tower again. Ning played with his cell phone to himself, still not looking up. You guys are alright? He's the one Lin Chen sent to pick a fight. But this kind of crappy shrimp, I don't see it yet. Alright, you all should do what you need to do. There's no need to think about them. Ning wasn't even afraid of fierce spirits, so how could he care about a dog's leg that only knew how to bully and fear? Most of the time, it was just that he was too lazy to care. In the days that followed, Lin Chen's group had really tightened up quite a bit, but their small private actions were also constant. Most of the time, they arranged for people from the student union to focus on dormitory hygiene, as well as whether there were any people skipping training on the military training ground and so on. These are all trivial matters that are not relevant. Ning was planning to teach them a lesson, or else he really thought that he didn't have a temper and was a soft persimmon to pinch. But all that would have to wait until next week, because he had a more important matter now. The military training had ended, and the time had come to fulfill the promise to Xia Shihan to meet her family. I heard that Lu Hu went to trouble you a few days ago? On Maserati, Xia Shihan casually mentioned. Ning was playing with his cell phone, not even lifting his head. Just a clown. Can't make any big waves. I can handle it. Speaking here, Ning suddenly remembered something and subconsciously frowned. Rather, it's you. You say, the first time I go to your house, do I need to buy something to bring over? After all, it was his son-in-law's first visit to your home, so it was indeed a bit inappropriate to go empty-handed. However, his entire body's belongings right now didn't even add up to $100. He couldn't afford to give his father-in-law and mother-in-law a pack of Weilong. Could he? No need. My family never lacks these things. It's not necessary to buy them. It's good that you've arrived. Xia Shihan had been focused on driving. She wasn't too concerned about what Ning could bring over. Instead, she was worried about tonight's accommodation. After all, the two of them were now licensed, and it really wasn't easy to say what would happen in the process if they were really forced into a room. That's right. Your family really doesn't lack anything. Ning touched his parched pockets, so he nodded seriously. Alright, then I'll listen to you and not buy it. Chapter 38, Change of Language Fee, 200 million. After traveling through the noisy downtown area for almost half an hour, when the pink Masha arrived at the entrance of Jiangnaniping Villa area, Xia Shihan opened the car window and greeted the security guard. Yo, it's MS. Xia, who's back? Let her through. The security chief saw that it was Xia Shihan sitting in the car. Immediately let the car pass. The residents of Jiangnaniping are the rich and powerful in Jiangning City. The security measures are stricter than those in municipal districts. Not only are there people patrolling the neighborhood 24 hours a day, but there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Security measures are in place. If only the license plate and the person in the car can't match the number, then they won't be able to get in. Captain, that beauty just now is really pretty. Who is she? How come I've never seen her before? Dumbfounded. You just came and still don't recognize it. That's the big miss of the Xia family. A veritable rich white beauty. There are enough people chasing her to line up a few streets. So she's Xia Shihan. No wonder she's so pretty. I've seen her on Douyin. Ha, who is that man on the passenger seat? It can't be his boyfriend, right? Doesn't look like a rich man either. The security chief rolled his eyes. What do you kid care so much about? Let's just do our own thing. less prying into the rich man's business. Soon, Xia Shihan drove the car to a detached villa. The villa in front of her looked no different from a small manor from the outside. The car traveled to the front gate. After the intelligent identification system scanned it, the large iron gate slowly opened. The first thing that came into view was a large garden courtyard that was even larger than a soccer field. In the courtyard, there were quite a few maids in maid outfits and bodyguards in black suits. Xia Shihan drove the car until she arrived in front of a European-style villa. "Here we are. Get out of the car," Xia Shihan said as she unbuckled the seatbelt on her body. "Wait, you let me slow down." Chao Ning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down a bit. "What am I going to say when I go in later? It's my first time without experience." Chao Ning eyed Xia Shihan. When he went to the underworld, he hadn't even been this nervous. Xia Shihan was amused to see Chao Ning cowering. "You didn't say that when you came here. How do you know you're afraid now?" Chao Ning rolled his eyes. "Your family is so rich. I'm a poor boy coming to the door for the first time. If your parents dislike me and kick me out, then how disgraced I'd be. Humph, then I don't care. Since you came today you don't want to run away." Xia Shihan did not hide the excitement in her heart. She had long wanted to see Chao Ning make a fool of himself. After saying that, she directly pulled him inside. "Slow down. I left something in the car. My shoelace is loose. I want to go to the restroom." Chao Ning resisted desperately, full of desire to survive. Images from novels of snobby mothers-in-law disliking their poor son-in-laws followed in his mind. Even before he came, he was still brainstorming about how to hit his mother-in-law in the novel. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Xia Shihan lightly walked into the hall to greet them. In the hall, both Mr. and Mrs. Xia were already waiting. "This is Xiaoning, isn't it? Not bad. He's really handsome, just like your father when he was young." The one who spoke was a country-faced man with. His essence and temperament were all impeccable. One could tell that he was a big shot in the financial world. He was Xia Shihan's father, Xia Goen, the chairman of Xia Group. In Xia Goen's side there is a temperament-dignified woman, although it is already more than 40 years of age. But the maintenance is very good. Dress is also extremely decent, as if the 30-something years of age young woman in general. She was Xia Shihan's mother. Chao Ning's longed-for mother-in-law, Shun Rongyu. Xia Goen completely ignored Xia Shihan and instead directly greeted Chao Ning. This scene had made Xia Shihan jealous for a long time. "Mom, look at it. Who is the real one? My dad. He's ignoring me." Xia Shihan pulled Shun Rongyu's arm and huffed and beamed. "This child of yours? Why are you still so petulant when you're married? Xiaoning came to our house for the first time. You can't be capricious." Shun Rongyu said angrily. How have I been capricious?" Xia Shihan stomped her feet anxiously. "Mom, I didn't do anything. Am I your biological child or not?" Chao Ning was dumbfounded at this scene. What about the promised snobbish mother-in-law? What about the promised opportunity to punch her in the face? Although he hadn't prepared anything himself, his heart was already in place. "Look at this girl. She's scaring Chao Ning. She usually doesn't bully people much, right?" Xia Goen smiled and patted Chao Ning on the shoulder while relentlessly suppressing Xia Shihan. "Chao Ning, don't be nervous. Arriving here is like arriving at your own home. Don't ever be polite. We are all family now. Uncle Xia, I'm fine. Shihan is quite good to me. She even invited me for breakfast." When Chao Ning said this, he purposely glanced at Xia Shihan. The opposite Xia Shihan arrogantly angled her head, as if she hadn't heard the words. "Chao Ning, why are you still called uncle? Are you going to change your title to Hula now?" Xia Goen said with a smile. "Dad?" Chao Ning shouted out in confusion. "Hey, good boy." Xia Goen nodded with satisfaction and casually pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Chao Ning. "I, as an elder, don't know what you youngsters are into. There's $100 million in this card. You take it for pocket money. The password is Shihan's birthday." 100 million? My goodness, this could swing the ferryman to have a much richer way. Is this not too good? Chao Ning took the black card and put it into his pocket, while looking at Shin Rongyu with a smile on his face. "Mom, I came in a hurry. You see, I didn't bring you any gifts. You gave me such a big red envelope. I'm also embarrassed to accept. Look at my memory." Shin Rongyu immediately understood. Chao Ning has a sweet mouth. "This is the small red packet that Auntie gave you. Take it for pocket money." "No, Mom." Xia Shihan all looked dumbfounded. Who in the end is the biological What are you looking at? I can tell you. You're not allowed to move these 200 million. This is my meeting gift to Xiaoning. Shin Rongyu handed Chao Ning his share of the reformation fee while despising Xia Shihan, who was about to drop her jaw in shock. In passing, another $100 million? Chao Ning looked at the black card in his hand, although he was extremely calm on his face. In fact, he was already happy in his heart. After 10 years of hard work as a ferryman, it's still not as much as what he earns from shouting mom and dad twice. "Mom, No, Xia Shihan couldn't stop crying. Am I your real daughter? I want some pocket money, and you guys want me to work at the company. He just came today, and you guys have $200 million at your fingertips. Whoops. Xia Shihan was aggrieved when she said this. She was so excited that tears were coming down. Seeing this, Shenronyu immediately went forward to comfort Xia Shihan. Chapter 39, The Ghost Collector's Tale of the National Security Building. Shihan, People's Xiaoning just came today, so don't count on it. Yes Shihan, you're so old, you shouldn't still be playing a childish tantrum. Xia Goen also followed to comfort. In reality, how did she know that? Xia Goen had been cast down by a competitor back then and had been haunted by an evil spirit for several years. He was almost so depressed that he jumped into the river and committed suicide. If it wasn't for Elder Chao appearing in time to save him, I'm afraid the entire Xia family would have ceased to exist. Xiao Ning, why didn't the old master follow along today? Before Xiao Ning came to the door, Xia Goen had sent someone to invite the elder master. However, he found that Elder Chao was not at home. Grandpa went out on a trip. He shouldn't be back for a short while. Xiao Ning grinned and hummed. The old master, in order for him to go on a soft diet, he had cut off all his financial resources. Now it was at his whim. It's like this. Xia Goen was a bit lost after hearing this. Dad, is there something you need to find Grandpa? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help. Xiao Ning guessed that Xia Goen might have encountered some difficulty that needed the old man's help. You? Xia Goen frowned when he heard Xiao Ning say that. However, on second thought, Xiao Ning was the old master's grandson. He might be able to help in some way. Xiao Ning, I'm actually looking for the old master for a bit of personal business, and I wanted to ask for his help. As Xia Goen reached this point, it was clear that he was also in a bit of a bind. After all, Xiao Ning had asked for his help on his first day at the door, and he was somewhat embarrassed himself. Xiao Ning, it's that the company has recently encountered some strange things, and your father suspects that something dirty is at work. So by the way, he wants to ask the old man to take action. Shenronyu spoke out. Something dirty? What's going on here? Xiao Ning was somewhat puzzled. Xia Goen and Shenronyu looked at each other. Xiao Ning is like this. Lately, I don't know what the reason is. Every time at night, bloody handprints always inexplicably appear in the company. At first it was thought that someone was messing around, but after checking the surveillance video, I found that the bloody handprints appeared for no reason at all. Not only that, but on several of our construction sites, people often see ghosts in the middle of the night. Now it's causing panic in the company. Dad, how come you never told me about this? Xia Shihan was surprised. Shenronyu sighed. Your dad didn't want you to worry, so he never said anything. Xia Shihan pulled Xiao Ning's arm and said with some pride, Dad, don't worry, Xiao Ning is awesome. He definitely has no problem dealing with these dirty things. Xia Shihan seemed like a changed person, immediately showing off to Xia Goen. Xiao Ning, are you inheriting the mantle of the old master? Otherwise it's better to wait for the old master to come back. Xia Goen worried, although he and Xiao Ning were meeting for the first time today, but after all, Xiao Ning was already married to Xia Shihan. No matter which way you look at it, Xia Goen didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Ning. Dad, it doesn't matter. I can still handle a few clowns, or else I'll go with you now to take a look. Xiao Ning said seriously. He was worried that he had received $200 million from his father-in-law and mother-in-law and had no way to return the favor. What a sleepy pillow. It was just the right time to take these two brats as a favor. Is it really okay? Xia Goen was still a bit hesitant. Dad, just trust Xiao Ning. He's awesome. Xia Shihan spoke of this, unconsciously with a bit of pride on her face. Goen, why don't you let Xiao Ning try? Shenronyu came forward and whispered. This. Xia Goen hesitated and finally agreed to Xiao Ning's suggestion to let him try first. Alright, but Xiao Ning, if you're not sure, pull out immediately, don't try to be brave. Losing business is small, but nothing can happen to people. Xiao Ning nodded. Don't worry, Dad, I can still deal with those little things. After dinner, Xia Goen took Xiao Ning and Xia Shihan to the company with him. At first, Xia Goen didn't agree to Xia Shihan going with him, but he really couldn't stand Xia Shihan's begging. Goen Mansion was named after Xia Goen. It is also the headquarters of the Xia Group. When we arrived at the State Security Building, the original brightly lit office building, now, except for some lights on the first floor, the rest of the building was pitch black. Xiao Ning hadn't even gotten out of the car yet, but he already felt that the building's qi was particularly heavy. By the looks of it, the undead resentment here was not small. Chairman, why are you here so late at night? And why did you bring Shihan here as well? It's not safe here. The one who spoke was company patriarch Zhou Qing. He had been in charge of the company's administrative work. After receiving the call that Xia Goen was coming for an inspection, he immediately rushed here from home. Uncle Zhou, it doesn't matter. We came here today to catch ghosts. Xia Shihan said with a smile. Catching ghosts? This is not nonsense. Zhou Cheng didn't believe it at all. At this time, he also saw that Xia Goen was accompanied by a young man he didn't recognize and couldn't help but be a little curious. This little brother looks familiar. Is he the new driver hired by the chairman? Driver? Does Lousy look that handful? Chao Ning secretly despised in his heart. Old Zhou, this is my son-in-law Chao Ning. Xia Goen tried to explain. He's Shihan's? Zhou Cheng looked in surprise at Xia Shihan, who had already skimmed her face. Xia Goen nodded and smiled as he continued to explain. Old Zhou, Chao Ning can catch ghosts, so I purposely brought him here to see if he could help us with our troubles. Catch ghosts? Zhou Qing almost thought that he had misheard. No matter how he looked at it, this young man in front of him didn't look like he could catch ghosts. Don't joke around. Chairman, this can't be a joke. Your Uncle Zhou right? Don't worry about it. The undead here is nothing more than an evil spirit. It's still easy to solve her. It wasn't once or twice that Chao Ning had been questioned by people, so he didn't bother to explain to him. Please take me over there to take a look. I have to make a trip to the construction site after collecting this evil spirit. Chairman, this. Zhou Qing was a little hesitant. Xia Goen nodded. It's fine Lao Zhou. Let's just go with Xiao Ning and take a look. I'm sure he can handle it. There's a ghost. Just at this moment, shrieks suddenly came from within the office building. Chairman, the evil ghost has come out. You guys quickly leave. Zhou Qing was busy blocking the way, but just then, Chao Ning had already bypassed him and ran directly towards the office building behind him. Chapter 40, The Evil Spirit of the Mansion. The fifth floor was the place with the thickest energy. Chao Ning followed the sound and chased after it, and sure enough, he encountered the frightened and panicked security guard at the location of the stairway on the fourth floor. Ghost, ghost, ghost. The security guard's face was white with fear. The light bulbs in the hallway were also flickering on and off. Little brother, you mustn't go up there. The evil ghost is out. It's out. You mustn't go. The security guard rushed to stop Chao Ning. Chao Ning squinted his gaze, and the light bulb instantly returned to normal. Without waiting for Chao Ning to comfort the little security guard, Xia Goen and the others all followed. Chao Ning, this is no problem, right? Chairman, General Manager Zhou, why are you guys here too? It's not safe here. The security guard was a little surprised to see the visitors. Xiao Lu, what did you just see? Why are you scared like this? Zhou Qing opened his mouth and asked. It's a bloody handprint. He was just beside me. But I couldn't see him. The little security guard said in panic. Dad, Uncle Zhou, this is just some kind of blindfold. It's fine, I'll go up and take a look. Chao Ning smiled and waved his hand without any fear. Although Chao Ning hadn't figured out why evil spirits had suddenly appeared here, but he was basically certain that there must be a reason why the evil spirits refused to leave here. Hey, Xiao Ning. Xia Goen wanted to call out to Chao Ning, but the latter had already gone up the stairs. Coming to the fifth floor, here was an entire office area. The computers placed neatly were enough to show how busy this place was during the day, but at the moment, there wasn't even a single person. On the glass wall of the aisle, there are a lot of bright red bloody handprints printed on the glass wall of the aisle. The lights flickered on and off, and there was no sound at all. Where are you, a lonely soul, from? Why are you stranded here? Chao Ning said in a deep voice as he stared ahead, and Xia Goen and his party, who followed behind Chao Ning, all froze as they looked on, because they didn't see anything. Xiao Ning, who are you talking to? Xia Goen said suspiciously. Of course it's with that lone ghost. She's in front of you guys right now? In front of us? Little brother, don't joke. Where is there any ghost here? How come I can't see anything? Zhou Qing still expressed his disbelief. Chao Ning grinned. Alright then, I'll let you all take a good look. Saying that, Chao Ning took out the rhinoceros horn from his pocket and lit it up. Rhinoceros horn doesn't dare to be burned. Burning it has a strange fragrance. Staining his clothes and belt, people can communicate with ghosts. As soon as Chao Ning's words fell, a red-clothed, white-faced female ghost suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The female ghost looked like she was probably in her 20s. It was wearing a long red vintage dress. Black shadows gathered around a pair of eyes, with a miserable white skin color that was better than snow. People who looked at it were panicked from the bottom of their hearts. This is that female ghost? Xia Goen was dumbfounded. This female ghost had already existed for several months. The people present had only really seen her clearly today. Who are you people that you dare to look directly at me? The female ghost opened her mouth. Her voice permeated with extremely deep resentment. Chao Ning clasped his hands to his chest and smiled faintly. You haven't answered my question yet. Isn't that not very polite? Polite? Ha ha ha. The female ghost laughed more than once, causing the lights around her to flicker and waver once again. Ning, it's better if you don't provoke her. Let's see what she wants, and we'll try our best to satisfy her. Let her stop causing trouble here. Xia Gowen persuaded. Chao Ning smiled and patted his old husband on the shoulder. Don't worry about it, Dad. Since I'm here, I'll definitely help you solve the problem. Negotiating with a ghost? There's no precedent here with me. There's only obedience and disappearance. After saying that, Chao Ning directly stepped forward and suppressed her with his aura. Who are you and why are you stranded here? I don't wish to say it a third time. Chao Ning's words were as deafening as the sound of a Hong voice. The female ghost's face followed suit with a ferocious look at the situation. Playing God. I'd like to see what you're capable of. With that, the female ghost opened her sharp claws and transformed into a cloudy wind that came straight at Chao Ning. Hitting out at the drop of a hat? How rude. Chao Ning shook his head and pinched his hands together. Suppress. Instantly a powerful spiritual force that directly pressed the female ghost from the floating air to the ground. Unable to move. You're the underworlder? Even if the female ghost was stupid, she could now tell Chao Ning's identity. Answer the question I just asked, or else I'll let your soul fly away in an instant and you won't be able to go back to life for eternity. Chao Ning's grim words caused the female ghost's heart to tremble upon hearing them, and her entire body began to tremble. Lord, spare your life. Lord, spare your life. I'll say it. I'll just say it. The female ghost gave in and immediately gave a clear account of her origins. It turned out that she was an undead spirit who had died in an accidental car crash. Originally, she was supposed to report to the Netherworld, but a yellow-robed Taoist from nowhere detained her soul and forcibly refined it into an evil spirit, and then used her corpse to manipulate her. Just a few months ago, her imprisoned soul was suddenly unsealed. The Taoist asked her to create chaos inside the National Security Building, disrupting their normal work, and that's why this has led to the paranormal events of the past few months. However, because her physical body was confined by the talisman, her mobility is only limited to the 5th floor. Trying to leave was simply impossible. Where is your corpse? Chao Ning said in a deep voice. From the sound of the whole thing, the biggest culprit behind this should be that Taoist. Inside the wall of the storage room. The female ghost was afraid of Chao Ning's intimidation and still revealed the location where her physical body was hidden. Storage room? Chao Ning muttered, turning his head to look at Xia Gowen. Dad, has the storage room on this floor been renovated? Xia Gowen wasn't very clear either, and he turned to look at Zhou Qing beside him. Zhou Qing was responsible for the administration of the entire building, and even if there were minor changes, they needed to be reported to him for approval. There is a storage room. Before, because of the shift in function, the 5th group applied for approval to remodel. Zhou Qing thought about it and said, it seems like the problem lies with the person responsible for the remodeling. It should be one of the people involved in the remodeling that used the female ghost's body with a foreign technique and imprisoned it in the wall, which caused her to not be able to leave. Chao Ning said seriously. The one responsible for the remodeling of the storage room was a construction team leader under the company, but he left a month ago due to a family matter. Zhou Qing thought about it and continued. The company is haunted, and this person left his job right afterward, so there must be something wrong. After Chao Ning finished speaking, he asked Zhou Qing to take someone to the storage room to check it out. Sure enough, right inside a newly stacked wall, a female dry corpse was found. Judging from the figure and clothing, it was undoubtedly the female ghost's physical body. Xiaoning is really thankful to you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the company would have gotten into big trouble this time. Xia Gowen saw that the matter of the female ghost had been satisfactorily resolved. Xia Gowen was happy from the bottom of his heart. No matter how you look at it, you didn't make the wrong decision in the first place. Chapter 41, The Demon Path Appears. Dad, you mustn't say that. Let's take advantage of the effort and go to the construction site again, and see if there are any clues from the other side there. Chao Ning guessed. The other party was most likely one of the Xia family's rivals doing the dirty work, but for a company like the Xia family whose business was as big as this, there must be many competitors. I don't know how many people would want to bring down the Xia family because they were jealous. Alright, I'll have someone arrange it. Xia Gowen was also happy. With such a powerful son-in-law, what other difficulties were there that could bother him? Just as Xia Gowen was busy going to make arrangements for the people in the slot, Chao Ning also asked Lu Hongying to take the female ghost to report to the Underworld Division. Chao Ning, do you think someone is deliberately working against my family? Taking advantage of the empty slot while waiting for the arrangements to be made, Xia Shihan came over to Chao Ning's side and asked in a low voice. Although she hadn't heard all of what had just happened, but she could clearly sense there was someone behind this who was deliberately targeting the Xia family. Chao Ning gazed and said, as it stands now, it should be someone who is deliberately causing mischief, but as for who it is, I'm afraid we have to wait until we catch that demonic Taoist before we can know. Seeing Xia Shihan's worried face, Chao Ning gently stroked her small head. Don't worry, I'll be responsible for solving the trouble. Daring to imprison the undead and jeopardize the mortal world. If this is found out, it's going to be sent to the 18 layers of hell. I see this old man. I'm afraid he's living to the end. To think that Lu Hongying had only devoured one evil spirit. She's already attracted the black and white irregulars. If someone were to kill an innocent spirit, the underworld won't just sit back and do nothing. Once it's reported, it will be investigated. I'm relieved when you say so. Xia Shihan nodded, followed by her eyes suddenly glaring like bronze bells as she looked at Chao Ning dead on. What did your claws just do? Me? The picture changed suddenly, and Chao Ning was a bit uncomfortable. No, I didn't do anything. You just had something on your head. I'm just removing it for you. Chao Ning could already feel Xia Shihan's indignation. Experience told him that offending Xia Shihan would definitely be retaliated by her in every way possible. It wasn't until now that he realized the reputation of a high and cold school flower really wasn't just words. It was really cold. When he came to the construction site, all around was desolate and quiet. Even the rooms where the workers used to live are now empty. Since the site was haunted, no one dares to stay here anymore. A few people came to the ruined building. The framework of the entire building had already been molded. But now, because of the haunting, the construction here had to be stopped as a result. Xiaoning, as you can see, the construction progress here has all stopped now. Even the houses that have already been sold are all clamoring to be withdrawn after the owners found out about it. If we don't resolve the trouble here, I'm afraid that it will have a great impact on the company's reputation. Xia Gowen sighed and said helplessly. Xia Group's main business was real estate development. Originally, it was counting on this place to help the company build its reputation as the first city in Jiangning, but now all of that was stalled because of the haunting. Dad, don't worry about it. I'll definitely find out who's behind this as soon as possible. And as for the undead here, I already know where he is. Chao Ning's eyes were fixed on the roof of the rotten building. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s. There was a dullness in his eyes. The grievances on his body were quite deep, so much so that he was surrounded by yin qi. By the looks of it, he should be from the same family as the female ghost on the 5th floor. Both are the work of demonic paths. Song Huiyen. Chao Ning released Song Huiyen from the soul regeneration bag. Ghost. Why is there another one here? A wonderful woman suddenly appeared, scaring Xia Gowen into backing up. Seeing this, Xia Shihan immediately held Xia Gowen with a bad smile. Dad, don't be nervous. This is Chao Ning's raising a mistress outside. Look at him. He doesn't even let go of ghosts. As Xia Shihan explained to Xia Gowen, she didn't forget to satirize Chao Ning a few times. It was also only because he had done such an exasperating job with his little maneuver earlier in the dense forest. The corners of Chao Ning's mouth twitched as he listened. Little Shihan, you don't have to be so sarcastic, okay? According to what you're saying, wouldn't I be a ghost then? Dad, this is Song Huiyen, a contracted spirit person I just recovered, not an evil ghost. Shihan was just joking with you. Chao Ning hurriedly explained. If he lets Xia Shihan be so gibberish again, I'm afraid it would be hard to explain clearly. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Gowen was relieved to hear this. Song Huiyen, go get that evil spirit for me. Don't hurt him, I still have things to ask. Chao Ning and Song Huiyen instructed. Song Huiyen arched her hand and saluted. Yes, master, I'll go and capture him over. As soon as the words left her mouth, Song Huiyen transformed into a cloudy wind and headed straight to the roof of the building. Apparently the evil spirit on the roof of the building hadn't yet realized that danger was approaching. Just as he saw Song Huiyen, he was so frightened that he backed away. Evil spirit? The middle-aged man exclaimed. Not too stupid. Are you going to come with me yourself, or will you let me take you? Song Huiyen said in a deep voice. I. The evil spirit was also nervous. He wasn't even enough in front of Song Huiyen, but he also didn't dare to follow Song Huiyen. If the demonic path knew about it, I'm afraid he'll be scattered to the ground. Looks like you're not going to follow me. Song Huiyen didn't talk nonsense to him and directly opened her sharp claws and headed straight for him. As expected, the evil spirit wasn't even struggling in any decent way before being lifted into Song Huiyen's hands. Just as she was about to go back to Chao Ning and report to him, suddenly a yellow talisman descended from the sky, directly imprisoning her surroundings. Song Huiyen saw it clearly. It was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow Taoist robe. If she wasn't wrong, he should be the one behind the whole thing. I didn't expect an evil spirit to attract a ferocious spirit. Looks like I didn't come here in vain today. The demonic path walked up and said with a wicked smile. Yo, not bad looking. Looks like there's fun to be had at night in the future. Song Huiyen stomped the evil spirit under her feet and stretched out her sharp claws, her body full of spiritual energy bursting out. After dozens of sharp claws were torn apart, the talisman that had imprisoned her unexpectedly became tattered. The demonic path was taken aback. In all his years of soul hunting, he had never seen a ferocious spirit with such strong spiritual power. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary character to break free from his talisman. What a powerful character. You're not an ordinary ferocious spirit. What exactly are you and why do you have the spiritual power of the underworld in your body? Song Huiyan stretched her chest. The bound softness of that chest instantly became erect. Want to know? If you go back with me to see the master, you won't know. You're a spirit deeder? The demonic Taoist was shocked. Being proficient in Maoshan Taoism, how could he not have heard of a spirit deeder? Yo, I didn't see that you're quite smart. Then you'll follow me by yourself. Don't ever force me to do anything, Song Huiyan said with a smile. Humph, you want me to bind my hands just because you're just a mere chevalier? You're still taking things for granted. The demonic Dao sneered and followed by taking down 3 extremely dazzling spirit symbols from his Dao robe. Edict. All of a sudden, there was a great deal of light. The 3 spirit talismans formed a cage in midair, covering Song Huiyan squarely. Chapter 42. What kind of person sleeps in separate rooms right after getting a license? Ah! Song Huiyan was shocked by the strong light that burst out from the spirit talisman and couldn't open her eyes. Demon. This is the 3 spirit suppressing divine symbols left behind by my ancestor. Even if you are a demon king, it's impossible for you to escape from it. I'll see how you can still clamor with me this time. Sure enough, right after the demonic path's words had just fallen, Song Huiyan was unable to lift her head from the pressure of the spirit talisman. Even the evil spirit under her feet was in even more agony. Ha ha ha. If you're willing to submit to me now, I might even keep your little life. If not, you'll just wait for your soul to fly away. The demonic Taoist laughed in an extremely lewd manner, just when he was feeling smug. Suddenly, a sharp arrow cut through the void and directly chopped on top of the imaginary bell formed by those 3 spirit symbols. Boom! The spirit talismans exploded and instantly turned into pieces. My divine talisman! The demonic Dao knelt on the ground and attempted to retrieve the divine talisman. But at this time where could there be any retrieval? Who is it? Just who is it? The demonic path was about to collapse. Right at this moment, a young man walked towards this side with a calm and steady pace. That bronze sword even flew directly towards him. You, what exactly are you? The demonic Dao looked at the man in horror. Master. After Song Huiyan freed herself from the divine talisman's binding, she saw that it was Chao Ning who had arrived. Immediately, she smiled and walked up to him. You're the ferryman? No matter how stupid the demonic path was, he could guess Chao Ning's identity at this point. You're the demonic path that instructed the evil spirits to stir up the Xia group, aren't you? The corners of Chao Ning's mouth grinned upwards. You should know what a sin it is to forbid the spirits of the dead and keep them privately, right? I'll give you a chance now to reveal the person behind the curtain, and I won't dispel your soul. Chao Ning spoke in an extremely cold voice. It was as if it was giving off an oppression from the forces of the Netherworld. Ha ha ha. You're still trying to trick me. Even if you don't disperse my soul, after returning to the Netherworld with you, I'm only afraid that life would be worse than death, right? The demonic path sneered. Yo, business is quite skillful. Looks like you're not going to say anything? Chao Ning coldly snorted. The demonic path stood up and stared angrily at Chao Ning. Even if you're a ferryman, what can you do? The deer's death is still to be seen. So you're planning to die? It's still not certain who will die. Saying that, the demonic path pulled out a sharp blade coated in poison from his body and headed straight for Chao Ning. Chao Ning was not an undead. Ordinary talismans didn't work on him at all. Only by borrowing something from the young world could he be harmed. Right at the moment the demonic path ran over, his left hand simultaneously threw out dozens of talismans. It was as if those talismans had a spiritual chi. They all flew towards Chao Ning with him. This was the Taoist soul detention technique. Although it couldn't injure a person, it could confine the opponent's hands and feet. But it seems that the demonic Taoist was wrong about the target. The moment he ran towards Chao Ning, the bronze sword instinctively waved out flames, instantly incinerating the talisman. The demonic path's eyes widened. Just before he had time to react, Chao Ning nimbly dodged his position and directly kicked him away. Ghost official. You're a ghost official. The demonic Dao looked at Chao Ning with a face of disbelief. How could he not have thought that Chao Ning, a mortal, was a ghost official of the underworld? It was no longer a mere ghost official. The strength was naturally an unrivaled existence. How about it? Do you still want to choose to die and struggle now? Chao Ning withdrew his bronze sword. Put. The demonic path spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Ha! Wanting me to give up the person behind the curtain. You are delusional. After today, my senior brother will definitely take revenge for me. Is that so? Chao Ning had already lost his patience. It seems like you're forcing my hand. I don't believe that you won't open your mouth when we get to the underworld. That also depends on whether or not you have the skill to take me back. Saying that, the demonic path pulled out a bottle from his pocket. Only the moment he opened it, a blue flame gushed out. It quickly enveloped him in it. Underworld ghost flame. Chao Ning recognized the strange blue flame. It was the underworld ghost flame, which only appeared in the 18th floor of the underworld hell. It can directly refine souls. In other words, The demonic path itself chose to refine its own soul, thus achieving the goal of not being detained by Chao Ning. The demonic path that was enveloped by the underworld ghost flame directly lunged towards Chao Ning. Not good, get out of the way. Chao Ning was startled and hurriedly pulled Song Huiyan backward. In the end, before the demonic path could even approach Chao Ning, it was devoured by the ghost fire. Along with it, there was also the evil spirit that didn't have time to avoid it. The duo instantly went up in smoke. Who exactly is this guy? And why would he prefer to die rather than reveal the person behind the curtain? A series of questions surfaced in Chao Ning's mind. It also made him even more interested in the person behind the curtain. Master, he said that he was a Maoshan Taoist. Song Huiyan reminded. A Maoshan Taoist priest? Hearing this term, Chao Ning was not unfamiliar with it. Maoshan arts had been passed down for a long time. They were dedicated to upholding justice. When would they also do such things that violated the laws of the underworld? But then Chao Ning figured it out. No one could guarantee that no scum existed among the inheritors. When they returned downstairs, Xia Shihan and Xia Goen were still waiting anxiously. They had just been downstairs and saw that the roof of the building was overflowing with golden light for a while and blue light for a while, but it had made them nervous. Chao Ning, are you alright? Has the person behind the curtain been caught? Xia Goen walked up and asked eagerly. Chao Ning shook his head. That person died along with the evil spirit, and the demonic path didn't even bother to tell the person behind it until he died. After hearing this, Xia Goen was bashful. Forget it, now that I can get the company back to normal working order, I'm already satisfied. As for who's behind it, it's not that important. I've been in business for so many years, and I still don't have any enemies. It's just a matter of time. Let's go back. Chao Ning nodded and didn't say anything. When he had come, he hadn't thought that he would encounter a demonic path, and this was nothing more than coincidence. The ultimate purpose of coming was also to be able to return Xia's group to normal operations. When he returned to the Xia family, Shenronyu was still waiting anxiously in the hall. When she saw that the three of them had returned unharmed, she was but relieved. Xia Goen also told Shenronyu roughly what happened. Shenronyu nodded. It's good that people are fine. As for who it is, it's not that important. Small actions have long been seen. Xia Goen also agreed. Well, Xiaoning, Shihan, you've also been busy all day. Go back to your room early to rest. Go back to your room? Back to whose room? As soon as Xia Shihan heard these words, she became anxious at that moment. She looked at Chao Ning with a puzzled expression. Aren't you going home? Chao Ning spread his hands to show that he was also helpless. And just as he was about to speak, Xia Goen snapped first. Of course it's back to your room. There's no such thing as just getting married and having to sleep in separate rooms. Hurry back and rest. Xia Goen scolded Xia Shihan while busy instructing Shenronyu to supervise. No, Dad. This isn't appropriate. Dad, aren't you reconsidering? Xia Shihan's entire person was bad. Was this an intention to force a roundhouse? P.S. Now insert an important notice. Important notice. Jiangnan Leather Factory closed down. The boss and his sister-in-law ran away. Well, I just want to see if I can see the advertisement or not. Why can't I see it? Is it a version problem? Chapter 43, Xia Shihan's highly cold other side. Chao Ning, I'm telling you, there is an agreement between us. You're not allowed to mess around, or I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. That's not right. It seems like ghosts are afraid of you. Anyway, you're not allowed to touch me, or else I'll bite you to death. Xia Shihan gritted her teeth and grunted. After entering the room, Xia Shihan kept hugging and sitting on the bed. She was afraid that Chao Ning would suddenly have an animalistic outburst and do something out of the ordinary. Chao Ning awkwardly hugged his arms and stood by the side watching Xia Shihan perform to her heart's content. Don't mention it. Don't look at Xia Shihan as a high-cool schoolgirl who refuses to be seen by others. But when she entered her bedroom, she realized that she was a very cool girl. Only after entering her bedroom did she realize that she still had a pink and tender heart. I really didn't see that you still have such a cute side. Even the wallpaper you chose is pink. Chao Ning smiled and tried to ease the awkwardness between both sides. Only Xia Shihan was the one who kept hugging the white bear doll, vigilantly watching out for herself. Humph, I want you to care. Hey, don't you touch my stuff. That's my favorite beautiful sheep. My tiger isn't allowed to move either. Seeing Chao Ning running towards his own rag dolls, Xia Shihan immediately tried to block it. Okay, I won't move. Okay. When Chao Ning saw Xia Shihan's agitated appearance, almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What happened to the schoolgirl who said she was so cool? It turns out that schoolgirls also like plush toys so much. Chao Ning could also see that Xia Shihan's high spirits were all feigned. The current her was her truest form. Knock. Chao Ning, Shihan, are you guys asleep yet? The sound of Shenronyu knocking on the door came from outside the door. Chao Ning immediately walked over to open the door. Chao Ning, you guys aren't asleep yet. opening the door. Shenronyu was holding a small box in her hand, standing in the doorway somewhat awkwardly. Mom, what do you want? Chao Ning asked suspiciously. Shenronyu handed Chao Ning the small cardboard box in her hand. Chao Ning, it's like this. You and Shihan are still students now, so it's best to take precautions beforehand for some things, so you mustn't jeopardize your studies. This is. Chao Ning's eyes rolled up in surprise. He seemed to have guessed what was inside. Shenronyu let out a bitter smile in embarrassment. In short, you guys still need to restrain yourselves. If you really can't help it, then take safety measures. After saying that, Shenronyu quickly left without looking back, as if he had done something very embarrassing. Chao Ning closed the door and turned around to enter the house with that small cardboard box in his hand. Until now he hadn't been able to react from the shock. What did my mom give you? And why didn't I understand a single word she said? Xia Shihan was still complaining about Xia Goen and Shenronyu, so she didn't go over to open the door just now, but she had roughly heard some of what the two were talking about. See for yourself. Chao Ning handed the small cardboard box in her hand to Xia Shihan. Just look for yourself. Xia Shihan muttered and opened the small carton. Just as she saw what was inside, her face instantly turned red. Yeah, what's wrong with my mom? With that, she casually tossed the human cub bag aside. A look of disgust morphed on her face. Chao Ning helplessly spread his hands, signaling that this matter had nothing to do with him. Cough cough. So what? It's getting late. Should you wash first or should I wash first? Xia Shihan looked at Chao Ning blankly. Wash what? Of course it's a bath. Don't you want to take a bath in this hot weather? Chao Ning was surprised. Xia Shihan was at a loss as to how to retort. After sulking for a while, she quickly got up and ran into the bathroom. Then I'll wash first. You wait for a while. Bang! After saying that, the bathroom door was rudely brought on. Not a moment later, the sound of water came from the bathroom. This is. Chao Ning's heart was hot, and the more this time came, the more excited he became in his heart. Then associating it with Xia Shihan's hot body, it was as if he was as excited as if he could see the picture inside at this moment. To hell, really to hell. Chao Ning endeavored to calm his mind, trying his best not to think about it anymore. If he kept thinking like this, something had to happen. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Shihan came out wrapped in a bathrobe. One of her hands was covering the bathrobe. Fearing that Chao Ning would see something, Chao Ning's mind froze as he watched. Xia Shihan was wearing a pill head. Her appearance at the moment was like a lotus flower, with two blushes imprinted on her face. Accompanying it was a faintly refreshing fragrance. You're not allowed to look. Not allowed to look. Xia Shihan pouted, exasperated. This feeling was as if she was being looked at naked. Then, I'll go take a shower first then. After saying that, Chao Ning turned around and went to the bathroom. Looks like it's going to be a cold shower today, Chao Ning muttered secretly in his heart. In the not-so-large bathroom, the mirror was covered in water mist, and the air was mixed with a faint refreshing fragrance. After Chao Ning walked into the restroom, two flowery and green intimate objects on the clothes rack attracted his attention. This is? Chao Ning walked to the front. A powerful sense of visual impact filled his eyes over and over again. The small lace's lace was a pure pink color, and looking at the size it was definitely a large D in general. Next to it was a small pink-sized fabric with a holokitty. Seeing these things, Chao Ning's first reaction was the shy appearance of Xia Shihan, who had just appeared outside. Wouldn't she be traveling in a vacuum then? Without waiting for Chao Ning to react, the door to the bathroom, followed by someone opening it from the outside. I'm sorry, I just forgot. Chao Ning, you big pervert. Big pervert. Xia Shihan came in from outside and saw Chao Ning standing in front of her underwear. Looking at that dull-eyed look, it was not known what kind of lewd thing he was doing. Listen to my explanation. Listen to my explanation. Chao Ning was in a hurry to explain, but Xia Shihan didn't listen at all. I won't listen. Xia Shihan hurriedly ran over to retrieve the clothes and, for a moment, she didn't stand still and her feet slipped just as she was about to fall. Chao Ning hugged her from behind. Xia Shihan's eyes were wide open and her mouth was wide open. She looked at the big hands in front of her breasts. Chao Ning also realized that something was wrong. It was as if he had grabbed two soft masses of cotton candy in his hands. This is? Xia Shihan screamed and immediately got up, hugging her clothes and running out in a huff. After Xia Shihan left, Chao Ning remained frozen in place. He cupped his hands. It was as if his hands had been frozen in place. They remained in an open position. Still traveling in a vacuum. Chao Ning exclaimed in shock and froze for a long time. When he reacted, he then realized that it was really plump. Chapter 44, The Taoist Priest of Mount Mao. By the time Chao Ning came out of the restroom again, Xia Shihan was already nestled under the covers playing with her cell phone, and that one white bathrobe had also been tossed to the side. It looked like she had already changed into her pajamas. Noticing that Chao Ning had come out, Xia Shihan was also a bit nervous, and after sneaking a few glances at him, she simply pretended to be invisible. She was picking at her cell phone. Chao Ning walked directly to the other side and wandered for a while, but still quietly dug in, although both of them were scattered on one side. But Chao Ning could clearly feel Xia Shihan's nervousness. At this moment, it was as if the air had frozen. On the other side, in an old mansion, two middle-aged men in yellow Taoist robes were gathered together. On the table in front of them, there was a puppeteer. At the moment the puppeteer had been burnt to black, with a burning and unpleasant odor emanating from it. Big brother, is something going to happen to Lao San? This puppet was obviously burnt like this by the underworld fire. The one who spoke was a bearded big man. He was the second oldest of the three, Niu Shang, and the very lean-looking man in front of him was Chen Dong, the eldest of the three of them. The three of them, master and brother, were all inheritors of the Maoshan magicians. This time when they came to Jiangning, it was entirely because they were paid to eliminate disasters for others. Chen Dong picked up the puppet and looked at it again and again. Elder 2. I think Elder 3 should have already met his demise. It seems that he has met a very powerful opponent. Big brother, what kind of opponent is it that has to use the underworld ghost flame to eliminate one's soul? Niu Shang said in disbelief. Chen Dong shook his head. That I do not know. When I arrived at that rotten building, there was only this burnt puppet left on the ground. Then, big brother, do you think that it could be that the Xia family has invited some powerful and high-ranking person, who forced Lao San to die? Niu Shang guessed. Not without this possibility. Chen Dong stood up, his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with worry. The Xia family is the richest in Jiangning City. It is not impossible to find some magicians to eliminate the disaster. But what I can't figure out is, who under the sky would be so disrespectful to us Maoshan warlocks? He really doesn't put us in his eyes? Niu Shang nodded. With their clan's reputation, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to mess with them. Not to mention killing a warlock. This matter should not be disclosed to the public for the time being, lest it makes people suspicious. Chen Dong continued in a deep voice. By the way, that son of the Lin family, what did he come to us for today? Isn't he usually the one who despises people like me the most? What else could it be? Being bullied. Niu Shang coldly snorted. If it weren't for the fact that the three of them, master and brother, had to rely on the Lin family to live, I'm afraid that the three of them would have left long ago. Ow, someone else dared to bully him. Say it to make me happy. Niu Shang waved his hand and let out a bitter smile. It's not really a big deal. It's just that this kid had a crush on a beautiful girl at school, but she has a boyfriend. He then wanted us to help fulfill him. When Chen Dong heard this, he also became interested. How difficult can it be to deal with a student? Just find an opportunity to send a female ghost. I don't believe that with just one student in the district, we can still do anything to us, but the price can be negotiated first. Credit is not an option. Turn around and I will dock with that kid. When I see the money I will go and arrange it. Niu Shang nodded and agreed. Okay, no problem, but don't make a scene. This is an extraordinary time. Attracting people from the underworld would not be good. Chen Dong instructed Niu Shang while picking up the piece of puppet and looking at it again and again. We have been out for so long. It's time to talk to the Lin family about the issue of reward. We won't do a losing deal. Moreover, we have to find a way to find out the cause of Lao San's death. We definitely can't just let him lose his life for no reason. Big brother, you can rest assured, they wouldn't dare not pay. Now their family is counting on us to help bring down the Xia clan. Niu Shang affirmed. However, if Lao San is really accounted for in that person's hands, this person's strength is definitely a tough one. We have to be careful. Chen Dong nodded. I know this. After we find out the situation, we will make arrangements. Right now we take one step at a time. We absolutely cannot be reckless. That's fine. I will now go and knock this Lin family's young master. Good. You pay attention to the proportion. More or less give him some face. Big brother, just don't worry. I know this matter in my heart. Xia family villa. When Chao Ning laid down on Xia Shihan's bed, neither of them spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Chao Ning slowly stretched his body. Just then, Xia Shihan instinctively ran down from the bed in a panic. You, what do you want? Xia Shihan subconsciously covered her chest with both hands. She had changed into a white halter nightgown. The neckline was slightly lower, and some of the white plump roundness could be seen. Chao Ning looked at her with a blank expression. The expression was as innocent as it could be. My body is a bit numb. I'm just changing positions. Really? Xia Shihan said half-heartedly. Or else. Chao Ning let out a bitter laugh. He was just turning over. Why did he react so strongly? In the end, it seems like we're still legal, right? Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Shihan nodded her head numbly, then slowly drifted back under the covers. I say, what kind of laundry detergent did you use to wash this quilt? Why does it smell so good? Chao Ning was a bit embarrassed and tried to chat with Xia Shihan to ease the awkward atmosphere. Quilt? Hearing this, Xia Shihan became a bit smug. Humph, this is all the smell of my body. Fragrant, right, now it's kind of cheap for you. The smell of your body? Could this be the legendary body odor? Chao Ning was surprised. You could say so. Then where do all the body scents on you girls come from? Why don't we boys have it? Could it really be that it's cosmetics pickled in flavor, as others say? Chao Ning scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Xia Shihan was speechless. You thought it was pickled salted fish and bacon. Chao Ning's lack of understanding was indeed very damning. Oh, can you talk? The sky can be made to die. Xia Shihan beamed and grunted. The two chatted so familiarly that they didn't know how long had passed. Chao Ning's voice of talking slowly died down, followed by the sound of snoring. Xia Shihan was instantly relieved when she heard the snoring. She soon fell asleep in a daze. In the middle of the night, Chao Ning noticed a soft mass writhing around him. He opened his eyes to see that at some point Xia Shihan had burrowed into his arms. She was also resting on her arm. The appearance of that sound sleep could be sweet. It was really intoxicating. Chapter 45, You're crushing my hair. Oh, Chao Ning, you're pressing on my hair. Ha! Xia Shihan opened her eyes in a daze, and in the next second, her entire body woke up. In a panic, she immediately sat up and clutched the quilt with both hands. A pair of small feet was like a motorized mini-motor that was turned on, kicking and kicking, directly kicking Chao Ning off the bed. Chao Ning, you big pervert. You, what have you done to me? Xia Shihan was busy checking the clothes on her body, just as she had just woken up from her sleep, realized that her entire body was curled up in Chao Ning's arms, and Chao Ning was obediently hugging herself as well. I say, big sister, let's be reasonable. It's clearly you who slept over the line, okay? Chao Ning sat on the ground with a confused look on his face and rubbed his arm. You used my arm as a pillow for the whole night, and I didn't dare to move it when my arm was numb. Is that what happened? Xia Shihan realized that the clothes on her body were intact and there was no discomfort. Looking at her position again, it seemed like she had moved to Chao Ning's side. The temper from earlier was steeply reduced by a large portion. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll help you up then. Xia Shihan put down the quilt and crawled over to Chao Ning's side. Just at the moment she bent over, the neckline of the halter nightgown followed and sagged. The snow-white and rounded mountain view was immediately revealed. Good, so white. Chao Ning was dumbfounded on the spot. Despite the purple lace, the plump and full snowy mountains were still very tantalizing, worthy of being the most difficult to chase school flower of Jianghai University. Not only was she good-looking, even her body was full of material points. Xia Shihan seemed to have realized that there was something wrong with Chao Ning's expression. Taking a closer look, this guy was actually drooling. Looking at herself again, Xia Shihan's head instantly went blank. No looking. She hurriedly covered her breasts. Her face was as red as a red apple. Chao Ning smashed his mouth twice and immediately got himself up from the ground. Breakfast was good. The food was very flavorful. It would be even better if there was another cup of hot milk every morning. Actually, I didn't see anything, so you don't have to be too concerned. Chao Ning scratched his head awkwardly. You said, ooh-hoo. Xia Shihan had a red face, as if she suddenly thought of something again. She pouted and looked at Chao Ning in a serious manner. Chao Ning, do you think it's my figure or Li Weiwei's? Then of course it's you. Yours is big enough. As soon as Chao Ning said this, he regretted it. This is obviously a life-saving question. If he got it right, it means he's been watching carefully. A wrong answer showed that he had an inappropriate male-female relationship with Li Weiwei. Sure enough, the moment Chao Ning said it, Xia Shihan, as if she had gone mad, picked up her pillow and went after Chao Ning. It was also because the bed was too soft. Xia Shihan didn't stand still for a moment. Just when she was about to fall down, Chao Ning took a big step forward and directly carried Xia Shihan into his arms. The two of them looked at each other. No one said a word. At this moment, it was as if the air had frozen. The two of them were like two statues. No one moved. Chao Ning was getting more and more mesmerized. The hormones in his body were getting higher and higher. He slowly stretched his face, until he touched those two soft petals. Xia Shihan surprisingly did not even dodge. The kiss was quick and sweet. When the two came out of the bedroom, the maid at home told them, Mr. and Mrs. Xia Goen left for the company early in the morning. Right now they were the only two people left in the house. When they ate breakfast, Xia Shihan unprecedentedly didn't dislike Chao Ning anymore. She just kept her head down, and her face still had two blushes on it. Chao Ning was as big-headed as usual, eating bowl after bowl of rare rice. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. That Chao Ning, can you take me to a movie? Xia Shihan uttered these words. She was simply a different person from the high-school schoolgirl in the past. Yes, Chao Ning was first stunned, but thinking about it, he quickly agreed. the school flower asking someone out to watch a movie. This was definitely not a treatment that anyone could enjoy. Then let's go to the playground after the movie, okay? Xia Shihan raised her head and continued with an excited face. Yeah. Chao Ning still nodded her head in response. I heard that there's a good snack in the south of the city. Why don't we go and try it? That's fine. I'm quite fond of this aspect of eating. I also want to go catch dolls again? Yes. Then let me keep the change fee too, okay? Yes. Well, the change of mouth fee? Chao Ning jerked his head up. At the sight of Xia Shihan smiling from ear to ear, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been set up. Before he could react, he saw Xia Shihan smilingly run up to him and stretch out her hand. That movement was as skilled as if it had been practiced 1,000 times. Since you said so, then I'll reluctantly keep it for you. Xia Shihan's arrogant appearance was again completely different from the shy person she was just now. Holy rash! Chao Ning instantly had the feeling of being trampled by 10,000 horses in his heart. He covered his pockets with one dead hand while smilingly putting his right hand on Xia Shihan's hand. Your hand is so pretty. What skincare products do you use? Can you introduce me? Are you sure? Sure enough, Xia Shihan's face pulled down in the next second. 3 words were written on her face, unhappy. I was just kidding. Chao Ning realized that he wouldn't be able to keep the 200 million, so he said with a smile, let's discuss it. Is it okay to give you one, and I'll keep the rest for pocket money? What do you think? Xia Shihan remained dark. Chao Ning really wanted to slap himself twice. Let you be cheap. That's $200 million. From Chao Ning's experience, if he didn't give it to her, he would definitely have a hard time in the future. After much hesitation, he handed over the 2 cards to Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan got the 2 cards and instantly had a bright smile on her face again. Little brother, you don't want to shed it. You lack of money can say Yoda's sister. Sister will give you pocket money. Don't worry. Saying that, Xia Shihan immediately took out her cell phone and transferred 100,000 to Chao Ning. Look, how generous my sister is. This $100,000 is even for your pocket money. Chao Ning let out a bitter laugh. $200 million shrunk to $100,000. What kind of stock market is this? But something is better than nothing, right? Xia Shihan was in a good mood after getting a bank card with $200 million. Her shyness has vanished. It's true. The only thing that can make a woman happy is money in bags. After about an hour's time, Xia Shihan changed into a casual dress, and when she came down from the staircase, the screen was full of long white legs. Under the white t-shirt, her breasts were plump, and her blue jean shorts were tightly wrapped around her long and slender legs. Long hair draped over the shoulders. Exquisite cheeks make people impeccable. Coupled with the exquisite body posture in the front and back, it was really beautiful to the extreme. What are you looking at foolishly? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Xia Shihan grunted. Chao Ning smiled faintly. Haven't seen it before? Whose wife is this? How can she look so good? Xia Shihan gave him a grudging blank look. It wasn't clear who was being complimented by these words. When the two drove to the movie theater, there were already many couples gathered outside the venue. The moment Xia Shihan appeared, immediately attracted the attention of the men present. Everyone likes to look at beautiful women, let alone a school beauty like Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan bought 2 movie tickets for The 99th Proposal. Chapter 46, But I Have a Wife. This movie is the hottest movie of the moment. It's a love story about an ordinary office worker who meets and falls in love with a rich girl. If it wasn't for Chao Ning's status as a ferryman, the plot of the story was somewhat similar to his personal experience. I've long wanted to come see this movie. I heard that you need to have tissues on hand for the whole movie. Xia Shihan looked at the movie ticket with some excitement. Paper towels? Is this movie about food? Chao Ning was puzzled. The fact that Xia Shihan actually liked to watch food-based movies surprised him. Boy shoes. Are you a steel straight man? Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. This is clearly a romance movie. Okay, is that so? But it doesn't even matter. Did you bring any change? I want to eat popcorn. Chao Ning pulled Xia Shihan's clothes and said with a smile. Popcorn? Xia Shihan mumbled and looked around. It turned out to be that many of the couples waiting around had a serving of popcorn in their hands. However, shouldn't popcorn be bought by boys for girls? You ferrymen, are you all as gluttonous as you are? Xia Shihan said in confusion. It seemed like every time she was with Chao Ning, there was either a ghost or she couldn't get away with eating and drinking. Chao Ning thought for a moment. Not really, at least that guy Yao Li is similar to me. Xia Shihan chose to endure. For the sake of $200 million, she wasn't going to bother with Chao Ning. This straight man of steel never knew what it meant to be considerate. However, when this scene was seen by the people next to her, but it confused a lot of people. Did you guys see that? Not only did that beautiful girl buy the movie ticket herself, but she also had to buy popcorn for that boy. Really? This kind of S-level beauty would even take the initiative to lick a boy? So rare. Now I just want to know what method that dude used to get that girl. I want to worship him. What are you boys thinking? Maybe people do it because of love. Just like the four of us. After the movie started, Chao Ning was eating popcorn by himself. Xia Shihan beside her cried like a tearful person when she saw the hero freeze to death in the snowy mountains in order to propose to the heroine. Chao Ning, who favored his side, was completely cold-blooded. Everyone else's boyfriends were busy comforting their respective little girlfriends. Only he was fuming after eating. Why are you crying? Can you tell me what the movie is about? The system had just refreshed a few more quests. Chao Ning was too focused on arranging for Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan to handle them. By the time he reacted, Xia Shihan beside him was already crying. It wasn't just her. The girls around her were basically crying as well. Some of them were so spontaneous that they even nibbled directly into their arms. Xia Shihan whitened Chao Ning with a grudging glance. Humph. It's true that you ferrymen are all cold-blooded animals. Simply titanium steel straight men. Chao Ning was a bit confused. How did it still have something to do with ferrymen? Could it be that there are also ferrymen in the movie? No. I'll have to react to the underworld later. How can the Yang world expose their identities casually? Chao Ning muttered secretly in his heart. Just as they were about to leave, on the movie screen, another video suddenly appeared. It was a video of a boy confessing to a girl. At the end of the video, the boy sitting in the front row was kneeling in front of the girl with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Ing, will you be my girlfriend? I will always take care of you, go love you, and protect you. Wow, so romantic. Promise him. If you don't say yes, I'll say yes. The other spectators who hadn't left yet, seeing this scene, spontaneously cheered the boys on. Chao Ning's position was not far from the first row. He saw that the one who was being confessed to was a girl with a pill head, who was considered to be a sweet-looking type. This type of girl, although not as popular as Xia Shihan, should be very sought after in school. However, Chao Ning saw a few moments of yin qi from her body. With the ferryman's years of experience, intuition told him that this girl must have been haunted by a yin spirit recently, and at the very least, it was at the level of a stern spirit. In the face of the boy's confession, coupled with the fact that there were so many people cheering on the scene, the girl's face did not show a trace of happiness. Instead, she showed a heavy-hearted look. Wang Hao, I'm sorry, I can't promise you. As soon as the girl's words left her mouth, the entire room went silent. Everyone hadn't expected such an outcome. Why, Ing, I really like you. Wang Hao hurriedly took a stand. It was a pity that the girl's attitude remained resolute. I'm sorry, you're a good person, but we're really not suitable. I believe you can find a better girl than me. After saying that, the girl carried her canvas bag and walked outside with a lost soul. The boy named Wang Hao, as if he was struck by lightning, was dumbfounded and stayed in place, leaving the movie theater. Xia Shihan finally couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart and spat it out to Chao Ning. Why do you think that girl rejected that boy just now? I saw the way the two of them looked at each other. Neither of them looked like they disliked each other. Chao Ning smiled faintly. That's because that girl saw a ghost. Saw a ghost? Xia Shihan spoke a little louder. Unexpectedly, that girl was not far in front of them. Hearing those three words, the girl subconsciously turned around and looked at the two of them. There was such helplessness and confusion in her eyes, but then turned and left lost. Chao Ning, did you see something? Waiting for the girls to walk away, Xia Shihan asked in a low voice. Chao Ning nodded. That girl's seal is black and covered in yin qi. At a glance, it's a symptom of being haunted by an evil spirit. Then why didn't you make a move just now? Xia Shihan said in confusion. You think I'm a god? Chao Ning rolled his eyes. That evil ghost wasn't there just now, and each district has its own ferryman. Taking a job without authorization is something that will be sued to the underworld. Of course, unless this matter is related to me, then it's a different story. Like Li Weiwei? Xia Shihan scorned. Although she didn't know what relationship Chao Ning had with Li Weiwei, but her intuition told her. It must be that Chao Ning helped her solve some trouble, and then the two developed just like in the movie. If she hadn't intervened herself, she was only afraid that her child would have been able to play soy sauce. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. Why did he bring himself into this at this time? He was aware of Xia Shihan's character. She was a particularly jealous person. There was absolutely no good end to messing with her. Aren't you going to the amusement park? Why don't we go now? Xia Shihan bristled. Humph, not in the mood. Not going. Playing out with certain people is just boring. I really don't know what your previous girlfriend saw in you. Chao Ning scratched his head awkwardly. I haven't had a girlfriend. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. Sure enough, ugly people don't even have girlfriends. But I have a wife. Chao Ning hemmed and hawed. Xia Shihan. Chapter 47, Campus Hostess Su Meng, Jianghai University. The agreement with Li Weiwei was to accompany her to the class reunion in the afternoon of the weekend. In order to make it back to school before Xia Shihan, Chao Ning purposely used a Yin Yuan Dan. in order to disappear in front of people. When she arrived at Jianghai University, Li Weiwei was already under the dormitory building. Sorry, I'm late, Chao Ning panted as he rushed downstairs to the girls' dormitory in Building C. In the school, it was also the peak time for returning to school. Chao Ning and Li Weiwei still attracted a lot of attention when they stood together. Most of the people returning to school today were sophomores and juniors. The school will be in session on Monday, so everyone was walking towards the dormitory with big bags. Li Weiwei was also distressed when she saw Chao Ning running over panting from not far away. You'll be fine. Li Weiwei held Chao Ning up and worried. Chao Ning took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was now exactly 30 minutes past the appointed time. If I had known earlier, I would have driven back by myself. Chao Ning took a few deep breaths. Let's go. We're still in time now. Li Weiwei nodded her little head. Her good behavior was simply adorable. No, wait. You wait for me first. Chao Ning suddenly had an idea in his heart. Without waiting for Li Weiwei to react, he immediately turned his head and ran towards the downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Only Li Weiwei was left alone in the wind at the spot. This time, I'm going to drive myself. If I keep going, I'm going to break my bones, Chao Ning muttered as he ran. At this moment, downstairs in the boys' dormitory, there were quite a number of people gathered to watch the students. The object of the onlookers was Chao Ning's $1 million Hummer. Most of them were seniors who had just returned to school. In the past, they had seen many Mercedes-Benz and BMW in the school. However, it was rare to see a $1 million Hummer. When someone sent over the photo in their class group, everyone exploded. Only the new students had already seen it. From the day school started, this car had been parked downstairs. Regarding the owner of the car, the school bar had long been in an uproar. You guys say it's another girl getting artifact driven in by which son of A? Needless to say, I think it must be Senior Lin Chen. Only the Lin family can be so rich and generous in our school. I also think it's him. Lin Chen just came back from abroad. Just right. But how did I hear that it was a freshman who drove in? Is there any misunderstanding here? What kind of misunderstanding can there be? It's not that I'm underestimating those freshmen. They may not even recognize this license plate, let alone know the value of this car. My God, if it's really Senior Lin Chen, then he wouldn't be coming for Xia Shihan, right? I don't think so. I've heard that Xia Shihan has already rejected him, so maybe he's using it to hit on Li Weiwei. It's possible. Although Li Weiwei has rejected quite a few people, I haven't heard of her being interested in any boy, so maybe it's her. A group of people were talking and discussing. At this time, a girl wearing an ultra-short skirt with long smooth legs walked to the front of the Hummer. The girl had big brownish-red wavy hair and her face was heavily made up. On her upper body, she just wore a white tight strap halter top that showed her belly button. That tight dress completely emphasized the magnificent peaks on her chest. The perfect curved silhouette was so sexy and tantalizing that the boys present couldn't take their eyes off of it, only to see her holding up the selfie stick in her hand. Her mouth was still chanting, "Thank you Big Brother Wang for painting the carnival for me. Love you so much." Su Meng is a fresh graduate in her senior year. Because she was going to graduate school, she chose to stay in school and become a campus anchor. This time, she had just returned to school when she heard that there was an extra $1 million Hummer in the school, so ran to the luxury car before the opening of the live show. Sure enough, just when the live broadcast has just started, the number of people in the live broadcast room also rose rapidly. In just a short while, there were tens of thousands of people online. This, coupled with her whiny voice package, made those LSPs in the live broadcast room frantically brush up their gifts. I'll go. Why is Big Beauty Sue running here? Is she planning to take advantage of the heat? There were quite a few of Su Meng's fans within the onlookers when they saw her broadcasting live. Also all pulled out their cell phones to snap pictures. Look guys, this is the new car my boyfriend just bought. It only cost over $1 million. I don't know if it's worth it. As soon as Su Meng said this, those LSPs outside who often assisted the station all of a sudden became even more frantic. It was as if they were displaying their financial power, fearing that Su Meng would be snatched away by someone. The number of carnivals climbed even more rapidly. Thank you all for giving Xiao Meng's gift yo. Love you all. Saying that, Su Meng also purposely gave a few close-ups of her breasts. This time, the number of people browsing was like an explosion. It went completely crazy. Chao Ning saw a large group of people crowded in front of his car, so he curiously came forward, only to see that in the center of the crowd, Su Meng was desperately showing off. Her entire body had now climbed onto the car. Chao Ning was a little confused at the sight. He could only ask the onlookers around him about the situation. Classmate, what's going on here? This girl who's fine shouldn't be possessed, right? Chao Ning asked curiously. It's not being possessed. It's being poisoned by money. The nearby melon eaters were also happy to give Chao Ning the go-ahead to explain. See, that's senior sister Su Meng, a spirited hot girl who was said to have had an abortion in her freshman year. No, Said this car is his boyfriend's. Don't know if it's true or not. Is there frantically begging for a gift? So that's what happened. Chao Ning nodded with understanding. But looking at the time, it was almost time. It couldn't wait for her to get off the air. So Chao Ning walked up and kindly reminded her. Senior sister, it's not appropriate for you to climb into someone else's car like this. It's better to come down quickly. Su Meng saw that it was a rash person who was dressed in an ordinary way. She didn't take it to heart. Stinky brother, you are also a fan of sister, right? Sister doesn't have time to chat with you right now, yo. You go play next to me first. Chao Ning's expression froze. He was treating himself as her fan. Sister, come down quickly. If you scratch the car, you'll get into trouble. Su Meng was flirting with a few LSPs and was always interrupted by Chao Ning. Her heart subconsciously became a bit dissatisfied. Stinky brother, do you recognize this car? This is my boyfriend's car. You haven't seen it before. This is a car that you can't afford to buy even if you struggle for your whole life, said Su Meng, throwing Chao Ning a cold look. She herself was immersed in flirting with LSP again. The voice was also getting more and more whiny. The camera swept over and over again over the proud breasts and long slender legs. Chao Ning sighed. It looked like this anchor named Su Meng wasn't going to come down. Thus, Chao Ning pulled out the keys from his pocket under the watchful eyes of everyone. The headlights flashed, and the car doors unlocked. Everyone present, including the female anchor, all of them looked at the pristine Chao Ning with a surprised gaze. I'm sorry, senior sister. I have something going on right now, so I won't be able to lend you my car for the live broadcast. As soon as Chao Ning said these words, Su Meng looked like she had been struck by lightning. She froze dumbly in place. It turned out that the smelly brother she despised was actually the owner of the car. Chapter 48 Did Li Weiwei a small favor? My goodness, so the owner of the car isn't Senior Lin Chen? Who is this little brother? I want to go up to him and ask for his prestige. Wow. This little brother is so handsome. Love. Good guy. The original rich people are so low-key. Really, there are surprises everywhere around. Just when everyone was talking about it, Chao Ning had already opened the car door. Just when he wanted to get into the car, a long white leg blocked his way, followed by the breasts that caught his eyes. Handsome guy, I like your car so much. Why don't you take me for a ride? Anywhere will do. The one who spoke was none other than big anchor Su Meng. After realizing that Chao Ning was the owner of the car, she immediately turned off the live broadcast and walked directly to his side. Selling her efforts, she squeezed out a deep groove. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, senior sister. I've already made an appointment with someone else, so you'll have to wait for next time if you want to ask me out again. My god, he actually turned down Su Meng's invitation. It's unbelievable. Although Su Meng is not as good as Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei, she's still a big beauty, and he just turned it down? It's really infuriating. If I were to directly pull to the chain to get high, who says no? It's also possible that people just don't see second-hand goods. That makes sense. Someone this rich definitely wouldn't care about a bus. Su Meng's ears were sharp, and she heard the words of the people around her. This time, she was even more unimpressed. Little brother, you are thinking that people are not beautiful enough. Don't look at me as older than you. I am experienced. Saying this, Su Meng directly hugged Chao Ning's arm and squeezed into the deep groove. Chao Ning only felt his body tremble and immediately pulled his arm back. I'm sorry, senior sister. I don't like buses. You'd better go find someone else. After saying that, Chao Ning directly pushed Su Meng away and got into the car. Su Meng saw Chao Ning drive away in the car and stomped her feet in anger. Li Weiwei, who was still waiting for Chao Ning over there. Suddenly, she saw a Hummer pull up beside her. She immediately dodged to the side. She was afraid that Chao Ning would get the wrong idea when he saw it. While she was looking at the boys' dormitory in front of her, the black Hummer backed up in front of her again. Li Weiwei frowned and retreated farther away, afraid that Chao Ning wouldn't be able to find her. Chao Ning in the car didn't know why Li Weiwei was hiding. Just as he pressed the car window, he realized. It turned out that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find her. Weiwei. Li Weiwei heard someone calling her and then looked at the person in the black Hummer. He was Chao Ning, who had left for an excuse. Chao Ning, you, what are you? Li Weiwei froze. He didn't expect the black Hummer to be Chao Ning's car. This Hummer that had been sitting in the school for so long, and had been rumored to be a godsend. It turned out that its owner would be so close to himself. What are you standing around for? Get in the car, Chao Ning shouted. Only then did Li Weiwei react. Muttering, she slowly opened the car door and got in. The boys who saw the scene not far away all looked dumbfounded. None of them had expected that Chao Ning's rejection of Su Meng was actually because of Li Weiwei. Look guys, is that Li Weiwei who just got into the car? It's true. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Well, it turns out that people and Li Weiwei have already made an appointment. No wonder they can't see Su Meng. That's true. If it were me, I definitely choose Li Vivian too. When Su Meng heard what these people said, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. In Jianghai University, Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei were the goddesses in everyone's eyes. No matter what time it was, as long as there was a place where the two of them appeared, everyone else would follow and be eclipsed. After leaving Jianghai University, Li Weiwei had been sitting nervously in the co-pilot's seat. This was the first time she had sat in the co-pilot, and the driver was also a boy she looked up to. Why don't you say anything? Did I scare you? Chao Ning could see Li Weiwei's nervousness and joked with a smile. Li Weiwei first nodded, followed by a shake of her head. No, it's me who's a bit nervous. Chao Ning stretched out a hand and touched Li Weiwei's small head with a smile. What's there to be nervous about? Just relax. Li Weiwei wore a very fairy white floral long dress today, and her hair was combed into a cute pill head. That restrained little look was even more heartwarming. The sweet school style was nothing more than that. Chao Ning rubbed her little head. Li Weiwei did not dodge. The good behavior is really likable. Li Weiwei party place is in Jiangning City, a 4-star hotel. Most of the participants are students from various universities in Jiangning. When Li Weiwei arrived with Chao Ning, the 20 or so people attending the party had already arrived. Sorry everyone, I'm late for something. Li Weiwei first greeted everyone after entering the door. At this time, a boy with a straight figure and wearing a casual suit walked over to her face. It's fine, we just arrived too. It doesn't matter. The one who spoke was Li Weiwei's high school class president, Zhao Yong, who was also the organizer of this party. This one is? Zhao Yong subconsciously revealed some hostility when he saw Chao Ning immediately behind Li Weiwei. In fact, the most fundamental reason why Zhao Yong had organized this party was to confess his love to Li Weiwei, and Li Weiwei also knew this beforehand, which was why she pulled Chao Ning over as a shield. Oh, this is my boyfriend Chao Ning. Li Weiwei hugged Chao Ning's arm and explained with a smile. Chao Ning was first stunned, followed by a quick reaction. Hello guys, I'm Weiwei's boyfriend, please take care of me for the first time. Surprisingly, the people present, apart from a few boys, everyone else surprisingly acted a little awkward. The most awkward among them was of course Zhao Yong. He was the one who had done the best in the exams within all of them, and was also a high achiever at Jiangning University. He had thought that with his outstanding achievement, he wanted to take down Li Weiwei in one go. Who would have expected that he would still let someone get there first? Zhao Yong smiled awkwardly. Since you're Weiwei's boyfriend, let's take a seat together. Chao Ning smiled and nodded. The table they were seated at was half men and half women, but most of them still had childish looks on their faces. Of course there were also 2 boys who were trying their best to pretend to be very mature, but pretending was still pretending after all. Even with the suits on, it still felt a bit worse. Among them, the one Chao Ning was most interested in was also a girl in a JK suit. From the moment Chao Ning entered, she kept her head down. However, Chao Ning recognized her right away. This girl was the girl surrounded by Yin Qi that he and Xia Shihan had encountered in the movie theater earlier. It was also unexpected that they had met so soon. Is brother also from Jianghai University? Zhao Yong was close to Chao Ning, testing his identity. Chao Ning saw the nervous Li Weiwei beside him and instead acted more calmly. Yeah, I'm a freshman. Everyone was shocked when Chao Ning just said this. It had only been 2 weeks since freshman year began. How could he manage to take down Li Weiwei, who was recognized by all the boys as the most difficult to pursue, in such a short period of time? It was unbelievable. Chao Ning obviously realized this as well. He simply took Li Weiwei's shoulders directly and smoothly embraced her in his arms. Damn licking dog, see if the roll doesn't roll you to death, just to piss you off. Ha ha ha. Chao Ning was happy in his heart. Our family Weiwei doesn't know any better. Thanks to you guys taking care of her in the past, I'm here to thank you all in advance, Chao Ning said with a smile, and Li Weiwei, who had been embraced into her arms, was even more red in the face. It was the first time she had been hugged by a boy like this. Nervously, her small hands kept gripping the corner of her coat tightly. Zhao Yong similarly also held his face red, but he was being exasperated. In his heart, he might be greeting the Chao family ancestors. Chapter 49 Digging up the confession scene. Chao thief is too abominable. Zhao Yong's heart was about to explode with anger. This is clearly my line, okay? Brother, you're also too inadequate. You even cut in line. Classmate, I still don't know what your name is? Zhao Yong asked with a smile. Name? Chao Ning now hugged Li Weiwei even tighter, and to onlookers, it looked more like a declaration of sovereignty. Since you're so persistent, don't blame me for imploding. Chao Ning suddenly got up the little idea of teasing him. My name is Chao Ning, and the old man of our family said that when I was born, it was at the old Ning site. At that time, the sky was releasing extraordinary colors, the golden dragon was protecting me, and the vermilion bird was hovering over me, so he expected me to have royal blood, so he specially gave me the character Ning. How about that? Isn't that nice? Chao Ning shamelessly bragged about himself, making Li Weiwei a little embarrassed to hear it. It's very nice to hear. The corners of Zhao Yong's mouth twitched and he awkwardly turned his head away. I thought to myself, where is this coming from? And I haven't even drank it yet. But I'm high first. But on second thought, could it be that Li Weiwei likes this kind of character boy? Zhao Yong seemed like he suddenly had the direction to pry the wall, and the whole person followed the spirit. He picked up a water cup and looked at it, his face filled with disgust. A dinner plate from a 4-star hotel. Why is it so out of class? Waiter, please change the whole set of Jingdezhen celadon tableware for us. Baked glazed ones. The waiter who had been standing next to him was dumbfounded. Porcelain tableware? And baked glaze from Jingdezhen? You're afraid you've come to the wrong place. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have this kind of tableware you want here. Can you see the royal tableware imported from France? But for this kind of tableware, you need to charge an extra $200 per person for the wear and tear of the plates. The waiter said with a smile. 200? So expensive. Zhao Yong touched the card in his pocket. This party was nominally AA for the boys and free for the girls. In reality, all the expenses were to be borne by Zhao Yong. The reason for this was to confess to Li Weiwei during the party. Who knew that there would be an extra Chao Ning out of nowhere? Classmate, I don't think it's necessary to change the set of utensils again. I see that other people's dinner plates are still quite good. Chao Ning saw Zhao Yong's embarrassment and kindly relieved him. However, this sounded like mocking him for puffing up his face and pretending to be a fat man to Zhao Yong. What do you think, Weiwei? You say whether to change it or not. I'll listen to you. Zhao Yong looked at Li Weiwei with a smile. Li Weiwei raised her small head in a mute manner and glanced at Zhao Yong, then showed a bright smile and looked at Chao Ning. I'll listen to Chao Ning on everything. Zhao Yong. What the hell am I doing with my mouth? A good person. Why do I have to be A to eat dog food? Zhao Yong's face drooped as he skimmed his head. Chao Ning just smiled when he saw this scene. He had seen a lot of dog licking, but he hadn't seen many death-defying ones like this one. Are you sick? This student? Chao Ning didn't bother with Zhao Yong anymore, but instead looked towards the girl who had been sitting on the side with her head down. Chao Ning had noticed last time that this girl had a heavy yin qi on her body, but looking at it again today, it was obviously a few points heavier again. Ing, are you alright? Hearing Chao Ning say this, Li Weiwei also noticed the somewhat lost girl in the corner. I'm fine. Noticing that so many people were staring at her, Lu Ying was also a bit embarrassed. She smiled and waved her hand, her eyes flickering. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I'll just go to the restroom. After saying that, she directly got up and went outside the box. After Lu Ying got up and left, a girl who was originally sitting next to her immediately sold out. I heard that Lu Ying just beat asterisk some time ago. Do you guys know about this? Beat asterisk? My god. When was this? I've heard about it too. I was in the same school as her. It seems like that object of Lu Ying accidentally fell down and died, and the next day she went to fight Star. This is also too exciting. I have not talked to a girlfriend until now. People have already beaten. We single dogs do not want a face? Your focus is really odd. But she just kept her head down. Is it because of that? It's possible. Haven't you watched White Impermanence's live broadcast lately? I heard that it's easy to be stared at when you've beaten a girl. As expected, gossip is human nature. Hearing the classmates around her chatting about gossip, Li Weiwei also looked at Chao Ning beside her with some curiosity. Chao Ning, is everything they're saying true? Li Weiwei asked in a small voice. Chao Ning was a ghost messenger. If Lu Ying was really being haunted by an infant spirit, he would definitely be able to tell. It's hard to say, but it should be pretty much the same. Chao Ning frowned and came close to Li Weiwei's ear and whispered, you sit here for a while. I'll go out and take a look. Okay, you be careful. Li Weiwei nodded her head obediently. Aha! After leaving the door, Chao Ning didn't even need to find out where the restroom was. With his pair of yin and yang eyes, he had long since detected a thick resentment permeating all around one corner. If he was right, that should be an evil spirit. Humph, you even dared to follow me here, so don't blame me for doing a good deed in passing. The corner of Chao Ning's mouth rose as he quietly followed. It was one of the hotel's fire escapes. A bulletin board under repair was placed at the entrance, and the grievances were coming from the hallway behind it. Before he even approached, Chao Ning could already smell a faint scent of rhinoceros horn. At this moment, Lu Ying was curled up in the corner, and in front of her stood a large and a small undead. The big one was surrounded by black yin qi. His pupils were sunken, and his face had a ferocious look on it. They looked about the same age as Chao Ning. If all the gossip we talked about at the dinner table is true, then he should be the one who fell to his death. Han Yanjun, the smaller one, only the size of a baby, with his entire body floating in mid-air. Then he should be the child that Lu Ying knocked off. Say, did you run out for a rendezvous with that wild man? Han Yanjun said angrily. He had fallen from the stairs earlier because he had run into Lu Yingying and a man having a rendezvous. In a fit of rage, he fought with that man and eventually lost his footing and fell to his death. In order to find this man, he hadn't tortured Lu Yingying much. Mother, why don't you want child? Isn't child your heart's flesh? The baby said quietly. Lu Yingying was also terrified. A pair of eyes looked at the duo in front of her in horror. No, don't come over. You guys don't come over. Lu Yingying was trembling in fear. Stop. Chapter 50 Dragon Flame Spray. Right at this moment, a boy ran up from underneath the building. He ran to Lu Yingying's side and shielded her in his arms. Yingying, don't be afraid. I'm coming. It's you. Han Yanjun recognized the boy. It was the one who had pushed him off the roof. You've come at the right time. It saves me from having to look for you again. Let's settle the accounts that should be settled between us today. Together. Hoo. The ghastly wind rose at first. Han Yanjun's resentment intensified. The black chi on his body also grew. Suddenly, his originally clean face became a bloody mess, and everywhere on his body was stained with bright red blood. The head also became flattened down quite a bit, and one eyeball was about to fall out. This was exactly his tragic appearance after falling to the roof of the building. The boy got up and blocked in front of Lu Yingying. Han Yanjun, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've turned into a ghost now. When Yingying was with you, how much she paid for you. Not only did you get her pregnant with your child, but you also abused her every day. How many wounds on her body were left because of you? But you, not only did you use her as a tool to vent your frustration, and also threatened to send her nude photos to the internet if she dared to call the police. You've ruined a good girl. I only hate that I didn't kill you earlier. Song Chiu, you don't want to be here. He'll kill you. Lu Yingying cried her heart out. She crawled to Song Chiu and desperately tried to stop him. Good, very good. You two adulterers. You dare to cuckold me. Then I'll make you my slaves for eternity. Han Yanjun's resentment didn't dissipate in the slightest, but instead became even more tyrannical. What are you doing? Lu Yingying instantly panicked. What for? Han Yanjun let out a sinister laugh. I'm going to eat you two adulterous couples alive. Then I'll imprison your souls forever and never be able to transcend life. Ha ha ha. What? You. Lu Yingying was instantly too stunned to speak. Humph. Han Yanjun, do you really think you can eat the two of us? Song Chiu pulled out a yellow talisman from his pants pocket and pointed it at Han Yanjun. This is? Han Yanjun was subconsciously a bit nervous when he saw the yellow talisman. The young infant spirit, too, subconsciously hid behind Han Yanjun. This is the talisman I spent $10,000 to buy from the master. Or else why do you think I hid for so long before coming out? Song Chiu intimidated Han Yanjun while looking down to comfort Lu Yingying. Yingying, don't be afraid. He doesn't dare to hurt us. Is that so? Han Yanjun sneered. A ghastly wind blew through. The yellow talisman in Song Chiu's hand instantly turned into ashes. This, what the hell is going on here? Song Chiu saw the yellow talisman in his hand instantly dissipate, and his entire body panicked. I'm afraid that the master didn't tell you that this evil warding talisman can only be useful to ordinary undead. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Han Yanjun sneered. It means you're going to die. Just as Han Yanjun was about to open his bloody mouth, the door to the building was pushed open from outside. Interesting. Chao Ning slowly walked in from outside with his hands behind his back. What are you? Han Yanjun was also startled when he saw Chao Ning. I'm afraid that anyone in the young world would have been scared out of their wits when they saw him like this, let alone daring to walk in. Are you talking about me? I'm the one watching the show. Chao Ning said with a smile. Chao Ning, you're Chao Ning, please save us. Lu Yingying recognized Chao Ning. She crawled to Chao Ning and pulled at his pants leg. When she was at the movie theater before, she knew that Chao Ning wasn't simple. It was impossible for an ordinary person to see through the fact that she was being haunted by an evil spirit at a glance. Plus the fact that Chao Ning dared to appear here. That made it even more clear that Chao Ning was definitely not afraid of dirty things. Are you crazy? You actually went and begged a brat. You're afraid you've forgotten that I'm an evil ghost. Han Yanjun didn't balk at Chao Ning in the slightest. Even if he dared to appear in front of him, he didn't panic. He was an evil spirit in the world. In the young world, as long as he didn't run into people from the underworld or Maoshan, ordinary people wouldn't be able to deal with him at all. Are evil spirits great? It just so happens that I have two evil spirits by my side. Should I introduce you to each other? Chao Ning said with a smile. Kid, I think you're looking for death. Fierce spirits? Humph. Then show me. Han Yanjun hadn't even finished his sentence. In front of him, there was a red and white figure. Yo, master, why does this guy look so ugly? Lu Hongying said with a look of disgust. That's right, master. This kind of goods couldn't be what the black and white irregulars don't want, right? Song Huiyan also followed with disdain. Chao Ning coughed twice in embarrassment. This guy died from a fall, and it looks like he landed face first. When Han Yanjun saw these two murderous spirits, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to speak. A single look from the ferocious spirits could crush him to the point where he couldn't lift his head, let alone the fact that there were even two of them now. I heard that you're quite horny. What do you think of the two of them? Is there any interest? Chao Ning smiled and teased. Humph. Master, you are so bad, yo. Lu Hongying snapped. Han Yanjun slowed down. Humph. Kid, don't think you can be lawless just because you have a fierce spirit covering you. I'm a Yin spirit. If they dare to eat me, the people of the underworld will never let you go. Eat you? That's thinking too highly of you. Lu Hongying covered her mouth and recoiled a little, and it took a while before two words popped out of her mouth. Ugly refusal. Song Huiyan didn't bother with him. Instead, she was interested in the infant spirit hiding behind him. She only saw that she casually waved her hand, and that infant spirit flew into her hand. Little boy, who was so tolerant? How could they knock you off at such a young age? When she heard Song Huiyan's words, Lu Yingying subconsciously lowered her head. Chao Ning didn't want to say anything more either. The baby spirit was innocent. He shouldn't be implicated. Huiyan, send this little guy back to the underworld to be reincarnated. If it wasn't for this guy blocking the way, I'm only afraid that he would have been born by now. Song Huiyan nodded. Yes, master. Wait. Just as Song Huiyan was about to leave, Chao Ning called out to her. Casually, he whispered two sentences in Song Huiyan's ear. Song Huiyan immediately understood, let out a delicate smile, and then turned around to leave. Who exactly are you people? And what exactly is your relationship with the underworld? Hearing this, Han Yanjun had realized that this man was definitely not simple. What kind of people? Of course it's the people who sent you on your way. Chao Ning raised his dragon flame gun and aimed it directly at him. Evil spirits dare to linger on earth and maim the living. I'll let your soul fly away. The judge's face revealed. The Hong sound shook as if it was the sound of the heavenly vault. Han Yanjun instantly fell to his knees in fear. Even if he was stupid, he would have guessed Chao Ning's identity by now. My lord, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. The one holding the dragon flame gun must be the ferryman without a doubt. Spare you? Chao Ning sneered. Dream on. Bang! Dragon flame erupted, and Han Yanjun was instantly wrapped in flames. In an instant, they flew up in smoke. Chapter 51. What kind of ungrateful guy is this? Watching Han Yanjun slowly disappear into nothingness after being wrapped in dragon flames, Lu Yingying and Song Qiu were all paralyzed with fear. Lu Yingying and Song Qiu were also scared that they went limp on the spot. Song Qiu, Han Yanjun has already been vaporized. Don't you have anything to say? Chao Ning turned around and said indifferently. Although the ferryman didn't care about the affairs of the young world, but for the sake of being related to the two of them, it was still fine to kindly mention him. My lord, I don't understand what you mean. Song Qiu was too scared to raise his head. Don't understand what I mean? Chao Ning smiled faintly. Did Han Yanjun really lose his footing and fall off the building? Is that something you don't have in your heart? Song Qiu jerked his head up to look at Chao Ning. Wanting to speak, Chao Ning clasped his hands to his chest, and his face was not as serious as it was earlier. Don't be nervous. I'm just kindly reminding you that you know what you've done on your own, and the affairs of the young world are not under my control. Whether you are willing to turn yourself in or not, these things are not under my control, but your life and death will be recorded in the book of life and death. If you feel lucky, then you can pretend that nothing happened. However, when you're 100 years old, the sins you've committed will surely be judged, and at that time, I'm only afraid that you're going to have to spend a few hundred years in hell and abyss. Chao Ning didn't mean to try and scare Song Qiu. Everything that everyone did in the young world was reviewed by the judges. No one could escape being judged. Compared to the young world, the punishment in hell was much more piercing. Think it over on your own. That's all I have to say. I will erase both of your memories of the evil spirits later. As for how to choose, that's your business. After saying that, Chao Ning condensed two purple auras out of his two hands. It shot towards the two of them. Memory elimination. As soon as the words fell, the two people simultaneously drifted off to sleep. It was only after Chao Ning left that the two of them, which slowly awoke. This is Song Qiu. Why are you here as well? After Lu Yingying woke up, she was quite surprised to find Song Qiu lying beside her. Then she looked at her messy clothes, and physically, she felt something, but she just couldn't remember anything. Could it be? Lu Yingying looked at Song Qiu bitterly, her heart vaguely already having a few guesses. Yingying, this is, my head hurts. Why does it feel like I've been hammered? Lu Yingying stood up and straightened her clothes, more than a little lost on her face. Song Qiu, you go back. I won't blame you for what you did tonight, but just this once and never again. I don't want you to have to come and hurt me at the same time you have to use this method to satisfy you. I don't want to take on anyone for a while, including you, and with all my high school friends here, I don't want them to see you. Sungshu was at a loss. What did he do himself? Looking at the puddle of water stains on the ground, he froze. Which one of them had no sense of public decency to pee on the floor? He hadn't paid attention to it, and he had made a mess. Well, this guy must be on fire lately. He's a bit of a flirt. But then Song Chio was a bit confused. He couldn't remember why he was here. It was as if he had just had a very long and scary dream. There was always someone's voice echoing in his ears. After a dull moment, Song Chio stood up and looked at Lu Yingying. Yingying, I actually came here today to say goodbye to you. Lu Yingying? Song Chio lowered his head, his expressions very frustrated. Yingying, I've thought it over. I'm going to turn myself in. I don't want to live in fear for the rest of my life. I'm tired. We are adults. We have to pay for what we did wrong. Take good care of yourself, and if you have the chance, find a good man to marry. After saying that, Song Chio lowered her head and walked downstairs. Song Chio. Hearing these words, Lu Yingying froze. She lightly bit her lower lip, her face showing reluctance. Song Chio. You wait. Song Chio turned back, and saw Lu Yingying running towards him, hugging him tightly. Song Chio. You're a good person. I'll wait outside for the day you come out. After saying that, Lu Yingying was already crying like a tearful person. Chao Ning and Lu Hongying outside the window were touched when they saw the scene. Master, you really didn't look at the wrong person. This man is bold and courageous. A good person. Chao Ning nodded. It's a good man. It's just a pity that the creation is a mess. Alright, I'm going to go back as well. So you can go back to the soul regeneration pouch first and get some rest. It had already been out for such a long time. It is indeed time to go back. Otherwise, it would really be pried into. On the other side, Zhao Yong took advantage of Chao Ning's absence. He pulled the classmates around him who had colluded a long time ago and played a double act in front of Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei kept giggling awkwardly. This extremely polite way made Zhao Yong motivated. Weiwei, you don't know. At that time, when I met the CEO of Fruitful Nut Corporation in the Chinese region, that kind of excitement. Saying that, Zhao Yong stood up and straightened his chest, still gesturing in his hand. Good guy, that foreigner is 1 meter 8.5. He was standing beside me, patting my shoulder while giggling at me. At that time I also wondered I thought to myself, what is wrong with this foreigner? It will not be on me, right? Later, the interpreter came over and said that it was their CEO who had a crush on me and wanted me to go to their company for an internship in the future. The Foreign Devils company I can go. Of course not go. So I was right on the spot to refuse. Zhao Yong finished speaking. The students who came over to eat white food around him immediately joined in to assist. Wow, Brother Yong, you're so awesome, really manly. Why don't you find a girlfriend? Brother Yong? There must be a lot of people chasing after you. Brother Yong, whoever can be your girlfriend will die of happiness. Brother Yong, I heard you drove yourself here today. Is that true? Gosh, Brother Yong, you even have a car. I'm really envious. Zhao Yong smiled and waved his hand. It's just $100,000 car, but it's just a transportation tool. I mainly want to find a mistress for it, but unfortunately, hearing this, Li Weiwei could hardly sit down anymore. Just as she was getting up with the intention of going to find Chao Ning, a familiar face walked into the box. A familiar figure walked in outside the box. It's just a pity that that person already has a famous woman. Chao Ning, you're back. Seeing that it was Chao Ning who had returned, Li Weiwei immediately smiled and walked over to Chao Ning to take his arm. What's so great about having a car? Chao Ning also drove himself here. Li Weiwei pouted and said arrogantly. In fact, Chao Ning had just stood outside the door and listened for a while. I don't know what stimulated Zhao Yong to blow up the greatness, but he didn't even go for a ride. I have a question. I wonder if Mr. Zhao can help me answer it? Chao Ning looked at Zhao Yong and said with a smile. Zhao Yong saw Chao Ning come back, and was holding Li Weiwei's hand by the way. He was like a deflated balloon, sitting sullenly to the side. Say it. Chapter 52 Sister. Going to an internet cafe all night? Plus more. Chao Ning smiled. I heard my friend say that the CEO of their company in China is a lame old lady. Is that true? Is it an old lady? Oh, it's still true. At that time, I might have overlooked it because I was too excited. Zhao Yong defended. Is that so? Oh, it's me who misremembered. My friend was talking about their vice-counselor. Chao Ning smiled and added, Zhao Yong. As Zhao Yong was embarrassed, the students around him all acted embarrassed as well. No one had expected that Chao Ning would be so playful. Just at this moment, Lu Yingying came back from outside, and there was also a boy with her. Sorry classmates, my friend came over to look for me. I have some urgent matters to leave first. You guys have fun. After saying that, she stopped by to say hello to the girl in the neighboring seat. Shireen, I won't go back to the dorm tonight. Please help me block the dormitory checking students. The girl called Shireen nodded her head numbly. She and Lu Yingying were classmates in the same major. Although the two's dormitories were not next to each other, but it was also convenient to cover for each other. This was something they used to do often in their freshman year, without waiting for the people in the box to react. Lu Yingying had already left with Song Cho's arm in a big way. It looked like it was going to be another bloody battle tonight. Wei, do you girls also like to go to internet cafes for a night out? Chao Ning wondered. Just after he finished this sentence, the people present all of a sudden fell into deep thought again. The way everyone looked at him was as if they were looking at a monster. Li Weiwei also had a somewhat embarrassed red face and pulled Chao Ning to sit down hurriedly. When Chao Ning was smart, he was smarter than anyone, but if he committed straight male cancer, it was worse than anyone else. This time Chao Ning could be even more confused. Bringing an ID card, isn't it going to an internet cafe for an all-nighter? Soon a party ended in everyone's depressed mood. By the time they reached the entrance of the hotel, Zhao Yong was still a little undeterred. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Weiwei hadn't gone far, he immediately ran to her. Weiwei, my car is parked over there. Otherwise I'll send you back. It's already so late. It's not safe for you to be a girl outside, Zhao Hai said as he pointed to the Harvard not far away. Chao Ning froze as he listened. Big brother, you've got something to say here. Who are you being uneasy about? Am I the type of person who likes to get high on cars? Chao Ning grudgingly rolled his eyes and followed by directly taking over Li Weiwei's shoulders. No need. If we can't make it back, we can just go to an internet cafe and spend the night. It just so happens that I brought my ID card with me. Chao Ning faintly said. Class president, no need. Li Weiwei also smiled and rejected Zhao Yong's good intentions. I brought my ID card today as well. It just so happens that I know of a hotel nearby that's having a discount. Chao Ning and I can go there and squeeze in a night. Hiss. Zhao Hai's eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cool air. He didn't wait for him to show his surprise. Chao Ning immediately added, how expensive is a hotel? Otherwise we should go to an internet cafe. It's cheaper there. It just so happens that Lu Yingying and the others are also there. Just so we can form a battle team. Zhao Hai, Li Weiwei, everyone present. Everyone was staring blankly at Chao Ning. What exactly did Li Weiwei see in this guy? Sincerity? This is a titanium steel straight man, right? And he's still in the late stage of the disease. After the embarrassment, Zhao Yong drove his white Harvard over. Zhao Yong pressed down the window and said with a smile, Wei, you can see that I still have a lot of space in my car. Otherwise I'd better send you back. Yes, Wei, if the squad leader has a car, let him send you back. We want the squad leader to send you back, but the squad leader won't even do it. Wei, just get in the squad leader's car. This car can be over $100,000. Right. Some people may not be able to afford it even if they struggle for years. If the class president is willing to send me back, I'd be willing to be his girlfriend. The classmates around him once again launched their assists. In the end, it was Zhao Yong who had paid for the meal tonight, but it was important to give him enough face. No need. Chao Ning went to drive too. He'll be over soon. Li Weiwei smiled and rejected his good intentions once again. There was no telling if these classmates of theirs would blush next for what they had said. Li Weiwei shook her head inside. Right at this moment, a black Hummer appeared in everyone's line of sight. Not only the students present, even the hotel's maitre d' showed excitement. I'll go. Where did this luxury car come from? This is afraid to be several $100,000. More than that, this is a Hummer. It's said to cost millions. I don't know which rich person is also eating here today. Yes, if you can send me back, I'll give out an ID card too. Sister, can I rent one? In the midst of everyone's surprise, Li Weiwei smiled and waved her hand with her classmates around her to say goodbye. Chao Ning is here. I'm leaving first. Let's get together again when we have the chance. He. After saying this, Li Weiwei smiled and went forward to pull open the door of the Hummer. This is. The students standing in place were all stunned, because what they just saw sitting in the car was Chao Ning. Now everyone realized how stupid they had just been. In the next second, no one said anything. Zhao Yong, who was sitting in the car, also saw Chao Ning in the car behind him in the mirror. Driven by instinct, he immediately grayed out and ran away. On the way back, Li Weiwei had a red face and lowered her head, whispering, I'm sorry Chao Ning, I said that you were my boyfriend without consulting you, and almost got you ridiculed. Chao Ning saw Li Weiwei in this serious manner. He thought that something had happened. I didn't expect it to be this. After he reached out his hand to touch Li Weiwei's small head, he said with a smile, it's just a small matter. You don't have to be too concerned about it, but next time, it's best to talk to me about it first, so as not to make me play on the spot. Aha. Li Weiwei nodded vigorously. Soon, the black Hummer returned to the bottom of the dormitory building of Jianghai University. After sending Li Weiwei back, Chao Ning returned to the place where he had originally parked. That long-legged sexy beauty anchor woman, surprisingly, was still waiting there. Sister, why are you still here? Are you waiting for me? Chao Ning said suspiciously. Su Meng rolled her eyes. Stinky brother, you're finally willing to come back. Your senior sister. I've been waiting for you here all night. Didn't you say next time? Now it's just the next time. And I've brought my ID card with me. Let's go out for a ride. Su Meng held up the ID card in her hand and showed off. ID card? Sister, do you also like to go to internet cafes for a night out? In that case, I know there's one at East Gate. It's very close. No need to drive there at all. Chao Ning said doubtfully. He didn't know why. How come girls nowadays were so fond of all-nighters? Could it be that some new skin had recently come out? Su Meng, on the other hand, froze in place when she heard Chao Ning's words. Internet cafe all-nighters? What the hell? Could it be a special program that was just recently introduced by some hotel? Without waiting for her to ask a rhetorical question, Chao Ning was suddenly surrounded by another exasperated big beauty. Chao Ning, how could you do this? You even left me alone and ran away. No, why do you have a perfume smell on you? Explain it to me properly. Xia Shihan came close to Chao Ning's clothes and sniffed. The intimate move made Su Meng look dumbfounded. You're Xia Shihan? Chapter 53. Lin Chen was scared less. You are? Sister Su Meng? Xia Shihan's eyes widened with Kaziran. Su Meng was a famous little netizen of Jianghai University. When she usually broadcasted live, she often had some cosmetics, body lotions and the like for sale. The girls in the school, when they had something to do, would go to her live broadcast room to turn around and shop the windows. Seeing Chao Ning and Su Meng staying together so late, and there was a faint perfume odor on the former, Xia Shihan was subconsciously wary. What are you two doing here? It can't be that you're doing something unseemly. Xia Shihan glared at Chao Ning with a sly grudge. The strong odor of acetic acid was as if someone's vinegar jar had been knocked over. No, schoolmate, you've misunderstood. I just happened to be passing by here. Su Meng hurriedly explained. Even if she was stupid, she could see it now. This Chao Ning not only had a relationship with Li Weiwei, but also seemed to have a relationship with Jianghai University's #1 school beauty Xia Shihan, and the relationship seemed to be even better than the former. Seeing this, Su Meng silently put away her ID card. Compared to these two people, it was obvious that she was simply not enough to look at. Chao Ning also immediately nodded his head when he heard this. He didn't want to die socially. When Xia Shihan got jealous, it was a terrifying thing. Actually, there's nothing much going on. It's just that my senior sister wanted to ask me to go to an internet cafe all night together. I didn't want to go, mainly because I'm familiar with hacking with other people in the dormitory, and I'm not used to teaming up with others again. Going to an internet cafe with her? What a joke! In case she's even more of a rookie than me, the kind that can't even be brought along. If Zhao Hai and the others found out, they would still be laughed to death. Chao Ning secretly spat in his heart. Going to an internet cafe overnight? Xia Shihan was confused. However, looking at Su Meng wearing a mini ultra-short skirt that was flush with the root of her thighs, the breasts wrapped in front of her breasts were not much bigger than a rag. Her slender thighs were covered in dazzling black silk. The thin texture, the quality was not good at first glance, coupled with the seductive level of French perfume. Going to an internet cafe all night? Lying ghost. Su Meng was also a little embarrassed by Xia Shihan looking at her like this. This feeling was like being blocked in a hotel. She felt uncomfortable. So awkwardly, she smiled at the two and waved her hand. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I won't go to the internet cafe today. Next time. Let's talk next time when we have the chance. After saying that, Su Meng ran away in a grayish manner. Before leaving, she also bit the word scum hard in Chao Ning's ear. No, Chao Ning froze on the spot. He didn't seem to have done anything. Who was he to call me a scum? Waiting for Su Meng to walk away as a thief, Xia Shihan immediately huffed and hugged her breasts. With a speechless face, she looked at Chao Ning. Humph. I thought that you left me behind to sneak off on a date with Li Weiwei, but I didn't realize that you went to look for Su Meng. Stinky. Chao Ning, I have to say that your taste is getting worse and worse. Seeing Xia Shihan's face of disgust, Chao Ning instantly pulled a long face. You purposely ran over here, so it shouldn't be just to mock me, right? Or is it that you've fallen in love with me, so you're jealous? When Chao Ning saw Xia Shihan's jealous look, he wanted to reach out and rub her little head, but Xia Shihan wasn't Li Weiwei. Moving Xia Shihan, it was going to take a life if she didn't get it right. Bah, I didn't. Who would like you as a philandering carrot? Xia Shihan pouted and angled her little head in a forceful manner. We have an agreement, okay? And although I won't try to stop your right to pursue happiness, you're not so starved for it. At least you have to look at the target before you start, don't you? Even if it's my ex-husband, then I won't allow other women to look too hard. Chao Ning rolled a big blank stare. Why don't you just say your name directly? It's obvious that you're jealous, but you have to act as if it's nothing. Women. Alright, I actually have something I want to ask you. Xia Shihan flattened her mouth and looked at Chao Ning with a fervent look. Did you send the little ghost to scare Lin Chen? How do you know? Chao Ning was surprised. Previously, he had asked Song Huiyen to bring the spirit babies to scare Lin Chen before sending them to the underworld, who let him always idly go against himself. It's really you. Xia Shihan first let out a surprised cry, followed by immediately covering her mouth and almost laughing out a pig squeal. I heard that Lin Chen was frightened by a ghost, and I knew it was your doing as soon as I guessed. No one in the school would be so boring except for you. You still don't know, do you? Lin Chen was so scared he peed his pants. Now the school bar is all up in arms. Xia Shihan didn't have any feelings for Lin Chen at all. On the contrary, she often looked down on him, bullying the weak by virtue of her status as the student council president. Plus the fact that Lin Chen even found someone to embarrass Chao Ning last time. Her favorability in her heart sort of plummeted. This time, when she suddenly heard such exciting news, Xia Shihan had been happy for a long time. Is it that bad? Chao Ning said in confusion. Following this, he took out his cell phone and opened the school bar with a suspicious heart. Sure enough, the headline on the top was, Jianghai University schoolboy abandons innocent girl. Spirit baby comes to the door to look for his father. Although there was no picture of Spirit baby in the top-ranked post, there was Lin Chen's wretched appearance. The netizens below were even more like melon eaters. While chatting about gossip, they all didn't forget to step on it again. It was only because Lin Chen usually did too much, and there were a few boys who were dissatisfied with him. Jiangning first big handsome, really God has eyes I have long known that this guy is not a good thing. You see the retribution came. Hoi love to play wild, upstairs brother. What are you stimulated? Not the heroine and you have a leg up. Snicker. JPG/snicker. JPG. Jiangning first big handsome then at Hoi love to play wild. Don't talk nonsense yo. Extrajudicial fanatics know. That is that 3 uncle. Beware of suing you for libel. Shihan's #1 fan. Luckily our family Shihan didn't accept him. Or else I, the Dragon King, would definitely find him personally. Zhang Delive no. Have you heard? It is said that Lin Chen was scared out of the toilet. I heard that the pants did not have time to pull. Frying gang little brother at Zhang Delive number. How I heard is from the cell phone to climb out. Blood flowed all over the place. The old horror. Handsome to be cut. I told you. The entire Jianghai University in addition to our military training brother, who can also be called the school grass of Jiangnan University. There is comparable? Chao Ning was watching the movie and mentioned it in passing. Now the whole school bar exploded with him. Hoi loves to play wild at. Surprisingly, the military training brother to blow out. Shocked. JPG/shocked. JPG. Frieden Gang Chief Helmsman at 100. Jiangning's first handsome at Fried Sky Gang's General Helmsman. Remove your suspicion for me. He is clearly alright. Chapter 54, Chao Ning chasing Xia Shihan under the moonlight. A stone stirred up 1,000 sunken waves. Chao Ning saw that a group of melon eaters had all aimed their spearheads at him. Somewhat helplessly, he let out a bitter laugh. Next to her, Xia Shihan, tossing her long ponytail, leaned over to Chao Ning's side and watched him shamelessly pretend to be a pussy. Xia Shihan had long known that the so handsome that he was chopped up using Xiong'er's avatar was Chao Ning, but when she saw it with her own eyes, the hidden worries in her heart immediately dissipated. Is it really good for you to brag about yourself so shamelessly? Xia Shihan noticed that Chao Ning had been leaning towards her, and could even feel the heat waves he was exhaling, so she smoothly pushed him aside, and gave him a big, intriguing blank stare in the process. Chao Ning also realized that he seemed to have been a bit rash just now. It was only because Xia Shihan's body smelled too good. It was completely subconscious behavior. Yes, that's it. Chao Ning comforted himself in his heart. Cough cough cough. Don't you know that peeking at other people's chats is a very impolite behavior? Chao Ning said awkwardly. Just now, he only focused on blowing awesome. How did he ignore Xia Shihan? If this was caught chatting with any sister, it was inevitable that she would be sour for half a day again. Xia Shihan held her head high, a light ponytail tossed. A light refreshing fragrance came to her face. Humph, who wants to see it? Obviously it's you who don't pay attention to it, okay? This can't be relied on me. Humph, just you have reason. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. In order to be fair, then I also want to look at your cell phone. No way. You're not allowed to look. Xia Shihan took 2 steps backward vigilantly. Her small hands covered the pockets of her jeans. Not to mention, under the night, Xia Shihan had a more mature flavor. The tight jeans wrapped her long and slender legs tightly, revealing her graceful figure. The graceful figure is exposed to the public. The short-sleeved chiffon on her body held out a tantalizing amplitude to the outline of her magnificent peaks. Worthy of being the school flower of Jianghai University, she was definitely by D near people. Coupled with her already heavenly face, the playful appearance under the streetlight made the hearts of those who watched her intoxicated. Hey, if you say you're not allowed to look, you're not allowed to look. There must be some unspeakable secret in there. All the more reason for me to look. Chao Ning laughed and joked. Following that, he walked over to Xia Shihan. You, don't come over. I'm going to call someone if you come over again. Xia Shihan held her head high and said arrogantly. She thought that she could scare off Chao Ning, but it was a pity that he didn't eat this at all. Chao Ning put away his cell phone and rubbed his palms together with a bad smile. You scream well. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. I'm coming. I'm going, hiding quite fast. Chao Ning pounced, but Xia Shihan was amused on the spot. Ah, ha ha ha. Stinking rascal. Stupid. Xia Shihan couldn't stop laughing. Fine. You still dare to laugh at me. Let's see if I catch you. Chao Ning flattened her mouth and grunted. Xia Shihan saw this and twisted her head to run. You come on, big dog bear. You just can't catch. Can't catch. Slightly. Xia Shihan made a face as she ran. When she smiled, she really looked like a happy little angel. I'm coming. Chao Ning slowed down by half a beat and deliberately only followed her, pretending to always be just a little bit behind. Just like this, the two of them followed each other down the dormitory floor, one chasing the other and running. The sound of giggling soon attracted the attention of many people in the neighborhood. Many of the people present also recognized Chao Ning and Xia Shihan. After all, both of them were regulars on the school bar, so it was hard not to recognize them. Too damn infuriating. How can you chase my goddess like this? Take me one. Will you? Ooh, my goddess is smiling so happily. Dale, I've fallen out of love again. My goodness, is that still our high cool school beauty? It's the first time I've seen her smile so happily. It turns out that the good-looking school beauty will always be someone else's. Ooh, I admit I'm sour. Chao thief. I'm at war with you. Damn it, let go of our goddess and let me do it. Chao Ning and Xia Shihan were chasing each other on the basketball court, completely unaware of the grudging looks from the people around them. By the time Xia Shihan noticed, she was already being held tightly in Chao Ning's arms. Ha ha ha, finally caught you right. I'll see how you can still run. Chao Ning laughed out loud as he hugged Xia Shihan. Seeing this scene, the students around him who were still playing basketball instantly felt that the basketball in their hands didn't smell good anymore. Oh my god, is that really the high and mighty Xia Shihan? This was probably the first reaction in everyone's mind. Chao Ning, can you let go of me first? Noticing the strange gazes of the people next to her, Xia Shihan's little face was red and her mouth was still gasping for waves of air. Chao Ning hemmed and hawed. That won't do. You have to compensate me after I chased you for so long. Compensate? You have to. Barf. Xia Shihan froze in place on the spot. Her eyes were open and round, and her entire body was frozen. Chao Ning had unexpectedly kissed her without warning. Asterisk. Ah, there's no heavenly reason. For a while, the boys who had been watching on the basketball court were chagrined and threw the basketballs in their hands to the side. At this moment, it was as if everyone had lost their love collectively. What's wrong with them? Did we affect their playing? Chao Ning, on the other hand, was a bit bewildered. He had only kissed Xia Shihan. What were they reacting so loudly for? Could it be that this was a protest from single dogs? Xia Shihan panicked and pushed Chao Ning away, a pair of hands covering her reddened and burning cheeks with death. Shame on you. Xia Shihan had a red face and stomped her feet in anger. Following that, she directly twisted her head and ran towards the dormitory. Just like that? Chao Ning froze as he watched. Xia Shihan hadn't even punched herself? This was really a rare thing, but on second thought, it didn't seem like a big deal. Xia Shihan is actually shy. Ha ha ha. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's not the first time. Chao Ning licked his lips, his mouth full of sweetness, followed by a direct smile, a jump back to the dormitory, leaving a basketball court of boys. Alone they're messy. Not far away, in a BMW car, Lin Chen was sitting in the car and happened to witness the scene that just happened. He grasped the steering wheel with both hands and clenched his teeth in anger. His eyes were filled with monstrous rage. Before Chao Ning appeared, he had always been the envy of everyone at Jianghai University. Ever since he had appeared, he had become the object of ridicule for everyone. Even the girl he had been secretly in love with had been snatched away by him. He shouldn't have heart, and rightfully so. He put all the root causes, all on Chao Ning. Chao Ning, you wait for me, I will make you pay. After saying that, the BMW sedan left Jianghai University. Chapter 55 Anti-Chao Thief Grand Alliance. Brother Ning, you're finally back. Brother Ning, you don't have anything missing on you here, do you? Brother Ning, do you have anything to explain, such as the encryption password for the flash drive? Chao Ning had just returned to the dormitory when he was surrounded by the three iron beams. Jianghai's three men carefully looked around and up and down Chao Ning's body, almost taking off their clothes to inspect them. You guys, what are you guys doing? Itchy. Chao Ning was confused. He didn't remember his three roommates being interested in men. Could it be that they were possessed by evil spirits? Thinking of this, Chao Ning immediately used his yin and yang eyes to look at the three men. After everything was normal, he was relieved. Alright, have you scratched enough? Chao Ning slapped off the evil giant hand in front of his chest end, followed by staring at himself with a disgusted look on his face. The hand that was held tightly by Jianghai. He, brother Ning, this is the same hand that hugged the schoolgirl, right? It sure is warm. Jianghai had an intoxicated look on his face. Don't look at the fact that he was still here in person. In reality, the heart was already crooked. What the hell? Chao Ning broke away from the rude giant hand and raised his eyebrows lightly. Wait, how did you guys know that I hugged Xia Shihan? Chao Ning's sharp eyes made Jianghai's heart flutter, so he hurriedly smiled nervously and explained. He, brother Ning, you don't know yet. In the past 2 days when you weren't in the dormitory, something big happened in the school. What is it? Chao Ning was a little depressed. His intuition told him that this matter was 80% related to him. Jianghai moved over 2 small stools. Sit down first, brother Ning. Listen to me slowly explain it to you, but you mustn't get angry. A lot of anger will hurt your body. Chao Ning? Jianghai pulled out his cell phone and casually tapped on a penguin interface. Brother Ning, you don't know how idle these boys in our school are. They know that you're closer to both Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei, the 2 school girls. Not only did they not admit that you conquered the schoolgirls with your face value, they said that you used flowery language to confuse the schoolgirls. So in a gang of sophomores and juniors under the urging of, they built a group called Anti-Chao Thief Alliance. As long as you are with the schoolgirl, someone sees it can share in the group to see the situation. Then the people in the group work out a plan to save the schoolgirl. The abbreviation is School Flower Rescue. Jianghai spat all over the place. Chao Ning wiped his face twice and finally understood. It was nothing more than a bunch of well-fed, idle people trying to find fault with themselves. It's indeed quite boring, and I'm afraid that the only ones willing to do this kind of thing are Lin Chen's few lapdogs, right? Chao Ning despised. Now he suddenly felt that the courses at Jianghai University were definitely still too few. There had to be at least 12 large classes a day, and using a single-hour shift system was more like it. Brother Ning, they're not the only ones. Jianghai shook his head in a hurry when he heard this. There are already 300 to 400 people who have joined the group in just 2 days, and as long as they're in the group, they can participate in sharing information about the girls at school. Wanting a phone number or something is no problem at all. So that's why the 3 of you added the group? Chao Ning rolled his eyes. He was seeing it. From the moment he had just walked in the door, these 3 had already discussed it. This was both wanting the phone code numbers of the girls in the school and not wanting to curry favor with themselves. So they simply took the initiative to explain. Brother Ning, words can't be said like that. Lu Hao came forward and said seriously. Brother Ning, we're going undercover for you. This is just in case if they discuss a way to screw you over. We'll still be able to notify you in time, right? That's right, brother Ning. You have to believe that when we're in Shaoing, being in the Han camp, we have our hearts in Chao. What bad intentions could we possibly have? Sun Liang followed suit and chimed in. Yes. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. Following suit, he got up and moved his wrists. One request, pull me into the group. Any questions? It's Jianghai, Lu Hao, Sun Liang. 10 minutes later. Tick-tock. Welcome ugly one's plastic surgery to the Anti-Chao Thief Grand Alliance. Salute. JPG/salute. JPG. Drops. Newcomer convention. After joining the group, first Chao 3 Anti-Chao Thief slogans to declare joining the Grand Alliance. When Chao Ning saw this convention, his eyebrows were furrowed into a ball. Originally, he had thought that changing his avatar and screen name with a smaller number would be enough. I didn't expect the other party to be so strict. There was actually an oath-taking process. This wasn't letting him slap himself in the face. Old Zhao, you send it. Jianghai was so scared on the spot that he took several steps back. Brother Ning, you'd better spare me. My hand still hurts even now. Then Haozi, you do it. Lu Hao shivered. The hand that was rubbing his ass followed suit and stopped, that expression on his face as if it hurt like he had been popped in the ass. Ning, brother Ning, it's also inconvenient. What's the point of having the 2 of you? In the end it's still going to be old Sun. Chao Ning sighed and finally looked towards Sun Liang who was frantically gargling on the side. Sun Liang also noticed Chao Ning's expectant eyes at this time. Ning, gulp gulp. Yuck, I don't know how to do this either. Brother Ning, when I first joined the group it was old Zhao who taught me. Right, old Zhao. Sun Liang finished gargling and kicked the ball to Jianghai again. Old Sun, you're really something huh? Jianghai's teeth itched with anger. I should have known that I wouldn't have taken this on. Chao Ning also had a headache when he saw these 3 iron beans passing the buck to each other. Forget it, I'll do it myself then. Originally I was planning to take out a few Gs from my 300 Gs of study materials. Taking out a few Gs for you guys to study. Now it seems that you guys won't be able to use it. so it's better to forget about it. Don't, brother Ning, I can do it. As if they had gone mad, all three of them gathered around Xiao Ning. Brother Ning, I'll take care of this. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Zhao, your ing hand hurts. I still have to do it. Lu Hao said righteously. For my brother Ning, I'm willing to go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire. This little injury counts for nothing. Whoever steals with me, I'll be anxious with whoever. Sun Liang also refused to agree, and he grabbed Xiao Ning's arm in a death grip. What are you two cripples blindly putting together? This matter still needs to come from me. I know the way. Seeing the three roommates suddenly become so sincere and united, Xiao Ning was almost moved to tears. Good. Worthy of being my good brothers. In this case, all of you don't grab it. One sentence each. Take it and send it first. Xiao Ning was moved to tears, casually giving the cell phone to the three of them, and walking to the side himself in relief. These three little brothers of his own, when it really comes to the critical time, they are still very powerful. A few moments later, the cell phone was handed back to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning opened it and his face turned green. Swear to kill the Xiao thief. I will burst his asshole. Shameless evil thief. I'm going to stuff his mouth with the stinky socks that haven't been washed in 108 months. Xiao thief shall be executed. I want him to do 10,000 push-ups with one finger. Xiao Ning looked stunned, then looking at Jianghai and the three of them. Each of them subconsciously turned their faces away, not meeting Xiao Ning's eyes at all. As for the anti-Xiao thief Grand Alliance group, a lot of people were blown out by this wave of oaths. Chapter 56 Lin Chen returns. Everyone was frantic as if they had gone mad at Xiao Ning, just afraid that he wouldn't be able to think about going to Xiao Ning to fight for his life. Jinji Bing after final South Mountain at ugly to the point of wanting a facelift. Brother, how much have you suffered? Why do you hate the Xiao traders so much? But don't worry, you're considered home by this point. Let's go pop Xiao thief's asshole together. Extra legal fanatic Zhao Si at ugly to the point of wanting plastic surgery. Xiao thief is so hateful. Look at you guys, what kind of bullying has been done to our brothers? Sable cicada on my waist at ugly enough to want a facelift. Good brother, don't think about it. Xiao thief is not dead, our flag is not extinguished. We will be able to have a day of victory. Old six of the Frying Sky Gang at ugly to the point of wanting a facelift. Don't worry brother, our brothers of the Frying Sky Gang are your strongest backing. Pull yourself together, we will definitely be able to snatch the schoolgirl back from the Xiao thieves. Ding ding ding, the group master has set ugly enough to want plastic surgery as an administrator. Ding ding ding, the group master has called on all members to vow to destroy the Xiao traders and avenge their brothers. Xiao Ning's mouth twitched in anger. I really hated to smack myself two big mouths. Can't you just send it yourself, and have to find someone to trample on you? This isn't a ing offense. On the other side of the girls' dormitory, this scene is also happening. When Xia Shihan covered her face and ran back to the dormitory, she was surrounded by the other three people in the dormitory. However, Xia Shihan wasn't as tough as Xiao Ning. She was surrounded by three people in the center, unable to move. Lan, Nana, you guys, what are you guys? Xia Shihan covered her face in embarrassment, afraid that they would see her blushing. Zhao Mena smiled and took Xia Shihan by the shoulders, her face showing playfulness. Shihan, honestly explain what exactly is your relationship with Xiao Ning, right? How much longer are you planning to hide it from us? No, there's no relationship. Xia Shihan was a bit confused. It was the first time she felt distressed by her roommate's gossip. Zhao Mena and Su Lan looked at each other. Shihan, you'd better think about it and say yo, or else we'll have to. He. Su Lan rubbed her hands together with a bad smile and acted manly. In reality, Zhao Mena had long since blended into the anti-Xiao thief Grand Alliance group. When she saw the group send out the photo of Xiao Ning hugging and kissing Xia Shihan, she was so surprised that she almost popped out of the balcony. The high cool school flower in everyone's eyes. She had been plucked by someone just like that. I'm afraid no one could sit still. Of course, as the roommates involved, they were even more curious. We really aren't. Xia Shihan still wanted to argue, but just as Zhao Mena flipped out that hugging photo, Xia Shihan swallowed back the words that were on her lips to prevaricate. How did you all know? Xia Shihan smiled awkwardly. Actually, Xiao Ning and I haven't officially dated yet. If I say it was just an accident, do you believe me? The three people looked at each other and all followed, shaking their heads. That expression was like saying, you treat us like cuties, do you? But after asking for a while, Xia Shihan never admitted that she and Xiao Ning were a couple. She even went so far as to use a poisonous oath to prove that she really wasn't in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Xiao Ning. Really? Zhao Mena was always a bit skeptical. It's truer than pearls. I'm definitely not lying to you. Xia Shihan nodded frantically. The three looked at each other and all sighed. Fine. How boring. They didn't get to eat the melon, and they were too lazy to grab onto the topic again. However, Su Lan was very interested and came over to Xia Shihan's side, holding her arm and asking in an envious whisper, "Shihan, can you tell me what you felt when you and Chao Ning kissed?" When she said this, Su Lan's face was red. Su Lan had a good-looking appearance. There were quite a few people chasing after her. However, she was afraid of meeting scum, so she hadn't even held a boy's hand so far. Xia Shihan was stunned by the question, thinking to herself that the 2 times she was kissed, her head was blank. Where did she feel anything? Just when she was in a difficult situation. Zhao Mena came out to chime in. "Yeah, Lan, are you pining for spring? If you want to know I can tell you." Zhao Mena heard the question Lu Lan asked. Immediately, in the capacity of a person who has been there before, she affectionately wrapped her arms around Lu Lan's small savage waist and heatedly said, "This man just entrance is like the first mouthful of snow in spring, is sweet. It's also the most charming time. After 5 times, it's the summer sun, hot and ardent. After a long time, it will be tired, like the autumn leaves tasteless. So the lesson I've learned is, never let a man get you easily, or he won't cherish it. Is that so?" Lu Lan nodded numbly. When Zhao Mena said this, Xia Shihan was listening more attentively than Lu Lan. In her heart, she was also calculating that it seemed like she had already had it with Chao Ning twice. Definitely can't let him get away with it again next. Nightfall, right after everyone had fallen asleep, a BMW X5 stopped at the side of the highway outside the dormitory of Jianghai University. Several men came down from the car. 2 of them wore yellow Taoist robes and held copper bell runes in their hands. Next to them stood a young male gentleman. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't Lin Chen who had hurriedly left earlier. It turned out that he had gone back this time, just to find help, and those 2 Maoshan magicians were the candidates he had spotted early on. "2 masters, that building in front of us is the boys' dormitory. Please help me catch the damned spirit baby out first." Lin Chen pointed at Building A, the boys' dormitory building not far away, and said indignantly, to say that it was really a spirit baby that had fought, it wasn't that there wasn't such a possibility. He, Lin Chen, did not know how many girls he had privately slept with, so it was not impossible if there were really 1 or 2 with such a situation. But what puzzled Lin Chen was, why was it here? And why was it just him that he was looking for? Obviously this was definitely not a coincidence. And all of this would have to be asked properly after capture to see if someone was deliberately screwing him over or not. "Don't worry, Grand Duke, since the 2 of us brothers have taken your money, we will definitely set things right for you." The eldest of the 2 who spoke, Chen Dong. Originally, the 2 of them brothers had offered Lin Chen a price that was too high for him to turn down, but for some reason, Lin Chen had just carried millions of cash directly, making the 2 brothers count the money. It wasn't until they were on their way here that they realized Lin Chen had been screwed over by a spirit baby. He was really angry, which led to the scene just now. Lin Chen nodded. "Then I'll be grateful to you 2 masters. I'll have a big thank you after it's done." "Then thank you, Grand Duke." Niu Sheng and Shen Dong looked at each other. Both of them revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 57, a strange scene with the yin-yang compass. Shen Dong took out the yin-yang compass from the yellow cloth bag at his side. Biting his middle finger, he drew a spiritual symbol on the yin-yang compass with his blood qi. The Supreme Lord divides the 3 Qing. The Great Sun Rulai determines the 3 souls. Heaven and earth are in 3 harmony with the 3 fires. The yin-yang compass illuminates the heaven and the earth, urgent as a lawful order. The golden light flashed. The luo needle in the yin-yang disc rotated 360 degrees rapidly, completely failing to point out the exact orientation as it did in the past. "Big brother, what's going on? The yin-yang disc has never been wrong. Why is the luo needle so abnormal today?" Niu Sheng came forward and said in surprise. The red gold yin-yang disc was a Tianshi-level treasure that the 3 of them brothers had spent a lot of money to buy from the Taoist family. Not only could it measure feng shui fortune and misfortune, drive away calamities and evil spirits, but it could also accurately predict the location of the yin souls. For so many years, the yin-yang disc had never been wrong. How strange. Chen Dong frowned and tried several times in a row, but the yin-yang disc was always like this. "Master, is it possible that the spirit baby ran away? That's why the yin-yang disc can't point out his location?" Lin Chen asked suspiciously. No. If it was the spirit baby that ran away, the yin-yang disc should not have moved. But right now, the luo needle is fluttering, which is a sign of great evil. "Senior brother, could it be?" Niu Sheng's eyes widened as a look of panic appeared on his face. Chen Dong nodded as he looked towards the building not far away. His complexion was grave and his eyes were filled with a few moments of fear. "Master, what exactly has happened? Why do you all have this expression? Could it be that the spirit baby is too strong that even you guys can't deal with it?" Lin Chen was greatly alarmed. "Grand Duke, do you know the origin of this pair of compasses of ours?" Niu Sheng said solemnly. Lin Chen shook his head. "Please be straightforward, Grand Master." He had never even heard of a Taoist treasure, let alone any origins. Niu Shang stood solemnly, his expression grave. The red gold yin yang plate was the magic treasure of the underworld judge Zhong Kuei, who was defending the Tao by eliminating demons in the Yang world. Later, I don't know why it fell into the hands of the Taoists. We three brothers poured out our wealth to buy it. In 10 years, the yin-yang disc has never made a mistake, but today it shows anomalies. Then there can only be two reasons. What reasons? Lin Chen asked impatiently. Niu Shang gazed and continued. Either the yin-yang disc is broken, or the place we're standing at now is the underworld hell. Only the underworld hell would gather even the ghost tomb that the yin-yang disc rejects. Now that we don't see it, it's highly likely that it's being suppressed by some kind of formation. This kind of situation had appeared in Chongping thousands of years ago. At that time, it was still the descent of the underworld king that quelled the catastrophe. Ghost tomb? The descent of the underworld king? Lin Chen listened in a cold sweat. You mean we're standing on top of the graveyard right now? Lin Chen was not stupid. He could already tell from Master and Brother Chendong's expressions. It was absolutely impossible for the yin-yang disc to be broken. Then there was only one scenario left. The place they were currently standing in was a terrifying existence that was enough to be comparable to something like the underworld, with an extremely large number of spirit tomb. Don't be nervous, Grand Duke. It could be that the yin-yang disc is really broken. Chendong glared at Niu Shang, signaling that he was talking too much. Right now, let's solve the trouble for the Grand Duke first. Since the yin-yang disc is broken, the only way to find out is to release the fierce spirit to go in and look for it. Hearing Chendong say this, Niu Shang was honest. He also did not dare to say anything more. After all, what he had just said, even he himself held a half-hearted attitude. As he spoke, Chendong took out a small purple gold-colored gourd from his yellow cloth pocket. The mouth of the pot was engraved with densely packed runes. Chendong opened the mouth of the pot, only to see a white smoke drilling out of the gourd. Soon the white smoke coalesced into a humanoid shape. It was a man who was about 2 meters tall and had a robust body. The man was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His body was covered in mottled bullet holes, and his pair of eyes carried a black shadowy mist. Master, what is your command? The large man dropped to one knee, his burly body resembling a small hill. Ding ding ding. Chendong shook the copper bell in his hand. Go and look in that building in front and see if there is a spirit baby. If there is, grab him for me. Remember, no devouring. Most of the ferocious spirits refined by Chendong were tyrannical. Often, they would make a move to devour other yin spirits. Yes, master. The big man nodded and got up, directly turning into a gust of yin wind and dispersing. Lin Chen looked stunned. Master, you guys still raise ghosts? Can you teach me as well? I have a friend who also wants to learn. On the other side, Ning had just refined a few yin dan. During this period of time, quite a few undead had been resolved one after another. Although the stingy system hadn't given him any decent quests, it had provided him with quite a few channels. Overall there was still some harvest. Ding! System mission refresh. Ferocious spirits have appeared in the dormitory building A of Jianghai University. Please have the ferryman go and extradite them immediately. Reward for this mission, 10 billion red gold coins. Good lord! Ning was fretting that there was no way to fight for a higher reward. I didn't expect the service to be so good now. He even took the initiative to send a door to brush up on his experience. You asked for it, so don't blame me. Ning hemmed and hawed, tiptoeing up. He directly disappeared onto the balcony. According to the system's guidance, he arrived at the storage room on the first floor of the dormitory. Stored here were all the high-powered electrical appliances that students had brought in violation of the law. Because it was towards the yin chi here was relatively much heavier. It was just the right place for yin spirits to come here to cultivate. When Ning arrived, the yin spirit inside was sucking in the yin chi here. Who are you that you dare to come here and disturb me? The large man crossed his eyes and was furious, as if someone had disturbed his meal. He couldn't wait to eat the visitor in one bite. Ning was also startled when he saw the big guy. Being 2 meters tall was nothing, but what the hell was an arm thicker than an elephant's leg? Ghost cause mutation? Bearded. Similar to Black Li Kuei. Hey, big guy, where are you a wandering ghost from and how did you end up here? Ning said indifferently. He was in no hurry to immediately subdue this ferocious spirit now. It would be good to try and probe his intentions. The big guy saw that not only was Ning not afraid of him, but instead he was happy to sit to the side and cross his legs to watch him perform. The resentment in his body was a few points heavier at that moment. Damn you guys, I was bullied in life, and I'm going to be bullied again when I'm a ghost. You guys are really hateful. Chapter 58, The Big Guy's Beanside. Boom! The resentment on the big guy's body instantly exploded. Black yin chi directly enveloped him. Even the light bulbs in the surrounding corridor flickered. Ding! Name, Wei Dahu. Ghost age, 30 years. Cause of death, poisoned by an adulterous couple who conspired to kill him. Battle level, fierce spirit. Just as the big guy was about to tyrannize, the system had already reported all the information about his identity to Chao Ning. After Chao Ning read it, he didn't find that he had done anything evil. However, when he died, his resentment was too deep. This was what caused him to detach from his shell and not reincarnate in time. Big guy. No, your name is Wei Dahu, right? Don't be angry yet. Can you tell me why you came here? The yin chi here doesn't seem to be as thick as outside, right? Chao Ning asked tentatively. In fact, from the moment the big guy appeared, he already had doubts in his heart. The boys' dormitory, except for the individual ones who stayed up late reading novels and liked to give 1 star. There were very few with weak kidneys. Most of them still had a lot of yang energy. Usually evil spirits don't want to come to such places, unless it's to seek revenge. But after the big guy came, he immediately dug into the storage room to suck in yin chi, as if he hadn't eaten for 800 years. All things added up. It clearly didn't make sense. But even if Chao Ning was willing to lower his stance, but the big guy didn't necessarily give him face. Good boy, you even know my identity. That surprises me a bit, but just with you. How dare you ask me about my intentions? It's good that you're here. It just so happens that I haven't seen a stranger in years. Looking at your body and bones, you should be quite chewy. Ha ha ha. Since you're here, don't leave. After saying that, the big guy opened his bloody mouth towards Chao Ning, but by the time he pounced over, he realized that he had missed. Somehow, Chao Ning had already stood to the side holding his arms. Chao Ning sighed and shook his head. No wonder you were bullied. So it's because you don't have enough brains. Saying that, Chao Ning released the 2 sisters Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan, and at that moment, the big guy's eyes were caught in a stare. This, how is it that there are 2 sisters so beautiful as fairies? Are they not fairies? Dare I ask what the names of the 2 sisters are? Have they ever been married? LOL. Hearing this, Lu Hongying couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh twice. Sister, did you see that? Don't look at this fierce spirit's ugly appearance, but it's quite polite. Song Huiyan giggled as she clutched her breasts. Sister, I'm afraid he has his eye on you, right? Bah, who would fall for him? Looks stronger than a bear. I'm still afraid that he'll crush me to death. Lu Hongying walked up, crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks and grunted. Hey, stupid big guy, what's your name? Why did you come here? The big guy squirmed and skimmed his head. He. Sisters, my name is Wei Dahu. I'm from Chilu, 68 years old, and I'm single now. I don't know how to address you 2 sisters. Chao Ning listened to the stunned. Good guy, you came here for a blind date. You just saw me and you looked like you wanted to eat me. Now immediately changed with a good baby like, you this is Versailles who? Cough. Ask him why he came here. Chao Ning said awkwardly. Lu Hongying immediately understood. Hey big guy, do you want to play with your sister? He. Want to. The big guy stood there with a silly grin. At this moment, Wei Dahu did not have the same look of godliness that he had earlier. Only his big black face was crowded with smiles. A pair of hands were tightly crossed together, showing an extremely squirmy appearance. He also didn't dare to straighten his body, slightly bent over, just like a naive baby bear. Then tell your sister why you came here. Okay, Lu Hongying tried to ask. And, when the big guy heard this, he immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. 2 sisters. It was the master who told me to come here to look for a spirit baby, but I didn't find one, so I hid here to rest for a while first. Master? Chao Ning frowned slightly. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. It was someone who was playing tricks. Hongying, ask him again who his master is. Where is it? Is there anyone else around? Chao Ning transmitted his voice. Lu Hongying understood and immediately repeated all of Chao Ning's words again. The big man was honest. He basically said everything to the questions Lu Hongying asked. The master is right outside the fence. He's a Maoshan magician. He's great at catching ghosts. The 2 sisters mustn't go over there. By the way, there is also a little 100 faces beside the 2 masters, looking white and clean. It looks delicious. The big guy didn't hide anything at all, and with a simple smile, he explained everything. Chao Ning stared. A Maoshan magician? The little white guy? It's him. Chao Ning immediately reacted. Is the little white guy you're talking about the same age as me? And those 2 Taoist priests are both wearing yellow Taoist robes with red silk trim? Humph. You're not a young lady. Why should I tell you? The big guy snorted coldly, followed by twisting his head around to look at the 2 Lu Hongying sisters with a smile on his face. How dare you? Chao Ning revealed his judge face. Instantly, the anger on his face was like thunderous agitation. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the big guy anymore. He had already given him enough face earlier, and if he didn't show any more power, he really took himself as a halekity. When the big guy saw Chao Ning reveal his true form, he was instantly frightened and his face suddenly changed. Ghostman, Lord Ghostman. The big guy's legs trembled in fear, and his body bent down a few more points. not daring to meet Chao Ning's eyes at all. Chao Ning was not angry. Answer my question. I don't want to say it a second time. Yes. Facing such a killing got in, the big guy was so scared that he didn't even dare to move, angering the ghost messenger. It's not a big deal if your soul is dispersed. If he was locked up and taken into the underworld, he was only afraid that he would inevitably go into the frying pan. It is indeed the same as. It's the same as what your excellency said. The three of them are outside the courtyard wall right now, waiting for me to go back and report the news. Indeed? Chao Ning said in a deep voice. Indeed. Little ghost doesn't dare to deceive your excellency. The large man acted extremely humbly. Chao Ning nodded, resuming his original pro-people demeanor. In fact, he had already had his doubts in this regard before coming here. Now that he heard the big guy say it himself, his own suspicions were instantly corroborated. Hong Ying, Hui Yan, escort him with me to meet those two guys. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my territory. He's afraid he's tired of living. Chao Ning coldly snorted with his hands behind his back. Yes, master. Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan didn't dare to be slow, and immediately escorted the big guy outside on one side. P.S. It's not that I intentionally broke the chapter. The word count of 2 chapters is up. The old rules wait for me to finish dinner and continue to update after 0 o'clock. Chapter 59. The 3 people outside the fence waited outside for quite a while without waiting for the big guy to come back and report. Lin Chen was somewhat unable to sit still. He peeled himself over the fence and looked, neither seeing nor hearing a single movement. 2 masters, that ghost hasn't returned until now. Could something have happened? The 2 people sitting in the car with their eyes closed had no trace of anxiety on their faces. Grand Duke, don't worry about it. This ferocious spirit was captured by me by chance in Qilu back then. The battle power is strong. Ordinary people simply dealt with him. Just wait in peace. I believe there will be a result soon. Chen Dong said indifferently with his eyes closed. He was not the least bit worried about the big guy's battle power. After all, fierce spirits were themselves extremely rare spirit species in this world. It was not easy to subdue a fierce spirit. But Grandmaster, why has he been gone for so long? If there were no accidents, he should have returned long ago. Lin Chen said anxiously. Don't worry. When I captured him, it was a full day and night of fighting. He wasn't captured that easily. Chen Dong was still gazing with his eyes closed. Really? That's because you yourself are too useless, alright. As soon as Chen Dong's words fell, a few more figures appeared beside the fence. One of them was the fierce spirit Wei Dahu that they had been harboring in their hearts. It's you, Chao Ning. Lin Chen recognized Chao Ning. I didn't expect them to meet again so soon. Yo, if it isn't Dickenzie, are you invoking your own spirit by staying up in the middle of the night? Why did I hear that you were scared to death? Is it possible that your soul was scared out of your wits? Chao Ning clasped his hands on his chest, his face showing amusement. Lin Chen did not bother to pay attention to Chao Ning's mockery, but immediately ran to Chen Dong's duo. The moment Chao Ning appeared, Chen Dong and Niu Shang had already sensed it. Master, he is Chao Ning. As long as you help me kill him, I will give you another $1 million. Lin Chen pointed at Chao Ning and shouted angrily. 1 million? How can you add another 2 million? Chen Dong grunted. His eyes kept staring at Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan beside Chao Ning, and then he looked at his own untalented one. At this moment, it was surprising that it was just so intimidated by them. Chen Dong was furious in his heart. You stupid thing. I told you to go and find the spirit baby, but you were so good that you were actually captured. Master, Wei Dahu was also aggrieved. This person in front of him, did he dare to go hard? In case he was taken away by a wave down the road. Loss or not. Master, at this time you can't sit on the ground and raise the price. Our Lin family treats you all well. Hearing that Chen Dong wanted to increase the price, Lin Chen was a little unhappy. Apart from the 1 million already given to him, now there was another 2 million to be added. Then the price would be too much. You are mistaken, Grand Prince. There is a reason why my senior brother said that. Niu Shan looked indifferent. He looked at his senior brother beside him, and in his heart, he had to admire his tactics. Reason? What reasons? Is it hard to believe that you can't deal with just the 2 women beside Chao Ning? Lin Chen noticed that Chao Ning had been standing behind Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying. He wasn't stupid enough to suspect that these 2 women were ordinary people. A woman who could subdue a ferocious spirit was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention the fact that they were 2 great beauties that were enough to rival Li Weiwei's level. Grand Duke, the 2 of them are not ordinary women, but extremely powerful fierce spirits, Chen Dong said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Right when Chao Ning appeared, he had already sensed the appearance of 2 extremely strong in spirits, only that he did not understand why these 2 fierce spirits would succumb to a brat. Fierce spirits? Master, are you saying that Chao Ning is raising ghosts? And 2 beautiful female ghosts at that? Lin Chen was a little surprised. He was truly surprised that Chao Ning's tastes were so heavy. The #1 schoolgirl of Jianghai University couldn't even satisfy him anymore. He had already extended his claws to the evil spirits. It was hard to imagine the absurd appearance of this man and two ghosts mingling together. Master, there's no problem with adding 2 million, but I'll take these two fierce spirits, as long as they're Chao Ning's women. I'll take them no matter if they're human or ghost, Lin Chen said cheerfully, looking at the two superb ones in front of him that were delivered to his door. It was absolutely false for Lin Chen to say that his heart wasn't moved. He. Chen Dong sneered, Grand Duke, I'm only afraid that you won't be able to keep any of these two fierce spirits. Their strength is too strong for you to manage. Chen Dong spoke extremely euphemistically. In fact, what he was really thinking in his heart was, are you kidding me? We two brothers just happen to have one each. How else are we going to split it up if you come and stick your foot in it? When Lin Chen heard this, he gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chao Ning couldn't help but sneer when he heard the conversation between the few people. Hong Ying, Hui Yan, did you hear that? They're discussing how to dominate you too. Hijack. Lu Hongying was first stunned, followed by immediately understanding the meaning of Chao Ning's words. Humph, men really don't have a single good thing. Even ghosts are not spared. As she said this, Lu Hongying deliberately threw a wink at Chao Ning. That expression was practically no different from playing with fire. However, if Master is interested, Hongying would still be happy to serve. Oh, Chao Ning let out an embarrassed, bitter smile and shook his head vigorously. I'd better forget about it. I don't have this kind of special fetish, how come it all feels so oozy? On the other side, Lin Chen also ended up reaching an agreement with the two of them. Chen Dong would get rid of Chao Ning for him, and Lin Chen would pay an additional 1.5 million huaxia coins. It was only at this point that the two of them, which were not busy, took out the talismanic props from their respective yellow cloths and silks. Niu Shang was holding a copper bell in his hand. Bold sinful beasts, you are dead but still dare to linger on earth to maim the living. I advise you all to quickly surrender to the law. If not, I will definitely make you and others' souls fly away and scatter. Nonsense finished did not. To fight on the fight. Do not fight, hurry to kowtow to make amends. Is pretentious. Chao Ning sighed and impatiently spat. These two goods look like they are usually watching too many TV dramas. Before fighting, they always like to say the crowning bull ***** once again. Niu Shang was also infuriated. Kid, you are still oblivious even at the end of your life? Wait for me to ingest your soul. Let's see if you still dare to speak loudly. As he spoke, Chen Dong sent out a spirit talisman, ingesting 10,000 channels of spiritual light to directly cover Lu Hongying. Seeing this, Song Huiyan sent out a long runic sword in her hand. The sword suddenly enlarged tens of times in midair. Boom! The sword slashed above the runic spell. In an instant, the rune shattered, and the spiritual light that had originally covered Lu Hongying instantly dissipated into nothingness. Yin soldier? Surprisingly, it's a Yin soldier? Niu Shang was shocked. Where did you steal this from? Stealing a Yin soldier in private is a felony. It's punishable by being sent to Abi Hell for eternity. What? Are you afraid? Song Huiyan retrieved the white spirit sword with a slight smugness on her face. Before this, Chao Ning had already exchanged 2 Yin soldiers from the system mall. The purpose was to arm them. Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying were both deeded spirit people, and they were allowed to possess Yin soldiers in the underworld laws. Originally, the Yin soldiers were handed over to them to allow them to better deal with and restrain the undead. It was only that they didn't expect that the first time they used it, the target of the engagement was actually a warlock who claimed to be righteous. It was truly ridiculous. Afraid? Humph. You think we'll be afraid of you just because you have Yin soldiers in your hands? Niu Shang sneered. To tell you the truth, even if you have a Yin warrior sheltering behind you, he won't be able to come to your rescue in time. Chao Ning was at a loss, thinking, how did you know that? Chapter 60, Inviting the Gods to Help. Lao Air, don't talk nonsense to them, just send them on their way. Chen Dong reminded. Right now, a few of them were fighting on the road. If they really waited until dawn to be noticed, they would only cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, big brother, I know. Niu Shang didn't talk nonsense with Song Huiyan either. He only saw him scatter a handful of spirit talismans. The spirit talismans immediately condensed into 3 pillars of clear incense in midair. Niu Shang pinched his hands together and stomped the ground with his right foot. Purple qi comes from the east and leads to Qiankuan. Bagua Yin Yang inverts Qiankuan. Heaven is round and earth law 9 chapters. My pen today ghost ambush hidden. Tai Shang Lao Jun urgent as ordered. Mao Shan disciple Niu Shang. Respectfully ask the gods to help me swing the world Qiankuan. God's soldiers are in a hurry. Souls come. Niu Shang violently stomped his foot, only to see 3 cones of incense instantly ignited. The scattered ashes gradually coalesced in midair to form 2 human figures. The 2 undead spirits that appeared out of thin air were both dressed as ancients. The right side of the person is 8 feet tall, wearing a dark thick armor, angry eyes, holding a snake spear. The one on the left had a tiger's back and was wearing a black linen tunic. His face was like black charcoal, and he was holding 2 plate axes. It's them. They're here again. Wei Dahu, who had been crouching next to him, saw these 2 undead. His body trembled with them. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was directly stunned. He stood frozen at the side, not daring to move a muscle. I respectfully asked the 2 immortals to help me subdue the demons. Niu Shang stepped forward and bowed. Holy, what's going on here? Seeing this scene, Chao Ning wasn't even calm anymore. Good lord, to think that both old Zhang and old Li, the ones who burned the fire, were called in to help? Chao Ning recognized those 2 at a glance, but they weren't the Zhang Fei and Li Kuei who were doing odd jobs in purgatory. Originally, he had wanted to see what tricks this demonic path could pull off. He hadn't expected that he would actually be able to invite undead whose strength was close to the level of a ghostbuster, but he was startled. What did you invite us up here for? Do you have wine to eat? Zhang Fei's eyes widened as he looked at Niu Shang. Please rest assured, Supreme Immortal, the offerings will definitely be less for the 2 of you. Chen Dong stood out to cater. Hearing this, Zhang Fei and Li Kuei looked at each other and both nodded in satisfaction. It was not the first time they had cooperated with Niu Shang and the others. Each time, they helped catch some difficult undead and then exchanged them for some incense offerings. It was also good for them to clear the grievances on their bodies and reincarnate as soon as possible. The targets this time are those 2 women? Li Kuei opened his mouth and asked. Niu Shang immediately stepped forward and arched his hand. Supreme Immortal, it's the 2 of them, please be merciful and don't disperse the souls. Li Kuei nodded. Don't worry, we have our measure. He naturally knew the rules. If he broke the rules, no one would provide them with incense in the future. After saying goodbye to Niu Shang and the 2 of them, Zhang Fei and Li Kuei looked at each other and nodded. Well, without further ado, old Li, let's hurry up and get to work. If this is discovered by the underworld, the 2 of us will be thrown into the frying pan for a few more rounds, Zhang Fei cautiously said. After thousands of years of doing odd jobs in hell, he had not learned anything else, but had become a lot more delicate in his mind. Good, then do it. Li Kuei didn't say much, lifting up his plate axe and chopping directly at Song Huiyan. Song Huiyan dodged flexibly and successfully avoided Li Kuei's axe. Zhang Fei was also not idle, and a Zhani snake spear went straight at Lu Hongying. Lu Hongying sent out her green spirit sword to resist. The 2 of them jumped into midair and fought fiercely. Chao Ning was happy to relax, leaning against the fence with his hands clasped over his chest to watch the fun. Although he knew that Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying couldn't defeat these 2 roughnecks, however, for their strength to be refined, they had to fight strong men. That way, they could accumulate experience and get promoted. Sure enough, after the 2 sides fought for a while, Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan were both suppressed. There was simply no room to fight back. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Chen's face intensified. It was as if in the next second, he could see Chao Ning's body and head end up in the ground. Master, get rid of that brat while you can. Lin Chen grunted as he pointed at Chao Ning. He did not want to see Chao Ning again for even a moment now. Chen Dong nodded, only to see him shake the bronze bell. Wei Dahu, who was originally curled up on the ground, immediately soared into midair, revealing the horrible face he had when he died tragically. Idiot, hurry up and eat that brat for me. Upon hearing Chen Dong's order, Wei Dahu only felt a chill on his back. Having him go hard against Chao Ning was not like hitting tofu against a rock. Master, this. Seeing that Wei Dahu did not carry out his order, Chen Dong immediately became enraged. Bastard, how dare you disobey my orders? Ding ding ding. As soon as the words left his mouth, the copper bell in his hand emitted the sound of the green underworld. Wei Dahu instantly struggled on the ground in pain. However, no matter how agonized he did not bother to carry out Chen Dong's order. Big brother, what's going on? The fierce spirit has always been honest. What's going on today? Niu Shang was puzzled. Chen Dong shook his head. I don't know. It is likely that the kid has cast some demonic spell on the fierce spirit, which is why he dared to disobey my orders. In that case, it is better for me to do it myself. Niu Shang fished out a handful of talismans with his left hand, and pulled out a dagger dyed with poison with his right hand. Just as he was about to immobilize Chao Ning, boom! Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying, who were fighting with Zhang Fei Li Kuei, were both knocked down. The 2 black shadows were right behind them. Just as they were about to seriously injure the 2 of them, a bronze ancient sword stirred out, directly forcing the 2 of them back in unison. Who dared to sneak attack me? Li Kuei covered his chest and shouted loudly. Just now, if he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have only been injured in his soul body. What? Don't even recognize me? As soon as the man's words fell, the sound of music rang out. 4 or 5 small youths in killer outfits roared in their motocross bikes. You're like that fire, the red flame burning me. Chao Ning retrieved his bronze sword in a smooth manner. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked out from the side to the sound of music. The small social youths next to him were confused when they saw this scene. Big brother, what are they doing? Filming a movie? It looks like it, but which theater group is this? Taoist priests, Imperial sisters, the Hulk, and two stupid big men. This is going to be the battle of the century. AI. Brothers look. The actress looks really beautiful. Then the clubhouse pussy with much more power. That's right, and that stupid big man. Makeup painted just like the real thing. Several people were talking and laughing, not realizing that danger was approaching them step by step. Looking for death, Niu Shang opened the jade bottle he was carrying. A white mist that floated out from the jade bottle quickly condensed into a humanoid shape and headed straight for those youngsters. It was a horrifying face covered in slash marks. The face was drenched in blood. A pair of sharp claws were more than 10 centimeters long. The elongated tongue was like a red tie. These 4 or 5 youngsters had never seen this scene before. Even if they were stupid, they could guess what they were seeing. Ghosts. The 5 people were so scared on the spot that their bodies went limp, and they all lay on the ground with the car. Just as the claws of that spiteful spirit were about to tear them apart, only a bang was heard. The dragon flame instantly engulfed the spiteful spirit and turned into residual smoke. It was only then that Zhang Fei and Li Kuei, who were frozen to the side, recognized the youngster in front of them. Ning, brother Ning, why are you here? Zhang Fei was trembling in fear. It was only strange that every time Chao Ning went to hell, all that was revealed was the judge's face. It was only when he used the underworld soldier that the power of the underworld in his body would be detected. Chapter 61, The Man with His Own BGM Appearance Style. When Chao Ning held the great sword in one hand and carried the dragon flame gun in the other, the entire world went quiet. He still had that cynical smile, but the corners of his mouth were upturned. Ding! The system mission is refreshed. Zhang Fei and Li Kuei have gone out to take orders privately, and the underworld has informed the ferrymen of each precinct to apprehend them. Reward for this mission, 50 billion red gold coins. I'll go. These 2 brothers are so valuable? Chao Ning looked at the 2 stupid big men standing in front of him. It was as if they weren't ghosts right now. They were walking tickets beckoning to him. He was so excited that he almost laughed out a pig squeal. For some reason, Chao Ning suddenly felt that these 2 guys were still quite cute looking. Big brother, what's going on? What kind of person is this kid? How come even spirits like Zhang Fei and Li Kuei are afraid of him? Niu Sheng approached Chen Dong's side and could not help but ask, I am not sure, but it seems that what this guy is holding in his hand is also a Yin soldier. Second brother, be careful. Chen Dong clutched the talisman paper tightly in his hand, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Both of them, right now, did not have a clear picture of the situation. However, judging from Zhang Fei and Li Kuei's attitude, this Chao Ning was definitely not simple. What exactly are you? Chen Dong gathered enough courage to go forward and asked, Me? Are you talking about me? Chao Ning smiled and took a big step forward. The man who came with his own BGM appearance style was different. Every cell in his body was filled with a strong Versailles flavor. Snowflakes fluttering. The northern wind is blowing. The sky and earth are pale. Chao Ning's raised right foot suddenly stopped in midair, eyes glaring grudgingly at the few killer youths. Can you change the song? Messing around, are you? Chao Ning's lungs were about to explode with anger. The feeling he had managed to find with great difficulty was just broken by someone. Those few killjoy youths were first stunned, followed by an immediate reaction. Yes. This will be changed. This will be changed. Big brother, you mustn't be angry. Soon a god of gamblers' own BGM music immediately followed. Chao Ning nodded with satisfaction. Underneath, the underworld receiving and ferrying emissary. Great Bay Chao Ning, please enlighten me. Asterisk. This kid is really damn polite. Big brother, do you need a brother to step in and beat him up? He's too damn good at pretending. Can you bear it? Anyway, I can't bear it. Niu Sheng said indignantly. He was a hothead and couldn't stand to see others showing off in front of him. The problem that he had fallen into when he was young hadn't been able to change until now. Second brother, you must not be impulsive. He is deliberately provoking you. Chen Dong hurriedly pulled Niu Sheng back. He was afraid that he would recklessly rush over and fall into the path of the other party. 2 supreme immortals, our masters and brothers have made a lot of incense offerings to you over the years. Are you just going to watch? Chen Dong hurriedly drank at Zhang Fei and Li Kuei. Zhang Fei and Li Kuei looked at each other awkwardly. No one had the intention to make a move. Older brother, it is not that we are not giving you face. You just heard it. Brother Ning, that is the ferryman of the underworld. Our superior. This, what do you want us to do? Zhang Fei laughed bitterly. He and Li Kuei had come out privately to take orders, originally intending to fight a quick battle and avoid the ghost messenger as much as possible. Who knew that they would now take the initiative to fall into someone else's hands? Right now, they themselves were struggling to protect themselves, so how could they still care about you guys? Damn, how could this kid be a ferryman? Alas! Actually, I should have thought of it earlier. It's absolutely impossible for those two ferocious spirits to possess soldiers for no reason and just happen to appear here. Now it seems that it turned out to be such a thing. Chen Dong reacted, his heart vaguely already panicking a little. Kid, we have no grudges with you in the past and no grudges in the recent days. Why don't we, the two brothers, make amends to you today? And how about this matter is resolved? Chen Dong understood in his heart. If he really fought with Chao Ning, the two of them were no match for the ferryman. What's more, there were also two female ghosts with not weak strength beside Chao Ning helping him. Admitting defeat so quickly? Chao Ning laughed coldly. I'm only afraid that if I'm willing to let you guys go, you may not be willing to let me go, right? What do you mean by that? Chen Dong vaguely sensed that something was not good. This was clearly something in the words. Chao Ning's face showed playfulness as he smiled and continued. I heard that you are three master brothers. How come there are only two of you now and one more? What do you mean? Chen Dong was puzzled. What do you mean? Don't you understand? Hiss. Chen Dong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His face instantly changed abruptly, followed by a slight hint of killing intent in his eyes. So it's you, big brother. What does he mean by that? Niu Shang was puzzled. It means that brother of yours has now been transcended by me. Chao Ning said indifferently. What? Third brother? Niu Shang was shocked. In the past few days, they had been searching for the whereabouts of the oldest three, but there had been no sign of him, and it was as if he had evaporated. Unexpectedly, he had died at the hands of Chao Ning. With the old and new grudges added together, how could it be possible to just say that it could be uncovered? Big brother, let's fight him and avenge third brother. Niu Shang's face was rippling with veins and ferocity. Second brother. Chen Dong was a smart man. He pulled Niu Shang to his death, not daring to let him go and fight Chao Ning. Second brother. Calm down. This is not the time to act with intent. Holding down his second brother, Chen Dong helplessly looked sideways at Chao Ning. Although his eyes were furious, his face did not dare to show any hint of dissatisfaction. Lord Chao, as long as you are willing to spare the two of us brothers today, I can assure you, our brothers will definitely not pursue this matter any further. How? This was already Chen Dong's last bottom line. Fighting hard was definitely not an option. It was a no-win situation. However, wherever there was a chance of survival, he would not let it go, no matter what. First get rid of the current predicament, and then find a chance to take revenge later on. Is that so? Then what if I refuse to let you guys go? Chao Ning wasn't stupid. He understood the reasoning of letting a tiger return to the mountain better than anyone else, not to mention the fact that there were two cultivators who were proficient in arts and techniques. He was only afraid that if he let them go on the front foot, trouble would follow in the back. Chao thief, don't bully people too much. Chen Dong was moved to anger. The two of us brothers will fight you to the death. The big deal is that we will die. What can you do to me? Then what are you waiting for? Do it. I have to go back to catch up on my sleep after cleaning up after you guys. This day in and day out, there's no clean time. Chao Ning yawned, somewhat impatient. Chen Dong became furious. Immediately, he threw out the last handful of talismans in his hand. He pinched his hands together and recited the incantation silently. Those who are fighting in front of the army, all array forward to kill the evil. Chapter 62 Barbecue D. In an instant, those hundreds of talismans instantly transformed into a giant sword, slashing directly towards Chao Ning. Niu Shang was not idle either. He took all the jade bottles he was carrying and those carried by Chen Dong and shattered them all. In a blink of an eye, the Yin Qi obscured the sun. Dozens of hideous Yin spirits suddenly appeared. Among them, some wore armor, some wore suits and cheongsams, those who were decapitated, those who were spitting out long tongues, those who were cloaked and crawling rapidly on the ground. There were all kinds of them. The entire scene was as if zombies had descended. Ding ding ding. Niu Shang bit through his middle finger while drawing blood-colored spirit symbols in the air. While doing so, he kept shaking the copper bell in his hand. For a moment, all the Yin spirits all had their eyes sealed by the bright red color of blood. Tyrannical hissing sounds were heard endlessly. Immediately following, those dozens of Yin spirits, driven by the copper bell, ran together towards Chao Ning. The sharp claws seemed as if they were going to tear him apart in the next second. Humph, a trivial skill. How dare you show off in front of me? Seeing this, Chao Ning did not show the slightest hint of panic. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and as he offered up his bronze sword, the dragon flame lance in his hand instantly reorganized. The slaughtering sharpshooter Red Flame AK descended into the world, only to hear, da-day-day-day, da-day-day-day, da-day-day-day. The Red Flame AK instantly swept. The raging dragon flames covered all of the Yin spirits in an instant. Without waiting for the Yin spirits to get close, they had already eliminated most of them first. Seeing this, Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying didn't wait for Chao Ning to give the word. Lifting up the Yin soldiers in their hands and rushing directly into the group of Yin spirits to harvest them. The strength of those spirits, the highest was only an evil spirit. Where could they be a match for the two of them? The sharp blades of the sword split apart one after another, without a moment's effort. The dozens of Yin spirits that Niu Shang had released had all been dispersed. On the other hand, the runic paper sword slashed at Chao Ning at the same time. The bronze sword sent out a great move that rolled up the burning flames of the sky, directly incinerating the runic sword. My sword! Chen Dong spewed out a mouthful of blood. His right hand covered his chest, and his left hand grasped the spirit talisman that had been burned to the point where only half of it remained. Niu Shang was no better. He had previously used his masculine energy to forcefully drive the Yin spirit to attack. Regardless of success or failure, he was destined to sacrifice 10 years of his life. What's more, the moment the Yin spirit dissipated, he was backfired by the Yin Qi. Right now, he was like an old man who had gone through many changes. Defeated. Big brother, we, defeated. Niu Shang leaned against Chen Dong's side. The current him could not raise half of his fighting spirit. Second brother, you, what are you? Cough. Why are you so bitter? Chen Dong coughed out another mouthful of old blood. It looked like he had already been shocked and broken his heart vein. Chao Ning retrieved his bronze sword and walked forward carrying his dragon flame gun. Do you two intend to compete with me as well? Chao Ning slanted a glance at Zhang Fei and Li Kuei. Seeing Chao Ning's unkind eyes, the two of them were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Directly, they respectfully lowered their heads and bowed. I'll settle the score with you two later. Chao Ning did not bother with these two stupid big men anymore, but instead walked over to Chen Dong and Niu Shang. How about it? Shall I send you two on your way, or will you go on your own? Chao Ning said in a deep voice. If you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Chao Ning Jr., don't be complacent. Chen Dong's face was so pale that there were no more bits of blood left. Cough. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Today, the two of us brothers are not as skilled as the others, so what can we do? Niu Shang was also holding his last breath as he stared angrily at Chao Ning. Chao thief, don't be complacent. One day our brothers will definitely come back and collect the blood debt from you. After saying this, the two of them brothers both swallowed their breath. Chao Ning was also speechless. What happened to the promised deadly fight? Why are they so unforgiving? Master, they died just like that? Lu Hongying came forward and said doubtfully. Die? How can it be that easy? After scolding me, you want to run away just like that? Dream on. Chao Ning held his mouth and grunted. Niu Shang, Chen Dong, get up and hit the road. As soon as the words left his mouth, on the two shells, two vain silhouettes leisurely floated out. Slowly, the silhouettes coalesced into human form. Big brother, we've finally gotten rid of Chao. Chao thief. Big brother, my damn mind is broken. How is it still him? Niu Shang's imaginary body glared at Chao Ning when he saw him. Next to him, Chen Dong also rubbed his eyes. With a look of disbelief, he looked at Chao Ning. Aren't you the ferryman of the Great Bay Area? When did the Jianghai University city come under your control as well? Chen Dong was surprised. Ha! Chao Ning rolled his eyes. Sorry, the ferryman of this region has gone on vacation. I am in charge here for the time being. What did you two just say? I didn't hear you. Please repeat it. Niu Shang and Chen Dong looked at each other. It's over. Barbecue is over. The two ghosts regretted their intestines. It was fine to let him bully them while alive, but they still have to be controlled by him after death. What the hell kind of revenge is this? When Lin Chen saw this scene, he was scared silly. Chao Ning also noticed him at this time. Handsome boy? Schoolboy? Where's your awesome power? Aren't you high and mighty? What? Barbecue now? Chao Ning revealed a playful snicker. Chao, my lord spare my life. Lin Chen followed and reacted, hastily kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. My lord spare my life. My lord spare my life. I was wrong. I shouldn't have snatched a woman from you. Xia Shihan, she's yours. I won't dare to snatch her from you anymore. Lin Chen was trembling in fear. The end he had already seen. Being bullied alive didn't count, and there was no relief in death. Went out so quickly? Chao Ning felt very amused when he saw Lin Chen's look of overwhelming desire to live. But how to deal with this guy was a difficult task. He was an ordinary person. He didn't know any magic spells, and he hadn't mutilated the undead. Above him, there is still the Book of Life and Death staring at him. I'm afraid that if he did something here, the underworld would know about it. Just as he was hesitating, the system reacted. Ding ding ding. System prompt. Lin Chen's lifespan is about to end. The ferryman may not arbitrarily deprive the other party of the right to pass on to the next life. I'll go. What the hell is a lifespan that will end? Chao Ning was filled with doubt. Immediately, he called up the region's life and death book, only to see that it was written on it that Lin Chen's young lifespan was surprisingly only 23 years old. In the biography section, there were even more bad traces. Chao Ning understood. It turns out that this guy has done too many bad things in his private life and has lost his life expectancy. In fact, He had already been blacklisted in the Book of Life and Death. Seeing this, there was no need for Chao Ning to bother with him anymore. After casually erasing the memories of those few, small social youths who had been stunned by the Yin spirit swarm, he released him. Master, are you really releasing him? Lu Hongying said doubtfully. It was reasonable to say that it was Chao Ning's personality to have revenge. Letting her enemy run away for no reason was the first time she had seen it. It's rare to do something good once, so let him go. Chao Ning smiled faintly. He didn't say anything about the Book of Life and Death. It was fine to know this kind of thing for himself. There was absolutely no need to say it out. Lin Chen, who had escaped death, was like a lost dog, kowtowing vigorously. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Lin Chen was so shocked that he rolled and crawled into the BMW. I don't know if it was because he was scared out of his wits or not. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard. The BMW hit the school's fence directly with a kick of the gas. The windshield was instantly shattered. Stain. It's not my fault. Chao Ning shrugged his shoulders in embarrassment. In fact, he hadn't erased Lin Chen's memories in order to make him live in fear. Only he didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Chapter 63, Chao Ning's face explodes. After sending Zhang Fei and Li Kuei to report to hell, it was almost 4 in the morning when Chao Ning returned to his dormitory. Whether or not he slept at this point was no longer important to him. Chao Ning lay on his bed and spent 40 billion red gold coins to purchase 1,000 body-tempering pills and 300 soul-gathering pills. He looked at the 1,000 or so pills in his system backpack and let out a long sigh of relief. Staying at the Ghost Official Great Circle for too long, it's about time for a breakthrough, Chao Ning secretly said in his heart. To think that when he had been promoted to Ghost Official, he had still just started school. Everyone else had to take at least a few decades to promote, and these 12 days for himself were indeed a bit much, but now he had finally gotten through it. Chao Ning devoured and refined all of the 1,000 or so pills. A powerful purple aura enveloped his entire being. From the outside, it looked like a giant silkworm chrysalis, and as Chao Ning continued to absorb and release, the purple aura that surrounded him became thinner and thinner. I don't know how long it took. The purple aperture completely disappeared. Chao Ning exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His face was flushed and glowing, as if he had done a deep spa. The sun also rose from the east at this time. Chao Ning slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that his body had become light all over. It was as if he couldn't feel a single bit of gravity. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his successful promotion to judge. The host can pick any number of gifts from the system mall. This service is provided free of charge by the underworld. Hearing the system's beep, Chao Ning was much relieved in his heart. Such an unreliable system was finally doing its job now. But when Chao Ning opened the system mall, he was completely dumbfounded. The column of gift areas in the mall were surprisingly all lady items, although there were numerous columns, the relative things, however, he himself couldn't use at all. Pitiful system, I'll uninstall you sooner or later, Chao Ning despised. But something given for free, don't want it for nothing. The system gave a total of 3 opportunities to pick free items. Chao Ning shopped around a few times and didn't find anything of value. In the end, he casually picked out 2 secondary ladies' battle armor, one red and one purple. When the models wore them, they were front and center, with their breasts sticking up high. It looked like a real treat. In the future, find a place where no one is around and let Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan try it on. That feeling must be YYDS. Chao Ning's heart reckoned. But now there was still one more chance left. What to choose? Chao Ning hesitated and chose a god-awful anti-wolf spray watch. Thinking about the fact that he hadn't given Xia Shihan any decent gifts either, she had also gone out of her way to help him keep $200 million of his personal money. It's indeed hard on her. After all, she's not bad looking, and if she really encounters danger she can still save herself and not make my old man follow her as a cuckold. Chao Ning nodded in relief. Drip drip drip. Baby get up. Baby get up. After finishing everything, the incomparably flirty voice alarm clock by Zhao Hai's pillow followed suit. Chao Ning was just about to get up. Suddenly, she realized that there was a lot more sticky and black stuff on her body. System, what is this stuff on me? Why does it smell so bad? Chao Ning said in disgust. Ding, system prompt. After the host is promoted to judge, the physical body will go through a process of cleansing and removing toxins from the body. What the hell? Is my body that dirty? Chao Ning jumped out of bed with a disgusted look on his face and raced to the bathroom. Zhao Hai, who was in a daze, heard a loud noise and climbed up only to see that Chao Ning wasn't on the bed anymore. What was the commotion just now? Why was it so loud? Was it an earthquake or did Ning go jerking off in the morning? Lu Hao reveals a half-drawn head. Who knows? 80% is Ning's internal urgency. What time is it now? Sun Liang said sullenly. Just now the alarm clock is not ringing well. 6:30. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is it 6:30? Sun Liang sat up violently, and quickly put on his clothes. Old son, what kind of madness are you smoking? We haven't even gotten to class time yet. Zhao Hai picketed the parapet and watched Sun Liang operate with a burst of fire. What do you know? I promised to go to breakfast with Nana today, and this is about to be late. Sun Liang explained. Nana? Which Nana? The one from the music academy? Lu Hao faintly said. Zhao Hai steeped up his spirit upon hearing this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old son, you can You guys are catching up with the rocket launch with this progress. It's only been a few days, all eating breakfast together. Sun Liang rolled his eyes. You think it's all like you, nestled in the dormitory all day long, either going to the cafeteria or the outhouse. It's only strange if you can find a girlfriend. Zhao Hai stifled his mouth as if he was poked in the heart by something. Alas, now our dormitory can only have Hao Zi and I left. It's only us two brothers who can rely on each other. Lu Hao climbed up and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Actually, I also asked my high school classmate to have lunch with me today. She's also in our school. What? Zhao Hai directly exploded when he heard that. Hao Zi, you're really a rat, making holes without a sound. Does it mean that only Ning and I are left in our dormitory? Sun Liang snorted coldly. Can you and brother Ning be compared? Brother Ning is dancing between two schoolgirls. He can bring out anyone. Can you? Zhao Hai's face instantly turned green. This he really couldn't do. Not a moment later, Chao Ning came back from outside in his big pants. What are you all chatting about? So lively. The three people all froze at once when they saw Chao Ning. What's wrong with all of you? Did you hit an evil spell? Chao Ning crossed his arms and wondered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of beauty product did you use? Ning, how did you become so white and handsome overnight? Sun Liang pulled Chao Ning with a face of disbelief. Looking and looking and looking. White, am I white? Chao Ning touched his cheeks. Just now, he had been so focused on washing the filth from his body that he hadn't even noticed how he looked. Aha. Lu Hao and Zhao Hai nodded at the same time. If Chao Ning only had a face value of 85 points before, then it was at least 98 points now. One had to know that even a schoolboy level like Lin Chen would only score 95 at most. Chao Ning's current face value could completely compare him. Is it that exaggerated? Chao Ning half-heartedly walked to the mirror, and was shocked at this look. OMG, whose little handsome boy is this? Why is he so handsome? Zhao Hai, Lu Hao, Sun Liang. Chao Ning carefully surveyed himself. The effect after washing the essence and marrow was really good. His complexion was indeed whiter, and even the acne marks left on his face before had all disappeared. Coupled with his tendon meat, it was simply the type. Brother Ning, did you really just take a bath? Where did you do it? I want to go wash too. Chao Ning slapped away Sun Liang's small paw that reached out to his abs. Look back, don't move your hands. Seeing the urgent little eyes of the few of them, Chao Ning said indifferently, Say, is there any other place to take a bath in our dormitory? Of course it's the big bathroom. This sentence just finished, only to hear a thud. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao jumped off the bed together, grabbed a cartoon and ran straight out. They didn't even have time to put on their pants. On the other side of the girls' dormitory, Xia Shihan had also gotten up early. Today was not only the first day of classes for freshman year, it was also the official day of classes for sophomores and juniors. Chapter 64, You didn't remind me enough, 4 shifts. In the dormitory, Xia Shihan was wearing a pale green pleated skirt, paired with a milky white slim chiffon short shirt. The tight short shirt presented the curves of her shapely body perfectly. The high hump was playful and alluring. The head is bundled with a delicate refreshing small ponytail. Without even needing to deliberately dress up, she was just like a bright spot in front of countless boys' eyes. Nana, why are you dressed so sexy today? Is this going out on a date again? After Xia Shihan got up, she realized that today's Zhao Mena was dressed incomparably dainty, wearing an ultra-short skirt with flesh-colored stockings. Her upper body was a tight belly-button revealing outfit. Wavy curly hair naturally hung down. Her face was painted with exquisite makeup. The whole person looked basically like a highlight that made boys salivate. Zhao Mena straightened her puffy chest and tried her best to keep herself balanced. Shihan, you're wrong today. I'm going to go and study hard to memorize my teaching credentials. I'm not going to go on a date with those smelly men. Memorize teaching materials? Xia Shihan was a bit puzzled. Does this have anything to do with you dressing like this today? How is it not related? Zhao Mena took Xia Shihan's shoulders and said with a smile, You don't know about this. I'm going to waltz around in my clothes, and I'm going to make everyone not have the heart to study. That way I can memorize my books in a dignified manner. I'm going to roll them to death. Xia Shihan almost thought that she had misheard, but seeing Zhao Mena's serious look, Xia Shihan then believed she was telling the truth. It's you. You're dressed so pure and lovely today. Are you planning to go on a date with Chao Ning? Hey, tell me, where are you planning to go on a date? The Grove? Or the small hotel outside the East Gate? Speaking of these things, Zhao Mena instantly became interested. Do you want me to pick a place for you guys? The kind of place where no one would know even if you shouted it out. Zhao Mena said with a bad smile. Yeah, Nana, what are you talking about? Xia Shihan's face reddened at the comment. Don't talk nonsense, okay? I'm not going on a date with that big dog bear. It's boring. Xia Shihan was furious when she recalled the image of being taken advantage of by Chao Ning earlier. Shihan, something big has happened. Just as Xia Shihan retorted, Su Lan hurriedly ran back from outside the dormitory. When Zhao Mena saw Su Lan in this state, she didn't need to guess that it must be related to Chao Ning. It was only Chao Ning's business that could make her so exuberant. It couldn't be that Chao Ning went on another date with Li Weiwei, right? Zhao Mena tried to ask. Chao Ning's relationship with the two schoolgirls was like the center of attention in the entire school. But whenever Chao Ning was alone with either one, it would be treated as a major event at the level of a nuclear bomb threat. No, it's Chao Ning, but it's not that he's gone on a date with someone else. Oops, you guys better see for yourselves. Saying this, Su Lan handed her cell phone to Xia Shihan. Zhao Mena obediently put her head over. Without looking, it was a shock. Holy, this is Chao Ning? Is he a transsexual? Zhao Mena's surprised mouth could fit into a small fist. In the cell phone, it was a post on the Jianghai University school bar. On it were a few pictures of Chao Ning being secretly photographed when he went to class. In the photos, Chao Ning was wearing casual pants plus a decent shirt with one hand in his pocket. He was in high spirits and glowing. He looked like a model on a magazine cover. In the photo, Chao Ning was surrounded by a number of flamboyantly dressed girls. Looking at that stance, it seemed like they were trying to eat Chao Ning up. Shihan, what kind of makeup is your Chao Ning using? How did he suddenly become so handsome, making me want to hook up? Zhao Mena subconsciously licked her dry lips as she said this. Xia Shihan shook her head. I don't know, he didn't tell me either. Shihan, what do you care if he said it or not? You'd better hurry up and find him. If you're not by his side, how many people might come along? If anyone gets their way, you won't even have a place to cry at that time. Su Lan said excitedly. That's not necessarily true. Xia Shihan arrogantly held his little head high. If he wanted to fly, then he had to go through his own consent first. Su Lan and Zhao Mena looked at each other. Immediately following the two of them, one on each side directly took Xia Shihan's arm and walked outside the dormitory. Ai. Lan, Nana, what are you doing? My book. I haven't taken my book yet. Shihan, I've asked around for you. Chao Ning is in Area A, Stairway Classroom 3201, so you can just go there and observe. Don't worry about the teacher. I'll tell them you went to the rehearsal for the welcome party. No one will doubt it. Happiness is your own. You must grasp it. On the other hand, Chao Ning had managed to get away from the madness of his schoolmates' accosting. When he came to the classroom where the lesson was held, the three iron beaners around him were all drooping their heads with one hand, their contemptuous little eyes staring straight at themselves. What are you guys doing? I have a lesson plan on my face? Chao Ning said suspiciously. Brother Ning, you're so inadequate. It's not even a problem if you hide your own cosmetics and don't give them to us, but you also tricked us into taking a cold shower. Look at you. You gave old Zhao a freezing halo. Lu Hao flattened his mouth and said sullenly. That's right, Brother Ning, even if you wanted to hide it from us, there's no need to trick us into taking a cold shower. For the sake of a bath, I didn't even bother with our Su Na. Sun Lian muttered his aggrieved mouth. Originally, he wanted to be handsome, so he could also chase after Su Na along the way. Who knew that not only was the date pigeonholed, but he almost froze and caught a cold. Did I lie to you guys? I didn't say that you can become white after taking a shower. Chao Ning rolled her eyes. Besides, was he freezing and drooling? Take a look at the long legs of the girl sitting over there. Chao Ning casually pointed at the girl sitting on the other side. The first class they took was a public class. It was combined with a class from the Humanities Academy. There were naturally more girls. Hearing Chao Ning say this, Zhao Hai was also a bit embarrassed. Just in the moment he turned around, saw a beautiful figure. Brother Ning, look, Xia University school beauty is here. Chao Ning didn't believe it at all. Trying to trick me? Xia Shihan is probably still sleeping like a pig at this point. How could she possibly come here? When Chao Ning said this, the three iron hands beside him were all busy winking, but Chao Ning acted as if he didn't see them. He was picking at his cell phone. No, this scent? Chao Ning smelled a familiar scent of shower gel and turned around sharply. He happened to collide with Xia Shihan face to face. Zhao Mena and Su Lan, who were standing next to Xia Shihan, both looked baffled. Chao Ning was definitely the first person who dared to say this about Xia Shihan. Shihan, why are you here? Chao Ning was dumbfounded. Looking at Xia Shihan again, she flattened her mouth and clenched the small fists in her hands. Stinking dog bear, I'm not done with you. Xia Shihan was furious and stomped her feet. After saying that, she directly huffed and turned her head and ran out. Shihan, slow down. Zhao Mena and Su Lan followed in a panic. Chao Ning looked at the three iron beaners with a confused face. Xia Shihan is here. Why didn't you guys tell me? Brother Ning, heaven and earth are kind. You have to believe it even if I'm like that, Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. That's because you guys didn't remind me properly. Next time remember to remind me a few more times. Zhao Hai, Lu Hao, Sun Liang. Chapter 65 Xia Shihan's Transformation. After Chao Ning politely rejected a bunch of schoolmates' friend applications on Penguin, the moment he had just put his cell phone down, on the empty seat beside him, a girl sat over. She was huffing and puffing on the table, puffing out her cheeks. Her fragrant ponytail quietly slipped to Chao Ning's side. The soft hair brushed his arm. The faint body odor emanated from the girl's body, and it smelled very good. That eerie smell was as comfortable as a gentle breeze brushing against his chest in the spring. Shihan, why are you back again? Chao Ning was surprised. Xia Shihan huffed and skimmed her head, as if three big words were written on her face. Want you to care. Don't think too much. I just didn't learn this subject well in my freshman year, so I came over to sit in on the remedial lessons. Xia Shihan strongly defended herself, but to be able to come up with such a perfunctory reason, it must have been a mental struggle. Is that so? Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. He had learned about Xia Shihan's little stubbornness, liking to be jealous, but never giving in again. Normally speaking, Xia Shihan had to calm down for a while after getting angry, but why would she suddenly turn back again? This puzzled Chao Ning. Shihan, what are you doing? Zhao Meina and Su Lan, who had followed them over later, when they saw Xia Shihan lying peacefully and quietly by Chao Ning's side, both of them covered their mouths in surprise. It was as if they couldn't believe the scene they were seeing. Was this still the high school girl they knew? The first reaction of the two of them was that Xia Shihan was going to fall over. Originally, after Xia Shihan hurriedly ran out, they had been following her all along, but I don't know why. But after Xia Shihan met Li Weiwei and greeted her halfway, she seemed like a different person. Not only did her attitude change quite a bit, even her face had a few more smiles on it. This time, twisting her head around, she hurriedly ran back. Lan, Nana, I'm fine. You guys hurry back to class. I'll find you guys after a while, Xia Shihan said with a smile. Su Lan and Zhao Meina looked at each other doubtfully. Alright then, Shihan, call us if you have anything. Su Lan nodded blankly, but Zhao Meina was a different story. She walked to the empty seat behind Chao Ning. Propping her hands on the desktop, she deliberately leaned her body forward, not seeing her face yet. The large pair of white bustier-supported globes broke into the camera first. Good. So beautiful. The eyes of the several people next to Zhao Hai were all straightened up. The three of them were like statues, staring blankly, not moving a muscle. Zhao Meina's wavy hair slipped off her shoulders. She revealed a sweet smile and looked seductively at Chao Ning. Elementary school brother. If there's anything inconvenient at school, you can always come to me, yo. Senior sister is a person who has been here before. She'll do anything. Chao Ning was at a loss. Are all the older sisters in the university so helpful now? I wonder if it's okay to ask my senior sister to carry a few boxes of mineral water to our dormitory? Thank you, senior sister. Nana. Before Chao Ning could finish his sentence, Xia Shihan beside him couldn't sit still first. Nana, do you still want to study? Really? You don't want to affect people's classes? Xia Shihan rolled her eyes and stood up with a huff to declare her sovereignty. Ha ha ha. Zhao Meina was instantly amused. Shihan, you really are jealous. I just watched. Oh, not waiting for Zhao Meina's words to come out, Xia Shihan immediately covered her mouth first with her quick eyes and hands to prevent her from speaking again. Nana, there seems to be something at the corner of your mouth. Let me help you take a look. Xia Shihan covered Zhao Meina's mouth while asking Su Lan for help. Lan, I see that Nana seems to be a bit uncomfortable today, so you should hurry and take her back first. Oh. Su Lan froze for a moment, and after reacting, she immediately went forward and pulled Zhao Meina's arm and headed out. The whole process could make Chao Ning look blank. What kind of situation is this? Did Xia Shihan take the wrong medication today? Why is she so abnormal? Did her period come early? That's not right. Didn't she just have one? Look, isn't that Xia Shihan? It's true. Isn't she a sophomore? Why did she come to our freshman classroom? I heard that Xia Shihan has a relationship with Chao Ning in our class. Maybe she's here for him? You guys really don't say. Chao Ning is quite handsome today. No wonder even the school beauty is here. Not only the school flower. Look at the girls from the Chinese language major next door. They're all dying to get their hands on him. Chao thief too damn angry. Rob my school flower does not count. And now no matter what crooked date to accept, this is to end my old Lu family after all. Because of Xia Shihan's appearance, the classroom, which was already a bit restless, became lively again. After Chao Ning's face value exploded, he was favored by countless girls. Of course in the staircase classroom, It was undoubtedly the center of everyone's attention. Now that even Xia Shihan had taken the initiative to come over, it was inevitable that the others would be jealous. What class are you taking today? Let me see the textbook. Xia Shihan casually took the textbook in front of Chao Ning and casually flipped through it, still pouting. Her interest wasn't too high. You don't know what this class is about? Chao Ning was surprised. Xia Shihan's small hand, which was flipping through the book, paused for a moment. A pair of small eyes turned. She had decided to come back to guard Chao Ning because she had seen that Li Weiwei was also in this school building afterward. Listening in was just an excuse. How could one possibly know what class he was taking? How could I not know? It's just civics. It's my favorite class. By the way, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app? You're so stupid as to download one. In case you are cheated, what to do. Prevention is also good. Xia Shihan tried to change the subject, but Chao Ning was still staring at her with the same contemptuous little eyes. Now, Xia Shihan was a bit flustered by the look. Don't you look at me with that look. I asked you. That's because I wanted to see if you brought the wrong book or not. Very good. You still remember what class you're going to take. As a senior sister, I'm very pleased. Saying that, Xia Shihan reached out and pinched Chao Ning's cheeks. The smile on her face became even more intense. It was like a small child that had found some interesting toy. Looking at Xia Shihan's serious appearance, the corners of Chao Ning's mouth followed suit. Make it up. Keep making it up. I'll see how much longer you can pretend. Chao Ning hemmed and hawed, pointing behind Xia Shihan and said, "What do you see over there?" What? Just as Xia Shihan turned her head back in confusion, Chao Ning suddenly stretched out his hands and smoothly swept her into his arms from behind. Chapter 66 Xia Shihan's Initiative. Ah! Xia Shihan screamed. Many people in the surroundings turned back to look at the back of the classroom. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Chao Ning smiled, not paying the slightest attention to the strange gazes of the bystanders. Xia Shihan's mind went blank, and she didn't even bother to push Chao Ning away. She just opened her eyes wide and looked at the somewhat handsome man in front of her. Stain, Brother Ning, you've gone too far. It's not even if you bring the school flower to class, but you're even moving your hands in front of us. Zhao Hai covered his heart, afraid that he wouldn't be able to accept this fact. That's right, Brother Ning. So many people are watching. If you want a hug, you should at least find a place where no one is. Lu Hao straightly called out that he was hot-eyed. Sun Liang was much more honest, but was rolling his big white eyes and despising one another. When the three of them came to Jiangde, more or less, that was all because of Xia Shihan. But they didn't expect that they would eat their roommates and goddesses' dog food one day, with such a solid heart. I'm afraid no one could be worse off than the three of them. What are you guys talking about? I just want you guys to take some pictures for me. Okay. Chao Ning hugged Xia Shihan with one hand and handed his cell phone to Zhao Hai with the other. Brother Ning, what are you doing? Zhao Hai was puzzled. His intuition told him that this wave of dog food wasn't that simple. If you're told to take a picture, you take a picture. Brother Ning must have his reasons for doing this. Forget it or let me do it. Lu Hao grabbed his cell phone and directly took 3 shots in a row, from various angles. Brother Ning, done. Here. After taking the photos, Lu Hao returned the phone to Chao Ning. Chao Ning also let go of Xia Shihan at this time, fully confused. She had no idea why Chao Ning was suddenly like this. Chao Ning, even if you wanted to take a picture to remember, you don't have to do it in front of so many people. It's really embarrassing. Xia Shihan covered her face, not daring to look at Chao Ning. Chao Ning smiled and rubbed her little head in passing. Following that, he opened his cell phone and chose a photo that didn't look too bad, directly in that Anti-Chao Thief Alliance group, selected and sent, with the accompanying text, "Brothers, I've been stimulated again. Chao Thief dares to cuddle with my goddess in broad daylight." After Xia Shihan came over in an uncertain manner, looked at her with a blank face. "You just did that just for this?" Xia Shihan said suspiciously. Chao Ning nodded. He. It's called sharing the same blessings and difficulties. Since we're good brothers, it doesn't matter if we eat some dog food together. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. When she looked at him like that, Chao Ning was indeed as naughty as his little brother. Since that's the case, then I'm going to collect some interest as well. Interest? What do you want? Chao Ning was a bit puzzled. Before he could react, Xia Shihan unexpectedly wrapped her hands around his neck, and the 2 soft petals directly pressed up. Oh! Chao Ning's eyes widened, his face filled with panic. Chao Ning, Soul Ferryman me. Surprisingly, I was forcibly kissed by someone? If this gets out, how can I still mix? Asterisk. It's too damn excessive. I have to go to the restroom. Which one of you is going with me? Count me in. I don't know what's going on. I didn't eat breakfast until now, but I'm definitely not hungry. First of all, I'm not looking down. I'm mainly worried that you two will do something out of the ordinary to the toilet. The three Iron Bean exasperatedly inserted their pockets and exited the classroom door. Over here, Xia Shihan, red-faced, tightly hugged Chao Ning's neck while grabbing Chao Ning's cell phone to take a few selfies. Only after finally taking a few satisfactory pictures did Xia Shihan let go of Chao Ning. Only then did Xia Shihan let go of Chao Ning. After being let go, Chao Ning panted heavily. Xia Shihan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You even plotted against my body. Chao Ning covered his chest and acted like he would rather die than obey. Xia Shihan had a red face and didn't care what Chao Ning said, directly selecting a dozen or so photos in different poses. She sent them to the group of the Anti-Chao Thief Grand Alliance. The moment they were sent to the group, the moment it was sent out to the group, not a single person in the group came forward to spit on it. Chao Ning only saw that the number of people in the group was gradually decreasing from 389. As the group administrator, the notifications in the background were even constantly prompting him. Ding! The group administrator has set so ugly that he wants plastic surgery as the group master. Angela will emit light and exit the group chat. Zhang Bei Old Horse exits the group chat. Shirhan's #1 big fan exits the group chat. Jiang Ning sub-coordinator withdraws from the group chat. Xiao Tianze withdraws from the group chat. Dr. Yifan withdraws from the group chat. Chao Ning looked confused. Surprisingly, even the group master had run away? He could feel that it was a screen full of desire to survive probably also dead to Xia Shihan, without a moment's effort. The number of people in the group directly dropped to single digits. A group of hundreds of people was now left with only a few unwavering anti-Chao thieves' backbones. Nana loves Big Baby. Uggo, what's going on here? Chao Ning was forcibly kissed by Shihan. Is that so exciting? I blame Lon Lon for making me miss a good show. Brother Hai is not watery, stained. Brother Ning, you're too ruthless. You're trying to implode the brothers. How ran Jiangqi, I've run to the toilet and you all won't let me go. It's really infuriating. Mr. Liangid Nana loves Big Baby. Wow, is that you, sister? You're here too? Nana loves Big Baby at Ryoko. Ha, you guys aren't the three Iron Beaners, are you? Is there anyone else in the group? Mr. Liangid Nana love Big Baby. Looks like we're the only ones left. Is senior sister free tonight? I have 2 tickets for Jie's concert here. I wonder if senior sister is interested. Hai is not watery. How ran Jiangqi? Chao Ning looked at Xia Shihan who was wiping her lips in confusion. Is this what you're after? Xia Shihan glanced at Chao Ning. Isn't this good? You're liberated. I'm also liberated. In fact, what Xia Shihan was really thinking was whether Li Weiwei would see it. If she really let Li Weiwei see it, then her efforts will be meaningful. Dare to follow me Versailles. I'll Van die you. Xia Shihan said in her heart. By the way, I heard that Lin Chen got into the LCU in a car accident. Was this something you did? As she said this, Xia Shihan kept her eyes on Chao Ning. Chao Ning didn't bother to hide it either. He drove himself into the fence. It has nothing to do with me. Xia Shihan nodded. It's good that it has nothing to do with you, but you're a ferryman at least. There's no need to make things difficult for a guy with no hands. Then what if their family is behind the haunting of the state security building? Chao Ning said indifferently. Xia Shihan froze for a moment. Then a look of shock appeared on her face. You're telling the truth? Chao Ning nodded. It's basically certain. Chapter 67 Lin family's reaction. Jianning was the first People's Hospital. Lin Chen was already in a coma when he was found. Because he hadn't fastened his seatbelt, his entire body had been knocked out of the front windshield. If he hadn't been found in time, he would have died from blood loss. When he was sent to the hospital, he was directly pushed into the ICU emergency room. After 6 hours of resuscitation, he was finally pulled back from the death line. The doctor came out of the emergency room. The Lin family who had already been waiting outside immediately surrounded them. Doctor, how is my son? Su Chuhong wiped her tears and asked eagerly. Su Chuhong was Lin Chen's mother, and at the same time was the person who favored him the most in the entire Lin family. Please rest assured, Su Dong, young Master Lin is out of danger. As long as he recuperates for 3 months, he will be cured. Hearing the doctor say this, Su Chuhong was relieved. At this time, the door to the emergency room was also opened, and Lin Chen was pushed out from inside. On the hospital bed, Lin Chen had gauze wrapped around his head and was still in a comatose state. After arranging for his men to take good care of him, Su Chuhong fixed her gaze on Lin Yuanshan, who had been coyly at the side. Snap! Without warning, Su Chuhong slapped Lin Yuanshan. Although Lin Yuanshan was nominally the boss of Lin's group, but in reality, the power was in Su Chuhong's hands. He was nothing more than a puppet being placed in the open. It's all your fault. Why did you let Chinner go out with those warlocks? One by one, these people of theirs ran away without a trace. And now it's so bad that they've dragged my son into lying in a hospital bed. Nearly 50 years old, Lin Yuanshan covered his face with his hands and kept bending over, not daring to have any semblance of a temper at all. He was the son-in-law of the Su family. The Su family was a big family in Yanjing. Back then, if it wasn't for marrying Su Chuhong and getting the support of the Su family, I'm afraid that the Lin family would still be small traders in the wholesale market right now. You, don't get angry first. Isn't China out of danger now? As for those few warlocks, I've already sent people to look for them. If I can't find them, I'll go to their clan to ask for an explanation. In short, I will definitely not let Chun'er suffer this sin for no reason, Lin Yuanshan said softly. You look for it? Where are you going to look for them now? They ran away long ago when something happened. Maybe, they've already taken the money and gone to eat and drink spicy food by now. Su Chuhong crossed her arms and looked angrily at her useless husband. Why did I marry such a loser like you back then? Look at your cowering appearance. Where is the stance of $100 million company boss? Simply disgracing our Su family's face. I'm telling you, if you don't find out who's against the Su family, then I'll let you enter the ICU once as well. Lin Yuanshan didn't even dare to breathe, only nodding his head vigorously. Don't worry, I will definitely find out as soon as possible. Dong Su, Mr. Lin, young Master Lin has woken up. At this time, the nurse accompanying the bed in the VIP ward came out to tell the two of them. After Su Chuhong blared fiercely at Lin Yuanshan, she followed closely and entered the ward. Shen'er, does your body still hurt? If you have anything you want to tell Mom, Mom will satisfy you. Su Chuhong held Lin Chen's hand tightly and said with a smile. Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't dare to think about anything right now, although he had made a trip to the gates of hell. As long as he thought of the horrifying sight that night, he still had a feeling of panic. Son, you tell Mom, who in the world did this to you? Mom will take revenge for you. Also, where are those warlocks? Isn't it them? You tell Mom. Mom will do it for you. Su Chuhong asked eagerly. Lin Chen still shook his head. It's not them, it's the ferryman. When the word ferryman came out, Su Chuhong was startled. What? A ferryman? The Su family was a heirloom family in Yanjing, and they had still heard some things about the underworld, but this kind of thing, she had only heard about it, but had never seen it before. Yes, it's him. Those warlocks have all been killed by him. Lin Chen didn't hide it, although still in fear, but he still told Su Chuhong the events of that night in a conciliatory manner. Su Chuhong was shocked after hearing this. How could this be? There is even such a thing in the world? Shen'er, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. After leaving the hospital room, Su Chuhong glared at Lin Yuanshan without any good humor and grunted. I told you to find trouble with the Xia family. What kind of people did you find? They even messed with the ferryman. Do you know how big of a basket case you're trying to stir up for me? Lin Yuanshan was obviously stunned by what he heard as well. What's going on here? He still knew about the pendulum man. At this point, I'm afraid there was no one in the entire Lin family who was more familiar with it than him. But what puzzled him was, how could his own son have gotten into trouble with the ferryman? Su Chuhong glared at Lin Yuanshan grudgingly. It's not the scourge left behind by that girl from the Xia family. I heard from Chen'er that person is now at Jianghai University. You find a way to get rid of him for me. I don't care what he is, as long as it's someone who dares to harm my son. I'll make them all pay. Lin Yuanshan nodded. If you want to deal with the ferryman, I'm only afraid that no one will dare to come if the money is not there. After all, the ferryman is not something that ordinary people would dare to mess with. Su Chuhong was silent for a while, followed by pulling out a card from her satchel. Isn't it just money? What is money? There's $2 billion in here. It's all my dowry. I believe this is enough money to deal with a ferryman, right? Lin Yuanshan took the card, still with that respectful look. It should be about the same. This money is enough to invite those high-ranking people over. Alright, this matter will be left to you. If you do it wrong you'll see how I'll clean you up. After Su Chuhong put down a harsh word, she followed him into the hospital room. It was only until this time that Lin Yuanshan straightened his chest. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. An intriguing smile appeared on his face, only to see him walk to a secluded corner, take out his cell phone and dial a phone number. The money has arrived. Tell that person that as long as he's willing to help me solve this trouble first, I promise to build him the grandest temple in Jiangning. As long as I am alive for one day, his incense will not be broken. Also, do you recognize a ferryman named Ning? On the other side, Ning led Xia Shihan to stroll along the path to the cafeteria. Xia Shihan had just gotten off the phone with Xia Goen, informed him about the matter of the Lin family hiring a warlock. Although the Xia family was the richest in Jiangning City, the Lin family's financial power was equally not to be underestimated. What's more, the Lin family had the Su family behind them. It wasn't that easy to take advantage of the situation to suppress the Lin family, and it wasn't convenient for Ning to step in. A ferryman couldn't just meddle in the affairs of the young world. After all, there's still the entire underworld at the top. Unless the ferryman's own safety is threatened, Chapter 68, Chao Ning's consideration. You're still thinking about the Lin family? Chao Ning could see what was on Xia Shihan's mind. She had been looking distracted since she came out of the classroom. Xia Shihan nodded. I really didn't expect Lin Chen to be so bad. They actually wanted to use such despicable means to suppress our family. It's a shame that he still had the face to confess to me in the first place. It's so shameless. Although Xia Shihan was in an exasperated and beaming manner, she still exuded so much cuteness. Chao Ning smiled. It's not too late to find out now, so you can be on your guard next. But I helped your family with such a big favor. How do you plan to thank me? Chao Ning laughed and looked at Xia Shihan. This look scared Xia Shihan. Nervously, she clutched the corner of her coat tightly with a pair of small hands. Her small face also turned red all of a sudden. Seeing Chao Ning's unloved look, how could she not understand what Chao Ning meant? How do you want me to thank you? I'm not mentally prepared for this yet. Besides, we're still both students, so this isn't appropriate. Chao Ning skimmed her mouth and grunted. What's wrong with students? Isn't your roommate Zhao Meina a good example? He hadn't reacted when he had just chatted with Zhao Meina. It wasn't until the two iron beaners around him gave Sun Liang some advice. Only then did he react. That's different. Xia Shihan blushed. How is it different, La? Aren't they all two shoulders carrying one head? Chao Ning wondered. In short, it's just not the same. This matter just won't work. You'd better change it. At most after graduation. Barf. Xia Shihan hadn't finished her sentence yet, only to see Chao Ning gently nudging her on the cheek. Chao Ning pursed her lips and angled her head in satisfaction. It's just a kiss. As for having to wait until after graduation, really, where's all the momentum from just forcibly kissing old me? Xia Shihan froze in place, stretching out her small hand to caress her cheeks. This is what you're talking about? You thought what? Chao Ning grunted. Is it possible that you thought that I was going to make you eat? That's not impossible. But today's lunch has to be my treat. Who made me a man? It was true that ferrymen were all foodies. Xia Shihan smiled awkwardly. Otherwise it's better for me to treat you. After all, you've done our family such a big favor. Chao Ning shook his head. That won't do. If you say it's my treat then it has to be my treat. You definitely can't break your word. Or else you treat and I'll pay the bill? Xia Shihan asked tentatively. Good. Then it's a deal. Chao Ning nodded with a smile. Xia Shihan saw that Chao Ning still had this buttoned-up look. This was finally a relief. If this were to happen in case of a sudden change in nature, she really wouldn't necessarily be able to stand it. Chao Ning was relieved to see a smile on Xia Shihan's face. He was relieved to see a smile on Xia Shihan's face. However, he didn't dare to let her notice it. Chao Ning, After walking a few steps, Xia Shihan suddenly stopped in place and lowered her head. It seemed like there was something she wanted to say. Chao Ning froze. How was it that just now there was a bit of a smile, and now she had become so deep? Could it be? What's wrong? You're not regretting not wanting to pay the bill, are you? That won't do. The old man said that if a girl doesn't keep her word, her boobs will get smaller. Chao Ning skimmed her mouth and grunted. Not at all. Xia Shihan proudly raised her head. How am I as petty as you? Chao Ning took 2 steps back vigilantly, covering his pockets. Then what do you want? First things first, I don't have a single extra cent on me other than the $100,000 of pocket money you gave me. LOL. You're going to laugh me to death. Xia Shihan was really amused now, facing the miser's soulful conservatism. Xia Shihan was sort of convinced. Giggle. Don't worry about it. I don't care about your pocket money. Say it like it's so precious. Chao Ning covered her pockets and hummed with her head held high. Then I have to be careful. In case you take it back for me again at some point, I won't even have money for food. At that time, I can't take the plutonium to the cafeteria, right? The cafeteria ants would still have to break my legs. Xia Shihan covered her stomach and directly squatted to the ground with laughter. Why are you so humorous? Why didn't I see it before? Is it because of the higher face value? Chao Ning scratched his head. Is it? Haven't I always been like this? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I actually want you to bring me along next time you go to be a ferryman. I've never seen it before. After Xia Shihan laughed, she directly said what was in her heart. After saying that, her small eyes kept staring at Chao Ning, afraid that he would refuse. Chao Ning sighed in relief. Shay, I thought it was some big deal. This little thing is totally fine. However, you'll have to pay for the food for the next week. Hearing Chao Ning agree so painfully, Xia Shihan didn't hesitate. She walked over to Chao Ning's side and patted his shoulder, saying with a smile, don't worry about it. You follow sis. There's no way sis will treat you badly. Say what you want to eat, I'll treat you. Eat? Is it okay to eat you? Chao Ning came close to Xia Shihan's ear and blew a mouthful of hot air. Xia Shihan was first stunned, followed by an immediate reaction. Good, you even want to bully me? Humph, let's see if I beat you up. Don't run. Saying that, Xia Shihan clenched her small fists and chased after Chao Ning. 2 people, one running and one chasing, just like that last time on the basketball court. When Chao Ning saw Xia Shihan laughing so happily, the smile on his face followed suit. Come on, you can't catch up with me, can't catch up with me? Anxious to death, anxious to death. Slightly. Chao Ning followed Xia Shihan's example and made a face while running. This time, it made Xia Shihan furious, but her face was always showing a bright smile. Humph, big dog bear, you're not allowed to run. You have to give me a beating today. Soon the two ran to the main road. A group of students who went to the cafeteria after class were watching with envy. Is there any humanity left? I've already withdrawn from the group. Why are you still running to me to spread dog food? This meal I won't eat. I also do not eat. Too angry. Dog food or fed. Who says not? Should let the cafeteria ant control. The 2 of them here openly spread dog food. Still let the dog live. Humph. Pissed me off. Chao Ning even rejected my friend application for Xia Shihan. I'm pissed off. I'm not eating either. Let's go. Everyone don't eat it. It's too damn infuriating. Chapter 69. Look at this cheap mouth of mine. Jianghai University. The window selling risotto. Chao Ning managed to squeeze to the window with great difficulty, and looked back to see that Xia Shihan was still separated from the crowd. There was no way out. There were too many people coming to eat after class. Plus, it's not convenient to queue up at the small window, so you have to rely on squeezing to make it work. Chao Ning returned out of the crowd and ran to Xia Shihan's side. It seems like we can't eat risotto today. Why don't we change our tastes? Chao Ning said with a shrug. Xia Shihan nodded. She didn't really mind what she ate. Just listen to you. Who made today your treat? Xia Shihan covered her mouth and snickered. Brother Ning, how did you run so fast? We just came and you're already here? A boy's voice spoke from behind him. Chao Ning looked back. Standing behind him were the 2 Iron Bean guys from his own dormitory. Next to them were 2 acquaintances, Zhao Meina, a mature girl, and Su Lan, a 4-eyed girl. How did they get together? Chao Ning wondered in his heart. Xia Shihan saw that her roommate had also come, but instead became quite restrained. Lan, Nana, why did you guys come together? Xia Shihan was puzzled. Zhao Meina smiled as she sized up Xia Shihan and Chao Ning with a playful smile on her face. What? Are we the ones interrupting the school flower and school grass from their date? Then let's go? That's it. Shihan, you're too insufficient. You still said it's nothing to do with Chao Ning. Now it's all caught by us. Su Lan also followed and chimed in. Which? Xia Shihan's face flushed at the comment, and in turn, she was a bit at a loss for words. You guys don't talk nonsense. Chao Ning and I were merely both hungry, so we came to eat. Hungry? Zhao Meina laughed as she took Xia Shihan's shoulder. Humph, who isn't hungry before coming to eat? Is it hard to believe that there's another purpose? Oh, I remembered. Someone just seemed to be strong for a second. How's it? How's the flavor? Need to provide a venue. Tell me. No problem guaranteed. I won't talk to you anymore. The more I talk, the less in tune I am. Xia Shihan stomped her feet anxiously. She simply turned around and ran to Su Lan's side. It was still Su Lan who was much more innocent, never telling her some dirty jokes or anything like that. On the contrary, it was Zhao Meina, who sometimes secretly put on a small movie, not counting, but also called on the girls to go and watch it together. As a result, everyone in the dormitory argued not to watch it, but in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation and went over to have a look. In comparison, Chao Ning belonged to the more calm type. When he saw the 2 Iron Beaners, he immediately understood their intentions. As a man, who wouldn't understand this little thought? How come there are only 2 of you? Where is Lu Hao? How come he didn't follow along? Chao Ning asked in surprise, with a beautiful sister by his side. Lu Hao didn't come along. It was a small miracle. When Zhao Hai heard this, his big thick face immediately drooped. Hao Zi betrayed the organization. He even abandoned Liangzi and I and invited girls to dinner alone. Invited girls to dinner? Hearing Zhao Hai say that, Chao Ning did remember. Lu Hao did say that there was a classmate who was also in Jiangda. Now that he thinks about it, it should be her that he is talking about. What about you? Aren't you also having an affair with Su Na from the music academy? Why are you also following to join in the fun? Chao Ning looked at Sun Liang and wondered. Brother Ning, which is not true. Su Na and I are very legitimate friends. It's not like what you said. When Sun Liang heard this, his voice immediately raised a few decibels. After saying this, he also didn't forget to squeeze his eyes towards Chao Ning. Noticing that Zhao Meina didn't pay much attention, she was relieved. Zhao Hai sighed and came over to Chao Ning's side and whispered. Liang Zi got kicked for letting someone else off. He's grieving. Sad? Not really. Chao Ning looked at Sun Liang beside Zhao Meina with a dog-licking look. but he really didn't see where he was sad. As a brother, I'm kindly reminding you too. Zhao Mena isn't something that can be chased so easily. You guys have to be mentally prepared. Although Chao Ning didn't have much contact with Zhao Mena, but he could tell that her emotional history should be quite rich. For these two silly simpletons in his dormitory, he was afraid that he would be stimulated again at that time. Brother Ning, don't worry, I definitely won't, because I'm looking at Sulan. That's irrelevant to me. Zhao Hai smiled and explained. Chao Ning rolled his eyes, then looked at Sun Liang's dog-licking look as he followed Zhao Mena around. It was probably that he couldn't listen to him even if he told him. Alas, forget it, the spare tire doesn't necessarily rank. What's the point of worrying blindly about this? Chao Ning shook his head and turned to look at Xia Shihan on the other side. Shihan, I want to eat cassoulet rice. Why don't you buy one for me as well? Xia Shihan nodded. That's fine, go find a seat first. I'll be right over. Before coming to the cafeteria, eating cassoulet rice was something Xia Shihan mentioned. However, Chao Ning felt that it was too monotonous, so he temporarily changed it to risotto. But now, it seems that risotto is definitely out of the question. With so many people, there was no telling how long the line would go on. No, Brother Ning, did I just hear it wrong? You asked the schoolgirl to go buy you a meal? Zhao Hai opened his mouth wide. Everyone else couldn't wait to go buy food for the school flower. Good lord, how come when it came to Chao Ning, everything was reversed? The key was that Xia Shihan even agreed. Yes, Brother Ning, who's chasing who? You too? Why do I feel that the school beauty is chasing you? She's forcing you to kiss her, and she's buying you food. Did you really give the schoolgirl some kind of magic soup? If that's the case, is there any more of that soup left? I heard that Hiroko wants it too. Sun Liang was surprised. Go. What are you talking nonsense about? Am I that kind of person? It's all because of this damn and nowhere charm of mine. Chao Ning smoothed out his clothes and struck a dazzling pose. Zhao Hai and Sun Liang rolled their eyes together. Instantly, they felt that the cafeteria's food didn't smell good to him anymore. In fact, it wasn't just the two of them. Even Zhao Mena and Su Lan beside them when they heard it, they were also taken aback. What kind of person was Xia Shihan? She was the high-flying school beauty of Jianghai University. How many rich and government officials pursued her without even taking a glance at her? Now she's being used as an errand boy. It was really unbelievable. Shihan, did you forget to take your medication today? We're at least the school flower. We can't trample on ourselves like this? Zhao Mena touched Xia Shihan's forehead and then herself. Xia Shihan gave Zhao Mena a big blank stare. Su Lan was much more cautious. She pulled Xia Shihan to the side. Shihan, I know you like Chao Ning, but there's no need for you to fall back on him, right? If you let your fans know about this, you'll have to drive them crazy. Xia Shihan hadn't thought about it that much. She only knew that she had been craving cassoulet for a long time. Besides, it's just buying a meal. What's the big deal? Alright Lan, it's just buying a meal. No big deal. As long as Chao Ning likes it. Look at me. Chapter 70, Mission Refresh. Xia Shihan smiled sweetly. Su Lan was depressed. She couldn't wait to slap herself right now. Got it. Got fed a mouthful of dog food again. Looking at Xia Shihan's back as she walked away, Zhao Mena and Su Lan looked at each other and both shook their heads helplessly. It wasn't long before Xia Shihan found Chao Ning with a dinner plate in hand. Chao Ning, everyone knew him. Chao Ning, everyone knew him. He's a character that often appears on the school bar. In the past, it was only rumored that he was related to Xia Shihan. Now it seems to be the truth. Handsome is great. Not just a little bit more handsome than me. What's there to be proud of? Older brother, you that is worse than a drop. Look at you that damaged plug like. That's right, but who can tell me? Our school beauty, where has Gao Lang gone? The big move has cooled down? I don't eat anymore. It's irritating to watch. On this side, Xia Shihan had just sat down face to face with Chao Ning, and not a moment later, a large group of people from Jianghai followed. Brother Ning here, today is Liangzi's treat. 1 bottle of drink per person. This is for you and the schoolgirl. Zhao Hai handed over 2 bottles of drinks. So generous. Looks like Liangzi is in a good mood today. Chao Ning took the drinks and looked at them. Casually, he opened the cap of the bottle of honey pomelo tea and handed it to Xia Shihan. Don't you like eating pomelo? Then this bottle is for you. Ha, why are there rice grains at the corner of your mouth? It turns out that the school beauty also has a naive side. Chao Ning laughed. Do I? Xia Shihan raised her head and froze. She was indeed a bit hungry and ate slightly faster. Don't move. I'll do it. Just as Xia Shihan was about to reach out, Chao Ning's hand had already reached over, casually removing a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. He followed and naturally stuffed it into his own mouth. Let's eat. Today's rice is steamed quite well, much tastier than before. Seeing this scene, Xia Shihan's face instantly turned red. The several people beside Zhao Hai froze. Could it not be delicious? It was the only one under the sky. Suddenly, it seemed as if their meal didn't smell good anymore. Brother Ning, it's too much. The few of us haven't eaten yet. Letting you feed a wave of dog food first. Do you still let people eat? Jianghai dropped his chopsticks and skimmed his mouth. That's right, Brother Ning. You should at least wait for us to finish eating first. Come on, this is going to go to waste again. Sun Liang concurred. Chao Ning raised his head in bewilderment. Did you? I just don't want to waste food. In the end, you guys just haven't been hungry and don't know how to cherish it. Stains. I finally know why Shihan looks at you. Truthful. Really truthful. Zhao Mena laughed playfully. Xia Shihan didn't mind, but it was still interesting to think about Chao Ning. Ooh, Chao Ning. I put too much chili in this one. It's so spicy. Chao Ning stared blankly. Yes, aren't these two servings the same? It's not the same. This one of mine is medium spicy, and your one is slightly spicy. Xia Shihan took a big sip of her drink and explained. Is that so? Then I'll give you this one. I'm not afraid of spicy. Ha, it seems like it's not spicy anymore. But this one of yours has cilantro in it. I don't like it. Let's give it all to you. Xia Shihan directly picked out the cilantro and handed it directly to Chao Ning's mouth. Cilantro feeding a big dog bear. That's as good as it gets. Chao Ning wasn't polite and ate it directly. Although he didn't understand why Xia Shihan had such a big transformation, but this feeling was still good. The school girl feeding. This kind of service wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. However, Zhaohai's few people were considered to have completely lost their appetite, and their big eyes were almost glaring out. Sun Liang propped his chin on one hand and just watched these two perform. Su Lan puffed out her cheeks and cast over a sultry look. Even Zhao Mena was pouting her lips in exasperation. Chao Ning also seemed to have noticed the actions of his little old brother beside him. What's wrong with you guys? Is the cafeteria's food not smelling good anymore? And the four of them nodded in unison. Those four pairs of despicable little eyes were itching to melt the two of them. Nightfall. Chao Ning lay in bed, repeatedly unable to sleep. He had lost his sleepiness since his promotion to judge, and it didn't matter if he slept or not. However, when peering to consolidate his strength, he encountered a bottleneck. The judge realm had already exceeded the range of strength of a ghost official, and even if the black and white irregulars and those two brothers joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be able to pose a threat to him. However, he needed a lot of Yin power to advance further. Although he had the broken army and the 1,000-year-old Yin acacia tree in his hand, but he wanted to refine it. That would require an extremely quiet place. The Yin acacia tree was fine. It was a secluded place in itself. However, if one wanted to refine the broken army, then one would need to find another place. The dormitory was obviously not suitable. Forget it, don't think about it, turn around and see if I can go out and rent an apartment. It'll save me from wandering around. Just as Chao Ning was planning to go to sleep, the system's quest refreshed along with him. Ding! No. 8 Wangfujing Hudong in the Great Bay region. An undead has appeared. Please ask the ferryman of this region to go and extradite them. Reward for this mission, 5 million red gold coins. Only 5 million? Looks like it's a lich spirit at most. Chao Ning could now tell the strength level of the undead based on the mission reward. Generally, undead that hadn't reached the evil spirit level were mostly there because they had unfinished business in the Yang world. They were not going to attack the living. You have to know that evil spirits are a demarcation line. Ghosts that have reached the level of evil spirit are mostly cruel and ferocious. They are no longer confined to their past entanglements, but are similar to revengeful terrorists in the common sense. They don't want to see other people's lives better than their own. That's why they're so dangerous. And as the resentment builds up, the strength has to be stronger. For this type of undead, the most common thing to do is to destroy them. But there are also many ill-intentioned ferrymen who keep evil spirits in private. When their resentment reaches its peak, they will devour the evil spirits and use them to enhance their own strength. But this kind of thing is strictly prohibited in the underworld. Once found out, they will be stripped of their ferryman status. One would even be dispersed from their soul as a result. Chao Ning silently turned off the small system window and looked around at the sleeping iron beings. A bad smile appeared on his face. I don't know if Xiao Xiaosan is asleep yet. If I go and wake her up now, I don't think she'll beat me up, right? Thinking of this, Chao Ning quietly slipped onto the balcony and directly disappeared. Chapter 71, calling Xia Shihan to wake up. 1 o'clock in the morning. Building C Girls' Dormitory. Xia Shihan was in a daze of sleep when she suddenly felt a big evil hand was pinching her nose, squeezing and loosening. It was like the feeling of suddenly falling into a river and being held down every time she surfaced. Don't! Xia Shihan gave a big jump of fright. Suddenly opening her eyes, she only saw a silhouette lying on its side right now. A ghost! Xia Shihan yelled, striking and kicking as she fought to push the person down. Where is the ghost? Where are the ghosts? Don't hit! Don't hit! It's me! It's me! It's me! Chao Ning panicked and hurriedly covered Xia Shihan's mouth. If she was allowed to shout any longer, everyone in the surrounding dormitories would be woken up by her. Whoops, Xia Shihan's eyes widened. Her mouth was covered by Chao Ning, and her hands were also held back by him with one hand, unable to move. The two people, one on top of the other, looked at each other in all directions. Chao Ning grudgingly flattened his mouth. I'll let go of you. You're not allowed to scream anymore, la. Just nod your head when you hear it. Aha, aha. Xia Shihan immediately nodded her head. Only after Chao Ning received Xia Shihan's promise did he let go of his hand. Chao Ning, why is it you? What are you doing running to my bed? You shouldn't be thinking. Xia Shihan heard Chao Ning's voice, taking a closer look through the moonlight. It wasn't the big dog bear Chao Ning. Xia Shihan sat up and subconsciously shrank towards the wall. Chao Ning rubbed his stomach. If Xia Shihan's kick had been a little bit more off, I'm afraid it would have been a big mistake. I'm afraid that even if Xia Shihan doesn't want a divorce, she'll be widowed for the rest of her life. Hee, why are you so strong? Chao Ning rolled her eyes after confirming that she was fine. Think what? Wasn't it you who asked me to take you to the ferry? Then I had to wake you up first. When Chao Ning sneaked into Xia Shihan's dormitory, she was sleeping soundly and had been hugging the little brown bear. The long legs that were exposed almost made Chao Ning unable to hold on. It was only meant to be a joke. How could I not expect it? Xia Shihan's reaction was so big, it was almost ruined. Humph, who let come into my bed without permission? Kicking you is light. If you dare to mess around again, do you believe me? Xia Shihan made a scissors gesture. Chao Ning's body shrank in fear. Cold sweat broke out on his back. This was really a ruthless person. You, don't mess around. I didn't do anything. Besides, I'm not exactly going without permission, okay? Chao Ning shrank back and defended. This bed is the couple's joint property. No matter what, it's still half of me. So there's a problem with me getting into my own bed? Big dog bear, I realize that you are getting more and more shameless now. Humph. Xia Shihan exasperatedly puffed out her cheeks, crossed her arms with her waist, and held her small head high. Really don't say. The current Xia Shihan was like a little fairy who had just gotten out of the bath. A head of long, black and beautiful hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Wearing a loose cotton halter nightgown, the magnificent spring light in front of her breasts was as white as snow, clear grooves deep and tantalizing. At first glance it was surprisingly still skeletonized. A pair of white and smooth long legs. One is directly on Chao Ning's leg. Not heavy, very light and light. Not even a little excess flab. In her fragrant nest, there was a refreshing body odor everywhere. This is not to kill people. Chao Ning looked at her obsessively for a while, and immediately pressed one hand against her nostrils and angled her head. Emma, I've been supplementing too hard lately. I'm a bit on fire. Hurry up and get up to change your clothes. We're going out. If Xia Shihan hadn't clamored to follow him there, he would have already arranged for Lu Hongying to go over and take care of it. Xia Shihan didn't react and casually owe a sentence. Just as she turned around, intending to get up, a bending and crawling motion, the cotton nightgown's neckline naturally drooped, right at Chao Ning. Chao Ning couldn't move his eyes from looking at it. Xia Shihan froze and looked down. Ah, stinking rascal, you're not allowed to look. Not allowed to look. There was a thud. Chao Ning was directly pushed off the bed alive by Xia Shihan. Ouch. Chao Ning painfully climbed up from the ground. If this were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have been directly pushed into the ICU. Xia Shihan, you damn well want to murder your own husband. Hitting so hard. Chao Ning grimaced in pain. Although this injury was nothing to him, but he was still flesh and blood after all, and that really hurt. Ah, Chao Ning, are you alright? Xia Shihan came back to her senses and immediately climbed over to the side of the bed and bent over, checking Chao Ning's condition from above. Chao Ning glanced over. The pain in his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Instead, enjoying it, Xia Shihan looked at Chao Ning and then at herself. Immediately sitting up, she covered her chest. Stinking rascal, you're really a thief. Humph, ignore you. Xia Shihan's small face turned red. To be taken advantage of by Chao Ning again for nothing, it was infuriating to think about it. Xia Shihan pouted and held her head high. After a moment of sullenness, she suddenly came to her senses. There seemed to be something wrong in the dormitory. It's not right. Just now it was so loud. How come Lan Lan and the others didn't wake up? Logically speaking, she had just shouted so loudly, plus the sound of Chao Ning falling heavily on the ground, with such a big commotion. If it were usual, they would have already woken up. Cough cough, can I be unprepared? Chao Ning smashed his mouth and said contentedly, actually, I've long since enchanted it with musk, so I won't be able to wake up for a while. Xia Shihan nodded. So it's like this, then there's nothing for you to do. You go out first. I want to change my clothes. What? Still want me to evade? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Don't worry about it. I guarantee on my honor that I definitely won't peek. Chao Ning moved over a stool and crossed his legs, sitting and waiting to watch the show. After noticing Xia Shihan's unkind eyes, he immediately explained righteously, "If you don't believe me, you can try it in front of me. See if I look. I'd be a puppy if I peeked." Xia Shihan frowned and clenched her small hand. A white brown bear, half a man tall, directly smashed into him. "Brother Yun, get out." Xia Shihan's roaring voice startled Chao Ning. "Just leave. What's the point of being so angry? Ha, it's quite fragrant." Chao Ning hugged the white brown bear and allowed a mouthful of it before temporarily retreating from the balcony. An hour later, Chao Ning appeared in Wang Fujing Hutong with Xia Shihan on his back. Xia Shihan, in order to make things easier, purposely compared in front of the closet for a long time before, chose a blue sweatshirt that was a bit more convenient. "No," ate Wang Fujing Hutong. "Yes, this is it." Chao Ning took out a yin yuan dan and handed it to Xia Shihan. "What's this?" Xia Shihan looked at the small yellow pill in her hand filled with curiosity. "It's for beautifying and nourishing your face. It tastes pretty good. Eat it." Chao Ning casually threw one into his mouth. In the next second, he disappeared out of thin air at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Xia Shihan was startled. Chao Ning, where did you go? Don't leave me alone." Chapter 72, Sealed Undead. Just as the words left her mouth, only to see her hand very passively, she stuffed that pill into her mouth and swallowed it all at once. Following that, Chao Ning immediately appeared before his eyes. Where did you just go? Why did you leave me alone?" Xia Shihan beamed and grunted. Chao Ning sighed. Sometimes the schoolgirl's IQ was a worry. This is the Yin Yuan Dan, which allows you to be invisible and see ghosts. In-laws Dan? Isn't that the patent of the Moon Elder? And you ferrymen also control in-laws? Chao Ning, Wang Fujing no. 8. A small detached building. There was a small courtyard downstairs. However, the courtyard at the moment did not have the slightest appearance of a funeral. After surveying it, Chao Ning leapt to the second floor with Xia Shihan on his back. Is this the one? Why is it different from what's written in the novel? Shouldn't this family be organizing funerals? Xia Shihan was like a curious baby. Along the way, her little cherry mouth never stopped. Hush, don't talk, that ghost is in the house. We'll go in later. Chao Ning stood outside the window and leaned against the wall with his hands on his chest. Why wait, is she not at home? Xia Shihan was puzzled. What's that sound? Just when Xia Shihan was puzzled, a creaking sound came from the house. This sound was like the sound of wooden furniture hitting the wall tiles. Chao Ning coughed awkwardly. It's fine, just pretend you didn't hear it. Xia Shihan saw that there was something odd on Chao Ning's face, and also ignored his discouragement. Curious, she walked to the window. She looked in through a corner of the curtain. Xia Shihan covered her mouth in surprise. Her entire body froze as she watched, immediately followed by a brush of redness on her small face. Xia Shihan covered her face and ran back to Chao Ning's side grayly. Stinky dog bear, why didn't you tell me? They're in that Chao Ning covered his mouth and snickered. I reminded you, you're the one who insisted on going to see them, so what can I do? But you didn't make it clear. It's really humiliating. Xia Shihan reddened from the root of her ears to her neck all at once. Her heartbeat accelerated, and the scene of the melee in the house kept surfacing in her mind. That's not right. Aren't we here to look for ghosts? What did you bring me here for? Pervert are you? You even like to eavesdrop on people doing this kind of thing. Stained, realizing that something was wrong, Xia Shihan puffed out her cheeks and glared at Chao Ning in a sly manner. Deliberately. Yes, he's definitely retaliating against me on purpose. It's really humiliating. Xia Shihan tried hard to forget, but the images in her heart were surfacing over and over again. Chao Ning smiled. Who told you that I brought you here to play? Our goal for this trip is inside the house. The house? Xia Shihan grunted. Stinky dog bear, you're trying to trick me into peeking again. I'm not going to fall for your tricks. People are in there that way. How could there be the ghost you want? Humph. Chao Ning shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. Who told you that ghosts can't be that? The amount of information was too much, and Xia Shihan failed to react for a moment. Are you saying that those two inside are ghosts? Xia Shihan pointed at the side room with a dull gaze. This kind of thing, even a novel wouldn't dare to write it like this, right? Seriously, you wouldn't have made it up on purpose to trick me, right? Chao Ning nodded. To be precise, it should be that someone intentionally sealed the soul in her body, and then forcefully supported her by virtue of her grievances. Xia Shihan subconsciously covered her face and mouth, her eyes glaring. Then isn't he king with a corpse? Chao Ning nodded and smiled faintly. He had heard of this kind of thing before in the circle of ferrymen, but it was also the first time he had seen it. It wasn't until he confirmed it with his own eyes when he arrived. That's when it was confirmed. After about an hour's time, there was finally no movement in the house. Chao Ning watched as the time was almost up and directly went in through the wall. There was a man and a woman lying on the bed. The man was naked and had a very lean look. The woman's face was much worse, although wearing a loose thin nightgown, but the face is a little scary white. Even the neck has appeared a little black spots. Looking closely, there were also quite a few bruises and black spots on her body, like marks left behind after being scratched by a sharp weapon. Vaguely, there was also a smell of salted fish in the air. Zhang Xiaofeng, the hour is up. On your way. The sound of Brahma sounded, lashing the unclothed female spirit on the bed and couch over and over again. Zhang Xiaofeng opened her eyes and looked at Chao Ning in panic. Ghost, ghost. Zhang Xiaofeng screamed loudly, which directly woke up her husband Tang Yi beside him. After Tang Yi heard Zhang Xiaofeng screaming, he surprisingly did not show any shock. Instead, he immediately took out a spirit talisman from under his pillow and threw it directly into midair. That spirit talisman shot out 10,000 spiritual lights in midair. If it wasn't for the fact that Chao Ning had already risen to the rank of judge, he would have been burned by the spiritual light. Bold, how dare you resist the underworld, seeking death. With a wave of Chao Ning's big hand, that Tang Yi was like a kite with broken strings, directly being smashed out hard. Zhang Xiaofeng, if you don't go on your way, I'll let your soul fly away, Chao Ning shouted. The sound of the heavenly vault shook the mind. Immediately, the house was like an earthquake and tsunami, shaking the house and causing things to fall in all directions. Zhang Xiaofeng covered her ears, a pained expression on her face. Tang Yi couldn't care less about the injuries on his body and immediately knelt on the ground and prayed. He couldn't see Chao Ning, but he knew that Chao Ning had come to take Zhang Xiaofeng away. My lord, forgive me. My lord, forgive me. Please let Xiaofeng go. She's only 23 years old. Zhang Xiaofeng on the bed was greatly surprised to see Tang Yi in this state. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Tang Yi was unmoved, and hurriedly made Zhang Xiaofeng follow suit and kneel down. Little Feng, quickly kneel down for the Lord and beg him not to take you away. Zhang Xiaofeng was puzzled. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Why would he take me away? Zhang Xiaofeng, you were supposed to report to the underworld a month ago. It was only delayed because your obsession was too heavy and your soul was confined within your physical body. If you don't come with me, in less than 7 days, you will no longer have the chance to reincarnate, and what awaits you will be hundreds of years of suffering in purgatory, Chao Ning said with a gloomy face. Zhang Xiaofeng took a puzzled look at these two, not understanding what they meant by this at all. Why don't you understand? You are already dead, so don't stay in the yang world anymore. Chao Ning continued. Me, I'm already dead? Zhang Xiaofeng pointed at himself in a trance. At this time, Tang Yi also lowered his head. P.S. It's not that I intentionally broke the chapter it's that the word count for the 2 chapters is up and it's late, so hang in there, and continue coding the rest when I wake up from my nap. Chapter 73, Who is the mysterious person who sealed Zhang Xiaofeng? A month ago, you were lost on your way home from work in a taxi, and by the time you were found, you had already been murdered. The body was later brought home, but there was no news of your burial afterward. I think it was your husband who deliberately withheld the news. But aren't you curious as to why, after a month, the injuries on your body have never healed? Chao Ning looked towards the man who had been kneeling on the ground all this time. Tang Yi didn't say anything, and apparently acquiesced to this fact as well. Zhang Xiaofeng lowered her head and looked at the knife marks on her small abdomen. Her face was filled with fear and panic. Tang Yi, what he said is true. I'm really dead? Tang Yi didn't bother answering Zhang Xiaofeng, but instead cried and pleaded with Chao Ning. My lord, please let Xiaofeng go. I really can't live without her. Chao Ning grimaced. Let her stay? Do you wish for her to be sent to Abi Hell 7 days later and suffer hundreds of years of purgatory? Tang Yi was at a loss. Even if I promise you, you only have 7 days left. After 7 days have passed, her soul body will inevitably be damaged, and she will be reduced to a lonely ghost. When the time comes to invoke the black and white irregulars, they won't be as nice as I am. Chao Ning wasn't being alarmist. The black and white irregulars had never shown any favoritism, and the last time Lu Hongying's matter hadn't happened for a reason, plus the fact that he had spent tens of billions of red gold coins to take care of it himself. I'm afraid things wouldn't have ended so easily. Also, who exactly was the person who imprisoned Zhang Xiaofeng's soul body, and was that spirit talisman also given to you by him? Chao Ning continued to ask. Hearing Chao Ning ask this, Tang Yi hesitated a little. What? You still don't want to say? Chao Ning snapped. No, my lord, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to say. Rather, it's that I promised that person not to reveal his affairs. Tang Yi hurriedly defended. Since that's the case, then I won't force you. Chao Ning lifted his hand, and an aura appeared. I'll just take Zhang Xiaofeng away. My lord. Tang Yi wanted to block, but he was really torn right now. In his heart, he couldn't let go of Zhang Xiaofeng. but if he forced himself to leave her behind, if he forced her to stay, she would face hundreds of years of suffering in purgatory. Tang Yi really couldn't bear the thought that he would wrong others for his own selfishness. I beg you to give me a few more days of leniency. Just let me accompany Brother Yi for a few more days. Zhang Xiaofeng knelt beside Tang Yi in a trance-like state. Her eyes were filled with this husband of hers. Just now, she had already remembered the whole thing. Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't let go of Tang Yi. Likewise Tang Yi couldn't let go of her. In this life, they are destined to go this far. There was nothing else they could ask for. They only wished to stay with each other for a few more days. Chao Ning, Xia Shihan outside the window was also touched by the love of these two people. She wanted to say a few words for them, but she swallowed her words as they came out of her mouth. She knew that Chao Ning would take care of this. I can give you 3 more days, but you must tell me who that person is. Chao Ning sulked for a moment and finally chose to give in. As long as Zhang Xiaofeng was brought back within 7 days, there wouldn't be any problems. However, it was the one who sealed the soul body that was indeed a great trouble. Judging from the spirit talisman he gave Tang Yi, he knows the ways of the ferryman very well. If he were an ordinary ferryman, I'm afraid I'd really fall into his trap. Tang Yi turned his face to look at Zhang Xiaofeng beside him, his eyes filled with hesitation and reluctance. After hesitating for a long time, Tang Yi finally chose to tell the truth. That person I don't recognize either. He had already approached me before I was about to pick up Little Feng and go home. He offered to help me keep Little Feng for a while, and could keep her soul imprisoned in her physical body. But the prerequisite was for me to take an old ancestral mansion in my hometown. As a quid pro quo, to show his sincerity, he could help me revive Little Feng first. Later, after I brought Little Feng back, he did manage to do it. I agreed to his request. I gave him the old mansion, and then later on, you know all about it. After speaking, Tang Yi lowered his head. In this life, this was the first time he hadn't kept his promise. The spirit talisman in your hand was also given to you by him? And what does he look like? Does he have any characteristics? Chao Ning continued to ask. Tang Yi shook his head. The spirit talisman was given to me by him, but I really haven't seen his appearance. Every time I see him, he always wears a black cloak, and it's impossible to see him at all. It's as if he deliberately didn't want people to see through him. Oh, I remember. He seems to have a limp. A limp? Chao Ning queried. Yes. There seems to be something wrong with his left foot, and every time he deliberately hides it. But I'm a medical student. Even if he hides it well, I can still tell. I'm certain that there's definitely something wrong with his left foot, Tang Yi said excitedly. Chao Ning nodded. Last question. Where is the old mansion in your old home, and who did it pass to at that time? Tang Yi thought about it and continued. My old family's old mansion is in the north of the city, in that part of the old city. At the time of the transfer, it wasn't him who was there. It was a middle-aged man. Well, it seems to be called Ling Yuanshan. After coming out from Tang's house, Chao Ning didn't rush to take Xia Shihan back to school. After walking through a few alleys, he arrived near the Chao family's old mansion. At this time, the effects of the Yin Yuan pill on Chao Ning and Xia Shihan had already passed. The silhouettes of the two people were reflected in the incandescent light. Chao Ning was holding Xia Shihan's hand, his face somewhat serious. He was still recalling what Tang Yi had just said. His intuition told him the other party definitely had some ulterior motives for wanting that old ancestral mansion, but all things would have to wait until they had gone to see the old mansion before they could know the answer. Chao Ning, is my hand comfortable? Xia Shihan said with a smile. Chao Ning didn't react, and just nodded his head and gave a hum. Xia Shihan stopped and immediately drew back her hand, looking at him grudgingly. Humph, are you being perfunctory? I saw on TV, people would be very pampered and say some meaty words. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. You don't know how to please girls at all. Xia Shihan pouted and grunted. Like in novels, those little girlfriends who couldn't move without a hug. Chao Ning came back to his senses and smiled nervously. Once again, he pulled Xia Shihan's hand over. But I have a wife. Xia Shihan's little face turned red at the remark. You, who is your wife? I'm not. Humph. Looking at Xia Shihan's delectable little appearance, Chao Ning's heart also warmed up and directly swept her into his arms. If you say that, then I'll have to go find Li Weiwei? Chao Ning smiled and joked. Sure enough, little jealous bag Xia Shihan was jealous again. She pushed Chao Ning away as she huffed and raised her small fists. Humph, how dare you? If you dare to go, I'll let you have a green grassy plain above your head. Chapter 74, Chao family's old mansion. Chao Ning choked on his words. How could a cold and pure schoolgirl say something so explicit? Who did you learn this from? Zhao Meina? Chao Ning thought that other than Zhao Meina, who was so spontaneous, I'm afraid it would be hard for it to be someone else. Xia Shihan also realized that she seemed to have spoken a bit presumptuously just now. Immediately, she lowered her head in embarrassment. You, just pretend you didn't hear it. Xia Shihan awkwardly turned her face away. Really, it was all because of Nana. It's even if you're dating a few spares, the voice on the phone is so loud. Whoops, what a shame. Nah, that what? Chao Ning, your house seems to be in Wangfujing Hudong. Right, why don't you invite me to have a seat? Xia Shihan tried to digress. Sit down? Chao Ning smiled and joked. Is it not your home? Not at all. I won't talk to you anymore. It's really annoying. Xia Shihan was embarrassed by what was said. She had already gotten a license with Chao Ning. His house is her house. That doesn't seem to be a problem. Xia Shihan muttered in her heart. Also by Chao Ning's words, Xia Shihan was like a naughty child, running down the alley with her face covered. At this time, a grandmother appeared on the street corner. The furtive Xia Shihan almost bumped into the person. Granny, sorry, I really didn't notice you just now. I didn't bump into you, did I? Xia Shihan immediately sincerely bent over and apologized. I don't know if there are any cameras in this neighborhood. What if I'm bumped into? Should I make the first move and lie down first? Xia Shihan's subconscious mind conjured up quite a few bridges in novels. Little girl, you can see me? The kind old grandmother smiled and said, my old woman has been waiting here for decades, and you're still the first girl doll who can see me. Xia Shihan looked at the old granny blankly, followed by looking back at Chao Ning again. After Xia Shihan ate the Yin Yuan Dan, although the invisibility ability would dissipate very quickly, but the effect of the medicine will last for a few more hours, so it was normal to be able to see ghosts. Sixth Granny, Thick is still waiting? Chao Ning smiled and went up to greet the old man. Sixth Granny shook her head. Alas, I've been waiting for so many years. I'm not afraid to wait for a few more years. The old man said he'll be back. I'll wait for him. It doesn't matter. Xia Shihan was stunned to hear this. She didn't know what was going on, only to see Chao Ning and the old man chattering away. Sixth Granny, then you continue to wait here. I'll leave first and come back to see you later when I have time. Sixth Granny nodded. Well. Your boy is blessed to have found such a handsome girl doll. The Chao family is truly blessed. After leaving the alleyway, Xia Shihan immediately couldn't wait to pull Chao Ning to ask him about what just happened. You're asking about Sixth Granny? Xia Shihan nodded. I was scared to death just now. I really thought I almost ran into someone. Chao Ning smiled. Sixth Granny is an old man in our hutong. She's been waiting at the entrance of the alley for her husband to come back for as long as I can remember. About Sixth Granny. Chao Ning had also heard the old man talk about it. It was said that Granny Six had quite a lot of blessings in her life, so her obsession would not be extinguished after her death, and she could stay in the young world all the time. The reason for this was to wait for her husband, who had enlisted in the army to fight in the east, to return on the second day of her wedding back then. The two walked and chatted, and soon arrived at the Chao family's old mansion. Chao Ning took out the key and opened the door. It was just as expected. The old master really hadn't come back yet. I'm only afraid that after having his $1 million, he wouldn't come back until he spent it all. Feel free to sit down, just treat it like your own home. Chao Ning turned on the lights and said with a smile. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. Humph, now you're being polite with me. After entering the door, Xia Shihan was like a curious little baby. Everything she looked at was new to her, probably wanting to know what kind of environment Chao Ning grew up in. Is this your room in here? Girls' generation. Stains. I didn't realize that the cold pendulum lord had such a side to him. Xia Shihan ran into Chao Ning's room. When she entered, she was attracted by the poster of Girls' Generation on the wall. On top of that, Chao Ning's room wasn't big, but it was extremely neat and tidy. It was even cleaner than some girls' rooms. You still have Bear 2's hugging bear. So cute. Xia Shihan plopped down on Chao Ning's bed and reached out to grab that one-half manhwa plush toy. The pure and sweet appearance was just like a child, holding out her proudly shapely buttocks. The absolutely beautiful spring color was a sight to behold. Chao Ning looked away in embarrassment. If he continued to look at it, something would happen. Not to mention the fact that it was still the middle of the night, when a man and a woman were alone in the same room. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Really? When Xia Shihan heard Chao Ning say this, she immediately jumped up in excitement, smoothly hugging Chao Ning. Chao Ning was stunned. This was the first time Xia Shihan had hugged him so actively. You don't need to think too much. I'm just too happy. Xia Shihan followed suit and reacted. She immediately let go of Chao Ning with a red face. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. After Chao Ning coughed dryly, he took out a pink-colored delicate watch from his pocket and handed it to Xia Shihan. Here you go. It was Chao Ning's first time giving a gift to a girl. To say that he wasn't nervous would definitely be a lie. Xia Shihan raised her head to look at the watch in Chao Ning's hand and casually took it. What is this? This watch is really nice. Did you buy it? Chao Ning nodded. It's an anti-wolf watch. It's effective for both humans and ghosts. It's just right for you to use. Anti-wolf watch? Amazing. How do I use this? You wear it on your hand. There is a small pink button next to it. You just press it. Ha, is that so? Xia Shihan was curious and pressed the small pink button. Don't press it. Chao Ning didn't have time to stop it, only to see thick smoke immediately spewing forward from the watch. It was as if the smoke was alive. It went straight for the eyes. Chao Ning was so smoked that he couldn't open his eyes. Chao Ning, are you alright? Seeing this, Xia Shihan immediately went forward to check. I'm fine. Ah. Chao Ning was too busy dispelling the smoke to pay attention to Xia Shihan. Just as Xia Shihan reached him, the two of them collapsed onto the bed without warning in one smooth motion. By this time, Chao Ning had also forcibly dispelled the smoke. He pressed on top of Xia Shihan, only felt the softness in front of his chest was very comfortable. The two people looked at each other with 4 eyes, and no one said anything. After a few seconds of effort, Chao Ning's heartbeat accelerated. Breathing also became rapid. Chao Ning, Before Xia Shihan could even get the words out of her mouth, she was gagged by 2 soft flaps. The two people embraced each other immediately after. Chapter 75, Xia Shihan wakes up. Shihan, do you know how to pull silk? Pull silk? What kind of silk pulling? Just imagine this. Chao Ning swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He slowly unzipped the zipper of Xia Shihan's upper gym uniform. The tight white halter bra supported the curves of her graceful career. The whiteness of the artist's work was sweet. Just a single glance already made Chao Ning unable to move his eyes. A big sinful hand followed the thin waist and climbed up the rock. Just for a second, Chao Ning's entire face was buried in it. Ah, no way! Xia Shihan suddenly shouted, her hands protecting her chest. Shihan, what's wrong with you? In the dormitory, Su Lan, who had already gotten up, looked at Xia Shihan who suddenly sat up, but she was startled by her. Did you have a nightmare? Xia Shihan looked around. Where was Chao Ning's wolf-like appearance? It turned out to be just a dream. Xia Shihan broke out in a cold sweat. A pair of hands couldn't help but protect her chest, and after a while, she didn't dare to take it down. Shihan, why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare? Su Lan stepped on the ladder and came over to Xia Shihan's side. Xia Shihan nodded. I dreamt of a ghost, and it's still a. Forget it. Xia Shihan thought about it. It's just a dream. It's not real. Right. Where are Nana and the girls? Why aren't they all here? Oh, you mean them. Zhao Meina went out early in the morning dressed up in a very sexy outfit. Right now, she should be with. Let me count. Well, Xiao Lu is having breakfast. As for Lu Ting, her family called to say it's her dad who's sick and asked her to go back. And she's already taken leave to go home. On the contrary, it's you. Normally you wouldn't sleep for so long. You can't wake up no matter how you call. Su Lan was surprised. Xia Shihan sighed. Maybe it was insomnia last night. I fell asleep very late. Insomnia? Well, I slept soundly last night on the contrary. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Su Lan cupped her face, showing her baby tiger teeth, her face full of satisfaction. Xia Shihan smiled awkwardly, thinking to herself that she couldn't hear such a big commotion. Could she not smell good? Hee Shihan, this plush toy of yours is so cute. Ah, it's still Bear too. Where did you get this? Can you lend it to me for a night's sleep? I love Bear too, said Su Lan reaching out to grab it. No. Seeing this, Xia Shihan hurriedly snatched Bear 2 and hugged it in her arms. That white one will be given to you, not Bear 2. Why? Su Lan was puzzled. Xia Shihan wasn't like this before. Before this, she would never be so precious about her things. Rather, today was surprisingly abnormal. In short, it just won't work, and the rest is as good as you want it to be. Xia Shihan hugged to death, saying nothing to let go. No, Shihan, you're very wrong today. You're in a situation. Su Lan was at a loss, followed by an immediate reaction. Shihan, big baby, see how nervous you are. It's not possible that this bear is a gift from your family Chao Ning, right? Su Lan laughed and teased. How do you know? No, it's not from him. Oops. In short, no. Xia Shihan didn't know how to go about explaining it either. This bear had slept with Chao Ning for so long. How can he just give it to another girl to sleep with? That wouldn't be indirect contact. Thinking of this, Xia Shihan couldn't possibly let go. Loosening her hand would mean greening herself. Seeing Xia Shihan so nervous, Su Lan almost laughed out a pig squeal. Ha, see how nervous you are. Fine. I won't steal your boyfriend, alright? Who let us people can only be single dogs? Saying this, Su Lan took the little white bear into her arms. Little white, your master has a new love. Let me take care of you from now on. He. Su Lan's happy little look was even happier than finding a boyfriend. Sisters, I'm back. Did you miss me? At this time, Zhao Meina also returned from outside. As usual, she was still in that super characterful little JK. but today it was unprecedented to wear a black stocking. There was no telling who she was going to implode again. Zhao Mena saw that Xia Shihan had woken up and immediately came forward to laugh and tease. Ha, Shihan, you finally woke up from your nap. If you don't wake up I'm going to the boys' dormitory to pull Chao Ning over. What's the point of pulling Chao Ning over? He can wake Shihan up when he comes? Su Lan was puzzled. Snap. Without warning, Zhao Mena slapped Su Lan's arse. Silly girl, of course it's to find Prince Charming to come over and kiss our Princess Highness awake. Zhao Mena laughed and teased. I don't want that big dog bear to come over. Annoying. Xia Shihan was embarrassed by what was said. Last night, if it wasn't for her strict adherence to the bottom line, I'm afraid that I would have let someone have his way by now. Ha, Shihan, what happened to your mouth? Why does it seem a little swollen? Zhao Mena was sharp-eyed after all. She could tell with a glance that Xia Shihan's lips were slightly swollen. It seems like it's really a bit when you say that. I didn't even notice it just now. Su Lan followed suit and nodded in agreement. There is? It's probably because I caught a cold last night. Although Xia Shihan explained with a smile, but in her heart, she already hated to pull Chao Ning out and beat him up, saying something like to make up for the deficit of these days after receiving the license. As a result, it had become this present appearance. No. Zhao Mena looked at Su Lan. Lan, did Shihan just wake up? Did she go out? Su Lan shook her head woodenly. No I haven't been out today that's not right how does this look like it was kissed out? Zhao Mena scratched her head in bewilderment. Nana, what are you talking about? I didn't. Xia Shihan hurriedly explained. How could I have been kissed? Then it's from catching a cold. Okay, you're all looking at it wrong. Su Lan and Zhao Mena looked at each other in confusion. Xia Shihan's reaction was too big, right? Is this being a thief? On the other hand, Chao Ning had Lu Hongying go to the northern part of the city overnight to survey the area. Finally, he returned after dawn. Chao Ning had just gotten out of class and walked alone to the grove by the school pond. There would be more people here at night. It was still very quiet during the day. It was worth mentioning that after Lu Hongying signed up to become a spirit contractor, she was no longer limited to only coming out at night. This, to a large extent, facilitated her time to move around. Well, is there anything unusual there? Chao Ning asked with his hands behind his back, facing the pond. Beside her, Lu Hongying took out a mobilization sheet. Master, this is a mobilization book I picked up there. It's rumored that the place will be demolished soon, and the one in charge of this demolition is the Lin's group. Lin's? It's Lin Chen and his family? Chao Ning took that publicity leaflet, only to see the word demolition printed on it in a large scale, with the very logo of Lin's group left at the end of the fall. Chapter 76, Results of Investigating the Tang Family's Old Residence. P.S. High energy ahead. Not recommended for all readers to read at night. Lu Hongying nodded. Yes, master. I've already checked. That place was indeed bought by the Lin family. It is said to be used as a public service. I am not very clear about the specifics. The residents there, however, are obviously not very willing. There's a lot of conflict going on right now. What's going on here? Tell me specifically? Chao Ning came to be interested. Lu Hongying nodded and continued. When I found the Tang family's old mansion, I realized that it was actually a Tang clan's ancestral hall. It wasn't in this demolition plan, but it is adjacent to the demolition site. It was like it was being prepared for another use. Moreover, I vaguely felt as if that old neighborhood was infested with Yin spirits. Because I was in a hurry to come back, I haven't had time to confirm it. What is that neighborhood called? Chao Ning asked. Lu Hongying thought about it and returned. It seems to be called Dongsheng Garden. Dongsheng Garden? Chao Ning was still somewhat unfamiliar with this neighborhood. That part of the northern part of the city belonged to the old city district. The previous ferryman was a painter, but he had retired a year ago. It was rumored that the new ferryman who had topped out was a convenience store owner. But what exactly is he called and what does he look like? Chao Ning hadn't paid much attention to it. Normally, ferrymen wouldn't take orders across districts, unless there was an urgent situation. Therefore, there wasn't a lot of contact with each other. Of course, the main reason was that the underworld had rules. Ferrymen are not allowed to meet in private, in order to prevent a very few ferrymen from colluding together. Not conducive to the underworld's control. Okay, I know, just leave the next thing to me. You just don't go to that place anymore. I always feel that person is hiding there. You'll be in danger if you go. Chao Ning worried. Lu Hongying nodded and responded. Then master, be careful. I think the other party won't be an ordinary person. You go rest first. Chao Ning took out his soul regeneration bag and retrieved Lu Hongying. He looked at the lotus pond and froze out of his mind. His intuition told him that this matter was extremely strange, as if someone was secretly plotting something. On the other side, Xia Shihan had just finished the last big class in the afternoon. When she returned to the dormitory, she found that her other roommate, Lu Ting, had returned from home at an unknown time. She was lying on the table crying. Lu Ting, why are you crying? Is uncle alright? Xia Shihan had heard about the reason why Lu Ting went home in the morning. Now seeing Lu Ting like this, she was a bit nervous. Lu Ting immediately wiped her tears when she saw Xia Shihan and Su Lan coming back. I'm fine. Lu Ting's middle-aged. The looks weren't very outstanding, but her personality was good. No matter who asked her for help, as long as it was something she could do, she wouldn't refuse. At the same time, she was also a local Jiangning native. She was different from Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan had moved to Jiangning after her family had made a fortune, and their family had been in Jiangning for generations, living for several generations. Born to be strong, she would rarely talk about her family's affairs with others. After hesitating for a long time, Lulan finally summoned up the courage to look at Xia Shihan with tearful eyes. Shihan, you said that Chao Ning can catch ghosts. Is this true? Xia Shihan was first stunned, followed by a subconscious nod. It was also because she had been chatting too happily with her little sisters before and casually said something. No one took it seriously at that time. Just didn't expect that Lu Ting had heard it in her heart. When Lu Ting heard Xia Shihan say this, she immediately pulled her hand in excitement. Shihan, then can you please ask Chao Ning to help me go and take a look? Looking at Lu Ting's pleading appearance, Xia Shihan really couldn't bear to refuse. However, it wasn't good for her to take the liberty of agreeing for Chao Ning in this kind of matter. After all, she wasn't very clear about the laws of the underworld either. I can help you go talk to him about this matter, but I'm not sure he can help you. Xia Shihan said it very directly. It was also because she didn't want her to get her hopes up too much. It was also because she was afraid that Chao Ning wouldn't be able to help when the time came and would disappoint her too much. It will definitely be possible. It will definitely be possible. I know that you won't lie. Shihan, Lu Ting said excitedly. Hearing this, Xia Shihan was still quite happy. After all, getting someone else's approval would put anyone in a happy mood when they heard it. Lu Ting, don't worry about it. It's true that Chao Ning can catch ghosts, but I never lie. Xia Shihan said confidently. Hearing this, the corner of Su Lan's mouth subconsciously twitched. It seemed that last time, certain people had made a point of swearing that they weren't boyfriend/girlfriend with Chao Ning. As a result, they were already kissing. Why don't you just say that the two of you are husband and wife? Wouldn't that be more explainable? Then can you tell me the general situation? That way I can also go talk to Chao Ning. Xia Shihan said with a smile. Lu Ting nodded. Since she had asked someone else to help, there was certainly no need to continue hiding it. Aha, the thing is like this. It turned out that the neighborhood where Lu Ting's home was located didn't know when came a dirty thing. Whenever it was late at night, those dirty things would come out en masse and roam outside the windows of the houses. When you go to the toilet in the middle of the night, a woman with long hair will suddenly appear in the mirror. And when you flush the toilet, a cold hand will stick out from it. Sometimes there will be a miserable cry in the hallway. Sadness in the bleak. Several times, the owners of the district organized themselves to go and check, but all to no avail. Strangely enough, after they left, those things started to come out again. Some people have dogs and cats that bark really hard in the middle of the night. When the family comes out to check in the morning, they would find that the dogs had either had half their heads torn off and hung on the door, or the whole thing had been skinned. There were even a lot of pets that even had no internal organs left. The ground was covered with bloody footprints. Over time, rumors spread in the neighborhood that something dirty was at work. The people in the neighborhood also had a Taoist priest perform a miracle. But the Taoist priest, even in the middle of the night, strangely jumped to his death. As time went by, that neighborhood became a ghost neighborhood. Whenever that place is mentioned, it makes people's legs soften and cold sweat breaks out behind them. During this period of time, the dirty thing was no longer limited to pets. It even started targeting people. Some people would get up in the middle of the night and suddenly see ghosts and shadows appearing in the mirror. Others would touch something cold and icy in their sleep. Even those who return home late will see someone in the middle of the road with their heels not touching the ground and a pair of dull and lifeless eyes. When you lower your head to tie your shoes, you will see a pair of feet from behind your legs, but when you raise your head, you can't even see the shadow of a person. Sometimes, when you lie down with the lights out, you see a reflection in the screen and realize that there is a ghostly face outside the window smiling at you. Or in the middle of the night, in a daze, you hear a movement under the bed. You lie on the edge of the bed to look down, but found nothing. Just when you are relieved and ready to go back to sleep, when you turn around, you realize that there is a ghost in white with long hair and blood flowing out of her 7 orifices. She is staring at you with a deadly stare, and the blood at the corners of her eyes has already congealed into 2 bloodstains. Little brother, do you see my heart? During this period of time, there had been quite a few people who had been scared sick. Lu Ting's father was one of them. Then why doesn't your family move? It sounds so scary. Su Lan opened her mouth wide, only to feel cold sweat on her back. Speaking of this, Lu Ting directly lowered her head. Our neighborhood is being demolished, but the developer heard that our place is haunted, so he pushed the price down very low. The money that came to hand, according to Jiang Ning's housing prices, was simply not enough to go buy a new set. So, speaking here, Lu Ting's tears fell again. Seeing this, Xia Shihan immediately took some toilet paper and went to wipe away her tears. Lu Ting, don't worry about it. I will let Chao Ning go over there. With him around, no ghosts or monsters will dare to come out and harm people again. Xia Shihan also sympathized with Lu Ting's encounter. Who else would not be disturbed when encountering such a thing? By the way, what's the name of your neighborhood? Where is it? Xia Shihan continued to ask. Lu Ting wiped her tears, raised her head and said, in the north of the city, called Dongxing Garden. Chapter 77, Archaeology Class Running for Class President. Classroom 1102, Area A. Chao Ning's class was just like all the other classes in the faculty. They all started to vote for the class president. The difference was that there were a lot of girls in all the other classes actively running for the position. The archaeology class looked and looked, except for a bunch of iron beans wearing undershirts and slippers. It's still Iron Bean. Brother Ning, are you interested in running for class president? If you're willing to run, I'll get you some people. I'll make sure you get selected. Chao Ning shifted his eyes away from the phone and glanced at Jianghai. What's the point of a class president of a monk temple? I'm not interested. If you're interested, you go. In the future, if the few of us go to an internet cafe for a night, I'll leave the bed checking and punching to you. Don't. Brother Ning, there are more than 20 boys in our class. Who am I going to be the class president for? Jianghai's face was drawn out, no different from a donkey's face. I just passed by the finance class next door. Although the class president is also a guy, but he is surrounded by all kinds of life committee members, entertainment committee members and so on, can be full of girls. It is said that the class committee of the university is the harem of the class president. Look at our class. They're all men. If we really fight, we don't know who's the harem of whom. The classroom was dead, saying it was to choose the class president. There wasn't even a single interested party. Then you still let me be it. Chao Ning whitened Jianghai with a grudging glance. Right, where's Hao Zi and Liang Zi? I haven't seen the two of them since dinner. Where did they go? Don't you know that we're going to elect the class president tonight? Brother Ning, don't mention it. Zhao Meina promised Liangzi to be her girlfriend, and the two of them are probably hiding in a corner right now. As for Hiroko, he said he was going to dinner with his classmate, but I didn't even see him. It's just the two of us, honorably holding our ground. They said they'd follow you if you voted for class president, so they won't be attending this class meeting. Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. It can still be played like that? Chao Ning froze as he listened. It seems that as long as you have a girlfriend, nothing else matters. In that case. Chao Ning suddenly stood up and walked to the podium. Seeing Chao Ning suddenly walk onto the stage, the students who were all originally picking at their cell phones raised their heads to look at him. Zhao Hai was even more excited when he saw it. Brother Ning, we all support you. If Chao Ning became class president, coupled with Xia Shihan's position in the student council, in the future, the dormitory will still be afraid of no one. Chao Ning's face was also embarrassed when he saw how excited Zhao Hai was. Everyone, since the homeroom teacher is letting us choose our own class president, it's not a good idea for us to drag it out like this. Even though our class is all boys, I guess. Someone has to stand up and lead everyone. That's why I think it's better to settle on the class president as soon as possible. Chao Ning spoke seriously. The following people all nodded their heads as well. It was fine for anyone to be it, as long as it wasn't themselves. In that case, I propose that student Zhao Hai should be the class president of our class. Does everyone have any doubts? If there are doubts, let's vote by a show of hands. Those who agree, please raise your hands. Brush. All the people present except Zhao Hai raised their hands in agreement. Zhao Hai saw this maneuver by Chao Ning. He looked dumbfounded. Didn't you go up there to get votes for yourself? Why did you elect me? Why do I feel like there's something wrong here? Without waiting for Zhao Hai to react, Chao Ning immediately led the applause. Alright, we unanimously vote to congratulate Zhao Hai for being elected as the class president of the freshman archaeology class. And now we'll ask him to come up to the stage to give us a few words. Everyone applaud and welcome. Me? Zhao Hai was in a daze as he was assisted to the podium by a few classmates. It was as if this was all a dream. Brother Ning, what's going on here? How did I become the class president? Chao Ning smiled. How about it? Does it feel like a dream? Don't be too excited or too grateful. This is all due to the trust that your classmates have in you. You see, although there are so many people in our class, why were you able to become class president? That means you are good enough. I'm optimistic about you, yo. Chao Ning smiled and encouraged. Zhao Hai was at a loss. Excellent, excellent my ass. Where's the promised beautiful class assistant? Where's the promised brocade-colored class member? You guys are really bullying people. However, at this time, he wanted to put down the challenge again also cannot let him. He was only afraid that if he just refused in the front foot, he would be buried by Chao Ning with his people in the back foot. Jianghai awkwardly walked to the podium. Cough cough cough. Thank you all very much for electing me as class president. I know. Well. Thank you very much for the class president's victory speech. The class president and I still have to go and report to the homeroom teacher, so we won't delay you all any longer. Let's all continue to go about our own business. Chao Ning encouraged. Jianghai? Without waiting for Jianghai to finish his sentence, Chao Ning immediately pulled Jianghai down again. No, brother Ning. Me, where's my testimonial? Jianghai was practically in tears. Who the hell is the class president here? Sure enough, after Chao Ning finished speaking, after Chao Ning's words, the students below the podium immediately looked at their cell phones, studied the terrain, and some even purchased a few Luoyang shovels to study. No one cared what Jianghai would say, as long as every time the school had any notifications in the future, someone would be able to notify them in place. As for who was it, as long as it wasn't themselves. Chao Ning pulled Jianghai straight out the door. Do you know where both Hao Zi and Liang Zi are? Chao Ning asked in a low voice. Jianghai was a bit puzzled. Brother Ning, what are you looking for the two of them for? They're both on dates. The two of us going there isn't being a light bulb. Snap. Stupid you. Do you know why both of them are accompanied by someone and you are the only one who is still single? Chao Ning slapped the back of Jianghai's head and said in a bad mood. Jianghai shook his head blankly. If you don't understand, why don't you go study? Aren't the two of them practicing there right now? Fertilizer is not flowing to outsiders. If you don't go and learn now, when else do you have to wait? Chao Ning said indignantly. Jianghai listened. It seems to be a bit reasonable, followed by immediately nodding his head. What about you, brother Ning? What are you going to do? Aren't you already the winner of the 2 top prizes in our school? Do you still need to study? When Chao Ning heard this, he subconsciously panicked a bit. You, don't talk nonsense. Xia Shihan, that big jealous woman. If she hears about it, both of us will have to follow the bad luck. Besides, do I still need to go study? I'm there to assist you. Otherwise, can you steal the tower smoothly? Okay, enough with the nonsense. Quickly tell me, where are those 2 cats? Chao Ning rolled his eyes and said with a bad smile. Really duh. That's great. Upon hearing this, Jianghai immediately nodded with confidence. With brother Ning playing assist for me, we're definitely stealing this wave of towers. Let's go. I'll take you there. They're in the grove by the pond right now. I've heard from Liangzi a long time ago that he's obsessed with that place. Then why don't you hurry up and walk? What are you thinking about? Chao Ning gently kicked Jianghai's ass. At this time his cell phone rang. Chapter 78, the school lotus pond by the grove. Taking a closer look, it wasn't the big school flower Xia Shihan who called. Wait, I'll take a call first. Chao Ning stepped to the side and after hearing the story clearly, he promised to go over and take a look. That place in the north of the city really has problems. After Chao Ning hung up the phone, he muttered a few words in a low voice. Then he came over to Jianghai's side. Go. Hurry up. I still have things to go out later. I'll leave the matter of taking leave from the homeroom teacher to you. Big class leader Chao Ning said carelessly. Me? Brother Ning? I've only been class president for less than 10 minutes. Jianghai pointed at himself blankly. But Chao Ning wasn't listening. If you can't even handle this small matter, what's the point of making you a squad leader? Go, while there's still time. Hurry up and take me to see. Take me to give you some advice. On the other side, Xia Shihan hung up the phone. After getting an accurate reply from Chao Ning, her entire being was relaxed. Ting, don't worry about it. Chao Ning has already agreed to go over there and is probably already departing by now. Xia Shihan walked over to Lu Ting's side and comforted her. Really duh. That's really great. Thank you so much Shihan. Lu Ting excitedly stood up from the stool and tightly held onto Xia Shihan's hand. Shihan, is it true that Chao Ning can catch ghosts? Why do I hear it's so mysterious? Su Lan asked with some skepticism. In itself, getting her to accept that there were ghosts in this world was a difficult thing. Not to mention, a big freshman would still catch ghosts? It all sounded a bit like bull ********. Lan, you still don't believe me. When have I ever lied? This is absolutely true. Xia Shihan said confidently. Su Lan, I believe the hell out of you. You're the one who can fool people the most in the entire dormitory. However, Lu Ting chose to believe Xia Shihan anyway, because she had once seen that ghost with her own eyes, cloaked in hair. It was hanging in the living room of her house. It was almost exactly the same as the scene of suicide by hanging in the TV series. Shihan, I also want to tag along and take a look, mainly because my parents are still at home and I don't feel comfortable with them. Lu Ting tried to say. This way. Xia Shihan was a bit hesitant. There should be no problem with the few of them wanting to go. But if they told Chao Ning, he really wouldn't necessarily agree. But if he didn't let them see it with their own eyes, he would probably say he was lying again. After hesitating for a while, Xia Shihan finally nodded her head. It's fine to go, but you mustn't let Chao Ning find out about you, or he'll definitely blame me. Lu Ting immediately nodded her head. Don't worry Shihan, I won't drag Chao Ning down, I'll just watch from afar. Su Lan immediately became interested as well. Shihan, can you bring it along too? Anyway, you're the vice president of the student council, dealing with room checks. It's not a matter to you at all. That's fine. You guys wait for me downstairs first, I'll go drive. Xia Shihan nodded. On the other side, Chao Ning, who was completely unaware of the situation, was still following Zhao Hai around looking for people. Hi Z, is your ING news accurate or not? After searching for half a day, I haven't even seen a single ghost. Chao Ning complained. The two of them had searched in the bushes for half a day, even if they didn't find anyone. Instead, they attracted a lot of mosquitoes. It almost didn't contribute to both of them. Brother Ning, this can't be blamed on me. It's also my first time here. Who knew that there were so many people burrowed in this grove? Zhao Hai commiserated. During the daytime, very few people could be seen in the grove, but as soon as it was nighttime, this place became a mecca for dating, especially for couples who were in love. This was their favorite place to come. Shhhhhhhhh. Don't make a sound. Listen to what sound you're making. Chao Ning stopped and signaled Zhao Hai to be quiet. Zhao Hai followed and stopped. Only a fluttering sound could be heard coming from the grass not far away. The two of them followed the direction of the sound and looked over, only to see that in the bushes, a girl was nestled in the boy's arms. The two of them were tangled up right there. I'm going to Brother Ning. We're trespassing into a forbidden area. Look at that hand reaching into the clothes. Zhao Hai exclaimed as he pointed at the grass not far away. He who had never been in love before, was startled by this action. Good guy, this is even saving money for a bellhop. Chao Ning sighed. Alright, don't look. Let's hurry up and find someone. When he said this, Zhao Hai was as if he was frozen, not moving a muscle. Chao Ning was instantly furious and directly kicked Zhao Hai in the butt. Zhao Hai covered his butt and screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts. Brother Ning, lighten up. Ah, someone. Zhao Hai's voice startled the pair in the bushes. They immediately climbed up and organized their clothes. The male was even more furious as he copied a mud block and smashed it over this way. Who the hell dares to ruin my good deed? Stop right there. Chao Ning couldn't keep his face down and immediately pulled Zhao Hai to seize the road and run wildly. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them. The main thing was, it was really his own irrationality. It was estimated that if he were himself, he would have the heart to kill a soul whip. The two of them took the road and ran wildly, but on the way, they scared a lot of couples who were hiding in the darkness, behind the scolding sound into a piece. Who is it? Which pervert came here to join in the fun? Don't let me catch you guys, or I'll directly waste your brother. That's right, can't go back to the dormitory to watch a movie when you're lonely. Scaring me, Lave Wanfei? Sumu Hua, good, you dare to green me. You wait for me. Sumu Hua, don't pretend to be benevolent. What are you doing here? The grove behind them was noisy. The two ran to the main road, and Chao Ning glared at Zhao Hai grudgingly. Are you a tiger? Don't you know that the two of us are doing secret reconnaissance? Zhao Hai also realized that he had just gotten a little too excited. He scratched his head and apologized with a silly smile. Brother Ning, this is also my first time. Who would have thought that they would actually dare to do this kind of thing in the wild? Ah. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. That's called a wild battle. Haven't you seen it before? Learn from it, and try it yourself when you have the chance in the future. Zhao Hai nodded awkwardly. Oh, okay, right. Ning, look, is that Hao Zi? Zhao Hai pointed and shouted at Lu Hao, who was sitting frozen on the steps by the bridge. Where? Chao Ning looked over in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, the boy who was sitting there was Tai Bean from his own dormitory. The two immediately rushed over to greet him. Chapter 79, Zhao Hai's heartache. Hosey, why are you sitting here alone? Where's your little tablemate? Chao Ning opened his mouth and asked. Lu Hao was also a bit flustered when he saw that it was the two of them coming over. Why are you guys here? Lu Hao stammered, unable to say anything in half a day. But how could a harder mouth hold the two gossiping hearts of Chao Ning and Zhao Hai? Originally, after Lu Hao brought his little tablemates back from eating outside, passing through the small stone bridge, met a boy. After Lu Hao's little tablemate saw it, he immediately walked forward cordially and took the other person's arm. Affectionately, he made an introduction to the duo. Liang Chen, introduce me. This is my high school classmate. Lu Hao, this is my boyfriend. Thank you for your hospitality today. We'll talk again some other day. After saying that, the two went to the grove in a very intimate manner. There was only the dumbfounded Lu Hao left frozen in place. At this moment, it was as if he had been abandoned by the world. It's really too much. Haozi, where is that pair of guys? I'll go get justice for you, Zhao Hai said indignantly. Having a boyfriend, How dare you bring another guy out to dinner and flaunt him? What the hell? This guy is simply scum. Beast. Scum. Chao Ning's mouth twitched as he listened. He went straight up and kicked him. Why don't you just report me for my ID card? Brother Ning, why are you kicking me? Jianghai, who was kicked, originally had one hand covering his left butt. Now it's good. Both hands are on it. Brother Ning, I'm not talking about you. This has nothing to do with you. Jianghai wasn't stupid and immediately reacted. Chao Ning hugged his arms, not bothering to go through any more nonsense with him. Nana, slow down. I can't catch up. Just at this moment, a familiar arguing voice came from not far away. Chao Ning picked his head to take a look. Good lord, it really wasn't a family. Sun Liang followed behind Zhao Meina's butt and came as well. Alright Sun Liang, don't say more. Break up, absolutely break up. There's absolutely no possibility for the two of us anymore, Zhao Meina said with a resolute attitude. The three people came to the mood, hurriedly hid in the grove and silently watched these two. Sun Liang, on the other hand, looked like a licking dog. Licking his face, he followed Zhao Meina around. Nana, I really don't know where I went wrong, or else you can tell me, okay? Zhao Meina had a stern face and huffed. You're not right. It's all my fault alright, don't pester me in the future. I won't like you. Good guy. This is being kicked in the face with not even a bit of face left. Looking at Zhao Meina gradually walking away, Sun Liang's mentality collapsed all of a sudden. He sat alone on the seat Lu Hao had just sat on alone. Drooping his face, he sighed inside alone. Seeing this, Chao Ning and a few others walked behind Sun Liang and patted his shoulders. 4 people sat side by side on the steps, directly blocking the entire bridge. You guys, just saw it all. Ha! Sun Liang lowers his head. This feeling is as humiliating as it gets. Lu Hao patted his shoulder. Brother, you're not alone in this fight. You have your brother with you. Sun Liang saw Lu Hao's decrepit face. How could he not guess? At that moment, the two embraced each other and cried their eyes out. Brother, you say how our life is so bitter. Yeah, there's not a single good woman under the sky. No, except for my mom, my milk, my grandma. At this time, a small couple that was getting mushy walked over on the front. Classmates, please make way. I want us to go over. Classmates? Classmate? After shouting several times in a row, Chao Ning's people just didn't care. At this time, that boy probably felt that he had lost face in front of his little girlfriend. The voice also became louder. Make way. Do you guys not understand human language? As soon as those words were uttered, the 4 Chao Ning stood up in unison. That angry little look scared the boy so much that he hurriedly pulled the girl beside him and twisted his head to run. Chao Ning, why is it you? What are you doing here? Waiting for that couple to run away. A few people had just sat down when 2 more girls came face to face. Chao Ning looked up and saw that it wasn't Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei was wearing a floral cloth skirt, holding a few books in her arms, looking like she had just come out of the library. Lu Hao, you're here too. Tang Xiaoyu, who was beside Li Weiwei, instantly recognized Lu Hao inside the few people. When Lu Hao went to move their dormitory, the two added each other's wizards. Later on, they even chatted together for a period of time. The two people were very compatible. Both had a common hobby, which was reading De Zhao's novels. Yeah, what a coincidence. Lu Hao smiled and nodded. The previous gloom on his face immediately disappeared. Weiwei, what are you guys? Chao Ning stood up and asked. Li Weiwei looked at Chao Ning with a smile. Xiaoyu and I just came out of the library and were about to go to the classroom for self-study. What about you guys? Are you guys here to watch the night? Li Weiwei smiled sweetly. The 2 small dimples showing on her face were especially charming. Chao Ning nodded awkwardly. Yeah, the 4 of us haven't properly strolled around the school since the beginning of the school year, and we're planning to take a look around. That's right, then you guys should get busy first. Xiaoyu and I still have to go to the classroom to sign in, so we'll leave first, Li Weiwei said with a smile. Chao Ning nodded. Lu Hao, on the other hand, shook his cell phone at Tang Xiaoyu. He signaled that he would contact Tang Xiaoyu by phone later. Tang Xiaoyu showed her 2 small tiger teeth and smiled as she nodded her head in response. Hurry up and get out of the way. Chao Ning kicked Zhao Hai's 44 yards big feet. Really? What are all the big men sitting here for? Why are you all sitting here? Don't you have any sense of public morality? Are other people still going to walk? Hurry up and get up. Don't stay here and take up space. Zhao Hai pointed at himself in confusion. That lonely and helpless little look was as bleak as it could be. On the other side, Xia Shihan drove her car to Dongxing Garden. The entire neighborhood was incomparably quiet. On the road, there wasn't even a single dog or cat barking. The yellowish streetlights flickered on and off. In this neighborhood, there were a total of 12 buildings. Lu Ting and her family lived in the center of the upper floors. In the past, at this time, the neighborhood was brightly lit, a peaceful scene. But right now in this neighborhood, Everywhere is black and gloomy. Some of the residents here have chosen to compromise with the developer, and some have chosen to move their families out to rent apartments. There weren't many people willing to stay here anymore. Ting Ting, which building is your family in? Xia Shihan didn't choose to drive her car into the underground garage, but instead casually found an empty lot and parked her car. Right now, she still didn't know where Chao Ning was. Rushing into the underground garage at this time was a very dangerous thing to do. Lu Ting pointed not far away, at one of the few tall buildings that were still somewhat brightly lit, and said, "That's the one. There are only a few households left in our building 10 now." Xia Shihan followed the direction of Lu Ting's finger and looked over. Sure enough, there were only a few homes left with lights on in that tall building. For the other buildings, the lights were pitifully few. Lu Ting led Xia Shihan and Su Lan out of the car and walked in the direction of building 10. There was no sound at all along the way, except for the sound of the wind blowing through the weeds. There was nothing else.